It is over. It is truly over. He has emerged from seclusion. Luo Yuan has emerged. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Qingshan Sect's dawn, akin to a thunderclap striking the ground, resonating in every corner. The source of this distressing cry was Zhang San, an outer disciple tasked with guarding the sect as confinement area, whose face was ashen as he tumbled down a mountain path. This scream was like the onset of a plague. In an instant, the entire Qingshan Sect came to life. Disciples who were engaged in their morning exercises abruptly ceased, their spiritual energy nearly going astray. Those soaring through the air on their swords trembled, almost plummeting from their mounts. Elders refining elixirs in their chambers trembled, causing a pot of nearly completed medicine to explode. Even a few core elders who were in the midst of discussion paused, their expressions turning dire upon hearing the announcement. In the next moment, panic spread like a tidal wave. Hurry! Return to your dwellings. Secure the doors and windows. Activate the protective formations. Do not venture outside. For heaven's sake, my spiritual herbs remain unharvested. Numerous figures, akin to startled rabbits, darted from the training grounds, lecture halls, and spiritual fields, recklessly rushing towards their caves or any relatively safe area within the sect. The usually dignified cultivators cared not for their image in this moment of desperation, fleeing in a disordered stampede. In the distance, faint, intermittent laughter could be heard. He. The laughter was not loud. It was remarkably clear, imbued with a childlike innocence. Around a bend in the mountain path, a figure sauntered into view. The newcomer was tall, yet his attire was far from commendable. The moon-white robe, adorned with cloud patterns, typically reserved for the sect's core disciples, appeared as though it had been torn by wild dogs, riddled with gashes and stains of various colors, resembling paint, with several suspicious charred spots. His hair was tousled, with several strands bound by peculiar red grass ropes. Barefoot, his soles were grimy, leaving prints on the stone path with every step. Strangely, his face was unexpectedly clean, even handsome, but his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, lacking a discernible focus. A grin adorned his lips as he ambled along. He was Luo Yuan, an unparalleled prodigy of the Qingshan Sect, and also the #1 calamity that all members of the sect dreaded to encounter. At that moment, a group of newly admitted disciples, led by a guiding elder, happened to approach the vicinity, ready to tour the sect. This assembly of young men and women was mostly encountering such an expansive cultivation sect for the first time, their faces reflecting curiosity and awe, entirely bewildered as to why the ethereal realm they had just witnessed had transformed into a scene of chaos. Among them, a youth named Xiao Fan bore a unique glimmer in his eyes. Observing the tumultuous scene before him and glancing at the disheveled man who was evidently the source of the disturbance, his brow furrowed slightly. "Elder, may I ask who this is?" Xiao Fan could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, the guiding elder trembled as if he had been stepped on, his face draining of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He swiftly pulled Xiao Fan behind him and, in a flurry of urgency, whispered, "Shh, be silent. Oh dear, why has this calamity appeared today?" He cast a furtive glance at the increasingly approaching Luo Yuan, his words tumbling out in haste as if reciting an incantation. "Listen closely. Newcomer, the person ahead is named Luo Yuan. You must, under no circumstances, provoke him. Do not look at him. Do not speak to him. Ensure he does not notice you. If he asks you anything, remain silent. Pretend you are a stone. Do you understand?" Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's reaction, yet he complied, cupping his hands and whispering, "Disciple understands." However, deep down he felt unconcerned. Luo Yuan? He sounded like a minor antagonist who would typically grant experience points to the protagonist. A cold smile tugged at Xiao Fan's lips. This so-called calamity was likely an exaggerated fear perpetuated by these natives. Perhaps there was a hidden opportunity in this. After all, he, Xiao Fan, was a time traveler from the 21st century. Could a seemingly eccentric native cultivator truly pose a threat? Just as Xiao Fan harbored his disdain, the man named Luo Yuan approached them. He appeared entirely oblivious to the group of newcomers frozen by the roadside, continuing on his path. Suddenly, he halted. "Old Zhang, Luo Yuan's voice burst forth with excitement as he took a few quick steps toward the elder, nearly causing the elder to stumble backward in fright. Old Zhang, look, look! The elder stood rigid, cold sweat soaking through the back of his clothes, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. Luo, disciple. What is it? Behold my new spiritual root, Luo Yuan declared, his face alight with a look that seemed to beckon admiration. New spiritual root. The elder was left bewildered, his mind a blank slate. Spiritual roots were predetermined by fate, established at birth, while one could refine their constitution through various methods. He had never heard of anyone developing a new spiritual root. However, standing behind the elder, Xiao Fan felt a jolt of shock upon hearing the words new spiritual root. New spiritual root? Could it be? He is like me? Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened instantly, his heart racing. On the surface, he appeared to be an unremarkable disciple with a trifling spiritual root, as indicated by the sex assessment. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he harbored a monumental secret, a rare and extraordinary blood spiritual root. This hidden root allowed him, as a time traveler, to accelerate his cultivation by devouring essence blood, even enabling him to seize fragments of others' abilities, thus perfectly circumventing the slow cultivation speed associated with a trifling spiritual root. This was his greatest trump card, the foundation of his confidence to rise in this world. Could it be that this Luo Yuan has also awakened some hidden, unknown, powerful spiritual root? Is that why he is regarded as an outcast, considered a madman? The multitude of web literature tropes flashed through Xiao Fan's mind, further solidifying his suspicions. Just as a storm brewed within his thoughts, Luo Yuan smirked with delight, producing a dusty, pigeon egg-sized testing spirit sphere from the tattered robes he wore. Look, he exclaimed, placing his hand upon the spirit sphere and gradually infusing it with spiritual energy. Elder Zhang, the guiding elder, felt his heart leap into his throat, his gaze fixed anxiously on the sphere. He was acutely aware of Luo Yuan's remarkable background, an extraordinary talent personally brought back by the sect leader, possessing a rare and unparalleled heavenly spiritual root. The heavenly spiritual root, pure and unblemished, would manifest a resplendent white light during testing, enabling the practitioner to cultivate any attributes techniques with unparalleled efficiency, advancing at an astonishing pace, embodying the essence of a legendary immortal. If only his intellect were not so lacking. Alas, as the spirit sphere began to glow, a faint white light flickered at first, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by an onslaught of colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. No, there was also black, gray, and even some murky hues that defied description. What is this? What could it possibly be? Elder Zhang was utterly flabbergasted. This riot of colors, could it be a mixed spiritual root? No, mixed roots do not display such a vivid array, and the chaotic aura emanating from it was far too disordered. This was nothing like a proper spiritual root. It was 100 times more jumbled and chaotic than the most inferior of mixed elemental roots. Xiao Fan was also taken aback. Isn't it supposed to be a hidden, special spiritual root? How could it resemble something akin to a waste root? Have I misjudged? However, what truly astonished Elder Zhang and the onlookers was that after the chaotic burst of colors somewhat stabilized, there appeared to be a pattern atop the spiritual root. Elder Zhang rubbed his eyes vigorously, leaning in closer for a better look. Lo and behold, what appeared to be profound runes or celestial phenomena were instead a haphazard, childish drawing of a tiger roaring in the mountains. The creature depicted looked more like a pig than a tiger, with an overly large mouth, set against a backdrop of crooked lines representing trees, accompanied by shapes reminiscent of clouds or rocks. The entire illustration exuded the innocence of a child's doodle. Could a spiritual root possess its own accompanying illustration, and of such a poor quality? Elder Zhang felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. His mouth agape, he struggled to articulate a single word, his mind completely overwhelmed. In contrast, Luo Yuan was exceedingly pleased with his masterpiece. He withdrew his hand, cradling the testing spirit sphere as if it were a precious treasure, and flashed a grin at the dumbfounded Elder Zhang. Pointing at Luo Yuan, Then gesturing towards the spirit sphere bearing the crooked drawing of the tiger roaring in the mountains, Elder Zhang felt darkness encroach upon his vision. This unfortunate guiding elder, who had diligently served the Qingshan Sect for over a century and had witnessed countless events, now found himself unable to withstand this mental pollution. Immediately, he rolled his eyes in exasperation and fainted. Chapter 2. Hehe, drawing spiritual roots, hehehe. Oh dear. Luo Yuan gazed at the fallen Elder Zhang, tilting his head slightly and even giving a gentle kick. Old Zhang has fallen asleep. Hehehe. Losing interest in the unconscious elder, his gaze shifted back to the wary Xiao Fan beside him. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's eyes brightened, and he slyly approached. Hey, he whispered, his voice low and conspiratorial, as if sharing a monumental secret. Don't you think your spiritual root needs a change? Xiao Fan was taken aback. Huh, the red color is quite unappealing. Luo Yuan shook his head in disdain. I'll make it green. Green looks splendid, like grass, like leaves, and it can even bloom little flowers. How does he know it's red? Xiao Fan's smile froze instantly, a chill surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His blood's spiritual root, in its undeveloped state or under special circumstances, was utterly imperceptible to outsiders. This was his greatest secret. This madman has seen through it at a glance. He had initially intended to be polite, but now felt an overwhelming fury at having his privacy violated. He suppressed his shock with great effort, forcing a smile. No, it's not necessary. Thank you, Senior Brother Luo. Yet his eyes betrayed him. After the initial shock and anger, a typical cold murderous intent emerged from having his bottom line crossed. This is bad. This child can actually see through my blood spiritual root. He is a threat to my life. Xiao Fan's gaze turned bone-chillingly cold, akin to eternal ice, revealing a palpable aura of killing intent. He began to plot in his mind that once his cultivation improved, the first to be dealt with would be this crazy yet formidable Luo Yuan. Upon seeing Xiao Fan's frigid expression, Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into an even more radiant and exuberant smile. Ha! He clapped his hands in delight. So you don't like green? Do you prefer blue? Excellent. Excellent. Blue is wonderful, like the sky, like the ocean, and it makes a lovely sound. And no, I'm not, Xiao Fan exclaimed in alarm. But as he tried to explain, he found himself utterly speechless. When did this happen? To his horror, he discovered an invisible yet terrifying force had completely immobilized him. He couldn't even move a finger or blink an eye. He felt no sign of Luo Yuan casting a spell. What a terrifying disparity in cultivation. His murderous intent and calculations were swiftly supplanted by boundless fear and shock. Don't move, don't move. Senior Brother will change your color right away, Luo Yuan cheerfully declared, grabbing Xiao Fan by the ankle. Xiao Fan felt the world spinning around him as Luo Yuan effortlessly lifted him, as if he were pulling a radish, and then, head first with a thud, he was plunged straight into the nearby muddy ground, leaving only his legs sticking out, in a location imbued with auspicious energies, ideal for growth. Luo Yuan nodded in satisfaction before beginning to circle around the inverted figure of Xiao Fan, muttering nonsensically, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I am Luo Yuan the Great Immortal. Red is unappealing, quickly transform it to blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ascend the mountain to hunt the tiger. The tiger eludes capture, but I catch a little squirrel instead. Change, change, change." As his illogical chants spiraled into chaos, an extraordinary radiance suddenly emanated from his hands, and he forcefully pressed it against the chest of the embedded Xiao Fan. "Come forth, your little red flower," he exclaimed, followed by an agonized grunt from Xiao Fan, as he felt a profound secret within him being forcibly extracted by an irresistible force. Before him, in the air, a spectral yet tangible crimson light materialized, his pride and greatest trump card, the blood spirit root. It appeared in a mesmerizing deep red, akin to flowing blood, exuding a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. Luo Yuan observed the crimson spirit root with satisfaction and nodded. Indeed, it is red and quite unattractive. Then, as if conjuring magic, he produced an old paintbrush, caked with hardened paint, and it did not end there. He magically retrieved a half-full bucket of blue paint, its edges splattered with dirt. With a flourish, Luo Yuan held the paint bucket in one hand and the brush in the other, dipped it into the blue paint, and proceeded to coat the ethereal crimson spirit root with it. Brush, 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 brush. Brother, I shall paint you blue. Xiao Fan. That blood spirit root, infused with a malevolent power capable of devouring blood, now resembled a wall awaiting a fresh coat of paint. As Luo Yuan smeared it with the brush laden with ordinary blue paint, the enchanting red glow gradually dimmed beneath the blue paint sheen, replaced by a garish, glossy, bright blue. The paint dripped down in glistening droplets. At that moment, Elder Zhang, who had previously fainted, stirred back to consciousness. Blinking in confusion, the first sight that met his eyes was Luo Yuan wielding a brush and a bucket of paint, applying blue paint to the spirit root of a person buried in the earth. Elder Zhang's mind momentarily short-circuited for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, a scream, more anguish than Liu Yuan's earlier emergence, echoed through the heavens. Ah! Master! Master, help! That lunatic Luo Yuan has gone mad again. He is painting the spirit root of the new disciple. Elder Zhang's desperate cry, laced with anguish and utter despair, resonated like thunder, spreading far and wide, reverberating throughout half of the Qingshan Sect. Almost in the instant his last word fell silent. Whoosh! A dazzling aurora, seemingly infused with all the brilliance of the heavens and the earth, shot forth from the depths of the Qingshan Sect's master peak at an unfathomable speed, beyond the grasp of the naked eye. In an instant, it traversed a great distance, descending upon the tumultuous mountain path. As the radiance dissipated, it revealed a figure clad in a simple azure robe, a middle-aged Taoist with an ancient visage and eyes as profound as the ocean. Merely standing there, an invisible yet overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified. Even the disciples, peering curiously from a distance, stirred by the commotion, sensed as if a colossal mountain bore down upon their chests, rendering their breaths labored and nearly bringing them to their knees. It was none other than Li Daoshan, the master of the Qingshan Sect. Li Daoshan's gaze swept across the scene, as tangible as substance itself. Elder Zhang, crumpled on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The new disciple, Xiao Fan, inverted in the soil, his spiritual roots transformed into a brilliant blue, and the true instigator of the chaos, Luo Yuan, who was still holding a paintbrush, tilting his head to admire his handiwork. Li Daoshan inhaled deeply. A rare twitch crossed his otherwise placid face, veins protruding on his forehead. In the next moment, he uttered not a word, his figure flickering as he left behind only an afterimage. Bang! A muffled thud accompanied Luo Yuan's piercing scream. He was propelled through the air like a kite severed from its string, sent flying by an immense force. Tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground a dozen meters away, his face meeting the dirt. Unruly disciple, Li Daoshan's voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, imbued with unfathomable fury. What are you doing now? Ouch! Luo Yuan rolled a few times on the ground before rising, his face smudged with dirt. Rubbing his sore backside, he displayed no fear. Instead, his eyes brightened as if he had encountered a long-lost kin. Old Deng, you arrived just in time. Look, disregarding the murderous glare of the master, he eagerly pressed his hand on the testing spirit orb, which had inexplicably reappeared. Buzz, the bizarre glow of the multicolored spiritual roots, adorned with a crooked depiction of a tiger roaring in the mountains, vividly presented itself before Li Daoshan once more. Li Daoshan. He fixed his gaze intensely upon the orb, then glanced at the new disciple, now in disarray due to Luo Yuan's antics, and at the scattered paint buckets and brushes nearby. An uncontrollable rage surged within him. Very well, quite splendid indeed. Li Daoshan's fury morphed into a chilling smile, his voice as frigid as ice capable of freezing one's very soul. So you choose to squander your celestial spiritual roots, do you? You've even learned to paint over others' spiritual roots? Quite the audacity you possess. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and a gleam from his storage ring illuminated the surroundings. Clang! A massive iron rod, thicker than a human arm and glistening with a dark metallic sheen, marred by several ancient dents, was gripped firmly in his hand. Though the rod appeared unremarkable, lacking any fluctuation of spiritual energy, it emanated an aura of danger. Luo Yuan, Li Daoshan raised the iron rod, pointing it ominously at the recently risen Luo Yuan, enunciating each word as if they were extracted through gritted teeth. Prepare for your final arrangements. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Daoshan's figure vanished once more. Ah, old dang, I was wrong. I swear I won T. No, I won T dare again, he cried. Ouch, not the face. Aim for the backside. Ouch, ouch. Be gentle, be gentle. Old dang, that rod is the very one you used to beat me back in the day. It's even harder now. Ouch. The resounding thuds echoed incessantly along the mountain path, interspersed with Luo Yuan's anguished cries and the whooshing sound of the iron rod being swung. Li Daoshan, wielding the hefty iron rod, chased Luo Yuan around the arena, delivering blow after blow to his backside and back, causing Luo Yuan to leap and scurry in a frantic attempt to evade capture. Meanwhile, Xiaofan, having been pulled from the ground by Elder Zhang, was utterly bewildered. He watched as the ethereal sect leader, resembling a figure from celestial realm, relentlessly struck the lunatic with the iron rod, while listening to the robust cries of Luo Yuan. This Qingshan Sect seems to be somewhat amiss. It is finished. It is indeed finished. He has emerged from seclusion. Luo Yuan has emerged. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Qingshan Sect's dawn, echoing like thunder on a clear day, resonating in every corner. The voice belonged to Zhang San, an outer disciple tasked with guarding the sect's confinement area, whose face had turned ashen as he stumbled down the mountain path in a panic. This scream acted as the harbinger of chaos. In an instant, the entire Qingshan Sect came to life. Disciples engaged in their morning practices abruptly ceased, their spiritual energy nearly disrupted. Those flying low on their swords trembled, almost plummeting. Elders refining elixirs in the alchemy chambers trembled, causing a furnace of nearly completed pills to explode. Even the core elders engaged in discussions halted in unison, their expressions turning grim. In the next moment, panic surged like a tidal wave. Hurry, return to your caves. Secure the doors and windows. Activate the protective formations. Do not venture outside. For heaven's sake, I have yet to harvest my spiritual herbs. Countless figures, like startled rabbits, dash from the training grounds, lecture halls, and spirit fields, disregarding propriety as they raced toward their caves or the relatively safe areas of the sect. Even the usually ethereal cultivators abandoned their dignified demeanor, fleeing in terror, shoving one another. In the distance, a faint, intermittent laughter could be heard. Hehehe. The laughter was not loud, yet it was remarkably clear, carrying an innocent, childlike tone. Around the corner of the mountain path, a figure sauntered into view. The newcomer was tall and slender, yet his attire was far from commendable. The moon-white, cloud-patterned robe, meant for the sect's core disciples, appeared as if it had been ravaged by wild dogs. Riddled with tears and stained with an array of peculiar, colorful substances, some resembling paint, others suspiciously charred. His hair was disheveled, with a few strands tied with strange red grass ropes. He walked barefoot, the soles of his feet dark and grimy, leaving distinct prints on the stone path. Surprisingly, his face was relatively clean, even handsome, but his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, appearing almost vacant. A grin adorned his lips as he ambled along. He was Luo Yuan, the unequivocal prodigy of the Qingshan Sect, and also the #1 calamity that all within the sect dreaded to encounter. At that moment, a group of newly initiated disciples, led by an elder guide, approached the vicinity, eager to tour the sect. The youths, most of whom were experiencing such a grand cultivation sect for the first time, wore expressions of curiosity and reverence, utterly bewildered as to why the ethereal sect had transformed into a scene of chaos. Among them, a boy named Xiaofan possessed a glimmer in his eyes that set him apart from the others. He observed the tumultuous scene before him and the disheveled man leisurely approaching, evidently the source of the upheaval, his brows furrowing slightly. "Elder, may I ask who this is?" Xiaofan could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, the guiding elder trembled as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, his face turning pale and beads of cold sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. He hurriedly pulled Xiao Fan behind him and, in a flurry, whispered urgently, Silence. Oh dear, why has this calamity emerged today? He cast a nervous glance at the approaching Luo Yuan, speaking rapidly as if reciting an incantation. Remember this, newcomer. The person ahead is named Luo Yuan. You must absolutely, unequivocally avoid provoking him. Do not look at him. Do not speak to him. Do not even let him notice your presence. If he asks you anything, do not respond. Just pretend you are a stone. Do you understand? Xiao Fan was taken aback by the elder's reaction but complied, cupping his hands respectfully and murmuring, "Disciple understands." However, deep within his heart, he remained unconcerned. Luo Yuan? Huh. That name sounds like a minor antagonist destined to provide experience points to the protagonist. Xiao Fan scoffed internally. This so-called calamity was likely just an exaggerated fear instilled by these natives. Perhaps there lay hidden opportunities yet to be discovered. After all, he, Xiao Fan, was a time traveler from the 21st century. Could a seemingly deranged native cultivator truly pose a threat? As Xiao Fan indulged in his disdainful thoughts, the man named Luo Yuan had already approached them. He appeared entirely oblivious to the group of newcomers frozen by the roadside, continuing on his path. Suddenly, he halted. Old Zhang. Luo Yuan's voice took on an excited tone as he stepped closer to the elder, nearly causing him to collapse in fright. Old Zhang, look, look! Luo Yuan exclaimed enthusiastically. The elder stood rigid, cold sweat soaking through the back of his clothes, his lips trembling as he struggled to form words. Luo disciple, what is it that you wish to show? Behold my new spiritual root, Luo Yuan declared, his face alight with an expression of eager anticipation for praise. New spiritual root. The elder was left utterly bewildered, his mind blank. Spiritual roots are predetermined by fate, established at birth. While one can refine their essence and improve their aptitude postnatally, it has never been heard that anyone could develop a new spiritual root. However, standing behind the elder, Xiao Fan felt a jolt at the mention of new spiritual root. New spiritual root? Could it be he shares my fate? Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened, his heart racing. On the surface, he was merely an average disciple with 3 spiritual roots, as determined by the sex assessment. Yet, he harbored a tremendous secret. He possessed an exceedingly rare and exceptional blood spiritual root. This hidden root enabled him, as a time traveler, to accelerate his cultivation by consuming essence blood, and even to appropriate a portion of others' abilities, perfectly circumventing the slow cultivation speed associated with having 3 spiritual roots. This was his greatest trump card and the foundation of his confidence to rise in this world. Could it be that this Luo Yuan has also awakened some hidden, unknown, powerful spiritual root? Is that why he is considered an outlier, regarded as insane? In an instant, countless scenarios from online literature flashed through Xiao Fan's mind, further solidifying his conjecture. Just as a tempest of thoughts raged within him, Luo Yuan, with a triumphant chuckle, produced a test spirit orb the size of a pigeon egg from his tattered Taoist robe. Look, he exclaimed, pressing his hand upon the orb and gradually channeling his spiritual energy into it. Elder Zhang, the guiding elder, felt his heart leap into his throat. Anxiously fixated on the orb, he was well aware of Luo Yuan's background. This was an unparalleled prodigy personally brought back by the sect master, possessing an extraordinarily rare, heavenly spiritual root. The heavenly spiritual root, pure and unblemished, would emit a dazzling white light during testing, making the cultivation of any attribute technique remarkably efficient, as if one were soaring through the heavens. If it weren't for the state of his mind, alas, the orb gradually illuminated, and at first, a faint white light flickered, only to be swiftly engulfed by a tumult of colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Wait, there was also black, gray, and even some murky hues that defied description. What is this? Elder Zhang was utterly astounded. Was this kaleidoscope of colors a mixed spiritual root? No, that couldn't be right. Mixed spiritual roots weren't this flamboyant, and the chaotic aura was far beyond anything expected. This was not the appearance of a spiritual root at all. It was 100 times more chaotic than the most inferior 5-element mixed spiritual root. Xiao Fan was equally taken aback. Isn't it supposed to be a hidden, special spiritual root? How could it resemble something akin to a waste spiritual root? Have I misinterpreted? However, what left Elder Zhang and the onlookers nearly speechless was that as the chaotic, multicolored light began to stabilize, there appeared to be some sort of pattern on the spiritual root. Elder Zhang rubbed his eyes vigorously and leaned in closer, scrutinizing the orb. Good heavens! What he beheld was neither profound runes nor celestial phenomena. The colorful radiance had coalesced into a crooked, childishly drawn depiction of a tiger roaring in the mountains. It resembled a creature that was more pig than tiger, with a disproportionately large mouth, set against a backdrop of crooked lines representing trees, accompanied by a few blobs that resembled clouds or stones. The entire image exuded the innocence of a child's doodle. Does the spiritual root also come with its own artwork? And of such a lowly caliber? Elder Zhang felt as if his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. He gaped, rendered speechless, as his mind completely crashed. Luo Yuan, however, was immensely pleased with his creation. He withdrew his hand, cradling the test spirit orb like a treasure, and flashed a grin at the dumbfounded Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang pointed at Luo Yuan, then at the crooked tiger roaring in the mountains depicted within the orb. His vision darkened. This poor, guiding elder, who had diligently served the Qingshan Sect for over a century and witnessed countless spectacles, could no longer withstand this mental assault. She was so infuriated that she rolled her eyes and promptly fainted. Chapter 2 Hehehe, Painting the Spiritual Root. Hehehe. Oh. Luo Yuan gazed at the fallen Elder Zhang, tilting his head, and even playfully nudged him with his foot. Old Zhang has fallen asleep. Hehehe. Apparently losing interest in the unconscious elder, his gaze shifted back to the vigilant Xiao Fan beside him. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he leaned closer. Hey, he whispered conspiratorially, as if sharing a monumental secret. Shouldn't you alter your spiritual root too? Xiao Fan was taken aback. Huh, the red one is not attractive at all. Luo Yuan shook his head in disdain. I can make it green for you. Green is so beautiful, like fresh grass, like leaves, and it can even bloom little flowers. How'd he know it was red? Xiao Fan's smile froze instantly, a chill surging from his soles to the crown of his head. His blood spiritual root, in its incomplete activation or under special circumstances, was entirely imperceptible to outsiders. This was his greatest secret. This madman managed to see through it at a glance. Initially planning to engage in polite conversation, a wave of indignation surged within him as he felt his privacy invaded. He suppressed his astonishment, forcing a smile. No. That won't be necessary. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Luo. Yet his eyes betrayed him. After the shock and anger, a cold, murderous intent emerged, typical of having one's limits breached. This is bad. This boy can see through my blood spiritual root. He has already paved his path to death. Xiao Fan's gaze turned as frigid as ancient ice, brimming with murderous intent. He calculated in his heart that once his cultivation improved, the first to be eliminated would be this madman, a formidable threat named Luo Yuan. Upon witnessing Xiao Fan's icy stare, Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. But then a radiant, exuberant smile broke across his face. Ha! He clapped his hands in delight. So, you don't like green, do you? Would you prefer blue? Excellent, excellent. Blue is wonderful, like the sky, like the sea, and it even makes a splash. No, I'm not, Xiao Fan exclaimed in alarm, attempting to explain, but he found himself utterly speechless. When had this happened? He was horrified to discover an invisible yet terrifying force completely immobilizing him. He could not even twitch a finger or blink. He sensed no indications of Luo Yuan casting any spell. What a fearsome disparity in cultivation. The murderous intent and calculations in his heart were swiftly eclipsed by boundless fear and shock. Stay still, stay still. Senior Brother will change the color for you right now. Luo Yuan exclaimed joyfully, seizing Xiao Fan's ankle. Xiao Fan felt the world spin as Luo Yuan effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere turnip. and then, head first, with a thud, he was plunged into the nearby muddy ground, leaving only his legs exposed. In a realm imbued with the essence of geomancy, a place deemed auspicious for growth, Luo Yuan nodded in satisfaction before commencing a whimsical dance around the inverted figure of Xiao Fan. He muttered incoherently, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I am the great immortal Luo Yuan. Red is unappealing, transform into blue swiftly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ascend the mountain to hunt the tiger. The tiger eludes capture, yet a little squirrel is caught. Change, change, change." As his nonsensical incantations spiraled forth, an extraordinary luminescence emanated from his hands, culminating in a forceful grasp directed at the chest of the earth-embedded Xiao Fan. "Arise, your little red flower," he exclaimed, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries from Xiao Fan, whose innermost secrets were yanked forth by an irresistible power. Before him, a spectral yet substantial crimson light materialized in the air. His prized possession, the blood spirit root. It shimmered with an uncanny deep red hue, akin to flowing blood. Exuding Shiding, Songinoha. Observing the blood-red spirit root's ethereal manifestation, Luo Yuan nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is red, yet unsightly. Then, from seemingly nowhere, he produced an old brush, caked with dry paint, used for wall applications. But that was not the end. With a flourish, he conjured a half-full bucket of blue paint, its edges still smeared with earth. With one hand supporting the paint bucket and the other grasping the brush, he dipped it into the blue pigment and promptly began to apply it liberally onto the spectral blood-red spirit root. Brush, 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 brush. "Brother, I shall paint you blue." Xiao Fan could only watch in horror. The blood spirit root, imbued with a captivating, consuming power, resembled a wall awaiting a coat of paint, as Luo Yuan smeared it with the ordinary blue paint. The alluring red light gradually dimmed beneath the glossy veneer of a garish bright blue. Paint dripped audibly to the ground. At that moment, Elder Zhang, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, stirred awake. Blinking in confusion, his gaze fell upon Luo Yuan wielding a brush and paint bucket painting the spirit root of an individual buried in the earth. Elder Zhang's mind momentarily faltered. 3 seconds later, a piercing scream erupted, far more harrowing than Luo Yuan's earlier emergence. "Ah! Master! Master, help! This lunatic has gone mad again. He is painting the new disciple's spirit root." Elder Zhang's voice, tinged with despair and desperation, resonated with the remnants of his spiritual energy, echoing like thunder throughout half of the Qingshan Sect. Almost instantaneously, upon the final syllable of his exclamation, whoosh, a brilliant aurora, seemingly condensed from all the light in the universe, shot forth from the depths of the Qingshan Sect's master peak at an unfathomable speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, it traversed a vast distance, descending upon the tumultuous mountain path. As the radiance dissipated, the figure of a middle-aged Taoist, clad in a simple azure robe, emerged, a visage both rugged and profound, with eyes as deep as the sea. Merely standing there, an invisible yet overwhelming pressure permeated the air, rendering it almost palpable. Even the disciples, who were peering curiously from a distance, felt as if a mountain had settled upon their chests, stifling their breaths and compelling them to kneel. It was none other than Li Daoshan, the master of the Qingshan Sect. Li Daoshan's gaze swept across the scene like a tangible force. Elder Zhang, crumpled on the ground, weeping profusely, the new disciple Xiao Fan, unceremoniously planted into the earth, his spiritual root transformed into a vivid blue, and the culprit of this chaos, Luo Yuan, who was tilting his head in admiration of his own handiwork while still clutching a paintbrush. Li Daoshan inhaled deeply, a rare twitch of his otherwise placid face betraying his inner turmoil as veins throbbed upon his forehead. In the next moment, without uttering a single word, his figure blurred, leaving behind an afterimage. Bang! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by Luo Yuan's anguished scream. Like a kite severed from its string, he was propelled through the air by an irresistible force, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground several meters away. his face meeting the earth with a resounding thud. Disobedient disciple. Li Daoshan's voice boomed like thunder, imbued with unfathomable fury. What have you done this time? Ouch. Luo Yuan rolled a few times on the ground before scrambling to his feet, his face smeared with dirt yet devoid of fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing an old acquaintance. Old Deng, you've arrived just in time. Look, ignoring the murderous glare from the master. He eagerly pressed his hand upon the testing spirit orb, which had mysteriously reappeared. Buzz, the bizarre luminescence of the multicolored, crooked tiger painting spiritual root was once again vividly revealed before Li Daoshan. Li Daoshan. He stared intently at the orb of light, glanced at the new disciple, who was now a pitiful sight thanks to Luo Yuan, and then took in the scattered paint buckets and brushes nearby. A surge of uncontrollable rage erupted within him. Very well indeed. Li Daoshan's fury twisted into a chilling smile, his voice cold enough to freeze the soul. So you've chosen to squander your own spiritual root, have you? And learned to paint over someone else's as well? You've certainly become audacious. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand, and a flash of light emerged from his storage ring. Clang! A massive iron rod, thicker than a human arm and gleaming with a dark metallic luster, complete with several ancient dents, was gripped firmly in his hand. The rod appeared unremarkable, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, yet emanated an aura of danger. Luo Yuan. Li Daoshan raised the iron rod, pointing it menacingly at the newly risen Luo Yuan, speaking each word with an intensity that seemed to squeeze them from between clenched teeth. You, prepare for your impending fate. Before the echoes of his voice faded, Li Daoshan's figure vanished once more. Old Deng, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. No, I shall not dare again. Oh no, do not strike my face. Aim for my backside. Oh dear, be gentle, Old Deng. That rod is the very one you used to beat me back in the day. It has become even more formidable. Oh, the sound of thuds resonated continuously along the mountain path, interspersed with Luo Yuan's pitiful cries and the whooshing wind generated by the swinging rod. Li Daoshan, wielding the hefty iron bar, pursued Luo Yuan across the expanse, delivering blow after blow to his rear and back, sending Luo Yuan leaping and darting about in a frantic attempt to evade. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan, who had been unceremoniously pulled from the ground by Elder Zhang, was left utterly bewildered. He watched in astonishment as the ethereal leader of the sect engaged in what resembled a street brawl, mercilessly battering the lunatic with an iron rod, while the echoes of Luo Yuan's robust screams filled the air. This Qingshan Sect seems to be somewhat amiss. Chapter 3. The new spiritual root in the grand hall of the Qingshan Sect. An atmosphere of solemnity and gravitas permeated the air. The floor was paved with jade, and the pillars were crafted from obsidian gold, while the domed ceiling was adorned with an intricate depiction of the celestial constellations. At the center hung a plaque symbolizing the righteous energy of heaven and earth, radiating an imposing majesty. However, this dignified ambience was disrupted by a few rather disheveled figures. Although Xiao Fan had been cleansed of dirt by the sect leader's purification spell, his complexion remained pallid, and his eyes were filled with humiliation, confusion, and profound skepticism towards the sect. He stood at the foot of the hall, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Not far away, Luo Yuan, with a bruised face and a swollen nose, bore a faint mark of a bruise at the corner of his mouth, yet his spirits seemed undiminished. At this moment, he was bent over on the immaculate jade tiles, having unearthed a small piece of charcoal from who knows where, intently sketching something on the floor, while mumbling to himself, seemingly providing a voice for the creature he was depicting. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a creature of disproportionate features. Grinning menacingly, let us tentatively refer to it as a tiger. Li Daoshan sat high upon the sect leader's throne, rubbing his temples, clearly suffering from a headache. His gaze fell upon the wayward disciple still engaged in his doodling, causing his temples to throb. He made an effort to calm his demeanor and turned his attention to Xiao Fan, forcing a somewhat amiable expression onto his face. Clearing his throat and rubbing his hands together as if slightly embarrassed, Li Daoshan began, "Ahem, you are Xiao Fan, correct?" I apologize for the earlier incident. I hope it did not cause you too much distress. At these words, a flicker of hope ignited within Xiao Fan, momentarily believing that perhaps the sect leader was a reasonable man. Yet Li Daoshan's tone shifted abruptly. However, he stroked his beard, his voice taking on an oddly appreciative note. I took the liberty of examining your spiritual root. While the process was a bit chaotic, I must admit, it is undeniably a splendid shade of blue, much more refreshing than the previous crimson hue. It exudes a sense of tranquility. Xiao Fan was taken aback, feeling as though a surge of blood had lodged in his throat, nearly causing him to choke. Splendid, refreshing, tranquil. This was a matter of his very path and life itself. Was the sect leader's mind not functioning properly? Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner turmoil, he forced a calm tone and inquired solemnly, "Sect leader, if I may be so bold, is there still hope for the spiritual root to revert?" Upon hearing this, Li Daoshan stroked his beard again, his expression growing contemplative. Instantly adopting the demeanor of a wise sage, he spoke slowly, "Xiao Fan, you must understand. The blood spiritual root is an anomalous type, exceedingly domineering. It can consume vital essence to enhance cultivation, allowing for rapid progress. Yet it is also prone to invoking inner demons, leading one astray into the path of darkness. Such a spiritual root often heralds a storm of bloodshed upon its emergence." With these words, he had effectively unveiled Xiao Fan's concealed secret. A shiver ran through Xiao Fan as his last vestige of hope shattered. Since the sect leader was already aware, further concealment was futile. He resigned himself to his fate, a somber determination etched upon his face, and bowed deeply to Li Daoshan, declaring, "May the sect leader see clearly. The disciple possesses a bloodline spirit root, which indeed harbors numerous perils. However, esteemed leader, I am wholeheartedly devoted to the path, yearning to grow swiftly and serve the sect, repaying the kindness of my inclusion. I beseech you for an opportunity." His earnest words aimed to sway the listener with loyalty and potential. Li Daoshan, listening to Xiao Fan, remained non-committal, his gaze drifting towards Luo Yuan, who was still engrossed in drawing on the ground. That wayward disciple was so absorbed in his work that he even dipped his fingers in saliva, attempting to create an ink wash effect. Witnessing this scene, the anger that Li Daoshan had only just quelled surged back fiercely. He abruptly rose from his throne, striding over to Luo Yuan, and kicked him fiercely. Ouch! Luo Yuan tumbled to the ground, the charcoal stick flying from his grasp. "You ungrateful disciple!" Li Daoshan pointed a trembling finger at Luo Yuan's nose, seething with rage. "Look at the mess you've created. This disciple, endowed with a unique spirit root, was meant to be the future pillar of our Qingshan Sect. Now, due to your antics, the spirit root has mutated, and his future is uncertain. You've caused me to bear a disciple with a special spirit root. What do you have to say for yourself?" Luo Yuan, undeterred by the kick, sprang to his feet, dusting off his clothes, and approached Li Daoshan with an air of mystery. "Fear not, old Deng. I have prepared for this." He puffed out his chest proudly, gesturing toward Xiao Fan. "His spirit root has merely changed in color. It looks different, but it can still absorb. It might even have a hint of blueberry flavor. Hehe, how clever am I, Li Daoshan?" Xiao Fan. The hall fell into a profound silence once more. Suddenly, Li Daoshan erupted into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha! Young friend Xiao Fan, please forgive the spectacle. This rascal, Luo Yuan, though naturally mischievous and unusually unruly, thanks to my diligent guidance and strict discipline, has fortunately avoided a grave mistake. Ha ha! So you need not worry." The leader's face beamed with joy, while internally he rejoiced. Ah, this impudent lad, at a crucial moment, still managed to maintain some composure. He hasn't truly ruined the foundation. It's merely altered in appearance and characteristics. Thank goodness otherwise. My standing would be ridiculed by that old hag from the Sword Sect and that brute from the Beastmaster Valley for many years. My face is safe indeed. The more Li Daoshan pondered, the more he felt that Luo Yuan's restraint was a testament to his effective teaching, lifting his spirits considerably. With a grand gesture, he called out loudly to those outside the hall, "Come forth." "What commands does the leader have?" A servant disciple outside promptly responded, "Go." Fetch a vat of premium spirit fox blood from the spirit beast garden, the freshest available. To calm our young friend Xiao Fan, consider it my apology. Li Daoshan proclaimed with grand enthusiasm. Understood. Soon, 2 servant disciples carefully entered, bearing a jade vat half the height of a person. As the lid was lifted, a pungent aroma of blood, intermingled with pure spiritual energy, rushed forth. The vessel was filled to the brim with a liquid of a vibrant red hue, flowing like rubies. It was indeed the exquisite blood of the spirit fox. Xiao Fan, my young friend, Li Daoshan gestured. This is a token of my goodwill. Do give it a try. Xiao Fan gazed at the large vat of spirit fox blood, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although his spiritual root had been painted blue, he could not deny the alluring fragrance of this blood. Without hesitation, he commenced to absorb it, guiding his energy according to his technique. He activated the ethereal manifestation of his blue-hued spiritual root. The result? The spiritual root merely glimmered faintly with blue light. Yet the spirit fox blood in the jade vessel remained utterly still, showing not a hint of being absorbed. What is happening? Xiao Fan, skeptical of the situation, exerted more force. He drew in once more. Still, it remained unyielding. The bright blue spiritual root resembled a malfunctioning pump, spinning idly without drawing any blood. Xiao Fan was left utterly dumbfounded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he incredulously looked up at the sect leader, Li Daoshan. Li Daoshan's Smila Fotaret. His gaze shifting from the unresponsive spirit fox blood to Xiao Fan, revealing a trace of embarrassment as he offered a sheepish grin. In the next moment, however, his embarrassment transformed into a tempest of fury. He abruptly turned his attention to Luo Yuan, who was still attempting to sketch a turtle, and without a word, delivered a swift kick. Ouch! Luo Yuan tumbled to the ground once more. Li Daoshan, with a swift motion, brandished a hefty iron rod, pointing it at Luo Yuan as he bellowed. Luo Yuan, did you not claim it could still be absorbed? Huh? Do you wish to live or die today? Confronted by the iron rod, Luo Yuan recoiled, hastily scrambling to his feet, raising both hands in protest. It can be absorbed. Really? Old dang, he can absorb it. I swear I'm not lying. Nonsense. Li Daoshan fumed, his beard bristling with indignation. The spirit fox blood was right before them, yet it had not budged an inch. So, you've grown quite skilled, have you? Now you could deceive me as well. I'm not lying, Luo Yuan replied, his expression one of deep grievance. Then he began to elucidate his reasoning. Previously, he had been red, thus able to absorb blood. However, absorbing blood is quite detrimental. Just look at those demonic cultivators. Excessive blood consumption turns them into something neither human nor ghost. Moreover, blood can harbor various pathogens, making it highly contagious. It is utterly unsanitary. Li Daoshan's eyelid twitched violently. You cease your rambling. Enough of that. What can he absorb now? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's pride surged once more. He puffed out his chest and declared loudly, urine. What? Li Daoshan questioned, doubting his own hearing. He can absorb urine, Luo Yuan reiterated with firm conviction, wearing a look of certainty. Think about it, old dang. Blood is unsanitary, but urine is sterile. How clean, how safe, and environmentally friendly. Much more hygienic. He glanced at Li Daoshan and Xiao Fan, shrugging his shoulders, and concluded with a hint of pride. Humph. Am I not impressive? Li Daoshan pointed at Luo Yuan, his lips trembling as he attempted to utter a curse, only to find that all his fury and vocabulary felt utterly feeble. The great hall was enveloped in oppressive silence, with only Xiao Fan's countenance resembling that of the dead. Chapter 4. A Cautionary Tale Against Underestimating Youthful Ambition. Li Daoshan pointed at Luo Yuan, trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing like Elder Zhang before him. Yet, just as his body swayed dangerously close to the ground, he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into a forced state of alertness. No, he could not succumb to unconsciousness. He was the sect leader. He must uphold his dignity. He had to maintain control over the situation. With great effort, Li Daoshan suppressed the tumultuous energy within him, managing to squeeze out a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. He cleared his throat with a heavy cough, as if attempting to expel the earlier lapse from his system. Cough, cough. He then turned once more to the pallid-faced Xiao Fan, his tone unexpectedly infused with a sense of commendation and satisfaction. "Ah, young friend Xiao Fan." Li Daoshan's voice suddenly rose in pitch, brimming with enthusiasm. After hearing what Luo Yuan had said, I too believe that this is indeed rather splendid, Xiao Fan. Li Daoshan appeared oblivious to Xiao Fan's expression of sheer disbelief and continued to elaborate, even gesticulating with excitement. Just think, blood itself is highly prone to inciting inner demons. How many prodigies have fallen into the abyss of corruption because of it, never to return? This, this urine, however, is entirely different. How magnificent it is. He forced a few chuckles, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. The more he spoke, the more he convinced himself of his own rationale, even beginning to admire Luo Yuan for this transformation. Safe, hygienic, and it is far less likely to lead one astray, were it not for my own years of cultivation, and the solid foundation I have established. I would have even considered asking Luo Yuan to transform my spiritual root into, a urine spiritual root. Standing beside him, Luo Yuan, upon hearing this, puffed out his chest with pride, nodding vigorously as if to affirm that Li Daoshan possessed remarkable insight. Li Daoshan continued to bolster his own dignity, elevating the significance of the urine spiritual root. Just think, not only can it be a resourceful repurposing, consider how much, potential is wasted daily. Now it can be transformed into cultivation. It can even enhance one's strength. How wonderful. How splendid. This could very well pioneer a new paradigm in the realm of cultivation. Who knows, it might even become the mainstream in the future. He spoke with such fervor, as if the path of urine cultivation was a grand avenue to enlightenment. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan's complexion had shifted from pale to a ghastly gray. It was over. His life, his aspirations as a transmigrator, the vision of a harem of 3,000 beauties, his dreams of besting all prodigies and ancient powers, ultimately ascending to the celestial realm as an eternal being. It was all over. He could even envision the future, after enduring countless hardships, finally achieving mastery and becoming a formidable being. How would other cultivators introduce him? Look, there stands the legendary one who attained enlightenment through urine, predecessor Xiao Fan. The urine cultivator. It is said that predecessor Xiao achieved realization at Qingshan Sect, pioneering the path of urine, purging 3,000 impurities in one breath, wielding boundless magical power. Just the thought of being called the urine cultivator sent Xiao Fan into a dizzying spiral, his stomach churning violently, and the world around him fading to darkness. Observing Xiao Fan's precarious and despondent demeanor, Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. The expression on my junior brother's face suggests dissatisfaction. Could it be that he finds fault with the alteration of his spiritual root? That should not be the case. I believe the modification is quite excellent. The blue hue is both hygienic and absorbing. The more he pondered, the more he felt his creation was being called into question. This is unacceptable. A serious expression dawned on Luo Yuan's face. What Luo Yuan produce must be a masterpiece. I cannot allow my junior brother to misunderstand. Resolute, Luo Yuan strode with purpose towards the nearly catatonic Xiao Fan, before either Xiao Fan or the sect leader, Li Daoshan, could react. Luo Yuan deftly untied the belt of his tattered robe, and then he removed his trousers. As the sect leader stared in shock, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, Luo Yuan adjusted his stance, aiming at the still-dazed Xiao Fan, and unleashed a torrent. A warm, pungent liquid cascaded down upon Xiao Fan's head and face. Humiliation, rage, nausea. A tempest of emotions erupted within Xiao Fan's mind, akin to a volcanic eruption. Instantly revived, he was ready to retaliate against Luo Yuan, even contemplating self-destruction to drag this madman down with him. However, he was suddenly greeted by Luo Yuan's exuberant voice. Hurry and absorb it. Don't waste it, junior brother. This is a potent tonic. Absorb this nonsense. Xiao Fan raged internally. Yet at that moment, as if possessed, or perhaps spurred by the very essence cascading onto his spiritual root, The recently imbued azure silhouette of his spiritual root quivered uncontrollably. Then, it activated. A peculiar, warm energy surged through the liquid pouring into his being. Lo and behold, surprisingly, despite its repugnant origin, the energy was pure and gentle, exceeding his expectations. It even had a hint of blueberry flavor. Luo Yuan was indeed not deceiving him. He felt his parched dantian rejuvenated as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, energy rapidly coalescing within him. The threshold of qi cultivation, under the onslaught of this energy, crumbled like paper. He had broken through. In just a day, he had ascended to the first level of qi cultivation. An exquisite sensation coursed through him, temporarily allowing him to forget the absurdity of being doused by a lunatic. He reveled in the long-lost pleasure of burgeoning power, until, suddenly, the energy ceased. The warm current abruptly halted. Bewildered, he looked up to find Luo Yuan, contentedly pulling up his trousers and fastening his belt, even giving a little shake. It turned out that Luo Yuan had finished. With a beaming smile, Luo Yuan turned to Xiao Fan, eagerly inquiring, "Well, how do you feel, junior brother? You must have sensed it, right?" "Hehe, the enhancement I provided is quite formidable, is it not?" Xiao Fan felt the tangible presence of the qi cultivation energy within him, savoring the fleeting yet authentic thrill of his recent breakthrough. He gazed at the seemingly innocent madman before him, who had just soaked him in an unspeakable manner. Xiao Fan's expression oscillated between deep shades of ashen gray, pallid white, crimson red, and a furious purple akin to a chaotic dye-house. He ached to break free from his restraints and rend Luo Yuan to pieces, scattering his remains to the winds. Yet, he had to concede, this urine was indeed enticing. The sensation of his breakthrough was undeniably real. Li Daoshan, witnessing the ephemeral yet profoundly genuine fluctuation of qi emanating from Xiao Fan, was instantly elated. His countenance, previously marred by Luo Yuan's antics, now radiated with the brilliance of a sun breaking through clouds. "Ha ha ha!" Li Daoshan erupted into a thunderous laugh. Approaching Xiao Fan, he initially intended to pat the young man's shoulder in encouragement, but reconsidered, opting instead to speak directly. "Young friend Xiao Fan, excellent. I always said my disciple, though seemingly eccentric, never falters in critical moments. He has undoubtedly inherited my legacy. Quick-witted and resourceful, he knows how to tailor his approach and apply the right remedies." He completely disregarded the fact that Luo Yuan had employed urine as a solution. "Look how splendid this is," Li Daoshan proclaimed with an air of authority. "In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. As long as one can grow stronger, the method employed is of no consequence. What matters is the outcome. Do you understand?" His excitement grew with each word, and with a grand gesture, he called out once more, "Bring forth the attendants." "Yes, master," responded the disciples on guard outside. "Return to the spirit beast garden. Fetch me 2 large vats of the finest, most diverse. Oh no, I mean the highest quality spirit beast urine. Yes, urine. Be swift. I intend to reward young friend Xiao Fan splendidly, to assist him in solidifying his realm and reaching new heights." "Why, yes, master," the attending disciple, though puzzled by this unconventional method of reward, complied without question. Soon, 2 enormous vats, exuding strange vapors of varying hues and emanating an indescribably complex aroma, were brought forth and placed in the center of the grand hall. Xiao Fan gazed at the 2 vats of this strange liquid, his face paling. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and obliterate the deranged master and disciple before him. Yet he couldn't deny the undeniable benefits he had just experienced from his breakthrough. His body and spiritual roots seemed to cry out for the resources contained within those vats. The pungent yet alluring scent wafted into his nostrils, and even Xiao Fan's calm and rational demeanor, characteristic of a traveler from another world, was finally overwhelmed. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes aflame with fervor, fixating intensely on Luo Yuan, and with every ounce of strength. He nearly howled the iconic declaration, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not despise the youth for their poverty. His voice reverberated through the hall, filled with rage and indignation. Luo Yuan, you have insulted me today. Xiaofan, Adebibo. Dare you set a 3-year term with me? After 3 years, we shall engage in a battle to the death atop the verdant mountains. I shall personally avenge the humiliation of today. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his shout. He began counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. He faltered after failing to reach 10. With a puzzled expression, he looked up at Xiao Fan and earnestly inquired, Junior brother, you previously mentioned 30 years, yet now you speak of 3. How many years is it truly? Why say 30 years, but impose a 3-year limit? Xiao Fan nearly choked on the question, gasping You needn't concern yourself with that. Just say 3 years. 3 years hence. We shall battle to the death. Do you dare? Battle to the death? Upon hearing these words, Luo Yuan instinctively recoiled behind Li Daoshan. Old dang, he intends to kill me. However, Li Daoshan, upon hearing Xiao Fan's challenge, was overjoyed. Excellent. The sect leader clapped his hands in laughter. Such ambition. Truly a genius endowed with a unique spiritual root. Young friend Xiao Fan, I support you. He turned to Xiao Fan, his face radiating encouragement. Rest assured in your cultivation. You may freely utilize all the spiritual resources of the sect. Should you require specific years or types of spiritual beast essence, simply inform Old Zhang. I shall fully support your challenge against Luo Yuan in 3 years. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan grew anxious. Old dang, but you previously advised me against fighting. Li Daoshan chuckled, stroking his beard, and spoke in a didactic tone. Luo Yuan, I meant for you not to initiate conflicts or bully others, correct? Luo Yuan pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. Yet, Li Daoshan continued, however, I never said others were forbidden from killing you. That is an entirely different matter, is it not? If others wish to slay you, that is their affair. Luo Yuan stood there, deep in thought, his brow furrowing and relaxing alternately. After a moment, he suddenly understood, nodding in realization, oh, that seems to be the case. He then turned around, revealing an exceedingly sincere smile. All right, junior brother, let be agreed then. In 3 years, come to slay me. I shall be prepared. His words were imbued with such sincerity, devoid of any pretense, as if he genuinely anticipated being slain by Xiao Fan in 3 years. Yet, to Xiao Fan, this demeanor was nothing short of an overt and extreme mockery. It was a further trampling of his dignity. All right. Xiao Fan trembled with anger, practically forcing these words through clenched teeth. He realized that remaining in the company of this madman and his disciple would likely lead to his premature demise from frustration. Without uttering another word, he bowed deeply to sect leader Li Daoshan, then abruptly flung his sleeve and stormed out of the main hall, not looking back. He needed to calm himself, and perhaps examine those 2 jars of spiritual beast essence. Chapter 5. The cultivation plan of 100,000 spirit stones as Xiao Fan's fiery silhouette vanished through the grand hall's entrance. Only he and Luo Yuan remained within. Li Daoshan turned around, a beaming smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums adorning his face. He approached Luo Yuan, affectionately draping an arm around his shoulder and giving it a hearty pat, as if the earlier incident involving a heavy iron rod had never transpired. My dear disciple, truly remarkable. Li Daoshan's voice brimmed with satisfaction and barely concealed excitement. I always knew you were destined for greatness. Look at your method of transforming spiritual roots. It is indeed extraordinary. Pausing for a moment, a glint of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes as he cautiously inquired, Well, my dear disciple, could you possibly apply this remarkable skill to other disciples as well? Freshly basking in the old man's praise, Luo Yuan grinned, wearing an air of confidence. Of course, master. It's a piece of cake. Li Daoshan's eyes lit up, even brighter than when he witnessed Xiao Fan's breakthrough. I am struck by fortune. I have indeed acquired a prodigious disciple. This is undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life. Though a bit eccentric, this talent is simply unparalleled. What concerns about the side effects of transforming blood spiritual roots into urinary ones? What consideration for the psychological trauma of new disciples? In light of the potential enhancement of the sect's overall strength, those matters were trivial. Rubbing his hands together, his smile grew even warmer. Excellent. You are truly my exceptional disciple. Now, how about this? When you transform other disciples, perhaps you could simply turn the remaining ones into water types. Water is gentle, universally accepted, and easily obtainable, correct? Let us avoid the urinary transformations it may have. Undesirable implications, huh? He attempted to steer the conversation, hoping to render this ability somewhat more conventional and manageable. However, Luo Yuan regarded him as if he were a fool, his face brimming with disdain. Master, how can you be so utterly ignorant of science? Luo Yuan exclaimed, his heart heavy with disappointment. What science? Li Daoshan was momentarily taken aback. Discussing science in the realm of cultivation? What madness had his disciple succumbed to now? With hands on his hips, Luo Yuan declared, transforming spiritual roots is a meticulous endeavor. It must adhere to fundamental principles. The transformation must align with the original attributes, forms, and, emotions of the spiritual roots. It is not simply a matter of altering them as you please. Take Xiao Fan, for example. His original blood spiritual root was a vibrant red, yet I thought blue would suit him better. Moreover, the pure source of urine serves to counterbalance his negative energy. It is a precise remedy. Do you think it is akin to painting a wall where one can choose any color it will? He scrutinized Li Daoshan, curling his lip in disdain. You truly lack insight. You do not understand at all. Li Daoshan found himself at the receiving end of a tirade from his own disciple. Feeling a bit embarrassed, yet undeniably intrigued by the potential for transformation, he patiently inquired, very well, you have a point. Now, what do you think of my thunder spiritual root? Born of thunderous essence, it embodies utmost rigidity and yang. What could it possibly become? Can it be enhanced further? Perhaps. To absorb the divine thunder from the heavens? His curiosity was piqued. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan placed his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, declaring, that's a secret. A twitch flickered at the corner of Li Daoshan's eye. In the next moment, with a clang, the hefty black iron rod reappeared in his grasp. He shook the rod, forcing a smile that barely concealed his irritation as he gazed at Luo Yuan. I didn't quite catch that. What did you say? Luo Yuan, confronted with the intimidating iron rod, instinctively recoiled, quickly backtracking with frantic gestures. Oh, Master, that is not what I meant. I truly don't know. You don't know? Li Daoshan narrowed his eyes, the cold glint emanating from the iron rod intensifying. It's not something I can dictate. I only discern it through my drawings. Li Daoshan observed Luo Yuan's genuine expression, recalling the crooked, chaotic illustrations of his spiritual root and the audacious depiction of a turtle on the floor tiles. Indeed, when this wayward disciple emerged from seclusion, he had showcased his own spiritual root, that colorful, graffiti-like creation. His anger surged once more as he pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Yuan, bellowing, "You incorrigible wretch! I nearly forgot. What have you transformed your heavenly, spiritual root into?" Upon mentioning his masterpiece, Luo Yuan instantly forgot about the science and secrets, puffing out his chest with an expression brimming with indescribable pride, and even threw a provocative glance at Li Daoshan. "Guess, Master," he exclaimed. Without hesitation, Li Daoshan retaliated with a kick. "You think I'm going to guess?" The force of the sect leader's kick was formidable. Ouch! Luo Yuan stumbled, but quickly regained his footing, puffing out his chest once more, maintaining that infuriatingly proud demeanor. "Guess, Master," he reiterated, his voice slightly louder. Li Daoshan responded with another kick. Ouch! Again, Luo Yuan stumbled, yet like a resilient toy, he stood upright, defiantly craning his neck and puffing out his chest, shouting with all his might, "Master, guess!" Li Daoshan was utterly exasperated by this incessant back and forth. Fine. He laughed in fury, his aura erupting with immense power, shaking the very foundations of the main hall. With a crackle, lightning coiled around his left hand, while his right hand tightened around the formidable black iron rod once more. The ferocity of the lightning and the iron rod harmonized, as Li Daoshan pointed at Luo Yuan, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Do you believe I want to unleash a spiritual infusion rod package on you right now? Let us see if you remember what it means to honor your master. As Luo Yuan gazed at the flickering lightning and the cold iron rod, he hastily waved his hands, his pride swiftly transforming into terror. No, no, no. Old dang, I was wrong. Then speak quickly. Li Daoshan thought to himself that this little rascal indeed required a beating. He himself was a refined and gentle person, but ever since he took in this wayward disciple. Alas, I truly want you to guess. Li Daoshan paused, eyeing him with suspicion. Because, Luo Yuan pointed at himself. Because I don't know either. During my seclusion, I whimsically drew my spiritual roots, and feeling quite satisfied with the result, I emerged without testing what I had transformed into. Li Daoshan. Forget it. He dissipated the lightning in his left hand, but kept the iron rod firmly grasped in his right, just in case. You now, immediately, absorb some spiritual energy for me to see. I want to witness what kind of abomination you've made of your foundation. Saying this, he did not hesitate and directly retrieved a high-grade spirit stone the size of a baby's fist from his storage ring, which was glistening and radiating pure spiritual energy, and tossed it to Luo Yuan. Now, absorb it. Luo Yuan fumbled to catch the spirit stone, his face lighting up with excitement. All right, old dang, watch closely. In an instant, an astonishing transformation occurred. Behind Luo Yuan, a dazzling array of colors emerged, resembling a dreamlike glass spectacle. The light and shadows danced. Auspicious energy flowed in myriad strands, and faintly, ethereal and melodious celestial music played as if an immortal were strumming a lute in the clouds. This sight left Li Daoshan utterly mesmerized, and he thought to himself, could it be? This wayward disciple has inadvertently created something extraordinary. But in the next moment, at the center of the phenomenon, the outline of a creature slowly took shape. Li Daoshan focused his gaze. What on earth is that? Before him stood a creature, its body plump like a pig but adorned with vibrant tiger stripes. Its limbs were short and stout like pig hooves, yet its claws bore the sharpness of a tiger. It was an uncanny hybrid, neither pig nor tiger. It yawned, as if just awakening, then opened its mouth, more reminiscent of a pig's than a tiger's, and directed its gaze at the high-grade spirit stone in Luo Yuan's hand. Inhaling forcefully, whoosh, a terrifying suction filled the air. In an instant, the spirit stone, brimming with immense energy, dimmed and shrank at a visible rate, ultimately disintegrating into powder, scattering from Luo Yuan's fingertips. The spirit stone had been absorbed. In that fleeting moment, Li Daoshan was left dumbfounded, but soon, overwhelming joy surged within him. Ha ha ha! He laughed heartily, clapping his hands in praise. Excellent, excellent. Good disciple. You truly are my exceptional disciple. Indeed, Li Daoshan was immensely excited. He had not anticipated the speed at which the spiritual energy was absorbed to be so explosive. It far surpassed that of heavenly spiritual roots. One must understand that in just 3 short years since Luo Yuan's entry into the sect, he had achieved the golden core stage relying solely on his heavenly spiritual roots. An accomplishment that was nothing short of legendary. With such an absorption rate, it seems there is no need for a direct takeoff. The Qingshan Sect, no, the entire realm of cultivation shall tremble in its wake. Lao dang, am I not impressive? He began to boast again. That last sensation was truly delightful. I sense that if you could provide me with another 100,000, high-grade spirit stones, I could achieve a breakthrough. Li Daoshan's smile instantly froze, as if encased in ice. 100,000? High-grade spirit stones. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you not still at the initial stage of the golden core? Does it require such an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy to progress to the mid-stage of the golden core? Even for a heavenly spirit root, a few hundred or at most 1,000 high-quality spirit stones would suffice for such a transition. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. That quantity is even more than what one might need to reach the nascent soul stage. Does this rebellious disciple intend to drain the entire treasury of the Qingshan Sect? Luo Yuan chuckled, seemingly having anticipated this reaction. He approached Li Daoshan. gesturing towards the still dissipating, vibrant apparition of the peculiar beast behind him. "Look, Lao Deng." He indicated for Li Daoshan to closely observe the source of that vision, which was the manifestation of his spiritual root, a crooked depiction of a tiger roaring in the mountains. Suppressing his fury, Li Daoshan examined it closely and soon realized that at the center of the colorful, childlike drawing of the roaring tiger and its mountainous surroundings, there lay a tiger. Beneath its languid gaze was its corpulent form, and underneath its twisted body, a small blade of grass shimmered with a luminous glow. It turned out that the entire energy of a single high-grade spirit stone merely sufficed to fill the space beneath the paw of that peculiar beast with a blade of grass. A sense of foreboding surged within Li Daoshan. As expected, Luo Yuan leaned in conspiratorially, his tone brimming with excitement, as if sharing a monumental secret. "Lao Deng, my spiritual root is extraordinary. You see this painting? As long as I fill in all the colors, illuminating the entire canvas, I shall ascend directly to the nascent soul stage." Impressive, right, Lao Deng? Fill in the entire painting? Li Daoshan gazed at the densely packed mountains, forests, clouds, and beasts depicted in the artwork. Considering that a mere high-grade spirit stone had only filled a blade of grass, would filling the entire picture not require an astronomical number of spirit stones? And they must be high-grade stones. Is this cultivation or an insatiable abyss? An uncontrollable fury surged forth, overwhelming Li Daoshan's reason. He kicked Luo Yuan, who was still basking in his own glory, sending him flying. "Rebellious wretch! You insufferable scoundrel!" Li Daoshan shouted, trembling with rage, his voice trembling. "I shall stuff you back into that stone." Chapter 6. You're all doomed. Li Daoshan was truly enraged. Wielding a dark iron rod that seemed to create afterimages in his hands, targeting the fleshy parts of Luo Yuan's body. The entire main hall echoed with the dull thuds and Luo Yuan's pain cries. "You wretched beast! Do you treat my spirit stones as mere food? 100,000? Why don't you ascend to the heavens?" As Li Daoshan chased him down, he roared, spitting as he spoke. Luo Yuan, battered and retreating with his arms over his head, found his tattered robe in an even more pitiful state. He was furious, extremely furious. "Old Deng, stop hitting me. If you continue, I will." As he dodged, he attempted to utter a menacing threat, but in that moment, nothing particularly intimidating came to mind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he recalled Xiao Fan. Luo Yuan abruptly halted, his face bruised and his backside aflame with pain, yet his gaze sharpened, transforming him into an aloof and formidable figure. He turned to face Li Daoshan's wrath directly, standing tall. Li Daoshan, taken aback by his sudden stillness, paused his swing, eyeing him with suspicion. "What? Have you realized your mistake? Decided to revert your spirit root?" Ignoring him, Luo Yuan took a deep breath, assuming a pose he deemed impressive, and with a voice imbued with the weight of experience, declared, "Old Deng." Li Daoshan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "You have humiliated and oppressed me today." Luo Yuan cleared his throat, struggling to recall Xiao Fan's words, the details slightly hazy. He frowned, uncertainly muttering, 30 years by the river. River? River? He scratched his disheveled hair, momentarily at a loss. Li Daoshan? Suddenly, Luo Yuan slapped his forehead as if a light had dawned upon him. He puffed out his chest once more, his gaze resolute, and with monumental fervor shouted at Li Daoshan, enunciating each word. "Old Deng, let me tell you, 30 years to the left of the river, 30 years to the right. Do not belittle me for my poverty." At last, he had articulated this classic line correctly. Li Daoshan was utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, his iron rod momentarily forgotten in his grip. Observing this, Luo Yuan assumed his bravado had intimidated his opponent and felt a surge of pride. He stepped forward, extending 3 fingers, emulating Xiao Fan's demeanor, and proclaimed loudly, "Old Deng, I, Luo Yuan, hereby establish a 3-year pact with you. 3 years hence, we shall battle once more. I shall personally cleanse the shame of today." With that, he nonchalantly tossed his head back, attempting to create an air of solitary mastery. Li Daoshan stared at Luo Yuan, stunned, and for a full 3 breaths, he remained silent. 3-year pact? Li Daoshan nearly spat the words through gritted teeth. His voice as frigid as ice shards. Very well. A splendid 3-year pact. In the next moment, Li Daoshan lifted his foot, devoid of any flourish, channeling all his strength towards Luo Yuan's recently puffed-out chest. Bang! Once again, a forceful kick landed. How? At this moment, Luo Yuan's appearance was nothing short of pitiful. Bruised and battered, with a cut at the corner of his mouth, his tattered robe had been reduced to mere rags, his hair a disheveled nest, and one eye swollen to a mere slit. He limped to the entrance of the sect leader's hall, turning his back to Li Daoshan within. And with the only eye he could still open, he gazed sorrowfully at the heavens. Li Daoshan halted, arms crossed, coldly observing what tricks this wayward disciple intended to play. With a voice tinged with both anger and the tremor of tears, Luo Yuan shouted at Li Daoshan, "Old Deng." The volume of his voice seemed to rattle the very rafters of the hall. "I, Luo Yuan, am angry. The consequences will be dire." His single eye widened in fury. Finger pointed at Li Daoshan, his face brimming with determination and ferocity. "Do you think that beating me is the end of it? Do you think I, Luo Yuan, am easy to bully?" Completely absorbed in his own wrath, Luo Yuan struck his chest with a forceful thud, grimacing in pain, yet refusing to let his spirit falter. "You think my new spiritual root only absorbs spiritual energy quickly? You are sorely mistaken, old Deng. You know nothing of my power. Let me tell you." Lowering his voice, he adopted an exceedingly mysterious tone. "My spiritual root possesses innate skills." Innate skills? Li Daoshan was genuinely taken aback. Having cultivated for a millennium, he had witnessed numerous arcane arts and ancient secrets. Yet he had never heard of a spiritual root possessing innate skills. The essence of a spiritual root determined the speed of cultivation, elemental affinity, and future potential. Skills were the domain of techniques and magical artifacts. Could this wayward disciple have truly concocted something extraordinary? Or was he merely spouting nonsense? Li Daoshan remained skeptical, his expression unreadable, but he let out a scoff. "Oh, is that so? Then by all means, demonstrate it for me and enlighten this humble master." This is entirely of your own making. Seeing that he had successfully captured Li Daoshan's attention, Luo Yuan's face instantly transformed into one of triumph. He cleared his throat, his hands beginning to form an array of bizarre and chaotic mudras, while he chanted incomprehensible syllables. Balala, energy. Olala, dark magic transformation. No, that's not right. It seemed he had misremembered his lines, quickly shaking his head and starting anew. Gulu gulu, pipipala, roaring tiger, pig. Worse than a pig dog. Tui. As he chanted, he furtively peeked at Li Daoshan with his swollen eye, seemingly gauging his reaction. Li Daoshan stood firm, his spiritual awareness fully extended, meticulously sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him and any potential anomalies. He did indeed perceive the chaotic and tumultuous spiritual energy surging within Luo Yuan, but that was all there was to it. There were no changes in the heavens or earth, no tremors of the natural laws, nor even a trace of curses or malice detected. Luo Yuan had been rambling on for quite some time, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, having finished his tirade, he gasped for breath. Li Daoshan stood there, taking a moment to assess his own state. His spiritual energy flowed smoothly, his mind was clear, and his body felt splendid. Not a single hair had fallen out, let alone any food stuck in his teeth. Observing Luo Yuan's comical demeanor, Li Daoshan could no longer suppress a chuckle. "Xiao Deng, are you done with your performance?" Luo Yuan felt a stab of annoyance at that laugh. He huffed indignantly, lifting his chin defiantly. "You, just wait." Watching Luo Yuan flee in disarray, Li Daoshan shook his head with a wry smile, bemused by this troublesome disciple. After hastily exiting the main hall, Luo Yuan wandered aimlessly within the Qingshan Sect. Before long, he found himself in the vicinity of Baihua Peak. As its name suggests, Baihua Peak was perpetually adorned with blooming flowers suffused with spiritual energy, and exuded breathtaking beauty. Among its many attractions was the renowned, naturally formed spiritual spring, Baihua Pool. At that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The twilight glow filtered through the swirling mist, casting a shimmering light upon the pool surface. A group of female disciples from Baihua Peak, resembling lotus blossoms emerging from the water, were frolicking and bathing, their laughter echoing in the spring air, embodying the essence of springtime. In the water, several female disciples whispered to one another. "Have you heard?" That round-faced disciple, speaking in hushed tones, shared a secret conspiratorially. The sect's great troublemaker, Luo Yuan, has emerged from seclusion once again. "Really? Is that true?" exclaimed another disciple, instinctively covering her mouth in shock. "Absolutely. I saw Elder Zhang being carried back today. They say he was so furious with Luo Yuan that he fainted. Oh my, we must be cautious when we go out from now on. Indeed, what if we run into him?" Just as the female disciples chattered anxiously, a cool voice, laced with a hint of arrogance, broke through. What's the fuss? He merely a madman." The speaker was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her figure graceful and her skin as fair as snow. She was the esteemed senior sister of Baihua Peak, Hua Mengmeng. Leaning against the jade stone by the pool, her tone dripped with disdain. Hua Mengmeng curled her lip. "You better not provoke me, otherwise." Her sentence trailed off, yet the icy glint in her eyes conveyed all that needed to be said. Unbeknownst to them, this entire conversation drifted into the ears of a certain individual perched in a tree. Luo Yuan, who had been enjoying a deep slumber, was abruptly jolted awake by the term madman. He shot open his unblemished eye, a dangerous glint flashing within. Who dare speak ill of me? I, Luo Yuan, a madman? Preposterous. These women are utterly incomprehensible, especially that one named Hua Mengmeng. She may be beautiful, but her tongue is venomous. Sitting cross-legged on the tree branch, he formed a chaotic series of hand seals, and his spiritual energy surged forth. Buzz! Behind him, a resplendent array of colors, accompanied by the fantastical image of an unusual creature that resembled neither pig nor tiger, re-emerged. As light and shadow danced, ethereal music lingered in the air. At the center of this extraordinary vision, the creature, neither pig nor tiger, let out a yawn and lazily opened its eyes. It glanced down at the crooked depiction of a tiger's roar amidst the mountains and forests beneath its feet, its gaze settling on the lone blade of grass that shimmered with a phosphorescent glow. With a sudden howl, it opened its pig-like mouth and tiger-like jaws wide and took a mighty bite. The creature swayed its plump body. Then, it raised its hindquarters, its tail arching upward. A resounding flatulence erupted, echoing without end. However, at the very moment this sound resonated, time within the flower pool seemed to be suspended. The female disciples, who had been frolicking and laughing, suddenly froze in their movements. Some remained in mid-splash, droplets of water hanging in the air. Others were caught in the act of speaking, their mouths agape and expressions vacant. Even the haughty senior sister, Hua Mengmeng, remained poised against the jade stone, a scornful smirk frozen on her lips, utterly still. The water ceased to flow, the mist no longer rose, and even the falling petals hung motionless in the air. Luo Yuan stared in astonishment at the scene before him, and then a look of ecstatic delight spread across his face. You are all doomed. Chapter 7. The timeless laughter by the pool of flowers. He gazed down at the serene scene in the pool of flowers, a smug grin spreading across his bruised visage. You dare to call me mad? I'm far from it. Like a nimble monkey, he descended from the lofty tree, landing gracefully by the pool's edge. The air was thick with mist, fragrant blossoms wafting around him. In the water, the once haughty and pure disciples of Baihua Peak stood motionless, frozen in a myriad of poses. Their skin glimmered like jade, their figures enchanting, completely unclothed, resembling exquisite jade sculptures against the backdrop of still water and suspended vapor. Particularly striking was the eldest sister, Hua Mengmeng, who maintained a disdainful smirk that added an alluring charm to her presence. Standing by the pool, Luo Yuan was captivated by the intoxicating yet bizarre spectacle before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. His unbruised eye bulged in disbelief as he instinctively swallowed hard. He rubbed his hands together rapidly, producing a rustling sound akin to that of a fly. Keek. Luo Yuan felt an exhilaration akin to consuming 10 elders of the Soul Clan. As he rubbed his hands, he took tiny steps around the pool of flowers, his gaze flitting over the frozen disciples, particularly fixating on the eldest sister who had previously spoken ill of him, Hua Mingming. In a flash, like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, he deftly retrieved elastic bands from the neatly stacked garments and undergarments, swiftly extracting them with remarkable agility. These bands varied in material, some woven from spirit silkworm silk, others adorned with delicate pearls, all exuding a faint fragrance. Luo Yuan paid no heed to their quality, seizing them in a handful and stuffing them into his tattered sleeves. Having accomplished his task, he clapped his hands and looked once more at the disciples in the pool, a satisfied smile gracing his face, as if a grand achievement had been made. He then swiftly ascended back to the branch of the great tree, finding a comfortable spot to crouch, and casually snapped off a Y-shaped twig. With a thought, Luo Yuan lifted the suspension of time. Instantly, the pool of flowers was revitalized. The suspended droplets cascaded down, the stagnant air began to flow, petals continued to fall, and the laughter and chatter of the disciples resonated once more, as if the eerie stillness had never transpired. I shall break his legs. Hua Mingming had just uttered her threat, yet something felt slightly amiss. As if there had been a momentary glitch, before the disciples could fully shake off the odd sensation from that moment. Whoosh! A small pebble whistled through the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze, striking Hua Mingming's smooth forehead with pinpoint accuracy. As the eldest sister of Baiwa Peak, Hua Mingming possessed considerable cultivation and sensed the impending danger instantaneously. An ambush! Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and with a cold snort, she instinctively summoned her protective aura, activating her defensive energy in an instant. At that moment, as if summoned by an unseen force, the garments lying by the poolside soared through the air, effortlessly draping themselves upon her. Truly, she was the senior sister, with reflexes that were nothing short of remarkable. However, just as Hua Mingming prepared to channel her spiritual energy to repel the incoming hidden weapon while simultaneously adjusting her attire, an unsettling realization struck her. The clothing, why was it so loose? Looking down, she was astonished to find that her usually well-fitted silk dress now hung about her like a sack, and with the slightest movement, the bodice and sash threatened to slip away. They could not be secured at all. In a state of panic, Hua Mingming hurriedly grasped at the sliding garments, flustered and disoriented, utterly abandoning her previous composure and aloofness. She could even perceive that her fellow disciples were experiencing similar predicaments, as muffled gasps and chaos erupted around the poolside. The elastic. Where's my elastic? Mine has snapped too. At that moment, from a nearby tree, the unabashed and boisterous laughter of Luo Yuan echoed through the air. Keek. The laughter was brimming with mockery and self-satisfaction. Hua Mingming abruptly lifted her gaze in the direction of the sound, only to find Luo Yuan perched on a tree branch, brandishing a rudimentary slingshot made from a Y-shaped twig and an assortment of colorful elastics, making faces at her. His bruised visage could not conceal his arrogance. It was you. In an instant, Hua Mingming understood the source of the chaos. Embarrassed and enraged, her delicate face flushed crimson, and her eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Luo Yuan. The fierce roar of the senior sister reverberated throughout the entire Baiwa Peak, infused with a chilling murderous intent. Yet, Luo Yuan, still perched in the tree, responded with an even more audacious scoff. What Luo Yuan? I am not that charming and graceful senior brother, adored by all, the one who makes flowers bloom. He puffed out his chest and declared loudly, I am Xiao Fan. Without waiting for Hua Mingming to process his declaration, he emitted a peculiar cry, tucked the slingshot into his robes, and nimbly descended the tree, fleeing without a backward glance. Luo Yuan, you are seeking death. The fury in her voice was so intense it felt as though it could shatter the very roof above, a resounding echo of Hua Mingming's wrath. Even Li Daoshan in the main hall could hear her. Once again, it was Luo Yuan, his brow furrowed in slight concern, followed by a resigned sigh. Alas! Li Daoshan shook his head, pacing within the hall with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of deep dismay at the waning morals of the current generation. Today's disciples are far too impetuous, he muttered under his breath, his tone tinged with a sense of disappointment. Look, each one, upon encountering the slightest inconvenience, erupts into shouts and threats. What a disgrace! In cultivating immortality, one must refine their temperament. If one's heart is as clear as ice, how could one be disturbed by the falling sky? With such impatience, how can one comprehend the great path? How can one attain eternal life? Li Daoshan increasingly felt the need for reform within the sect, and he resolutely decided. It appears that next Monday's sect address must emphasize this issue thoroughly. A specialized admonition is imperative. They must comprehend that humility and calmness are the essence of cultivation. As he contemplated the content of his admonition, he sensed the urgency of a pressing need. Thus, he departed from the main hall of the sect leader and returned to his secluded chamber deep within the Master Peak. This chamber, though outwardly simple, revealed a hidden paradise within, equipped with a dedicated washing area and lavatory adorned with exquisite spirit jade, complete with a self-cleaning array, showcasing the grandeur befitting a sect leader. Approaching the spirit jade lavatory, Li Daoshan unfastened his belt, maintaining a composed demeanor, ready to relieve himself. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. An indescribable, piercing pain surged from an unspeakable region. The sensation was akin to a multitude of searing steel needles frantically stirring within. Even Li Daoshan, a venerable cultivator with a millennium of experience, whose temperament had long been tempered to serene depths, could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream. That cry was more heartrending than the wails of Luo Yuan when he faced punishment. He instinctively clenched his legs, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his complexion paling. What is happening? Li Daoshan's voice quivered, filled with terror and disbelief. How can it be so excruciating? What has transpired? Is it a case of demonic deviation? No, his spiritual energy was operating normally. Could it be an underhanded attack? Impossible. Who could silently harm him within his own domain? The agonizing pain subsided slightly, yet the burning, heavy sensation and difficulty in urination remained vividly tormenting the esteemed leader of the Qingshan Sect. Li Daoshan, disregarding decorum, hastily pulled up his trousers, seated himself cross-legged, and began to circulate his spiritual power, meticulously inspecting his body. His consciousness, akin to the most precise instrument, scanned his limbs, organs, and meridians. All appeared normal. The foundation of his Tao was solid, his spiritual energy abundant, his primordial infant securely seated in the purple palace. And his soul showed no signs of anomaly. Where could the issue lie? Li Daoshan furrowed his brow, concentrating his awareness on the source of the discomfort. Upon closer inspection, he finally discerned the crux of the matter. This is, having lived for a millennium, Li Daoshan possessed a vast knowledge of various ailments. Coupling this symptom with his understanding, prostatitis, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He, the esteemed leader of the Qingshan Sect, after cultivating for 1,000 years, impervious to the seasons and free from ailments, with a physique more resilient than any treasure. How could he suffer from such a sordid affliction that only mere mortals would endure? He sat there in a daze, his mind blank. Prostatitis. Delayed. Curse. That wicked disciple's cryptic mutterings. In a flash of insight, all the clues connected. Li Daoshan smote his thigh in realization. His eyes blazing, veins bulging on his forehead. That wicked disciple. He finally understood. How infuriating. The talent of this wicked disciple is nothing short of astonishing. It manifests as a curse that induces prostatitis. How naive he was to dismiss it as mere childish mischief. How foolish to ridicule such a curse as juvenile. This is far from childishness. It is nothing less than malevolence, a deliberate and calculated assault directed specifically at him, the venerable old Deng. An uncontrollable, cataclysmic fury surged through Li Daoshan's reason in an instant. Li Daoshan let out a howl towards the heavens, his voice imbued with boundless rage, humiliation, and murderous intent. In the next moment, the entire Qingshan Sect, from the disciples engrossed in cultivation to the elders engaged in alchemy, were graced with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies, as if it sought to rend the very heavens asunder. Luo Yuan, you seek death. Chapter 8. A cacophony of laughter resonated as the elderly figure within the ring unleashed an anguished roar. Luo Yuan, you seek death. Like a thunderclap, his voice reverberated through the skies, echoing across the entire Qingshan Sect, startling the birds in the mountains into frantic flight. At that moment, Xiaofan, lost in contemplation in his room before 2 large jars of cultivation resources, could not help but hear the piercing bellow of the sect leader. He curled his lip in disdain, pondering, humph. That wretch must have done something to provoke the wrath of heaven. Serve him right. Yet, as he recalled his own inferior spiritual root, the fleeting amusement evaporated, leaving behind an abyss of desolation. Before him, the jars, each containing a different hue and a complex aroma of spiritual beast urine, sat silently, almost mocking his woeful fate. His face contorted in a rare struggle. To abstain? Was he truly destined to endure a lifetime with merely the cultivation of the chi layer? To indulge? But this was urine. How could a dignified transmigrator become a master of urine absorption? As he ruminated, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and grievance surged within him. In his previous life, he had voraciously consumed countless online novels, and upon transmigrating, he had envisioned a narrative of grandeur, commanding subordinates, charming maidens, vanquishing antagonists, and encountering endless serendipities. What had become of that? His greatest twist of fate was being transformed into a being with the peculiar ability to absorb urine. The more he contemplated, the more his indignation grew, culminating in 2 sorrowful tears of blood cascading down his cheeks. One drop fell precisely upon the seemingly unremarkable ancient ring adorning his right hand's index finger. The instant the blood mingled with the ring, a haunting, carefree laughter erupted unexpectedly from the ring. Startled, Xiaofan's sorrow dissipated as he gazed incredulously at his ring. A dark gleam flickered upon its surface, and a wisp of azure smoke spiraled upwards, coalescing before him into a translucent apparition of an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, garbed in a traditional Taoist robe. An elder emerged from the ring. The specter exuded an ethereal presence, embodying the essence of a sage. Xiaofan, taken aback by the sudden manifestation of this translucent elder, found himself momentarily speechless. Could it be that his ring truly concealed something extraordinary? Who are you? Xiaofan steadied his breath, suppressing his astonishment, and cautiously inquired. The elder, standing with hands clasped behind him, exuded an imposing demeanor despite being an apparition. He nodded slightly, his voice imbued with a profound gravitas and an air of ancient wisdom, declaring, I am the Blood Sovereign. A millennium ago, I traversed this realm, renowned and feared, yet fell victim to treachery by my own disciple. My corporeal form was shattered, and my spirit gravely wounded, forcing me to reside within this ring, slumbering for 1,000 years. Fortuitously, your blood has awakened me, allowing me to behold the light of day once more. A flicker of nostalgia passed through the elder's eyes. In this world of dreams, who awakens first? A millennium of resentment is hard to dissipate. I am determined to reclaim all that I have lost. Let that traitorous disciple pay a bloody price. After a fervent and impassioned self-introduction and recounting of his background, the Blood Sovereign gazed intently at Xiaofan. Young man, your talents suggest a fateful connection between us. I wish to assist you in your cultivation, impart to you the supreme path, and in the future, join me in seeking vengeance to restore my former glory. He slightly raised his chin and, with a tone imbued with challenge, inquired, Are you willing to take me as your master? As soon as the words left his lips, Xiaofan felt as if struck by lightning. The Blood Sovereign? A millennium ago, betrayed by his disciple? The grandfather in a ring? By heavens, is this not yet another golden finger? It is the quintessential configuration of a golden finger. His previous despair, humiliation, and fear of having a urine root were all swept away by an overwhelming wave of ecstasy. There is a path where heaven does not forsake a person, even if his spiritual root had been twisted into a urine-absorbing one by that madman. He still had a grandfather. With grandfather by his side, what was there to fear? Surely, the elder would have a way to help him restore his abilities or provide him with even more formidable techniques. Xiao Fan's mind scarcely had time to ponder whether the name of this blood sovereign bore any relation to his ruined blood root, nor to consider the reliability of this old man. His body instinctively reacted in the most primal and advantageous manner befitting a time traveler. With a resounding thud, he unhesitatingly knelt upon both knees, his movements so swift that he nearly collided with the urine vessel before him due to his excitement. He lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes, and with utmost sincerity and reverence, proclaimed loudly, "Master, Master, disciple Xiao Fan is willing. I am willing. You shall be my sole teacher from this day forth. Please accept my bow." In that moment, he prepared to prostrate himself. The specter of the elder who identified himself as the Blood Sovereign, also known as Blood Elder, was taken aback by Xiao Fan's sudden and remarkably seamless display of submission. He paused, his hand poised mid-air, astonishment filling his gaze. Is it truly this easy? Blood Elder was astonished. He had anticipated a lengthy discourse filled with trials of character, promises of benefits, and even coercion. Yet, none of it was necessary. This lad is remarkably compliant. As Blood Elder observed the kneeling Xiao Fan, whose face was alight with excitement and admiration, he was surprised by how smoothly the process had unfolded. But he quickly regained his composure as a master. He nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, splendid. Splendid. Our fateful bond as master and disciple is now sealed. Please rise." Xiao Fan obeyed and stood, respectfully positioning himself beside the elder, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. This blood sovereign sounded formidable and surely could lead him away from his suffering. Blood Elder scrutinized Xiao Fan, and the more he looked, the more he thought. Well, though he appeared somewhat disheveled now, his innate potential seemed promising. He naturally assumed that since you could awaken me, who had been in slumber for a millennium, with blood, you must possess that rare blood spirit root. Only a power of the same origin could elicit such resonance from this ring. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Fan's blood spirit root had already been upgraded to a special version. Here, I happen to have 2 treasure techniques. With a flick of my hand, 2 ancient scrolls exuding different auras materialized before him. One was the blood technique, while the other was the heavenly dragon divine technique. He paused for a moment and introduced, "This blood technique is a low-grade yellow-level skill, seemingly of little merit. However, the heavenly dragon divine technique is a high-grade, earth-level skill of unparalleled power." Xiao Fan, bewildered, hastily inquired, "Master, what are the differences between these 2 techniques?" Blood Old chuckled heartily and explained, while asked, "Although the blood technique begins as merely a low-grade yellow-level skill, its brilliance lies in its ability to evolve by devouring the blood of various rare beasts and even other unique bloodlines. Theoretically, its potential is boundless, and its ultimate achievement may surpass that of Earth-level techniques." He then shifted his tone, imbued with a sense of wistfulness and guidance. "As for the heavenly dragon divine technique, while it is a formidable high-grade Earth-level skill, granting the power of the heavenly dragon upon successful cultivation, it also confines one within a rigid framework, rendering further evolution impossible. The choice is yours." He deliberately paused, adding in a contemplative tone, "That rebellious disciple of mine once chose the heavenly dragon divine technique." Blood Old believed that by highlighting the differences in rank, evolutionary potential, and the choice of the traitor, this newly accepted disciple, eager to grow stronger, would undoubtedly opt for the blood technique to prove himself superior to the traitor or to seize the allure of limitless evolution. However, upon hearing the explanation, Xiao Fan displayed no hesitation whatsoever, his gaze unwavering as he respectfully declared, "Master, I understand. I choose the heavenly dragon divine technique." Blood Old. Chapter 9. Ha ha ha. My disciple possesses the grandeur of an emperor. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's choice, the smile on Blood Elder's face completely froze, and his seemingly placid eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. He instinctively took a step back. You, you. Blood Elder pointed at Xiao Fan, his voice slightly trembling. How could you choose the heavenly dragon divine decision? Are you out of your mind? He hastily urged, attempting to sway him. The blood decision is the supreme scripture most suitable for a blood spirit root. Though it has a humble beginning, you must understand, blood decision can evolve endlessly by devouring foreign blood, potentially culminating in a heavenly grade supreme technique. The future is boundless. That traitor was short-sighted to choose heavenly dragon divine decision. How could you follow in his footsteps? With heartfelt persuasion, he endeavored to impress upon Xiao Fan the infinite potential and the superiority over the traitor. However, after listening, Xiao Fan revealed a helpless expression. He sighed and respectfully addressed Blood Elder. Master, you are indeed correct. The potential of blood decision is truly limitless. Just as Blood Elder began to exhibit a pleased expression, Xiao Fan continued, but I cannot absorb blood. Blood Elder? The look of gratification on his face instantly froze, leaving him utterly bewildered, as if he had heard the most absurd of tales. What did you say? Blood Elder questioned, doubting whether his senses had dulled from slumber. You're not a blood spirit root? How could a blood spirit root possibly be incapable of absorbing blood? This completely contradicted his understanding. The talent of a blood spirit root is inherently linked to blood. Xiao Fan sighed deeply once more. As of yesterday, I still was. Blood Elder. In less than a single incense stick's worth of time since awakening, this venerable blood sovereign, who had once dominated the world, felt his millennia of accumulated knowledge and understanding being shattered and destabilized by this inexplicable disciple and the bizarre world before him. You were a blood spirit root yesterday, and today you are not? He fixed his gaze on Xiao Fan, pressing for clarification. What do you mean by was yesterday? Xiao Fan, witnessing his teacher's relentless interrogation, felt a deep sense of discomfort. It's quite literally what it means, he explained, mustering his courage. I was indeed a blood spirit root yesterday, but today my root. He truly did not wish to reveal that his spiritual root had been seized by a madman, painted blue with a brush, and that its absorption target had been altered to urine. Such a revelation would not only thwart his desire to take on a mentor, but also risk having this esteemed blood sovereign expel him for his disgrace. His gaze wandered, and after much stammering, a sudden inspiration struck him. My spiritual root. It has evolved. Blood Elder was instantly taken aback. His semi-transparent form nearly wavered, violently oscillating. Evolved. Spiritual roots can evolve. A storm of astonishment surged within Blood Elder's heart. He has traversed the realm of cultivation for over a millennium, encountering countless prodigies, rare treasures, and extraordinary techniques. Yet he had never heard of anyone's spiritual root evolving autonomously. While enhancing one's aptitude or purifying one's marrow is feasible, the very category and core characteristics of a spiritual root undergoing evolution is unprecedented. Could it be the legendary innate Tao body, capable of awakening after birth and altering its foundation? The elder's excitement grew with each passing thought. I never imagined, never thought. His gaze towards Xiao Fan transformed entirely, shifting from mere interest to the exhilaration of discovering a hidden treasure. To think that I would casually select a disciple who possesses such an extraordinary opportunity, a genius with the potential of an emperor. He was overwhelmed with emotion. The grievances and solitude of 1,000 years seemed to find solace in this moment. With such a disciple, what need is there to fear retribution for past grievances or the revival of one's renown? His voice trembled with excitement as he hurriedly inquired, Disciple, my good disciple, quickly tell your master, what has your spiritual root evolved into? What extraordinary traits does it possess? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's sudden and dramatic shift in demeanor, but upon witnessing his fervor, he hesitated to divulge specifics. Stammering, Master, I can't quite articulate how it has changed. It just feels different from before. He struggled to recall Li Daoshan's words, attempting to organize his thoughts. Wasn't it said that while the blood spiritual root is domineering, it is prone to engendering inner demons due to the absorption of blood, posing a risk of going astray? The elder nodded vigorously. Indeed, the path of blood cultivation places utmost importance on refining the heart. Seeing this, Xiao Fan's conviction solidified, and he continued. Now, after the evolution, my spiritual root feels particularly, pure, serene. There is completely none of the potential for inducing inner demons anymore. Cultivating feels refreshing. The elder's eyes lit up at these words. No side effects. He was once again astonished. Not only does it evolve, but it can also automatically eliminate the greatest drawback of the blood spiritual root. This transcends the potential of an emperor. This is simply a child of destiny, chosen by heaven. He gazed at Xiao Fan, his eyes brimming with unprecedented fervor and anticipation. The elder's satisfaction with Xiao Fan grew, and he began envisioning how to cultivate this chosen child into an unparalleled powerhouse that would surpass himself. Rubbing his hands together in eagerness, he said, Good disciple, since your spiritual root has evolved so wondrously, quickly demonstrate it for your master, allowing me to observe closely, so I may tailor your future cultivation plan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's face paled. Master, this might not be appropriate. The elder furrowed his brow. What is inappropriate between master and disciple? Is there anything that cannot be seen? I must thoroughly understand the current state of your spiritual root to devise the most suitable cultivation plan for you. This is for your benefit. Xiao Fan was on the verge of tears. Master, perhaps we should just forget it. The expression on Blood Elder's face darkened, a hint of displeasure and skepticism creeping into his voice. What is it? Do you have some unspoken dilemma? Or is it that you do not trust your master? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan steeled himself. Damn it! Whether I stick my neck out or withdraw it, it's all the same. Indeed, the cultivation method for this inferior spiritual root would eventually be exposed. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and shouted towards Blood Elder. Master, watch closely. Blood Elder perked up, nodding eagerly. Good. I shall observe. You can proceed without worry. With unwavering focus, he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Fan, anticipating a miraculous manifestation of spiritual roots that had never before been witnessed. Xiao Fan's eyes glinted with determination as he took a deep breath and executed a perfect fish leap into the air. Splash! Under the astonished gaze of Blood Elder, whose eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Xiao Fan dove headfirst into a barrel filled with a foul-smelling liquid, the essence of spiritual beasts. Before submerging completely, he even gave Blood Elder a reassuring gesture. Then, he vanished beneath the murky liquid, leaving only a few bubbles rising to the surface. Soon after, the liquid level in the barrel began to diminish at an imperceptible rate, while an exceedingly faint yet tangible fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from the barrel and Xiao Fan himself. He was cultivating within the urine barrel. Blood Elder remained motionless, as if struck by a spell of paralysis. This venerable figure, who had slumbered for a millennium and maneuvered through the realm of cultivation with profound cunning, was utterly bewildered. His mind was a blank canvas, as if trampled by a herd of wild horses. Evolution, the form of an emperor, the chosen one, no side effects, pure and tranquil. This was, damn it, evolution, cultivating in a urine barrel. Blood Elder felt his 1,000 years of cultivation and experience, in that moment, transform into mockery. Smeared across his aged visage, he maintained his shocked stance, watching Xiao Fan disappear into the murky depths of the spiritual beast's urine, with only the bubbling bubbles confirming that life still existed within. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan, after overcoming initial psychological discomfort and physiological rejection, began to concentrate fully, operating his modified blue spiritual root, which had become exceedingly sensitive to this specific liquid. One must admit, despite Luo Yuan's eccentricity and unorthodox methods, his technique seemed remarkably effective. Indeed, progress was swift. Xiao Fan could distinctly feel pure, yet oddly flavored energy surging from the surrounding liquid into his limbs and then converging into his dantian. The barrier of his recently attained first level of chi refinement began to loosen under this continuous influx of energy. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he approached the threshold of the second level of chi refinement. Outside the barrel, the elder's blood was boiling, and yet he felt utterly numb. He truly wished to materialize a substantial form and deliver himself a resounding slap. How could he have placed his faith in the deceitful words of this young man? Evolution? No, this was nothing short of mutation. The cultivation of a disciple reliant on the absorption of such filth? The creation of such a being would pose no tangible threat in the realm of immortality. However, in the academic world, it would become an indelible stain upon his legacy as the blood sovereign. The mere thought of others introducing him with the phrase, "Oh, he is the one who taught the urine-absorbing immortal," sent shivers through his very spirit. Just as the elder succumbed to profound self-doubt and anxiety regarding his future reputation. With a sudden splash, Xiao Fan emerged from the urine barrel. He wiped the liquid from his face, although his appearance was disheveled. His eyes sparkled with an unmistakable glimmer of excitement. "What do you think, Master?" Chapter 10. Do not speak. Truly, do not utter a word. The venerable blood elder was roused from his stupor, his gaze fixed vacantly upon his disciple, who had just emerged from the chamber pot. His lips moved as if to articulate something, yet ultimately, a multitude of thoughts coalesced into but two words. "You this." He sought to convey more, but the words faltered on his tongue, morphing into, "You this." The once mighty blood sovereign now found his vocabulary and eloquence utterly diminished. Having witnessed the bizarre cultivation method involving the chamber pot and its remarkable efficacy. However, being a creature of ancient wisdom, having lived for a millennium, his shock and bewilderment were fleeting. Soon, he began to ponder intently. The blood elder's mind raced. Though this method of cultivation is indeed scandalous and repugnant, I must admit, it is rather astonishing. The speed of his advancement is utterly outrageous. It surpasses that of ordinary prodigies by unfathomable magnitudes. Aside from the indignity, a plan swiftly took shape in his mind. With such a rate of progress, provided the resources are ample, this young man's strength will surely ascend at an extraordinary pace. Perfect. I can groom him into a swift blade, to vanquish that treacherous disciple from years past. I shall avenge my long-held grudge. Once vengeance is achieved, he would then devise a means to restore his own corporeal form. Ultimately, one could simply concoct an excuse to sever the master-disciple bond with this repugnant existence. Flawless. With this thought, the blood elder's spirits lifted, and his gaze towards Xiao Fan regained a glimmer of fervor. He concealed his earlier shock and disdain, allowing a smile as warm as spring's breeze to grace his features, as he commended, "Disciple, splendid. I have observed closely. Your evolved spiritual root operates with remarkable ease, absorbing energy at a rate that far surpasses the ordinary. You truly possess the bearing of a great emperor." Upon receiving his mentor's affirmation, Xiao Fan's heart blossomed with joy, feeling that the humiliations of the past were justified. Indeed, a hero does not inquire about lineage, and a strong individual fears not the sordid. The blood elder continued, his tone imbued with concern and expectation. "Seeing your potential brings me great delight. With a talent as exceptional as yours before me, I have resolved to dedicate myself to your instruction. I shall impart all my knowledge unto you, aiding you in your ascent to the profound path." Xiao Fan, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fell to his knees. "Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint." However, the blood elder shifted the tone of his discourse, adopting a grave and earnest demeanor. "Disciple, your spiritual root's evolution is immensely extraordinary, a tremendous boon. Yet it also harbors peril. Therefore, when you traverse the outside world, you must not, under any circumstances, speak of my name, nor divulge the specifics of your spiritual root's transformation." A hint of concern flickered across his visage. "This is to safeguard you from those nefarious individuals who may covet your fortune and bring you unnecessary strife. Do you understand?" His words were imbued with genuine emotion. as if he sincerely cared for Xiao Fan's safety and future. Little did Xiao Fan realize the ulterior motives of his master's intentions. He was deeply moved by the teacher's thoughtful considerations, realizing that it was truly for his own good. To prevent the exposure of his hidden talents, which could lead to dire consequences, was indeed a standard practice in novels. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he promptly leaped away from the chamber pot, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, master. I understand. I shall never divulge the matters concerning you and my spiritual roots to outsiders, not even under duress." Ah, a promising disciple indeed. The elder Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, filled with boundless fury and murderous intent, echoed from outside, resonating like a clap of thunder from the heavens. Meanwhile, the elder Shui, who had been imparting wisdom to Xiao Fan, sensed an approaching presence. Without so much as a farewell to his newly acquired disciple, he swiftly retreated into his ring, which instantly regained its unassuming appearance, as if nothing had transpired. Xiao Fan, still in shock from his teacher's abrupt retreat, barely had time to collect himself when the door to his room creaked open slightly. In peered Luo Yuan, his face bruised but his eyes still sparkling, cautiously glancing around. Upon confirming that Xiao Fan was alone, he sighed in relief, slipping into the room while deftly shutting the door behind him. Upon recognizing the intruder, Xiao Fan's irritation flared. What is this creature doing here? Yet Luo Yuan, seemingly unfazed, approached with a pitiful demeanor. "Xiao Shidi, dear brother, allow me to take refuge with you." While speaking, he remained alert to the sounds outside, muttering to himself, "There are no good people in the entire Qingshan Sect. They are all envious of my talents, envious of my looks. They all wish to hunt me down, especially that old Deng. He is the worst." Seeing him, Xiao Fan's old grievances surged forth. He instantly recognized this as a splendid opportunity to rid himself of this pest. Just as he was about to shout, "Luo Yuan is here," he could only utter a single syllable, "Luo." Luo Yuan's reflexes were astonishingly quick. In that fleeting moment, he flicked his finger, unleashing an invisible force that instantly immobilized Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt his body stiffen, his mouth still agape, yet no sound could escape his throat. He stood there like a statue, once again entrapped by Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, observing Xiao Fan's furious expression, nodded in satisfaction. Brother, do not be agitated. We are now bound by the same rope. We must support each other." Xiao Fan was left speechless, his frustration palpable. Luo Yuan completely disregarded the murderous intent radiating from Xiao Fan's eyes, casually meandering around the room. Suddenly, he noticed two ancient scrolls that had fallen to the ground, namely, the Blood Technique and the Celestial Dragon Divine Technique. Curious, he approached them, murmuring softly, "Blood Technique? Celestial Dragon Divine Technique? What on earth?" He wrinkled his nose, speaking in a tone of utter disdain. "Oh dear Shitty, your taste is simply lacking. How can these two worthless techniques possibly be worthy of you? They are utterly inadequate." He shook his head, his expression one of profound sorrow, as if witnessing a precious pearl tarnished by dust. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Luo Yuan's eyes, and he seemed to conceive a brilliant idea. Without hesitation, he plopped down onto the ground, indifferent to the dust that may have settled there, and retrieved a piece of charcoal from an unknown source, beginning to draw with fervor. Under the intense gaze of Xiao Fan, whose eyes were nearly bloodshot with exasperation, Luo Yuan was completely absorbed in his artistic endeavor, even swaying his hips rhythmically while humming an off-key tune, as if engaged in a grand creative undertaking. Xiao Fan. After a considerable time, Luo Yuan finally set down his makeshift brush and gazed with satisfaction at his masterpiece. With a cheeky grin, he picked up the two scrolls, now marred with chaotic scribbles that obscured their original form, and approached Xiao Fan. In the midst of Xiao Fan's horrified stare, Luo Yuan pried open his mouth, which had been slightly ajar due to being immobilized, and forcefully stuffed both manuals, along with his erratic markings, directly into Xiao Fan's mouth. It was crammed full. Humph. Luo Yuan clapped his hands, a look of triumph on his face, addressing the now muffled Xiao Fan. "Junior brother, cease practicing those worthless techniques. Just follow the method I've devised. I assure you, the results will be extraordinary. You'll achieve foundation establishment in 3 years and the golden core in 5. His assurance was delivered with unwavering conviction, brimming with self-assurance. Xiaofan, MMPH. Just then, rustling sounds echoed from outside, accompanied by hushed conversations, indicating that a search was drawing near. It seems there's no one here. Conduct a thorough search. Pay particular attention to the new disciples. I heard he painted the new disciple Xiaofan blue. Is that true? Who knows? The actions of a madman defy reason. Huh? Is there anyone in this room? It was the female disciples from Baihua Peak. They were on the hunt for Luo Yuan, and judging by their dialogue, they were alarmingly close to Xiaofan's room. Sister, it appears there's no response inside. Let us knock and inquire. Such exchanges echoed from outside, suggesting they were poised to knock at the door any moment. Within the room, upon hearing the voices, the triumphant smile on Luo Yuan's face vanished instantly, replaced by a flicker of anxiety. Meanwhile, Xiaofan remained frozen in place, his eyes brimming with despair, because he was still standing in a chamber pot. Chapter 11. The new low of life. Luo Yuan raised a finger to his lips, signaling Xiaofan to remain silent. In a swift motion, he vanished like a specter, leaving no trace behind, employing some elusive technique to escape. Almost immediately after Luo Yuan's disappearance, a series of loud knocks echoed through the air, and without waiting for a response, the door creaked open. A group of young female disciples from Baihua Peak, adorned in pink garments and possessing striking beauty, rushed inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by an indescribably pungent odor that made them wrinkle their noses in distaste. Their attention was then drawn to a young man standing in the center of the room, entrapped within a large chamber pot, his expression vacant. The leading disciple, Hua Mengmeng, upon spotting Xiaofan in the pot, recoiled in disgust, covering her nose and stepping back a pace. What are you doing? Did you wet yourself? Xiaofan exclaimed. Hey, I'm talking to you. A fellow disciple, growing impatient, scrutinized the surroundings with caution. Have you seen that lunatic Luo Yuan? Has he been here? Upon hearing Luo Yuan's name, Xiaofan's heart raced with excitement. He yearned to shout that he had just fled. He wanted to point out the true culprit. Yet he found himself immobilized by Luo Yuan's enchantment, only able to emit a series of incoherent sounds. Abba, 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 Ba. He struggled to convey his thoughts. The group of female disciples observed his predicament, casting glances at the chamber pot beneath him, and their expressions shifted to one of realization. With a look of pity, Hua Mengmeng regarded Xiaofan, shaking her head as she addressed her fellow disciples. Sighing, she remarked, Previously, we at least acquired a madman. Though deranged, he was said to possess extraordinary talent. Now we have taken in a simpleton, and he still wets himself. Alas, what a pitiful soul. She cast one last sympathetic glance at Xiaofan before gesturing to her companions. All right, it seems Luo Yuan is not here. Let us search elsewhere. With that, they paid no further attention to the babbling Xiaofan, covering their noses, and quickly exited the room, filled with the foul odor. The door closed, and silence enveloped the room once more. Alone, Xiaofan stood despondently in the cold chamber pot, unable to move or articulate a coherent thought. Now regarded as a simpleton who had soiled himself, his journey through the strange world had reached a new nadir. At that moment, the ring on his finger flickered with a dark light, and the translucent apparition of Blood Elder quietly emerged. He first surveyed the surroundings with caution, confirming the absence of others, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Observing his pitiful new disciple submerged in the chamber pot, his expression turned complex. With a mere flick of his finger, he lifted the restrictions Luo Yuan had placed upon Xiaofan. As the restraints dissolved, Xiaofan felt his body regain control. In that instant, he could no longer contain his emotions. He recalled the look of pity Hua Mengmeng had cast upon him as she left, as if she were gazing upon a fool. Upon reflecting on his status as a once mighty time traveler, now reduced to the pitiful image of a fool in soiled garments, Xiaofan resolved to seek a new sect to call home. Burdened by such a tarnished reputation, his sense of self-worth plummeted. How could he ever aspire to fulfill his grand ambition of embracing multiple partners? How could he ever establish a harem? An overwhelming wave of sorrow and despair engulfed him in an instant. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Fan disregarded any semblance of dignity. Weeping uncontrollably like a child weighing 300 pounds, tears and snot streaming down his face. Woe is me! I cannot endure this life any longer. As he wept, he pounded his fists against the rim of the chamber pot. After a prolonged bout of tears, it seemed he had released some of his pent-up grievances, and that profound sorrow began to metamorphose into an even fiercer rage. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes aflame with fury, resembling a wounded beast. And with a hoarse voice, he bellowed, "Master, I seek vengeance. I demand retribution. I will end that Luo Yuan. I shall slay him with my own hands." His voice resonated with deep-seated hatred and reckless fervor. Observing Xiao Fan's transformation, Blood Elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with delight. A satisfied and almost approving smile gracing his features. "Excellent," he exclaimed, his tone brimming with admiration. "To repay enmity with vengeance, to revel in the thrill of retribution. This is the path of our kind. Truly, you are a disciple worthy of my regard." The flames of revenge are indeed the finest motivator. With the Master's affirmation, Xiao Fan's resolve for revenge blazed like an uncontrollable wildfire, momentarily overshadowing his previous humiliation. He understood that to exact vengeance, he required strength, and strength necessitated formidable techniques. Recalling the 2 manuals that Blood Elder had previously bestowed upon him, which had been defaced by that scoundrel Luo Yuan, he pondered whether his master might possess a solution. Thus, Xiao Fan retrieved the 2 scrolls, now marred and nearly unrecognizable, and presented them to Blood Elder. "Master, these are the techniques you provided earlier, but they have been ruined by Luo Yuan. Please take a look." Upon examining the scrolls, marked with chaotic scribbles, Blood Elder snorted, a look of haughty disdain crossing his face. "It matters not. Such trifling doodles are insignificant. The essence of the techniques is etched deeply in my mind, even in the absence of the scrolls. I can impart them to you. Fear not." With unwavering confidence, he casually flipped through the defaced manuscripts. However, upon his brief perusal, his previous composure and indifference vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Blood Elder was utterly taken aback. The seemingly deranged scribbles and text on the scrolls, to his ancient eyes, faintly resonated with the profound truths of the universe, even revealing cultivation paths he had never imagined. Particularly, the insights regarding energy transformation and the mutation of spiritual roots were nothing short of genius. No, not merely genius, an insane prodigy. How could such techniques be so exquisite? The venerable Blood Elder could not suppress a low murmur, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Xiao Fan, keenly observing his mentor's intense reaction, hastily inquired, "Master, what is the matter? Is this technique severely damaged?" A sense of dread gripped his heart, fearing that even the last flicker of hope had been extinguished. Startled by Xiao Fan's voice, the Blood Elder quickly regained his composure, realizing he had momentarily lost his decorum. He swiftly masked his astonishment, clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, and donned a smile of inscrutable wisdom. "No need for concern. I was merely contemplating how to tailor a technique that aligns perfectly with your evolved spiritual root. After all, your spiritual root is extraordinary, and consequently, the technique must be modified to unleash its full potential." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's spirits soared. Look, what does professionalism entail? What does reliability signify? Truly, the Blood Elder, who has lived for a millennium, is already crafting a bespoke technique for me. I am fortunate to have such a teacher." Xiao Fan exclaimed with fervor, "Master, how long do you anticipate it will take to refine this technique? I am eager to begin my cultivation and seek revenge on Luo Yuan." The Blood Elder stroked his beard, exuding confidence as he replied, "Such a transcendent technique will undoubtedly require considerable thought to modify. However, fret not. Simply wait a moment while I conduct a rapid analysis. I shall have it ready shortly." He nearly let slip a secret. Then The Blood Elder feigned deep concentration, while in reality, he swiftly memorized and organized the bizarre modifications left by Luo Yuan on the scroll. He discovered that although Luo Yuan's alterations were eccentric, they indeed revolved around a remarkable extension and localization of the essence of the blood technique. After a brief moment, he perfectly replicated the essence of Luo Yuan's modified blood technique into his consciousness, then implanted it into Xiao Fan's mind. Disciple, focus. The Blood Elder intoned gravely. This is an unparalleled method I have crafted specifically for your evolved spiritual root. Let's dub it Blood Technique 2.0. Devote yourself to its cultivation. Do not squander the effort I have invested. Thus, he audaciously imparted Luo Yuan's modified technique to Xiao Fan. As Xiao Fan felt the profound knowledge flooding into his mind. Though he could not fully grasp it at that moment, he sensed its intricacies surpassed all imagination, and his admiration for his mentor surged like an unrelenting tide. This technique was astonishingly designed for the practitioner to cultivate the original blood technique in reverse. Originally, the blood technique evolved by continuously devouring and assimilating external blood to enhance its power. Yet Blood Technique 2.0 took an entirely opposite approach. According to the method, the practitioner must first activate the technique and expel the mixed, useless blood from their body through bloodletting. This would mitigate the risks associated with absorbing contaminated blood. Then, in a state of relative purity after expelling the waste, the practitioner could activate the technique to draw upon the pristine essence from the external world, replacing the original blood energy and integrating it into the body to facilitate the circulation of vital forces. Thus, not only does it circumvent the peril of the blood-spirit root succumbing to madness, but it also harnesses the extraordinary vigor and energy contained within the spiritual essence, continuously purifying the physical form and allowing the body to achieve an unprecedented and extraordinary evolution. Xiao Fan was left utterly astounded. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the profundity of this technique. To his astonishment, Xiao Fan gazed at Blood Elder, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. He never imagined that his teacher could possess such extraordinary prowess. This notion of seizing the very essence of creation is something the disciple has never encountered before. Indeed, the teacher is nothing short of a divine being. His reverence for Blood Elder has transcended mere admiration for a mentor, ascending to the level of an idol and life guide. Blood Elder. Chapter 12. The purging of the clan time flows inexorably, and the days pass swiftly. Well, in truth, only a few days have elapsed. Suddenly, it is Monday. At this moment, in the training grounds of the Qingshan Sect, both outer and inner disciples are neatly arranged, gazing up at the esteemed figure of Sect Master Li Daoshan upon the elevated platform. Having endured the recent tribulations following Luo Yuan's emergence and a series of unfortunate events, Li Daoshan today appears to be in a state of acceptable spirits. Clearing his throat, he wore a solemn yet gentle expression as he commenced his customary address. Esteemed disciples, Li Daoshan's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated clearly across the entire square. Our Qingshan Sect has stood for millennia as a renowned righteous sect, ever dedicated to upholding justice and safeguarding our realm. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the gathered disciples, and spoke earnestly. As you have entered the fold of Qingshan, you must remember, strive diligently, train hard, and aspire to serve the people by vanquishing demons and monsters. It is your honor to repay the sect and bring glory to our name. Always bear this in mind. He raised his voice, his tone fervent. Today, you take pride in the sect. Tomorrow, the sect shall take pride in you. A scattered, half-hearted applause rang out from the crowd below. Li Daoshan seemed accustomed to this lukewarm response and paid it no mind as he continued. In the past week, numerous disciples have excelled and serve as paragons for us all. Let's now extend our warmest applause to these stars of the sect. Another round of perfunctory clapping ensued. Li Daoshan nodded with satisfaction, retrieving a jade slip to read the names. First, we have Lin Ming, an inner disciple from our Sword Peak. During a recent mission, Disciple Lin demonstrated a profound concern for the welfare of the populace, employing our sect's sword techniques to traverse various markets, assisting restaurants and patrons in resolving their meal delivery challenges during peak hours. He significantly reduced waiting times and earned widespread acclaim. Truly, a model for us all. Li Daoshan's voice brimmed with admiration. Yet, as his words settled, Disciple muttered quietly, "Isn't that just delivering takeout?" Although his voice was soft, it echoed in the silence of the square, provoking a suppressed wave of laughter from nearby disciples. Li Daoshan, oblivious to the snickers and murmurs below, cleared his throat once more, his voice regaining its fervor. "Next, from 100 Flowers Peak, we have Hua Mingming." Upon the utterance of this name, a stir swept through the audience, the atmosphere palpably more animated than before. Li Daoshan regarded their reaction with satisfaction and proclaimed, "Disciple Hua Mingming bravely undertook the recent extermination mission issued by our sect, fearlessly delving into the treacherous Black Wind Ridge, where she valiantly battled the infamous gold core-level evil cultivator ghost hand for 3 grueling hours. Ultimately, armed with our sect's superior techniques and her remarkable intellect, she triumphed and vanquished him, thus upholding our sect's prestige. You must take her as your exemplar. Dedicate yourselves to training and the eradication of evil. Senior Sister Hua is magnificent. Well done, Senior Sister." Mengmeng Senior Sister is the strongest. A sudden eruption of fervent cheers and applause filled the hall. This was no mere formality, for Hua Mengmeng, possessing both beauty and remarkable talent, enjoyed immense popularity within the sect. She was the dream of countless male disciples and the object of admiration for many female disciples. With a subtle nod and a gracious smile, she elicited yet another round of whistles. Li Daoshan raised his hand to quell the excitement, signaling for silence. As he read out the names of a few other commendable disciples, his tone shifted dramatically, the smile vanishing from his face, replaced by an air of solemnity and strictness. However, Li Daoshan's voice grew grave. "While our sect is blessed with numerous future stars destined for greatness, we must not overlook those disciples who are complacent, even straying onto the path of moral decay. They have brought shame upon our sect and scorn from their peers. Such disciples must serve as a cautionary tale for you all." Instantly, silence fell over the assembly, for everyone understood that a pointed reprimand was imminent. Luo Yuan. The name echoed through the hall, provoking a wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs from the crowd. Li Daoshan, with a heavy heart, proclaimed, "Luo Yuan, as a core disciple, you should be a paragon for your peers. Yet you have flouted our regulations and acted with malice. This last week, you committed the disgraceful act of spying on the female disciples of Baihua Peak while they bathed. Such behavior is despicable and utterly shameful. You have sullied the century-long reputation of our Qingshan Sect." At these words, the crowd erupted in outrage. "Shameless wretch! Scoundrel! Out of Qingshan Sect! How could he stoop to such vile deeds? No wonder he appears deranged. He is nothing but a lecherous fiend." The male disciples, particularly those enamored with Hua Mengmeng, were incensed, itching to rush forth and mete out punishment to Luo Yuan. However, Li Daoshan observed the collective fury of the disciples below, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He then clapped his hands sharply. The sound resonated crisply throughout the hall. In response, 2 disciples from the enforcement hall emerged from the back of the platform, working together to hurl something onto the stage, which landed with a thud in the center. The object revealed itself to be none other than Luo Yuan, bound tightly with enchanted ropes, resembling a dumpling. His hands and feet were restrained, and a rag was stuffed in his mouth, muffling his protests to mere whimpers. Upon recognizing Luo Yuan, the disciples erupted into an even more fervent uproar than when they welcomed Hua Mengmeng. "Excellent. Bind him well. Such a scoundrel deserves severe punishment. Burn him! Burn him!" The crowd jeered with fervor. "What a fine rear. I wish to touch it." Observing Luo Yuan's pitiful state, Sect Master Li Daoshan snorted coldly. "Unworthy disciple, you thought you could act with impunity. You disregarded your superiors and engaged in such vile conduct. Indeed, The reason for publicly humiliating Luo Yuan today is not solely to set an example, but also because, previously, he had captured Luo Yuan within his own estate, attempting to resolve personal grievances behind closed doors. At that time, Li Daoshan, suppressing his anger, sought to persuade Luo Yuan to lift the wretched curse. He pressed Luo Yuan, exclaiming, "Wretched disciple, quickly undo that accursed talent skill for your master. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our master-disciple bond." However, to his utter astonishment, this accursed Luo Yuan, in the face of his threats, appeared utterly innocent. "I cannot lift it." Li Daoshan nearly lost his composure at that moment, exclaiming, "What do you mean you cannot lift it? Is that skill not yours to command?" Luo Yuan, with an air of defiance, retorted, "Indeed, but once I release it, I cannot retrieve it. Moreover, how could prostatitis possibly be cured? Once afflicted, one is simply afflicted. Old dang, why not try drinking more hot water?" Li Daoshan was almost driven to the brink of unconsciousness from fury. He realized that reasoning with this madman was utterly futile. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was clear. He, Li Daoshan, a distinguished cultivator at the peak of the harmonization stage and the sect master of Qingshan Sect, would likely have to endure this unmentionable agony indefinitely. Thus, on this fateful Monday, fueled by both old grievances and new animosities, Li Daoshan bound this rebellious disciple and cast him before the assembly for public condemnation. As Li Daoshan surveyed the agitated crowd of disciples below, he cast a glance at Luo Yuan, who was bound like a wretched worm and still struggling pitifully. He feigned a profound expression of sorrow, his voice tinged with a somber rasp. Alas, he sighed deeply, the sound resonating throughout the square. "What misfortune has befallen our sect? After a millennium of pristine reputation, how could Qingshan Sect produce such a morally depraved individual, inciting the wrath of both gods and men? This is indeed a grave misfortune for our sect." He pounded his chest in anguish, continuing, "As his master, I have failed to correct his heinous behavior in a timely manner. The responsibility is inescapable. I too am guilty. I have betrayed the ancestors and let down the disciples." His heartfelt words seemed to bring tears to his eyes. Logically, at this moment, the crowd should have erupted in supportive voices proclaiming the master's wisdom, asserting that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, in the front row, several straightforward inner disciples, upon hearing their master's admission of guilt, nodded earnestly. "Yes, that's right. When did you become like this, old dang? You have always favored senior brother Luo Yuan. You're the one who spoiled him." A cold glimmer flickered in Li Daoshan's eyes as an oppressive aura swept through the crowd, silencing their chatter. His expression remained unchanged, as though he had not heard the previous interlude, and instead, he continued along his train of thought, his tone heavy with a sense of inevitable sorrow. "I never anticipated that even you would perceive his moral decay as a manifestation of his twisted nature and flawed cultivation. How despicable! Indeed, it is my fault. All my fault. I have been so preoccupied with sect affairs that I have had little time to personally guide him, allowing him to stray onto this misguided path." He pondered momentarily, and a righteous expression returned to his face, his voice resolute and unwavering. "However, the law knows no compassion. Today, I shall uphold justice against my own kin, whether by blood or by bond. Should a legitimate disciple transgress the law, they shall be deemed guilty alongside outsiders. Thus I shall." He raised his hand, seemingly poised to announce a severe punishment for Luo Yuan. Yet, before he could utter the concluding words, a crisp and chilling voice resonated from the audience. "We must eliminate him. Sect Master, we must ensure his demise. I, disciple Huang Mengmeng, am willing to carry out the execution on behalf of the sect. Let's cleanse our ranks." Hua Mengmeng stepped forth from the crowd, her delicate face fierce, her gaze sharp as a sword, fixated upon the bound Luo Yuan, volunteering for the task. Li Daoshan. Chapter 13. Wailing as Lao Deng kicks him away upon hearing Hua Mengmeng's resolute and menacing words, he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh in his heart. "Oh dear," he mused, "why do today's disciples harbor such a heavy, killing intent? They seem eager to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. His initial intention had never been to truly eliminate the troublesome Luo Yuan. Despite the boy's erratic behavior and penchant for chaos, he was still a potential source of trouble that could tarnish his reputation. However, there was no denying the boy's exceptional talent. Moreover, after spending years together, it was impossible not to develop some feelings for him. He merely wished to find a pretext to send this calamity to the Black Spirit Stone Mine directly under the sect's jurisdiction for a few days of labor, hoping to achieve two outcomes. First, to bring a semblance of peace to the sect by reducing the upheaval, and second, well, the Black Spirit Stone Mine, with its turbulent and mixed spiritual energy, contained an immense reservoir of power. It would be an ideal opportunity for this rebellious disciple to secretly absorb some spirit stone energy and perhaps fill his flawed canvas a little. This would serve as both punishment and a subtle form of nourishment. After all, while he was the sect leader, the resources of the sect were not solely at his discretion. If he openly allocated a significant amount of resources to the notorious Luo Yuan, he could only imagine the backlash from the stubborn elders. By cloaking the act in the guise of punishment, allowing him to absorb the energy from the mine unnoticed. How delightful would that be? Though this lad may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he is indeed my direct disciple, and I must admit that I have indulged him, Li Daoshan conceded internally. A look of appropriate difficulty and sorrow crossed his face as he directed his gaze toward the audience, particularly towards Hua Mengmeng, and cleared his throat audibly. Ahem. He gestured for Hua Mengmeng to remain calm, then spoke in a tone laden with both heartache and benevolence. I understand your feelings, esteemed disciple Hua. Luo Yuan's transgressions are indeed unforgivable. However, though I too yearn to see this morally corrupt individual dealt with immediately to uphold the sect's standards and set an example. He initially aligned himself with the sentiments of the crowd, expressing his shared disdain, before shifting his tone. However, his gaze fell upon Luo Yuan, bound and struggling like a ball at the center of the platform. I perceived a glimmer of awareness in his expression just now. It seems he recognizes his errors and harbors a desire for repentance. Alas, he is unable to articulate it. Lidoshan alaburata, forcibly attributing a sense of remorse to Luo Yuan's struggles. Heaven possesses a benevolent nature. As cultivators, while we must vanquish demons and eliminate evil, we must not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Since he has acknowledged his mistakes, perhaps we should grant him an opportunity for redemption. His words resonated with sincerity, as though he were a sage grappling with the difficult choice between strict punishment and mercy. The audience erupted in murmurs. Li Daoshan's heartfelt appeal sought to downplay the gravity of the situation, just as the crowd was caught in a mix of skepticism and hope. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. It appeared that something within the bound Luo Yuan stirred with a peculiar gurgle. Immediately thereafter, within the depths of his consciousness, the peculiar creature resembling neither a pig nor a tiger in the painting of the roaring tiger amidst the mountains lowered its head and took a bite of the spiritual herb. Then, it lifted a hind leg and let out a fart. With a soft pop, the formidable restriction set by the formidable cultivator Li Daoshan, capable of ensnaring Yuan Ying practitioners, was abruptly broken by Luo Yuan. The tattered cloth draped upon him fell away, although the ropes binding him remained unbroken. He was able to speak, exclaiming with fervor, I can speak. I can speak. Li Daoshan's face turned ashen. Luo Yuan, still bound, twisted his body to direct his gaze towards the icy-faced Hua Mengmeng in the audience. Mimicking the previous lamentations of Xiao Fan, he bellowed, Hua Mengmeng, 300 years in the east of the river, 300 years in the west of the river. Do not underestimate me for my poverty. Today, you have humiliated and wronged me. I shall remember this debt. I, Luo Yuan, hereby establish a 3-year pact with you. 3 years hence, atop the verdant peak, we shall determine victory or defeat. The audience fell into an immediate silence, utterly bewildered by Luo Yuan's unexpected declaration. Among the crowd, Xiao Fan was taken aback upon hearing Luo Yuan's passionate proclamation. What the hell? He thought, 1,000 spirit beasts racing through his mind. 300? Me? This native, How dare he plagiarize? Even my lines. What audacity! Huang Mingming, named directly in the challenge, was initially stunned. But then her shock transformed into alarm. This madman dares to challenge me? She thought, a mix of astonishment and fury swelling within her. However, she hesitated to accept the duel. Strangely enough, she had some knowledge of Luo Yuan, the direct disciple of the sect leader. Having entered the path of cultivation decades before this madman, she was renowned as a genius in her own right, yet had only barely reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while he had ascended to the Golden Core stage within 3 years. Rumor had it that his true combat prowess defied conventional logic, inexplicably high. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the fool with great strength. Quickly calculating in her heart, Huang Mingming thought, relying on my mid-stage Golden Core cultivation, I might stand a chance against him with uncertain outcomes. But if 3 years pass, with his abnormal cultivation speed, I would be utterly defeated. No, she could not accept this 3-year pact. In a flash, Huang Mingming made up her mind. She could not show cowardice, yet neither could she accept the challenge. The best course of action was to report him. She stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Li Daoshan on the high platform, her tone resolute. Sect leader, Luo Yuan has openly proposed a private duel. This is a grave transgression. According to sect rules, he must face severe punishment. I implore the sect leader to impose strict penalties. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan laughed heartily. What is wrong with a private duel? This old man is quite supportive of such matters. He previously encouraged junior brother Xiao. He sought to expose Li Daoshan's earlier endorsement of Xiao Fan's challenge against him. Before he could finish speaking, a cold glint flashed in Li Daoshan's eyes. In an instant, his figure blurred, moving with the swiftness of a wraith. With precision, he delivered another kick to Luo Yuan's abdomen. Luo Yuan let out a cry as he was sent flying once more. Upon landing, Li Daoshan deftly executed a series of hand seals, reinforcing a more potent restraint upon him, rendering him incapable of uttering even a whimper. The entire sequence unfolded with such alacrity that most disciples present barely comprehended it. Li Daoshan straightened his robe, seemingly shedding the ferocity of his earlier actions as he turned to Huang Mingming, revealing a look of approval. Indeed, what you say is quite correct. Luo Yuan has shown contempt for our sect's regulations, attempting to engage in private duels, which has a detrimental impact. He must face severe punishment. Seizing upon the opportunity presented by Huang Mingming's words, he cleverly reframed his initial intentions as a call for stringent discipline. I have made my decision. Li Daoshan's voice resonated with authority. Henceforth, Luo Yuan is to be sent to the Black Mountain Spirit Stone Mine in the northern region, where he will serve as a laborer. He shall toil day and night, mining spirit stones. Only when he has excavated a total of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, contributing sufficiently to the sect, will we consider his return. This serves as a warning to others. This punishment sounded rather severe, did it not? To be sent to a harsh mining environment as a laborer, and to mine 100,000 spirit stones? The disciples murmured amongst themselves, while Huang Mingming acknowledged that although the punishment did not eliminate Luo Yuan, it was certainly harsh enough to ensure that she would not have to worry about his disturbances for a considerable time. Thus she refrained from further comment. Only Xiao Fan sensed that something about this punishment felt amiss, just as Li Daoshan had finished announcing the severe punishment for Luo Yuan. The atmosphere seemed poised to return to calm and order. However, at that moment, a frantic figure scrambled onto the edge of the platform. It was the elder responsible for external affairs of the sect. Ignoring the decorum of the occasion, he rushed over, shouting, "Sect Master, this is bad, truly bad." Li Daoshan frowned, preparing to reprimand him for his lack of composure, when the elder, his voice tinged with desperation, exclaimed, "The Sword Sect. That old woman from the Sword Sect. She has come, accompanied by her prized disciple, claiming they have come to our Qingshan Sect for cultural exchange. They are already at the mountain gate." Upon hearing this news, particularly the mention of cultural exchange, Li Daoshan's expression shifted dramatically. This was terrible. Cursing inwardly, he barely glanced at the still-bound Luo Yuan before lifting his foot high. with a kick imbued with the terrifying power of a core formation cultivator. He struck Luo Yuan once again. Alas, the unfortunate Luo Yuan was since soaring like a ragged sack, propelled into the air, transforming into a shooting star, and disappearing beyond the square, over countless mountain ridges, into an unknown corner of the world. Whether he lived or died was beyond knowledge. The swiftness of this action was such that most disciples present had not reacted in time. They merely witnessed Luo Yuan's sudden departure. Chapter 14. In an instant. Just as Luo Yuan vanished beyond the horizon, two dazzling and swift beams of sword light, akin to startled swans, pierced through the air from the distant sky, arriving in the blink of an eye, hovering steadily above the square. As the sword light dissipated, two figures emerged. At the forefront stood a middle-aged woman adorned in resplendent palace attire, exuding an air of regal elegance, her beauty marked by a formidable presence that commanded respect. This was none other than the esteemed elder of the Sword Sect, Shangwanya. Behind her was a girl, approximately 16 or 17 years of age. Clad in a simple white gown, she possessed a slender figure and unparalleled beauty, her demeanor ethereal and aloof, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. She stood atop the flying sword, her expression serene. Li Daoshan's heart raced with alarm, yet his face wore an exuberant smile. He hastily adjusted his disheveled robe, which had been askew from the earlier encounter with Luo Yuan, and stepped forward, exclaiming with joviality, "Ah, I was unaware of Elder Shangwan's esteemed arrival. I beg your pardon for not extending a proper welcome." Shangwanya gracefully descended from the flying sword, her movements fluid and enchanting. She regarded Li Daoshan with a hint of a teasing smile, her tone laced with playful mockery. "Ah, Sect Master Li, it has been quite some time. I trust you've been well?" Pausing briefly, her beautiful eyes scanned the somewhat chaotic square, and with a knowing smile, she remarked, "It seems your sect is quite lively today. You want to hold it against me for my uninvited presence, will you, Sect Master Li?" Li Daoshan could not miss the sharpness in her words. "Oh, Elder Shangwan, you jest. How could that be? A distinguished guest graces us. It is indeed a splendid occasion for Qingshan Sect. We have always welcomed beauty with open arms. Besides, Elder Shangwan, though time has passed, your charm remains as captivating as ever." The two venerable figures, both deeply skilled and of high status, engaged in a subtle war of words, each striving to outshine the other in presence. Meanwhile, the silent girl, Yu Xiao, who had remained behind Shangwanya, gracefully descended from the flying sword. Yu Xiao was an exquisite beauty, her snow-white hair cascading naturally, accentuating her flawless complexion. Her azure eyes were as clear as the sea, devoid of any impurities. Each feature of her delicate visage was exquisitely crafted, radiating a beauty that also bore an otherworldly fragility and distance. Unlike the two elders in their verbal sparring, Yu Xiao's expression remained unchanged throughout. She merely stood quietly half a step behind Shangwanya, her demeanor calm, as if the unfolding events bore no significance to her. Her beautiful blue gaze observed the two ancient figures, who collectively possessed over 2 millennia of experience, exchanging barbs, her eyes momentarily reflecting a hint of boredom. Speaking of which, I have previously heard that Sect Master Li has been fortunate enough to take on an extraordinarily rare genius as a personal disciple, rumored to possess the legendary heavenly spirit root. How enviable that must be. As Shangwanya spoke of envy, her gaze bore a hint of scrutiny and mockery. Then, with a feigned sigh of resignation, she shifted the topic. "Alas, my luck pales in comparison to that of Master Li. After searching for so many years, I have only acquired a single disciple of rather mediocre talent, merely pleasing enough to keep by my side for comfort." Despite her words of lament regarding the disciple's lack of aptitude, her expression conveyed a subtle sense of pride, betraying her true sentiments. Upon hearing this, Li Daoshan understood her intentions clearly. He recognized that the old woman was showcasing a remarkably gifted disciple, all the while probing the depths of his own Qingshan Sect. He internally scoffed, maintaining a jovial facade. "Oh, Elder Shangwan, you are far too modest. In my eyes, the talent of a disciple is of little consequence. What truly matters is their diligence and willingness to exert effort. Shang Wanya, seemingly encountering a kindred spirit, responded enthusiastically. Indeed, Master Li, your words resonate deeply with me. Our philosophies on teaching are truly aligned. She continued along the thread of Li Daoshan's remarks, her tone becoming increasingly ostentatious. Thus, I have consistently advised my dear Xiao Xiao to ease her efforts, saying, "Oh, Xiao Xiao, you need not strive so hard. Just doing well enough is sufficient." Turning towards the previously silent Yu Xiao Xiao, she spoke with a blend of affection and exasperation. You see, you are inherently a sword spirit body, a rare gift suited for swordsmanship, with high comprehension and rapid progress. This alone is a tremendous advantage, yet you insist on working so diligently, practicing swordplay and contemplating the essence of the sword daily, leaving your peers far behind. She lamented to Li Daoshan, "Master Li, tell me, won't this lead to considerable anxiety within our sword sect, fostering a detrimental sense of competition? It certainly disrupts the harmony among our disciples." "Oh, it troubles me greatly." While she feigned concern, her countenance radiated satisfaction. The mention of the sword spirit body nearly extinguished the smile from Li Daoshan's face. This was one of the legendary physiques born for the sword, possessing a cultivation speed perhaps slightly inferior to the heavenly root, but undoubtedly a sovereign in the realm of swordsmanship, coupled with diligence. This old woman was indeed here to flaunt her disciple in a most aggravating manner. Li Daoshan cursed inwardly while maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "By the way, Master Li, where is your esteemed disciple of the heavenly root? I have brought Xiao Xiao here in hopes that she may engage with her peers and learn from her disciple." Upon seeing the elegant figure of Yu Xiao Xiao, with her silvery hair and azure eyes, Li Daoshan felt a pang of envy. "TSK, that old woman is quite fortunate," he thought to himself. "This young lady is not only strikingly beautiful and exudes an ethereal grace, but she has also reached the initial stage of the golden core. Judging by her age, she must be around the same as that wretched student Luo Yuan. The pace of her cultivation, while perhaps not matching that of the prodigious Luo Yuan, is certainly not inferior to that of this rebellious disciple. Moreover, the most critical point is that, judging by her demeanor, composed and with clear eyes, she is certainly not lacking in intellect. Just this attribute alone is quite remarkable. Unlike me, alas." A cascade of emotions surged within him, yet he could not allow any signs of weakness to betray him. He cleared his throat forcefully, attempting to mask his momentary lapse, and then erupted into a more boisterous laughter. "Ah, Elder Shangwan, your timing is rather unfortunate." He clapped his thigh. To speak candidly, he commenced his impromptu performance. "Just a few days prior, while engaged in a battle of wits, I inadvertently strained my back and casually mentioned that I felt a twinge of pain. Little did I expect, that rebellious disciple, oh, my dear apprentice Luo Yuan, upon hearing this, insisted on journeying into the depths of the frigid northern mountains to procure a millennium-old snow lotus to restore my health. A mix of concern and gratitude crossed his face. I have persistently urged him not to go, for that place is fraught with danger. Moreover, this minor ailment of mine is inconsequential. How could I allow him to venture into peril? Yet he simply would not heed my counsel. He insisted on going. I cannot dissuade him. Oh, this child, so filial. A rebellious disciple indeed. How it troubles me." Meanwhile, the disciples of the Qingshan Sect, who had just moments ago been clamoring for Luo Yuan's downfall, now listened to their leader's explanation and glanced at the vigilant elder and disciples of the sword sect beside them, quickly grasping the unspoken understanding. No one dared to expose the ruse. After all, regardless of circumstances, Luo Yuan is still one of their own, and displaying such discord before outsiders would be a source of great embarrassment. The dignity of the sect must be preserved. For a moment, it seemed that Li Daoshan had successfully deceived everyone. However, Shang Wanya, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow, a more playful smile gracing her features. Mimicking Li Daoshan's earlier mannerisms, she chuckled in a manner that clearly conveyed disbelief and mockery. "Oh, is that so? The filial devotion of the disciple of sect leader Li is indeed commendable and touching. She then shifted her tone, feigning confusion, and inquired, "But, sect leader Li, there is something quite peculiar. As I approached the gates of your esteemed sect, I distinctly heard a thunderous roar emanating from your direction, seemingly calling out, 'Luo Yuan?'" She tilted her head, blinking innocently as she asked. That voice was so robust. Could it be that I misheard? Upon hearing her words, cold sweat trickled down Li Daoshan's forehead. Oh no, this cunning woman. Alarm bells rang in his mind. She must have already arrived nearby, deliberately waiting to witness the spectacle. She undoubtedly knows that this wayward disciple is within the sect. Her earlier remarks were all a test. This is disastrous. It appears that this reckless disciple is destined to confront me today. Li Daoshan stood rasa rapidly. He forced a smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Look at my memory. He slapped his forehead. Elder Shangwan, your words have jogged my memory. He embarked on a new round of theatrics. Indeed, I did call out to him. You see, it was because that child, Luo Yuan, was hastily heading to the extreme coal mountains, unprepared and lacking many essentials. As his master, how could I not worry? In my urgency, I raised my voice a bit too much and shouted, "Luo Yuan." My intention was merely to urge him to return and gather more supplies, such as warming talismans and healing elixirs. Alas, he is simply too impulsive. Upon hearing this, Shangwanya's smile widened, and she pressed further. Oh, I see. Master Li, you truly have his best interests at heart. She followed up with a question. So, does this mean you called him back? Your beloved disciple should still be at the Qingshan Sect, correct? How fortuitous. He could meet with Xiao Xiao and exchange ideas. Li Daoshan's cold sweat intensified, and his back was nearly soaked through. He stammered, his gaze flickering, and could only grit his teeth and respond, yes. Indeed, what a coincidence. He should be there. Chapter 15. The Marvelous Celestial of the Great Ming. Li Daoshan was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Should he directly seek out Luo Yuan? No, that would be unwise. That wayward disciple had just been sent flying by him and was now unaware of the circumstances. What if he emerged bruised and disheveled? How would he, the esteemed Qingshan Sect, maintain its dignity? Time was of the essence. At the very least, he needed to locate Luo Yuan first and assess the situation. Resolute in his decision, Li Daoshan forced a smile onto his face and bowed to Elder Shangwanya and the young maiden Yu Xiao Xiao. Since it has come to this, how unfortunate indeed, he feigned difficulty. I kindly request Elder Shangwan and this esteemed fairy to take a moment's respite in our reception hall while I personally retrieve my unruly disciple. He emphasized the word personally. Alas, I must not conceal from Elder Shangwan that this child is quite stubborn. He seldom listens to anyone but me, his master. I shall return shortly. Shangwanya, discerning his intention to buy time, chose not to expose him. Instead, she wore a knowing smile. She had long heard of Qingshan Sect's prodigy, renowned for his unparalleled talent, yet infamous for his eccentricity. I see. The sect master's concern for his beloved disciple is entirely understandable. She nodded gently. Then Xiao Xiao, and I shall await good news in the reception hall. After a brief pause, as if filled with anticipation, she added, it will also grant us the opportunity to witness firsthand the prowess of Luo Yuan, the so-called genius of the cultivation world, whose talents rival those of ancient sages. Li Daoshan felt a twitch in his eyelid, but maintained his cheerful demeanor. Certainly, I shall ensure Elder Shangwan is not disappointed. Please allow me. He immediately gestured for Elder Li to personally escort Shangwanya and Yu Xiao Xiao to the reception hall. Once the figures of the two from the sword sect vanished from sight, Li Daoshan's smile evaporated, replaced by a pallor of anxiety. Oh, my wayward disciple, where on earth have you gone? Please, do not cause any trouble. In a state of frantic urgency, he set aside the dignity befitting a sect leader, unleashing his spiritual senses as he traversed the Qingshan Sect almost instantaneously. Fortunately, he soon discovered his treasured disciple near a muddy pit formed after a rain on the back mountain. At that moment, Luo Yuan bore no resemblance to the celebrated genius of the cultivation world. Instead, he was gleefully playing in the mud. He molded the earth into various bizarre shapes, even providing them with voices completely engrossed in his merriment. Witnessing this scene, Li Daoshan felt his temples throb and his blood pressure surged. He fought the impulse to strike him and approached to lift him from the muck. Interrupting his game, Luo Yuan looked up to see him, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. Clearly irked, he turned his head away with a huff, refusing to acknowledge him. Still harboring resentment over being kicked and bound moments earlier, Li Daoshan understood the urgency of the moment, aware that members of the Sword Sect awaited outside. He had no choice but to adopt a humble demeanor, speaking in the gentlest tone possible. Ahem. My dear disciple, I recognize that you harbor some resentment. However, the presence of so many eyes outside made it unavoidable for me. We must uphold the decorum of our sect. After all, he attempted to elucidate. Now that we are alone, I have come to seek you out personally. I offer my sincerest apologies. Will you not cease your anger? Luo Yuan turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Li Daoshan. Old Deng, he began, then you should kowtow. Li Daoshan was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. What? Luo Yuan reiterated, his tone matter of fact. You are apologizing, are you not? A kowtow is the most sincere form of apology. If you bow to me, I shall forgive you. Li Daoshan felt as though he might suffer a heart attack. He fought the urge to shove Luo Yuan into the mud, and with a flash of light, the dark iron rod reappeared in his hand. You ungrateful disciple. Li Daoshan trembled with fury. You take a little kindness and grow bold, do you? You dare ask me to bow? It seems you've become rather audacious. Upon seeing the iron rod, Luo Yuan's momentary pride evaporated, replaced by profound grievance. He fell to the ground, wailing and rolling about. Wah, wah, he is hitting me. Old Deng is hitting me, he cried as he thrashed about. When you took me as your disciple, you spoke so sweetly. You claimed I was a once-in-a-millennium genius, destined for careful guidance to become a pillar of the immortal realm. And yet, all you do is hit me. Wow. I'm so wretched. His cries were earth-shattering, mud splattering across his face and body. Li Daoshan, watching Luo Yuan wallow in the mire, felt as if his head might burst from pain. Indeed, he lamented inwardly. Who could have known that what I would receive was this troublesome creature? He could never forget the thrill he felt 3 years ago when he sensed the powerful, pure aura surging from the back mountain, heralding a celestial phenomenon. It was a clear sign of an exceptional spiritual root awakening. How could he not take this unparalleled gem as his disciple? He had fought fiercely, both openly and covertly, against other elders who coveted the prodigy, ultimately prevailing to claim this destined child for his own. Yet, after observing him closely for some time, he realized that while his disciple's talent was indeed extraordinary, his intellect was woefully lacking. Aside from not drooling, he was nearly indistinguishable from a simpleton. By the time he considered returning him, it was too late. He could only swallow his disappointment, publicly proclaiming the acquisition of a peerless genius while privately enduring the endless troubles and headaches that this genius brought. Watching Luo Yuan flail and lament, Li Daoshan felt a familiar pain in his lower back begin to throb once more. It seems that a hard approach is futile. This wayward disciple only responds to soft persuasion. No, he neither succumbs to force nor softness. He can only be swayed through deceit. Li Daoshan contemplated this carefully and suddenly devised a plan. Clearing his throat, he sought to capture Luo Yuan's attention. Disciple, rise. I have splendid news to share with you. Luo Yuan paused in his rolling, lifting his mud-streaked face with a look of skepticism. What good news? Are you going to bow to me? Huh. Li Daoshan nearly lost his composure again. Far better than that. Master inquires, do you aspire to become a great star? A great star? Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Li Daoshan lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. Our sect is secretly conducting a grand talent selection event. Luo Yuan was indeed intrigued. He scrambled to his feet and curiously asked, what talent selection? Li Daoshan's eyes sparkled with cunning as he began to weave his impromptu tale. This event is called Is the Great Ming Immortal? Who is the Great Ming Immortal? Precisely. Li Daoshan grew increasingly animated. Who is the Great Ming Immortal is a sensational top-tier program sweeping through the entire realm of cultivation. It is jointly hosted by various esteemed sects. The purpose is to select extraordinary individuals possessing unique skills through this talent selection process, regardless of one's background or cultivation level, as long as one is sufficiently distinctive, impressive, and, has character. There exists an opportunity to stand out, allowing many previously obscure cultivators to rise to prominence as public idols, revered by millions. Luo Yuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. I want to go. I want to go. Old Deng, take me with you. Li Daoshan felt a surge of joy within. His bait had been taken. He continued to entice. Do not rush. There are numerous participants in this election, and the competition is fierce. As my secret weapon from the Qingshan Sect, you shall undoubtedly be our main candidate. Main candidate? Luo Yuan was even more exhilarated. Indeed, Li Daoshan nudda. Your first task is simply to defeat the seed candidate from the Sword Sect during the upcoming exchange study. Show them your might. He cleverly framed the arrival of Shangwanya and her companions as the first hurdle of the talent selection. Furthermore, Li Daoshan added fuel to the fire. This election not only involved a contest of cultivation levels, but also a more crucial element: acting skills. Acting skills? Luo Yuan perked up even more at this. Li Daoshan stroked his beard, feigning profundity as he leaned close to Luo Yuan's ear. Shoo! Do not share this with anyone. In reality, while Hu is the great Ming immortal appears to be a search for idols, it is essentially a selection for future film emperors. Do you understand? The film emperors of the cultivation realm. That sounds magnificent. This is my forte. I must participate. With his objective achieved, Li Daoshan felt a weight lift from his heart, a contented smile gracing his face as he patted Luo Yuan's shoulder. Ah, good disciple. You possess great ambition. Then I shall arrange this for you, he instructed. Since you are vying for the title of Best Actor, the persona is of utmost importance. According to the script for this open audition, your character is a peerless, otherworldly figure, endowed with extraordinary talent and a touch of occasional temper. A prodigious genius in the realm of immortality. This role is indeed challenging, yet I have faith that you will portray it splendidly. When you meet the representatives of the Sword Sect later, embody this character. Chapter 16, Hehe. Just as handsome as the readers. Let us go. Hurry. The audition is about to commence. Li Daoshan thought it imperative to swiftly ready Luo Yuan for the occasion. Upon arriving at Baiwa Peak, he promptly sought out Hua Mingming, who was preoccupied with administrative matters. Disciple Hua, an urgent task. Li Daoshan Kumanda. Quickly, gather a few skilled disciples and ensure that your junior brother Luo Yuan is cleaned up from head to toe. Dress him in the finest attire. We must be swift. The elders are awaiting. As the esteemed senior sister of Baiwa Peak, Hua Mingming's aesthetic sensibilities were widely recognized within the sect. Although she was thoroughly displeased with the presence of the eccentric who had just intruded upon their domain, she had no choice but to comply, given the sect leader's direct order and the matter's implications for the sect's reputation. Why are you all standing around? Get moving. Hua Mingming impatiently directed her fellow female disciples. In a flurry of activity, Baiwa Peak erupted into chaos. Spirits were summoned to cleanse, energies were harnessed to dry, and robes were exchanged. Amid the hustle and bustle, and under the curious yet disdainful gazes of the female disciples, within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, Luo Yuan emerged transformed. As he stepped forth, the female disciples could not help but gasp in astonishment. No way. Hua Mingming scrutinized the results of her handiwork, her expression a blend of complexity. Yet she nodded at Li Daoshan. Sect leader, it is done. Excellent. Excellent. Li Daoshan exclaimed with unbridled joy, swiftly taking hold of Luo Yuan and hurrying towards the reception hall. Inside the reception hall, Shangwanya and Yu Xiaoxiao were seated, savoring tea, accompanied by several elders from the Qingshan Sect, the atmosphere somewhat stifled. Just then, Li Daoshan's hearty laughter rang out from outside. Ha! Elder Shangwan, I apologize for the wait. I have brought my incompetent disciple. Before he could finish his sentence or fully enter, a figure clad in white, like a fleeting ray of light, had already darted ahead of him, gracefully landing in the center of the hall. The newcomer was resplendent in snow-white attire, immaculate and unblemished, with an unparalleled countenance. There was an air of haughty arrogance in his demeanor, as he subtly channeled spiritual energy to make his raven hair flutter without wind, his garments billowing elegantly, presenting an ethereal spectacle. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting upon Shangwanya and Yu Xiao, a wry smile curling at his lips. At the pinnacle of immortality, I reign supreme. With me, Luo Yuan, the heavens themselves are within reach. These audacious words resonated like thunder in the stillness of the reception hall. All present were taken aback by his dramatic and ostentatious entrance. Li Daoshan was momentarily stunned. This young man's entrance was even more audacious than his own. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Shangwanya, who had initially donned a curious expression, suddenly felt a shift in her demeanor, her heart sinking with foreboding. At her first glance, wow, what a visage! By heavens, this youth is strikingly handsome. In terms of appearance alone, if he is not a genius, who is? Is this not the embodiment of the foremost genius in the realm of cultivation? As she cast a second glance, employing her spiritual sense for a brief moment, she gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! The fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from this lad, though merely at the initial stage of the golden core, is remarkably refined, dense, and harmoniously unified. How can it be so steadfast as a rock? His foundation is extraordinarily solid. In comparison to the average cultivator at the same stage, he is worlds apart. Such a robust foundation. When she observed him for the third time, scrutinizing his essence, spirit, and demeanor, she noted that despite his brash words, he stood tall, his gaze sharp, and his aura exuded an undeniable air of superiority. The subtle waves of mental energy he radiated far surpassed those of his peers, making him an exceptional presence indeed. After this thorough examination, the disdain and skepticism that had initially clouded Shangwanya's mind dissipated significantly, replaced by a sense of gravity. She was compelled to acknowledge that her exceptionally gifted disciple, Yu Xiao, had perhaps truly encountered a formidable rival this time. Meanwhile, Li Daoshan observed the spirited and imposing Luo Yuan, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. What on earth has happened here? His demeanor has transformed entirely. Is this still my disciple? Could it be that after my reprimand, he has experienced an epiphany, caught in a profound state of self-doubt? He was abruptly interrupted as Shangwanya spoke. I assume this esteemed individual is the renowned Luo Yuan, is it not? Her tone was gentle. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. It is said that you are a prodigy, having broken through to the golden core stage in merely 3 years of cultivation. Truly, a remarkable achievement. Your speed is nearly on par with that of our own Xiao. With a light-hearted air, she subtly compared her disciple to Luo Yuan. Indeed, Yu Xiao had also achieved a successful breakthrough to the golden core within 3 years, her foundation equally formidable, which was the main source of Shangwanya's confidence during this visit. Luo Yuan, however, merely waved his hand dismissively and replied in a nonchalant tone. It is but a modest effort, hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Shangwanya was once again taken aback. She connected his incredibly stable foundation with his calm demeanor, instantly imagining a multitude of possibilities. So that is it. I never anticipated that Luo Yuan not only possesses the innate talent of spirit root, but also, like our Xiao, is one of those exceptionally diligent geniuses. No wonder his foundation is so solid. Unbeknownst to Shangwanya, she was unaware of Luo Yuan's true circumstances. She only knew that her disciple, Yu Xiao, though a sword spirit body, had indeed devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation over the past 3 years. Furthermore, it must be noted that Yu Xiao was inherently aloof, showing little interest in matters outside of her training. She had no friends, engaged in no social interactions, nor did she have hobbies, which left her with the singular joy of cultivating. This singular focus had led her to her 3-year achievement in the golden core. Now it appeared that this Luo Yuan was also of the same caliber, a genius and a diligent achiever. Shangwanya's gaze toward Luo Yuan underwent a complete transformation. Li Daoshan, feeling elated within yet maintaining a composed facade, stroked his beard and remarked, "Ah, indeed. I have always advised my disciple against such relentless effort. Too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. In the realm of cultivation, one must strike a balance between relaxation and diligence. For even the most gifted individuals may encounter difficulties if they exert themselves excessively. Yet, in truth, over the past 3 years, Luo Yuan's approach to cultivation has been akin to fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2. Most of his time has been consumed by tinkering with bizarre and utterly useless artifacts, or delving into esoteric techniques that are more harmful than beneficial, leaving little room for genuine cultivation. The formidable foundation he possesses is solely reliant on innate talent. However, such truths remain unbeknownst to outsiders. At this moment, Luo Yuan, embodying the persona of an unparalleled genius, remained silent, merely nodding slightly while standing to the side, his chin raised and his gaze distant, exuding an air of aloofness that epitomized the proud demeanor of a prodigy. Shangguan gently nudged the young girl behind her, Yu Xiao, forward and smiled at Luo Yuan, saying, Luo Yuan, esteemed nephew, you truly are a dragon among men. Meeting you in person is far more impressive than merely hearing of your renown. After this courteous remark, she proceeded directly to the matter at hand. This is my unremarkable disciple, Yu Xiao. Though her disposition is cool and reserved, she is wholly devoted to the path of cultivation. She has long admired peers such as yourself, and has expressed a desire to seek your guidance and learn from you. Yu Xiao's clear blue eyes, once dulled by boredom, now sparkled with earnest curiosity as she scrutinized the highly regarded Luo Yuan. She sensed an indescribable aura emanating from him, one that seemed to set him apart from the very fabric of the world. To her surprise, in the presence of the composed and gifted young woman, Luo Yuan offered no pleasantries, scarcely casting a glance in her direction. Instead, he arrogantly extended 3 fingers and declared, 3 moves. Should you touch the hem of my garment within 3 moves, I shall concede defeat. The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the gathering. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Li Daoshan had just been satisfied with Luo Yuan's composed demeanor, intending to commend his disciple for his steadiness, only to be met with this shocking proclamation that seemed to invite disaster. By the heavens, Li Daoshan thought, a torrent of frustration coursing through him. Does he truly not comprehend what the term sword spirit body signifies? That is a natural-born sword cultivator, renowned for being the deadliest among peers. Their understanding of the sword path and manipulation of spiritual energy, particularly their speed, is unparalleled. Even cultivators at the early stages of the Golden Core would find themselves at a disadvantage in close combat. How dare he? Li Daoshan felt darkness closing in, wondering if this misguided disciple was seeking a swift demise. He hurriedly stepped forward, aiming to defuse the situation and dissuade Luo Yuan from accepting such a foolish challenge. Elder Shangguan, the youth lacks understanding. He is merely jesting. Let's keep the sparring light-hearted and brief. Yet before he could finish, Shangguan's expression suddenly shifted to one of grave concern. She gazed at the figure on the stage, clad in white as pure as snow. With an air of aloofness, Luo Yuan. A tempest of emotions surged within her. This young man. Previously, I discerned his foundation was as solid as a rock, and his mental prowess was indeed formidable. Yet now, he dares to utter such audacious words. Ordinary braggarts merely engage in empty posturing. However, observing his demeanor, this palpable arrogance that seems to belittle all heroes of the realm, it surely cannot be mere bluster. His audacity must be backed by something substantial. The more Shangguan contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Could he have concealed his true power? Or perhaps he possesses some exceedingly formidable trump card or secret technique. Indeed, he comes prepared. A chill ran through Shangguan's heart, compelling her to abandon any trace of disdain. Thus, she discreetly signaled to her companion, Yu Xiao, her eyes rife with caution, urging her to remain vigilant. Yu Xiao, astute and perceptive, instantly comprehended her master's intent. She nodded slightly, a newfound gravity reflected in her icy gaze as she grasped the seriousness of the situation. Subsequently, she stepped forward, performing a slight bow towards Luo Yuan. her voice crisp and composed, devoid of any hint of frivolity. "I humbly seek your guidance." These 3 words were succinct and decisive, formally accepting Luo Yuan's seemingly insurmountable challenge of 3 moves. It was over. Li Daoshan, upon hearing you, Xiao Xiao's acceptance of the challenge, felt darkness engulf him, despair prompting him to cover his face with his hands. What calamity is this? What is happening? One dares to speak, and the other actually believes it? Chapter 17. The showdown as events had unfolded to this point. Li Daoshan could do little but cover his face, unable to alter the reality before him. Under the watchful gaze of Shang Wanya, he steeled himself and arranged for everyone to move to the martial arena designated for contests within the sect. News spread swiftly as if it had sprouted wings. The lunatic disciple of the sect leader was about to clash with the genius girl from the sword sect. A 3-move agreement. The wager was merely a corner of their garments. An unparalleled talent versus a sword spirit body. In no time, disciples of Qingshan Sect, both in the inner and outer doors, flocked towards the arena, gathering in droves, eager to witness the spectacle. The area quickly filled with a bustling crowd, with even some elders who had heard the news lurking among the throngs, creating an atmosphere of excitement. In the center of the arena, Yu Xiaoxiao maintained a serene expression, her demeanor cool and composed, fully prepared for the contest. Opposite her stood Luo Yuan, freshly adorned and donned in white, his handsome features and flowing hair giving him an undeniable aura of a prodigy. Onlookers were perplexed, whispering among themselves, "Who is that on stage? He looks unfamiliar, but undeniably striking. When did our sect gain such a figure?" At that moment, Hua Mingming, eyeing the figure on stage with disdain, let out a cold snort and remarked to her curious junior sister, "Who else could it be? It's that lunatic." "Huh? Which lunatic? Could it be?" "Luo Yuan." After Hua Mingming and a few informed disciples enlightened them, the crowd was left astonished, gazing incredulously at the handsome figure on stage. Is this truly the eccentric Luo Yuan? What transpired? Did he return from being kicked by the sect leader as a changed man? Meanwhile, Xiao Fan stood amidst the crowd, gazing up at the figure poised to confront the genius girl from the sword sect. He was engaged in a mental dialogue with the blood elder residing in his ring. The elder's voice resonated in his mind. "Young man, pay close attention. Although this Luo Yuan behaves erratically, his foundation and the method he just employed to break free from constraints are rather peculiar, far from ordinary golden elixirs. Understanding both friend and foe is essential. Observing him as a future adversary will be invaluable." Xiao Fan silently nodded, his gaze complex as he regarded Luo Yuan. Just then, the crowd seemed to shake off their shock at Luo Yuan's transformed image, realizing that this event was not merely a spectacle, but one that bore significance for the sect's reputation. Though Luo Yuan was a madman, he now represented Qingshan Sect. If he were to lose, it would tarnish the entire sect's honor, especially against the sword sect. Thus, someone in the crowd boldly shouted, "Luo Yuan, though you are a fool, you must win." This cry ignited a powder keg, instantly exploding into a chorus of cheers. "Yes, Luo Yuan, defeat that girl from the sword sect. Fool, give it your all. Overcome her. We must not bring shame to the Qingshan Sect. If you win against us, we shall refrain from berating you for the time being. Luo Yuan, fool, go for it. Luo Yuan, fool, go for it." The cheers, brimming with disdain yet laced with hopes, made Li Daoshan, who was maintaining order on the high platform, turn a shade of green, then blue, and finally purple. Listening to his own disciples cheer for their beloved prodigy with the term fool, he felt a surge of frustration rising within, nearly unable to resist the urge to descend and chastise this embarrassment. Yet, up on the stage, Luo Yuan, upon hearing the deafening shouts of fool, not only felt no anger, but instead displayed an even more radiant smile. Yu Xiaoxiao remained composed, though her brow briefly furrowed. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the high platform, the distinguished guests, including Shang Wanya, also heard the synchronized, robust cheers. Initially taken aback, she soon frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled by such a supportive manner. However, as she observed the disciples below, their faces reflecting anticipation despite their words, her keen mind began to race. This, she thought, increasingly astonished. Ordinary disciples would not dare address a direct disciple of the sect leader, a genius of the Golden Core stage, in such a manner publicly, unless they shared a close bond. This is far from mere insult. Though their words may sound derogatory, their expressions reveal a sense of collective camaraderie against a common foe. This indicates an unusually harmonious atmosphere within the Qingshan Sect, where disciples are unrestrained by trivialities and dare to express closeness through such nicknames. The more she contemplated, the more sense it made. Moreover, the fact that so many disciples support him in such a unified manner suggests that Luo Yuan must have an excellent rapport with them. They may even be tightly knit, enjoying his deep affection. Shangguan Yu's gaze shifted to the aloof figure of Luo Yuan, draped in white, and her perception transformed entirely. So that's it. Li Daoshan has indeed taken on a remarkable disciple. Not only is he extraordinarily gifted, with a solid foundation, exceptional demeanor, and striking looks, but he also possesses an acute understanding of human nature, capable of lowering himself to connect with ordinary disciples and unite their hearts. Who would have thought that Luo Yuan is not just a genius in cultivation, but also a born leader? To elicit such public support from a crowd in this manner, what formidable personal charm and influence he must possess. Shangguan Yu gasped in astonishment. With both unparalleled talent and leadership skills, this young man's future is boundless. Truly, it is terrifying. In the center of the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was tense. Below, the cheers of Fool roared like a tidal wave, while above, two young geniuses prepared to clash. Then, Yu Xiaoxiao faced Luo Yuan, performing a proper sword salute, her voice clear and neither subservient nor arrogant. Brother Luo Yuan, I am Yu Xiaoxiao of the Sword Sect. I seek your guidance. This signified her intention to engage. Luo Yuan stood still, maintaining an air of aloof superiority, even slightly raising his chin as he softly uttered, "Please." The moment the word left his lips, Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze sharpened abruptly, her previously cool demeanor transforming into a razor-like intensity. In an instant, her figure vanished like a wraith, reappearing a mere 3 feet in front of Luo Yuan. Her speed was so astonishing that many inner disciples could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Without any embellishment, she wielded a spiritual sword that shimmered like a streak of light, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, aimed directly at Luo Yuan's vital point. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. Li Daoshan, watching from below, felt his heart leap into his throat, while the female disciples, including Huang Mengmeng, gasped in astonishment. However, to their utter disbelief, just as the sharp tip of the sword was about to make contact with Luo Yuan's robes, 2 seemingly ordinary bamboo chopsticks materialized in his hand. Before anyone could comprehend the purpose of these chopsticks, Luo Yuan's wrist flicked, and the chopsticks danced like 2 agile serpents, deftly intercepting the oncoming sword tip. A faint sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Remarkably, with those 2 seemingly fragile chopsticks, he firmly and accurately trapped Yu Xiaoxiao's fierce thrust. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The arena fell into silence, only to erupt into a greater uproar moments later. What? He caught it! With chopsticks? How is that possible? What kind of sorcery is this? The crowd was astonished, their comprehension shattered. To intercept a full-force strike from a gold core sword spirit with chopsticks? What manner of monster was he? Even Li Daoshan atop the platform was left bewildered. His mouth agape. He recognized his disciple as a genius, but never anticipated such extraordinary talent. The technique, the precision, the strength. Could it be that this prodigal student had been concealing his true abilities all along? Only Shangguan Yu's expression grew more solemn. Indeed, there is something peculiar about this. Such a technique is far from ordinary gold core prowess. In reality, beneath Luo Yuan's calm exterior and the aura of a master, the creature depicted in the image of a roaring tiger within his mind, a peculiar hybrid of pig and tiger, was exerting every ounce of strength it possessed. Its limbs clung desperately to the ground, eyes wide with intensity, mouth tightly sealed, and its hindquarters clenched as it strained with all its might. the entirety of its corpulence trembling as if engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. The martial arts arena was enveloped in silence, all present awestruck by Luo Yuan's extraordinary maneuver of using chopsticks to seize the sword's tip. Xiao Fan was equally dumbfounded, hastily inquiring of the Blood Elder within his ring, "Master, what is this technique?" The Blood Elder, also perplexed, was about to respond, "I have no idea." In his own time as a Gold Core practitioner, he had never been so audacious or at ease, not even with the finest treasures. To use mere chopsticks to firmly catch a sword thrust from a full-powered sword spirit. This defied all logic. However, he could not directly admit to his newly accepted disciple, Xiao Fan, that he was unable to comprehend it, for that would be quite embarrassing. He cleared his throat and, adopting an air of confidence, spoke slowly. "This is a unique application that combines the art of distraction with exquisite force. It may appear perilous, but in truth, it demands a high level of skill from the practitioner. Do not be alarmed, my disciple. Such esoteric techniques are ultimately superficial. Simply focus on diligently cultivating the blood technique too. 0 foot to establish a solid foundation, and your future accomplishments will surpass this." Upon hearing his teacher's words, Xiao Fan nodded and continued to watch intently. On the stage, Yu Xiao, undeterred by her first failed strike, flicked her wrist to swiftly retract her spirit sword. She then gracefully retreated, turning as if she were a butterfly dancing in the air. Simultaneously, the spirit sword hummed and flew back into her hand. In a light and airy flip, just before touching the ground, she suddenly twisted her body, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light that swept toward the recently stabilized Luo Yuan like a crescent moon. This maneuver, in terms of timing, agility, and the power of the sword technique, demonstrated not only the prowess of her sword spirit, but also the solid foundation she had cultivated through her arduous training. Faced with this unavoidable strike, Luo Yuan appeared unfazed, lightly tapping his toes against the ground. He glided backward like a phantom, deftly evading the lethal sword light with an effortless fluidity that made the escape seem almost artistic. Hiss, he evaded again. Such speed, it was as if he were strolling leisurely. The crowd was once again astonished. If the first evasion was merely a stroke of luck, then the swiftness and reflexes displayed in this instance were simply astonishing. Luo Yuan, the senior brother, was truly formidable. Li Daoshan let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness, at least his agility hasn't diminished. However, in reality, that seemingly effortless backward glide had nearly caused him to lose his newly acquired shoes. He could feel the soles threatening to tear apart. A cold sweat broke out as he thought, "Goodness, how can this woman move so swiftly? Faster than that last strike. I barely managed to dodge. My shoes." Chapter 18. After 2 exchanges, although Luo Yuan appeared composed on the surface, his shoes had already endured considerable pressure. Opposite him, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression had taken on an unprecedented seriousness. She then bowed to Luo Yuan once more, her voice as clear as an icy spring. "Senior brother, I have tested you just now. Next, I shall unleash my strongest move. I seek your guidance." As her words fell, she slowly closed her eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by an invisible force beginning to converge towards her. Upon opening her eyes again, an overwhelming, pure aura, as if capable of severing all in the world, erupted fiercely from her. In the entire martial arts arena, every disciple, regardless of their level of cultivation, felt this formidable presence, their spirits shaken. Even Li Daoshan on the high platform and Shangwanya outside the arena turned their gaze toward her. She unleashed her strike. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no world-destroying power. Only sheer beauty, a sword light, seemingly infused with the essence of moonlight and starlight, akin to the sacred radiance cast down by a celestial maiden, blossomed gently. So beautiful, such a magnificent sword. This was the most exquisite sword any of the present disciples, including many elders, had ever laid eyes upon in their lifetimes. Truly breathtaking. The elegance of that sword could not be encapsulated in words. It was as if a fallen celestial fairy, wielding the power to purify all, gracefully pierced toward Luo Yuan. This strike, while appearing slow, was in reality supremely swift, locking onto all of Luo Yuan's vital energies, rendering evasion impossible. Faced with this breathtakingly beautiful yet lethal sword strike, Luo Yuan scoffed, "Too slow, too slow." At that moment, within the scroll of his consciousness, the peculiar beast, neither pig nor tiger, lowered its head once more and consumed the glowing spiritual herb with a satisfying bite. With a soft, the familiar sequence unfolded, releasing yet another silent, unnoticed puff of air. Instantly, time on the arena felt as though it had been paused, freezing once again, the ethereal sword light, as graceful as a celestial maiden's dance, hung suspended just an inch from Luo Yuan. Yu Xiaoxiao's poised stance remained perfectly still. Seizing this moment, Luo Yuan leisurely retreated a dozen paces, adopting a stance of profound inscrutability with his hands behind his back. When the brief stillness came to an end, Yu Xiaoxiao's sword strike naturally concluded. She lightly alighted to the ground, maintaining her forward thrust stance, only to find herself facing an empty space. She abruptly looked up, realizing that Luo Yuan had comfortably positioned himself several paces away, regarding her with an expression of mild indifference. Within the span of 3 moves, her strongest strike had not even grazed the hem of his garment. Yu Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, sheathed her sword, and once again bowed to Luo Yuan, her voice still cool, but tinged with a barely perceptible complexity. "I have lost." With that, the agreement of 3 moves concluded with Luo Yuan's victory. Yu Xiaoxiao gracefully acknowledged her defeat, standing with her sword by her side, her expression intricate as she gazed at Luo Yuan, who remained at ease with his hands behind his back. The disciples below were momentarily stunned, but soon erupted into a chaotic cheer. "He won. Senior brother Luo Yuan has triumphed. 3 moves. He truly won in just 3 moves. So formidable. This is the formidable prowess of our Qingshan Sect. The genius of the Sword Sect is merely a shadow of our strength. They may fail to comprehend the nuances of this confrontation, yet the outcome is irrefutable." Luo Yuan, representing the Qingshan Sect, compelled the talented young woman from the Sword Sect to concede defeat within 3 moves. To them, this signifies victory. This embodies glory. In an instant, the chant of "Go, idiots!" transformed into "Luo Yuan, our esteemed senior, is magnificent." Amidst the crowd, Huang Mengmeng gazed in awe at the figure standing nonchalantly on the stage, clad in flowing white garments, his demeanor indifferent, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. He truly won? And he did so with such effortless grace? That final move, I could scarcely perceive it. The impact on Huang Mengmeng's mind was monumental. A thought flashed through her consciousness like a bolt of lightning. She had heard tales of a remarkable figure from millennium ago in the realm of immortals, known as the Wine Sword Immortal. He, too, appeared perpetually intoxicated, seemingly eccentric and unpredictable in his actions, yet possessed a profound wisdom and immeasurable cultivation, a true exemplar of the adage that great wisdom may masquerade as folly. Could it be? A bold conjecture took shape within her mind. Could it be that Luo Yuan is indeed such a whimsical yet sagacious individual? Once this notion took root, it became inescapable. She began to reassess all of Luo Yuan's past behaviors. Madness? Perhaps it was merely a guise, a disdain for mingling with the mundane. Foolishness? Maybe he was, in his own way, enlightening the world without his own awareness? Alas! Huang Mengmeng could not suppress a sigh of chagrin within her heart. How blind she had been! She had consistently regarded him as an ordinary madman. Truly, she had failed to recognize greatness. She even began to reflect on the events that transpired days earlier at the 100 Flowers pool. No wonder when he spied on us during our bath. There was no trace of lewdness in his gaze, just clarity, and in the end, he merely fashioned a slingshot from a few rubber bands to launch at us. So, this is how it is. I understand now. Huang Mengmeng felt as if she had been enlightened, her eyes sparkling with newfound wisdom. He was not playing pranks. He was, in fact, using this method to caution us female disciples against becoming complacent due to our beauty and talent, urging us to remain vigilant. Otherwise, even the slightest pebble could easily strike us. This thoughtful intention, this enlightenment, how marvelous, truly marvelous. However, on the high platform, Li Daoshan and the distinguished guest Shangwanya were utterly oblivious to the ruckus below. They appeared as though ensnared by a spell, their faces completely enveloped in shock. What was that just now? Li Daoshan's heart raced. Time. Sangwan dias pupils constrictive. This was the power of the laws of time. Indeed, although Luo Yuan's final evasion had been oddly swift, leading others to believe it was merely an exhibition of extreme speed or spatial displacement, these two, as integrated powerhouses, possessed an exceptionally discerning eye. They all vividly captured that fleeting yet undeniably tangible sensation of temporal stasis. Could it be that Luo Yuan can momentarily control time? Although they could sense that this control was exceedingly rudimentary and limited in scope, seemingly ineffective against those of superior cultivation, it still rendered him invincible among his peers. Just imagine, in a battle of equals, even the ability to pause time for a mere instant is a profound concept. Amidst the crowd, the blood elder within Xiao Fan's ring was taken aback. Though he was merely a remnant soul, his awareness remained intact, and he too discerned the aberration in time during that fleeting moment. A brief pause in time? Who on earth is this madman? The blood elder's mind was in turmoil as he recalled Xiao Fan's 3-year pact. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. With such abilities, how can Xiao Fan even contend? He couldn't suppress an expletive in his mind. If one can manipulate time at this level, what chance is there for battle? Unless Xiao Fan can also grasp the laws of time or overpower him in cultivation. But is that even possible? Just as despair gripped the blood elder, Xiao Fan, due to his insufficient cultivation, completely failed to comprehend what had just transpired. He merely observed Luo Yuan appearing to teleport to a distance, effortlessly evading that exquisite strike. In confusion, he mentally inquired of the blood elder, "What just happened? How did he suddenly vanish? Is that an extraordinary technique?" The blood elder, after a moment of silence, suppressed his shock and exasperation, adopting a tone of profound mystery. The technique is commendable. This young man possesses a solid foundation, and his fortune seems exceptional. He could be considered a child of destiny. However, he shifted his tone. "My disciple, do not underestimate yourself. If you diligently cultivate the blood technique too, zero that I have imparted to you to perfection, there remains a chance." Yet, he refrained from urging Xiao Fan to seek vengeance or eliminate Luo Yuan. Instead, he framed it differently. There is hope. To achieve a draw. Indeed, just moments ago, he had contemplated sending his disciple to vanquish Luo Yuan. But after witnessing Luo Yuan's seemingly time-manipulating prowess, he no longer spoke of defeating him, subtly lowering his expectations to merely achieving parity. Xiao Fan, still oblivious to his mentor's sharply diminished expectations, felt a sense of validation upon hearing the possibility of a draw. Acknowledging the strength of his opponent and recognizing the need for steady progress, he nodded resolutely, his eyes rekindling with determination. Chapter 19. The damned little woman Shangwanya took a deep breath, suppressing her shock and a hint of unwillingness. She stepped forward and, unable to help herself, cupped her hands in salute to Li Daoshan, her tone imbued with complexity as she remarked, "Masterly. You have indeed acquired an excellent disciple. Young Master Luo Yuan truly lives up to his reputation." Though her praise was somewhat insincere, the prowess Luo Yuan had just displayed compelled her to momentarily concede. Who dares claim that this individual lacks intelligence? She longed to hang those who spread falsehoods from the flagpole. Upon hearing her words, Li Daoshan's spirits soared to the heavens. He laughed heartily, the sound resonating more robustly than ever before, brimming with a sense of triumph. "Ha! You flatter me, Elder Shangwan." He feigned modesty. "My disciple Luo Yuan is rather ordinary, merely possessing a hint of imperial grace." He shamelessly added, patting his chest, "It is primarily due to my guidance." Ho ho ho! His demeanor, brimming with self-satisfaction, seemed to proclaim his delight to the world. Watching his countenance, Shangwanya felt a pang of bitterness, a bubbling envy rising within her. She wished she could summon her flying sword and strike down this brazen old man. After all, she had devoted herself to nurturing her own disciple, Xiao Xiao, who was also a prodigy. Yet she could hardly fathom how this seemingly lackadaisical Li Daoshan had struck such fortune. It was truly infuriating. How could one be so fortunate? Suppressing her jealousy, she cast a worried glance at her disciple, Yu Xiao Xiao. She feared that her treasured student, who had always sailed smoothly through life and had never faced such a direct setback, might suffer a shattered resolve, leaving behind shadow. After all, for someone as spirited as Xiao Xiao, losing to a peer, especially in such a crushing manner, could be a significant blow. However, to her surprise, Yu Xiao Xiao maintained her usual serene demeanor, her expression devoid of any turmoil. This composure, surpassing her years, brought Shangwanya a measure of comfort. As the sparring concluded, Li Daoshan, as the host, donned a welcoming smile once more, addressing Shangwanya and Yu Xiao Xiao. "Ah, the sparring has concluded, and what a splendid display it was. As guests from afar, I invite Elder Shangwan and Miss Yu to accompany me for a tour of the scenic wonders of Qingshan Sect, followed by a modest repast. What do you say?" Having just endured Li Daoshan's boastfulness, Shangwanya felt a twinge of sourness, yet she understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, she heard her disciple speak first, her voice still cool and composed. "Thank you for your kind offer, Master Li. I would prefer to explore the sect's beauty at my own leisure, so there is no need to trouble you." Observing her disciple, Shangwanya smiled and said, "Very well. Since Xiao Xiao wishes to wander alone, let her do so." She stepped forward, carefully adjusting the slightly askew collar of Xiao Xiao, which had been disturbed during their earlier interaction. In a gentle voice, she advised, "You may wander about, but do not stray too far. Remember to return in time for your meal." Gazing at Yu Xiao Xiao's exquisite, unblemished face, her maternal affection surged within her heart, and she couldn't help but think, "Oh dear, this child is truly a sight to behold. So well-behaved, understanding, and talented. I wish I could embrace her and shower her with kisses." Yu Xiao Xiao nodded slightly in response, affirming with a soft, Observing that Yu Xiao Xiao seemed largely unaffected, Shangwanya felt a wave of relief wash over her. Once her master and the leader of the Qingshan Sect departed, Yu Xiao Xiao turned and quietly made her way toward the secluded rear mountains of the Qingshan Sect. She did not pause to admire the scenery, but walked directly to a remote cliff, shrouded in mist and devoid of human presence. The surroundings were silent. She came to a halt before an ancient pine tree that required the embrace of two people to encircle its trunk. In her cerulean eyes, tranquility was finally replaced by unrest. She lifted her delicately embroidered, shoe-clad foot and, summoning all her strength, began to kick the innocent ancient pine trunk with a series of resounding thuds. Bang, bang, bang. "I'm so infuriated, so infuriated, so infuriated." Yu Xiao Xiao vented her frustration upon the unassuming tree, feeling immensely aggrieved. Gifted with extraordinary talent and possessing a sword spirit physique, her cultivation journey had always been smooth sailing, with no peers to rival her. Yet, she had never experienced such a humiliating defeat, such a suffocating one. 3 moves, not even grazing the opponent's sleeve, and being told she was too slow. The more she pondered, the greater her sense of injustice grew, and her kicks grew weaker until she leaned against the trunk, hugging her knees and emitting a soft, whimpering sound tinged with tears. Amidst her lamentations, she suddenly noticed Luo Yuan, having arrived at the remote cliffside unbeknownst to her. He was casually leaning against a nearby rock, observing her with an amused expression that was difficult to decipher. With a playful tone, he said, "Woman, you are quite intriguing." Yu Xiao Xiao, feeling exasperated, prepared to take flight on her sword, but as she moved, her vision blurred momentarily. Luo Yuan's figure appeared before her, as if he had teleported, extending a hand to thud against a tree trunk behind her, effectively pinning her against it with a sudden wall slam. The distance between them shrank to less than a foot, with his warm breath brushing against her face. Luo Yuan leaned down slightly, looking at the girl ensnared between his arm and the tree trunk, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. In that same playful tone, he remarked, "Little woman, You've been caught by me, haven't you? Still thinking of escaping? Yu Xiaoxiao's beautiful blue eyes widened in shock. She could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, an assertive stance that left no room for refusal. What was happening? This man is so incredibly domineering. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a mix of astonishment, anger, and a hint of confusion. She endeavored to maintain her composure. Her icy gaze fixed upon the nearby Luo Yuan, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this question, Luo Yuan replied with a bubbling tone, "Humph. What am I to do?" Indeed, what was I to do? Swiftly, he turned his head and caught a fleeting glimpse of a bound ancient text that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. The cover boldly proclaimed, "The overbearing immortal, from novice to mastery." He was acutely aware of the task assigned by Li Daoshan, to embody the role of an unparalleled genius. Mere appearance was insufficient. His aura and dialogue must align as well. He resolved to abandon the portrayal of a common genius and instead portray the most formidable, audacious, and commanding overbearing immortal. He decided to christen his script, "The Overbearing Immortal Falls in Love with Me." Now, that would indeed make a statement. He quickly navigated to the relevant scenario simulation teaching page, which prominently stated, Scenario 3, when the target questions, "What do you intend to do?" As a qualified, overbearing immortal, never naively respond, for that would lead you into their trap of inquiry. Rather, pose a counter-question. Regain the initiative. Luo Yuan swiftly grasped the key point. He closed the book, donned a devilishly charming smile, and in a teasing tone, declared, "Woman, I ask you, what are you scheming here in the shadows?" Yu Xiaoxiao was momentarily bewildered. Yet, she must admit, it was the first time in her life that a man had wall-banged her in such a manner. This proximity, coupled with an assertive demeanor, stirred an infinitesimal ripple in her previously tranquil heart, causing a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. Suppressing her unusual feelings, she responded as calmly as possible, "I am here to visit the Qingshan Sect." Luo Yuan nodded. "Excellent. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention." Upon uttering this quintessential line of the overbearing immortal, combined with his self-assured smirk and wall-banging stance, Yu Xiaoxiao felt her mind whirl. Interest, her cheeks flushed even deeper. What does he mean by this? Could it be, oh my heavens, is this a confession? Though she found the notion utterly absurd, it was challenging for her inexperienced mind not to venture in that direction, given his peculiar actions and words. No, absolutely not. She immediately quelled her rising panic and peculiar sensations, adopting a resolute expression, and stated in an unwavering tone, "Forget it. I will never accept you." Upon hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's rejection, Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for her response. He hastily glanced at the text in his hands. Rejection is but a stepping stone on the path of an overbearing immortal. At this moment, retreat is not an option. You must showcase your fury. Let her understand the cost of rejecting you. Luo Yuan swiftly comprehended the essence. He suddenly lifted his head, the previous devilish smile vanishing from his face, replaced by an expression of profound offense, suffused with a towering rage. He cackled ominously, the sound more chilling than before. "Woman, do you comprehend?" he uttered in a deep, resonant voice. "One thing I, Luo, detest most in this life is when a woman dares to utter the word, no." Very well. Flames seemed to ignite within his eyes. "You have successfully provoked my wrath." Yet, to Yu Xiaoxiao's ears, it was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. She was immediately taken aback. "Wrath? He is angry." Her body began to tremble slightly. He is incensed by my rejection? Could it be that this scoundrel intends to? Although she was inexperienced and naturally serene, she had heard whispers within her sect or during her travels about the darker aspects of the cultivation world. She knew that some unscrupulous cultivators relish the opportunity to exploit their prowess or status to prey upon beautiful young female cultivators, taking liberties and even committing more egregious acts. Could it be? Could he be one of those people? The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her. Gazing into Luo Yuan's eyes, ablaze with fury, she felt as though her heart might cease to beat. It can't be. It can't be. Her mind was a tumult of terrifying thoughts. He wouldn't dare. attempt to forcefully touch my face, relying on his cultivation. Would he? No. My face can only be touched by my future partner. Woo-woo. This talented young woman found herself ensnared in a profound panic. Chapter 20. Woman, the fire you have kindled, you must extinguish yourself. Gazing into the wide, terrified blue eyes of Yu Xiao, he chuckled wickedly and continued reciting his clumsy lines of dominance. Very well. It seems you comprehend the consequences of inciting my wrath. However, I am not without reason. He paused momentarily, adopting an even more authoritative tone. But the fire you have ignited, you shall quench yourself. Yu Xiao was momentarily bewildered. Fire? What fire? Extinguish fire? What does he mean? Could it be some sort of metaphor? Before she could unravel her thoughts, Luo Yuan discreetly glanced at the book hidden in his sleeve, titled Mastering Domination, From Novice to Expert. The text read, if the opponent does not immediately exhibit submission or action, employ an imperative tone to compel them into a specific posture, thereby asserting your control. Luo Yuan swiftly absorbed the instructions. He lifted his chin, snorted coldly, and commanded, Woman, do you not understand? You shall sit upon me. At that moment, Yu Xiao was even more perplexed. Sit where? Here? Why? As she stared blankly, Luo Yuan, losing his patience, reached out and firmly grasped her shoulders, pressing her down directly onto the ground. Yu Xiao was caught off guard, letting out a startled cry as she found herself seated on the floor. Instinctively, she looked up at Luo Yuan, who loomed over her, the proximity and his earlier forceful action amplifying the oppressive aura surrounding him. A profound sense of grievance, fear, and helplessness surged within her. What did he truly intend to do? The crux of the matter was that she could never overpower this insufferably domineering man. With a prickling sensation in her nose and tears welling in her eyes, Yu Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to cry. In that moment, she longed desperately for her mentor. Teacher, where are you? Sob, observing Yu Xiao, who sat on the ground with reddened eyes, resembling a frightened deer. Luo Yuan pondered for a moment. Then, a wicked smile crept across his face as he addressed the still-dazed Yu Xiao. Extinguish the fire. With that, under her horrified gaze, he suddenly lifted the hem of his pristine, moon-white robe. Yu Xiao was taken aback by this action. Her mind buzzed as all her fears and the sordid rumors she had heard rushed back to her. Could it be? This seemingly brilliant disciple of the Qingshan Sect is truly a shameless pervert. What does he intend to do? She was so frightened that her breath nearly caught in her throat. Just as Yu Xiao braced herself for a desperate struggle, Luo Yuan revealed from beneath the lifted robe a water gun. The water gun was bright yellow, shaped like a duck. Yu Xiao? Luo Yuan, wielding the duck-shaped water gun, aimed it at the still-seated, dazed Yu Xiao. With a splashing sound, he unleashed a stream of clear water, soaking her face and attire. A mischievous smile lingered on his face as he casually remarked, Woman, I told you to extinguish the flames. Observe, this is how it is done. With that, he handed the still-dripping rubber duck water gun to Su Xiao. Here, give it a try. It's quite entertaining. Su Xiao sat on the ground, clutching the water gun, her mind momentarily blank. Then, she lifted the gun toward Luo Yuan and instinctively pulled the trigger. A jet of water shot forth, splattering against Luo Yuan's pristine moon-white robe, leaving a damp mark. Rather than showing anger, Luo Yuan seemed to be triggered by some unspoken cue, letting out a booming voice, Excellent. A more devilish smile spread across his face as he spoke with an approving tone. Woman, I must admit, you have truly impressed me. As Su Xiao gazed at his charmingly audacious demeanor, her mind raced back to a series of bewildering actions. A thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, illuminating her chaotic thoughts. All the fragmented pieces seemed to fall into place. She understood. She finally grasped it. So, this is how it is. The azure depths of her eyes sparkled with enlightenment. This man, he had already discerned the hidden turmoil beneath my calm facade when I conceded in the training arena. The resentment, the grievances, even the fragile fluctuations of my resolve. So, his seemingly domineering, rude, and frivolous behavior was not sincere. He did not genuinely wish to bully me, nor was he some lecherous scoundrel. He, he intentionally provoked me in this manner to shatter my usual pretense, to provide him the opportunity to guide me in retaliating, to release the pent-up negative emotions within me. The fire he spoke of was not his anger, but the smoldering frustrations in my heart. When he asked me to extinguish the flames, it was an invitation for me to use the water gun to release that pent-up anger. Oh my! Su Xiaoxiao's heart raced uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed deeper. He saw through everything, yet instead of gently awakening me, he chose this seemingly coarse, yet deeply considerate method to guide me, safeguarding my resolve. Such depth, such awkwardness, such tenderness in a man. In that moment, Luo Yuan's image transformed into that of a domineering yet warm-hearted figure in Su Xiaoxiao's heart. Softly, with a hint of sincerity, she murmured, "Thank you. I feel much better." Upon hearing her words of gratitude, Luo Yuan frowned slightly and gently pressed his long fingers against her lips, silencing her. "Woman," he said in a teasing yet commanding tone, "I will not allow you to say thank you." Yu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by his sudden and somewhat forceful gesture, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. He doesn't want you to say thank you? Does he think I'm being too distant? Or, it is unexpected, Brother Luo Yuan seems domineering. Yet he possesses such gentlemanly grace. After successfully preventing her from expressing her gratitude, Luo Yuan appeared to believe that their little performance was at an end. With an air of cool detachment, he turned, leaving Yu Xiao with an elegant silhouette, his voice echoing softly. "Farewell, little woman." He paused, as if gathering his emotions, then spoke in a tone imbued with a sense of fate. "When we meet next, we shall be adversaries, I suppose." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao felt a surge of urgency and quickly retorted, "That won't happen. We won't be enemies." Luo Yuan, upon hearing her protest, turned to gaze at her, his eyes reflecting just the right amount of sadness and helplessness. He remained silent, merely waving his hand, as if bidding farewell. Ultimately, he left her with an even more perplexing remark. "If that is the case, then I hope that when we meet again, you will be a bit more interesting, little woman." With that, without waiting for Yu Xiao to respond, he vanished from the cliff's edge like a specter. Left alone, Yu Xiao stood frozen in place, still clutching the rubber duck water gun. More interesting? What does that mean? As she recalled Li Yuan's earlier sorrowful expression, a conjecture began to blossom in her mind. Could it be? Could this man harbor some painful, untold past? Is that domineering Hehe merely a disguise? Perhaps he bears some deep-seated enmity? Is that why he perceives everyone as a foe? Is that why he finds the world so utterly dull? Is he employing such extreme measures to probe, to warn, or even to seek kindred spirits? When he said we would be enemies upon our next meeting, was he actually trying to protect me, wishing to keep me from being entangled in his vendetta? By urging me to become more interesting, does he hope I will grow stronger, strong enough to stand beside him, or to be shielded from his enemy's harm? In that moment, Yu Xiao felt she had completely unraveled the enigma of Luo Yuan. He was a solitary warrior burdened by a dark past, tender within yet compelled to masquerade his true self with bravado. Chapter 21 Humph. Are you attempting to capture my attention, man? Li Daoshan bid farewell to Shang Guanya and Yu Xiaoxiao as he returned on his flying sword. The sword light blazed like a rainbow, slicing through the sky. Shang Guanya observed the silent Yu Xiaoxiao beside her, mistakenly believing that she was still troubled by her recent defeat. She gently consoled her, saying, "Xiaoxiao, it's all right. Luo Yuan's methods are indeed peculiar, and his ability to manipulate time is unheard of. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. There is no need to dwell on it." After a brief pause, she continued to encourage her, "Moreover, you are still at the golden core stage, and the true potential of your sword spirit has yet to be revealed. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, uniting your sword body with the power of heaven and earth, that will be the moment your sword spirit truly demonstrates its might. At that time, you may very well have the opportunity to surpass him." Yu Xiaoxiao merely nodded lightly in response. Shang Guanya had anticipated a hint of sadness from her disciple, for although she was cool in demeanor, she held a deep-seated pride. Observing her calmness, Shang Guanya grew concerned that she was merely suppressing her feelings. She then said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "The spiritual sword you wielded today, though commendable, seems to be struggling to keep pace with your progress. Upon our return, I shall personally seek out that old stubborn smith from the sword-forging peak. I will insist on procuring a superior weapon for you, with a divine weapon. You will surely reclaim your honor next time. Yu Xiao responded softly, yet her azure eyes remained lost in contemplation. Fixated on the domineering figure and elegant bubbles of sound that were Luo Yuan. After sending off their guests, within the main hall of the Qingshan Sect, Li Daoshan dismissed his attendants, leaving only himself and Luo Yuan. At this moment, Luo Yuan still donned his pristine white robe, exuding an air of aloofness. Li Daoshan scrutinized him, recalling how this mischievous disciple had managed to truly impress Shangwanya. Truly, one is judged by their attire, just as a horse is judged by its saddle. I never expected that you, young one, could clean up and possess a semblance of my former elegance. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold snort, his chin slightly elevated. Old fellow, I suppose your eyes are not entirely blind. Li Doushen. He retrieved the familiar large iron rod, weighing it in his hand, and beckoned to the still posturing Luo Yuan. Come, good disciple, come over here. I have something splendid to show you. Luo Yuan regarded Li Daoshan and the iron rod with a mixture of amusement and disdain, raising an eyebrow and adopting an even more domineering tone. Excellent. Man, are you attempting to attract my attention in such a manner? Veins throbbed on Li Daoshan's forehead, his grip on the iron rod tightening audibly. Initially, he had entertained a flicker of hope, thinking that this rascal was merely feigning insanity, and that earlier behavior was a glimpse of his true nature. Luo Yuan, get over here this instant. In response to the furious roar, Luo Yuan merely scoffed, raising his chin even higher. Man, are you issuing me a command? A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. However, I take great delight in telling those who are full of themselves, no. This declaration ignited Li Daoshan's fury completely. Very well. Excellent. I see how far you can go. Then, Li Daoshan, unable to endure any longer, kicked out. But this time, it was not just a simple kick to send him flying. It was as fierce as a tempest. I demand your attention. I command you to perform. I insist you speak out of the ordinary. I urge you to act. I compel you to feign. I insist you appear more handsome than I. As he kicked, he wielded a hefty iron rod, striking at Luo Yuan. Ouch. Don't hit me, old man. I was wrong. Luo Yuan curled up on the ground, protecting his head, looking far more docile. Li Daoshan, hands on his hips, took a moment to catch his breath. He thought this troublesome disciple might finally settle down for a moment, allowing for a serious discussion. Suddenly, Luo Yuan lifted his head. Old man, how was that? Did I perform well just now? Did I manage to impress those from the sword sect? Can I enter the preliminary selection for who is the great Ming immortal? He was still fixated on the preliminary selection. Li Daoshan nearly lost his breath again, but then he reconsidered. Though this troublesome disciple may not be entirely sane, he seems particularly invested in becoming an actor, a film emperor. Just outside, he had indeed acted convincingly, even managing to fool Shangwanya. This reasoning is quite effective. If not, I could use this excuse to keep him in line, ensuring he continues to play along, at least when there are outsiders present. An exquisite management strategy began to take shape in Li Daoshan's mind. A profound smile returned to his face as he approached, even kindly helping Luo Yuan, still seated on the ground, to his feet. Then, with heartfelt sincerity, Li Daoshan said, My disciple, your performance just now, well, it has potential, tremendous potential. Luo Yuan's eyes brightened. However, Li Daoshan shifted the tone of his discourse. You must understand, the preliminary selection for who is the great Ming immortal is no ordinary audition. It is exceedingly intricate, with numerous considerations. It is not sufficient to perform well once or twice. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan quickly inquired, Then what must be done? Li Daoshan stroked his beard and replied slowly. This preliminary selection places utmost importance on perseverance. The judges require years of observation of the contestants. They will test your stability, adaptability, and, well, the depth of your understanding of the role. Luo Yuan nodded, somewhat comprehending, and asked, "So, how many years is that?" Li Daoshan feigned deep thought. According to past practices, this observation period is quite uncertain. It can range from a mere 30 to 50 years, or even at least 100 to 80 years. 100, 80. Luo Yuan instinctively began to count on his fingers. Realizing he had run out of digits after tallying one hand and then the other, he could not count beyond 10. Yet, he keenly grasped a crucial piece of information. This duration seemed to far exceed the time frame he had agreed upon with Xiao Fan. The spark of enthusiasm ignited by the title of Film Emperor was instantly extinguished by the unfathomable length of time. His face fell, his hands tucked away, and he immediately resorted to petulance. "Then forget it. I'm done." He shook his head resolutely. "It's been too long. It's meaningless. Waiting for so long." Upon hearing this, Li Daoshan felt a jolt of alarm in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Ah, my disciple, please do not hastily decline." Li Daoshan continued. What I referred to earlier was the worst-case scenario, which pertains to those ordinary contestants of mediocre talent during their observation period. As a prime candidate like yourself, you will undoubtedly receive different treatment. He began to fabricate with exaggerated flair. Your selection process primarily takes the form of stage performances. There is no need for you to act differently. Just behave as you normally would. Luo Yuan was somewhat swayed. Stage performances? Indeed, Li Daoshan affirmat. For instance, today, when someone from a sword sect comes to exchange ideas, that serves as a significant performance stage. You performed splendidly just now. The judges surely took note. In future instances where you are required to represent our sect, you will perform on stage once more. Each remarkable performance will significantly shorten your observation period. Luo Yuan contemplated this. In that case, it seems feasible. A great weight lifted from Li Daoshan's heart, and a broad smile spread across his face. Just then, a steady and imposing aura approached from afar, revealing a robust elder with a stern visage, exuding an innate authority. Elder Lu Dazhuang, the Grand Elder of the sect. Lu Dazhuang walked with measured steps, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable shock and excitement. He had evidently just received a report from several elders who had witnessed the sparring, particularly regarding Luo Yuan's astonishing agility, an irrefutable testament to Luo Yuan's grasp of certain temporal principles in the eyes of advanced practitioners. He was thoroughly astonished by this revelation. Previously, he had only known that Luo Yuan, the sect leader's direct disciple, possessed remarkable talent, albeit with an apparent lack of common sense and a tendency toward erratic behavior. However, to master the principles of time, that transcended mere talent. It was legendary. It was mythic, an unparalleled aptitude capable of altering the sect's fortunes for millennia. He could scarcely believe that Luo Yuan's talent had reached such extraordinary heights. What lack of common sense! In the face of the grand principles, intellect matters little. As long as one can wield the principles of time, even a fool would be a treasure of the sect. Not to mention, this individual was far from foolish, merely a bit eccentric. The more Lu Dazhuang pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his gaze toward Luo Yuan brimming with an unprecedented fervor. Without hesitation, he proclaimed to Li Daoshan in an unmistakable tone, "Sect leader, this matter is of utmost importance. Luo Yuan, this child is tied to the future rise and fall of our Qingshan Sect. From this day forth, the entire sect must prioritize him as our highest priority and cultivate him at all costs." Li Daoshan. Chapter 22. A title yet to be determined. Upon hearing the Grand Elder announce that Luo Yuan would be elevated to the highest echelon for intensive training, Li Daoshan was positively ecstatic. What had been troubling him? It was merely the fact that this troublesome disciple was an insatiable pit, consuming resources at an alarming rate. After all, considering that a single high-quality spirit stone barely filled the needs of a mere blade of grass. The demand for his spiritual energy was indeed exorbitant and utterly outrageous. But now, an opportunity had arisen. He exclaimed, "Wise master, there is no time to lose. In order for my unworthy disciple to swiftly bring glory to our sect and live up to your esteemed expectations, We must ensure that the resources for his cultivation are adequately provided. Rubbing his hands together, he boldly declared, I propose. Let us start with 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. This will allow him to solidify his foundations and prepare for future advancements in higher realms. Hehehe. Meanwhile, standing beside them, Luo Yuan, though completely oblivious to the conversation, joined in with an equally bewildered hehehe. The Grand Elder, Luo Yuan, gazed at the two with exasperation, veins throbbing on his forehead. 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. Do you take spirit stones for mere cabbages? And you dare to ask so brazenly? This Li Daoshan, the Grand Elder, fumed internally. He truly has no sense of decorum. What audacity! His earlier remark about sparing no expense was meant to convey the sect's strategic prioritization and willingness to allocate resources, not to imply that one could simply raid the sect's treasury. Turning to Li Daoshan, he bellowed, "Get out!" His face contorted with fury as he continued. 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. How dare you utter such demands? If we acquiesce to you, what would become of the other promising disciples? The most I can grant you is 1,000. Indeed, after dismissing the outrageous request, the Grand Elder seemed to recognize that his words had been excessively harsh. Considering Luo Yuan's significance to the future of the sect, he contemplated that the previous punishment could be reconsidered. Thus, stroking his beard, he addressed Li Daoshan, Ahem, sect leader. I have reflected on the matter. I understand your initial proposal was to assign Luo Yuan to the Northern Black Mountain Spirit Stone Mine? Well, I believe we can deliberate further on this matter. There is no need for hasty punishment. He intended to provide both Luo Yuan and Li Daoshan a way to save face. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Luo Yuan instantly perked up, pointing at Li Daoshan and exclaiming, "Exactly! Old dang, did you hear that? The Grand Elder has said we can deliberate." Upon hearing his troublesome disciple's words, Li Daoshan, without a moment's hesitation, reflexively kicked Luo Yuan down to silence him. Then, he abruptly turned to the Grand Elder, his expression transforming into one of unprecedented seriousness and righteous indignation. "Grand Elder," he spoke in a deep voice, imbued with unwavering conviction. "Your words are misguided. A nation has its laws, and a sect has its rules. Although Luo Yuan is my direct disciple, he exhibits a blatant disregard for the rules and conducts himself with questionable morals, even engaging in disgraceful acts. A legitimate disciple who breaks the law shares the same guilt as an illegitimate one. This is the very foundation of our Qingshan Sect. If today we were to show leniency because of his exceptional talent, what would become of our sect as principles? What about the diligent efforts of other disciples? Such an action would be the gravest insult to the ancestors of Qingshan Sect. As the sect leader, I am responsible for upholding the rules and maintaining our esteemed reputation. I categorically refuse to show any leniency. A severe punishment is imperative. Exiling him to the mines for atonement is already the limit of leniency, given his remaining potential. There can be no further clemency. His words were delivered with fervor and righteousness, portraying him as a stern and impartial leader, willing to sacrifice personal ties for the sake of the sect's laws. The Grand Elder, Luo Yuan, was taken aback. He gazed at Li Daoshan, who exuded an air of unwavering justice, and then recalled his earlier demand for 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. What a stark contrast. Could it be? A wave of doubt surged within the Grand Elder. Have I misjudged him? Who would have thought that this seemingly slick and unreliable fellow would exhibit such a steadfast sense of responsibility as a leader after ascending to the position? He is unwilling to show favoritism even to his extraordinarily talented disciple. Excellent. Truly wonderful. The Grand Elder felt an inexplicable surge of emotion and relief. With such a fair and selfless leader, prioritizing the sect's interests, how could Qingshan Sect not flourish and prosper? He looked at Li Daoshan with newfound admiration and approval. Li Daoshan, meeting the Grand Elder's approving gaze, secretly rejoiced. Mission accomplished. His cleverness had not only enhanced his reputation, but also created an opportunity for this rebellious disciple to earn spirit stones. The following morning, at the entrance of Qingshan Sect, the atmosphere was notably different from usual. Luo Yuan stood at the sect's gate, preparing to depart for the Black Mountain Spirit Stone Mine in the northern region. To his sides, the mountain paths were filled with disciples from Qingshan Sect, both from the inner and outer sects, creating a dense crowd. Luo Yuan looked at this scene, somewhat bewildered. What is all this for? He was entirely unaware that they had gathered to bid him farewell. Strangely enough, the disciples of Qingshan Sect had previously wished for, if not outright despised, the idea of Luo Yuan leaving the sect, hoping he would never return. However, after his remarkable display yesterday, first astonishing everyone with his unparalleled talent, then effortlessly defeating the Sword Sect's genius Sword Spirit Girl within 3 moves, had drastically altered their perception of him, while many still considered him somewhat deranged. His profound and unmatched strength at the same rank was undeniably impressive. In the realm of cultivation, which reveres power, this was enough to command respect. Even the female disciples of the 100 Flowers Peak, including Hua Mengmeng, after experiencing initial anger and subsequent deep reflection, privately resolved to no longer pursue the matter of his previous indiscretion. Yet, what surprised the disciples of Qingshan Sect even more was the sect leader, who had always been somewhat indulgent towards Luo Yuan, displaying such an unwavering sense of fairness this time. Even though Luo Yuan displayed extraordinary prowess, the sect leader remained steadfast in his principles. For the grievous error he committed, he was dispatched to the harsh northern mining district to labor under duress. This impartial and principled decision, devoid of favoritism despite talent, deeply moved the disciples, who regarded their leader as a paragon of integrity and responsibility. They felt a renewed sense of hope for the Qingshan Sect. Thus, early this morning, many disciples gathered spontaneously. Then, Li Daoshan stepped forward. He gazed down at the throng of disciples, then glanced at Luo Yuan, his expression a perfect blend of sorrow and authority as he began his solemn farewell address. Alas, Luo Yuan, he lamented poignantly, you were once a rare talent within our Qingshan Sect, yet your unstable disposition led you astray, resulting in a grave mistake. Today, I sentence you to the northern mining district, not only to toil for the sect by extracting spirit stones to atone for your sins, but also to reflect deeply on your character in that arduous environment. I hope you will soon repent and reshape your life. Remember, when heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, it must first temper their spirit and strain their muscles. May this trial serve you well. Do not let down the sect and the heartfelt efforts of your master. His words were grandiloquent, eliciting nods of agreement from the disciples below, who felt their leader possessed profound wisdom. As for Luo Yuan, he was indifferent. It mattered little to him where he went, as it all seemed like a game. Yet, as he observed the sea of faces outside the mountain gate, a complex sense of gratitude washed over him. Wow, so everyone really cares for me? Thus, he took a step forward, cleared his throat, and with a playful tone addressed the crowd. Dear friends, alas, joyful moments are always fleeting. There is no banquet in this world that does not eventually disperse. I never imagined you would miss me so much. But fear not. Suddenly, a radiant smile broke across his face as he patted his chest in assurance. Though I, Luo Yuan, am departing, I shall not leave you in solitude. After saying this, he felt the need for a more dramatic conclusion to this farewell scene. So he abruptly turned, deliberately slowed his pace, and affected a demeanor of melancholic solitude as he walked towards the mountain gate. At that moment, Luo Yuan, disciple, Li Daoshan, embodying the role of a sorrowful mentor, rushed forward and pulled the departing Luo Yuan aside, whispering tenderly, resembling a loving master reluctant to see his cherished pupil set forth on a journey. Luo Yuan, caught in Li Daoshan's grasp, felt a twinge of annoyance and murmured, What is it, old man? Li Daoshan, with a fierce countenance, warned, Listen carefully. Do not disgrace me while you are at the mines. Find a way to extract as many spirit stones as you can. The more, the better. However, you must ensure that no one discovers it, especially the elder overseeing the mine. Do you understand? After hearing this, Luo Yuan, unsure if he absorbed the warning, waved his hand dismissively, breaking free from Li Daoshan's grip, and walked away without looking back. Yet this scene, perceived by the gathered disciples, unfolded in an entirely different light. They witnessed the sect leader rushing forward to grasp Luo Yuan, tenderly imparting words of parting advice, which stirred deep emotions within them. Look, the sect leader truly cannot bear to part with senior brother Luo Yuan. Indeed, after all, he is a direct disciple. Even when mistakes are made, the bond between master and student remains. The sect leader is truly harsh in words, yet soft in heart. And look at senior brother Luo Yuan's demeanor. He appears so troubled, yet he suppresses his feelings, feigning nonchalance as he waves goodbye. Alas, it is truly Chapter 23, a gift left for the sect, tears of emotion. Xiao Fan stood amidst the crowd, his heart a whirlwind of emotions, deeply influenced by the atmosphere surrounding him. I never expected this calamity to be sent off to mine, he mused, reflecting on the previous unreliable demeanor of the sect leader and today's resolute stance in punishing Luo Yuan. A flicker of admiration began to blossom within him for the leader's unwavering integrity. Even the blood spirit within his ring sighed in contemplation. Who would have thought that the Qingshan Sect harbored such an incorruptible leader? It is indeed a rarity. Perhaps, young man, your time in this sect may not be as bleak as it seems. As night fell, enveloping the Qingshan Sect in a serene moonlight, most disciples had entered states of meditation or rest. Suddenly, an uproar erupted. Thump, 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 thump. I embark on my journey. What I leave behind is uncountable charm, an extraordinarily loud, thumping beat, accompanied by a voice akin to a duck's quack, echoed throughout the Qingshan Sect without warning. Who is blaring this nonsense? Is there no regard for sleep? Xiao Fan, caught in a moment of tranquility, was jolted awake by the cacophony, his face contorted in fury. The music, the rhythm, that unmistakable shout, was all too familiar. So it was the meaning behind Luo Yuan's parting words, "I will not let you feel lonely," was this. How could he have set up an automatic playback device with amplification effects in the sect before his departure? And judging by that wretched voice, it was indeed a recording of Luo Yuan himself. The uproar did not only disturb him. Soon, a chorus of angry shouts and complaints erupted from outside. Even Hua Mengmeng, who had just begun to harbor a modicum of respect for Luo Yuan, found her patience shattered after an hour of this tormenting sound. All remnants of goodwill dissipated in an instant. They yearned to drag that damned Luo Yuan back from the mines and give him a thorough thrashing. Finally, the patience of the Qingshan Sect wore thin. From the inner to the outer gates, disciples and elders alike mobilized, armed with torches and flying swords. Employing various tracking talismans and spiritual scanning, they conducted a fervent search in the tranquility of the night, determined to uncover the infernal devices that Luo Yuan had clandestinely installed. In no time, the air was thick with exclamations of ire. Cursed Luo Yuan, do not let me catch you. This wretched voice is shaking my very resolve. Where could it be hiding? Found it. There's one over here. Damn it. How could it be hidden behind the toilet with a concealed formation? There's another one hanging from the tree. After a night of toil, they finally managed to unearth each of those hidden sound stones lurking in the nooks and crannies. Thanks to their sheer numbers and the keen spiritual senses of the high-ranking cultivators. When the last echo of sound faded away, Qingshan Sect was restored to tranquility once more. All those who participated in the search were utterly exhausted yet relieved. Finally, they had eradicated the source of this spiritual pollution. As the night deepened, most of the participants returned to rest or resumed their meditation. After a long night of labor, Xiao Fan felt an urgent need to relieve himself and suddenly desired to visit the restroom. Yawning, he made his way to the simple toilet attached to his room. Just as he unfastened his belt and prepared to address his needs, with a sudden exertion, a piercing shriek shattered the night sky. Xiao Fan felt an excruciating, indescribable pain radiating from his lower abdomen, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. What on earth? Why does it hurt so much? Cold sweat streamed down his face as he clutched his abdomen, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. Could it be that the repeated shocks from that madman Luo Yuan had stirred his qi, causing internal injury? Just as he was enveloped in confusion, similar cries of agony began to echo throughout Qingshan Sect, as if the pain were contagious. From the outer disciples' residences to the peaks of the inner sect, and even near the secluded abodes of some elders, the cries resonated in unison. It hurts. What is happening below? Hiss, this sensation feels wrong. It turned out that the nefarious Luo Yuan, in a bid to prevent anyone from damaging the sound equipment he used to maintain his ties with the brothers and sisters of Qingshan Sect, had set a curse to trigger whenever one of the devices was destroyed. If anyone dared to dismantle his precious equipment, they would develop prostatitis. Luo Yuan, you scoundrel. Meanwhile, in the northern region, at the Black Mountain Spirit Stone Mine directly under Qingshan Sect. This location lies at the northern edge of the sect's territory, characterized by a harsh environment and mixed spiritual energy. A few outer disciples and some managing elders are stationed here year-round, responsible for the extraction and transportation of spirit stones. On this day, a streak of light descended from the heavens as Luo Yuan finally arrived at this mining area. Elder One, who oversaw matters here, had already received the message and hurriedly brought a few managers to welcome him. Elder One gazed at the young man before him, travel-worn yet still unable to hide his handsome features, and lamented inwardly, "Heavens, why has the sect leader sent this esteemed individual here?" Although the message indicated that this fellow was sent by the sect leader to mine spirit stones as a form of penance, he would not dare let the sect leader's prized disciple engage in such laborious work, unless he wished to resign his position as an elder. This is not a punishment. This is clearly an ancestral deity arriving. We must treat him with the utmost respect and care. As long as no trouble arises in this mining area, Elder One resolved in his heart, instantly donning an facade of warmth and obsequiousness. He personally welcomed Luo Yuan into the finest courtyard of the mining area. After a sumptuous banquet to celebrate his arrival, Elder One rubbed his hands together and said with a beaming smile, "After your arduous journey, we have arranged the best accommodations for you. Please go and rest." He paused, leaned closer to Luo Yuan, and with a mischievous wink added, "Hehe inside. There are delightful surprises awaiting you." "What kind of surprises?" Luo Yuan inquired. "A new game?" Elder One was momentarily taken aback by the question, then burst into hearty laughter. "Rest assured, it's far more exhilarating than a game." Intrigued, Luo Yuan nodded repeatedly, eager to discover what awaited him. He then pushed open the door to the lavish room prepared by Elder One. Indeed, as he entered, he immediately noticed 4 enchanting figures standing gracefully beside the soft couch, partially obscured by a screen. They were clad in revealing, diaphanous garments that hinted at their beauty, their gazes towards Luo Yuan brimming with allure. The room was filled with a fragrant breeze, warm jade bedding, and flickering candlelight. The 4 meticulously chosen maidens, initially apprehensive about serving an unknown guest, exchanged glances that brightened with realization. No way, they thought, having feared the arrival of a middle-aged, portly, and unkempt cultivator. Instead, they were greeted by a strikingly handsome young man of unique charm. With such looks and stature, they felt that even if they were to pay him, it would be a divine opportunity. In an instant, the 4 beauties perked up, quickly surrounding Luo Yuan, each striking poses to pique the interest of this dashing gentleman. Surrounded by such vibrant allure, Luo Yuan chuckled. "All right, enough dawdling. Let us get started. I can hardly wait." Upon hearing his words and seeing his eager demeanor, the maidens thought to themselves, "Oh my, this young man, while handsome, is rather impatient." They giggled softly, their spirits lifted, confident they would be able to attend to this eager gentleman splendidly. "Come here," Luo Yuan beckoned with open arms. Then, what on earth is this? The 4 maidens looked around, realizing they were in a dark, damp cave illuminated only by a few dimly glowing nightstones. Their seductive smiles instantly froze. Luo Yuan nodded in satisfaction before pointing to the mine wall and urging, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Start digging." The 4 maidens dig. Dig what? Chapter 24. What is this? Must we endure such indignity? Deep within the mine, only a few luminescent stones cast a dim glow, echoing the sound of relentless clanging. Thus, 2 whole hours passed. Those 4 originally delicate sisters had never engaged in such laborious toil. Blisters formed on their tender hands, Their once pristine garments now marred by dust and sweat, and even torn in several places by sharp oars. Each was utterly exhausted, drenched in perspiration, gasping for breath, feeling as though their very essence had been drained. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan sat upon a relatively clean stone, propping his chin on one hand, his expression devoid of emotion as he supervised the work. Occasionally, he would offer directions. Over there, the color is darker. There may be treasures buried. Dig with vigor. No slacking off. Hurry up. Under his relentless urging, the four beauties found themselves on the verge of tears, their faces pale with despair. Finally, one audacious woman, disregarding her status, cast aside her pickaxe and, with a quivering voice, pleaded, "Young master, Luo young master, we truly cannot continue. Please, have mercy and spare us." Luo Yuan observed their forlorn forms sprawled upon the ground, their hair disheveled and their appearance pitiful, yet he frowned, seemingly displeased with their efficiency. Standing up, he scoffed, "Utterly useless. Is this all you can manage? Fine, you may leave." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. The four beauties, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to assist one another, fleeing the pitch-black mine in haste. Disheveled and weary, they traversed the dirt path of the mining area, eager to find a place to cleanse themselves, when they unexpectedly encountered Elder One, who was out inspecting the premises. Upon seeing the disheveled state of the four maidens, clothes in disarray, hair unkempt, pallid faces, and unsteady steps, Elder One immediately donned a knowing smile. He marveled inwardly. Luo young master is quite the vigorous one. In such a short time, he has rendered them utterly exhausted. Truly, a remarkable youth. I am in awe. He hurried over, wearing a concerned smile, addressing the four sisters. "Oh dear, ladies, why have you returned so soon? How'd it go? Is Luo young master satisfied? Wasn't I clear that you should serve him well?" To this, the leading woman's face drained of color, replaced by a mix of rage and indignation. "Elder One, you are mistaken. We sisters toil for our meager wages, not to engage in such degrading labor. If you wish to find someone to properly serve that gentleman, I suggest you seek out robust, able-bodied men instead." With that, they disregarded Elder One's reaction, covering their faces as they wept and fled, leaving Elder One standing alone, stunned as if struck by lightning. A middle-aged man, he endeavored to comprehend the implications. A profoundly shocking thought exploded within Elder One's mind. Alas, he inhaled sharply. No, he had not anticipated that Luo Yuan could be so. He actually had a penchant for this. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Elder One felt a chilling sensation surge from his soles to the crown of his head, gazing toward the direction of the courtyard where Luo Yuan resided. His eyes filled with an unprecedented fear. No wonder the sect leader had banished him to this desolate place. Within the cavern, only Luo Yuan remained. Observing the small mound of spirit stones of varying quality, unearthed by the four beauties, he curled his lip in disdain. He approached, grasping the spirit stones, and, akin to savoring jelly beans, promptly crunched them down, swallowing them whole. This minuscule amount of energy was scarcely sufficient to fill the gaps in the painting within his consciousness. He then sighed, picking up a mining pick. Alas, what a bother. He would have to excavate himself. He swung the pickaxe, striking the mine wall. It must be said, when he dedicated himself, his efficiency was remarkably high. He excavated swiftly. In both strength and speed, he surpassed the collective efforts of the four maidens, with or cascading down in a shower. Indeed, after a brief toil, feeling somewhat fatigued and bored, he grew indolent. He tossed aside the pickaxe with a clatter and reclined upon the relatively clean floor of the cavern, crossing his legs and staring at the pitch-black ceiling, unwilling to move. That's not right. Then, upon further contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. A brilliant idea struck him like a bolt from the blue. Aren't the spirit stones nestled within this earth and stone? Why should I exhaust myself extracting them? He scrambled to his feet, facing the wall. Then, he opened his mouth wide, akin to a famished hippopotamus starved for 3 days, and with a resounding gulp, devoured the loose earth and stones, along with any potential shards or small raw stones contained within. in one fell swoop. Burp, he even let out a satisfied belch, his lips smeared with dirt. Simultaneously, within the painting in his mind, the peculiar entity, neither pig nor tiger, seemed to sense something as well, similarly opening its mouth wide and beginning to consume, as if digesting the amalgamation that Luo Yuan had ingested. After all, the spirit stone veins were concealed within this earth. Why not consume it all together? This method proved much faster and less laborious. Moreover, this soil, having soaked up the essence of spirit stones for so many years, appeared to possess some faint spiritual energy. Goodness gracious! Could it be? Am I a genius? Luo Yuan was astonished, murmuring to himself, once again captivated by his own ingenuity. By nightfall, Luo Yuan emerged from the depths of the cavern, thoroughly satisfied. Though he remained somewhat unclear about the exact amount of spirit energy absorbed or the progress made on the painting in his consciousness, he felt assured that this method was far swifter than mere mining. He brushed off the dust from his attire and returned to the luxurious abode arranged for him by Elder One to rest. Upon entering, he discovered that Elder One was indeed waiting there respectfully, a mysterious smile gracing his face. As soon as he saw Luo Yuan return, Elder One hastily approached him, saying, "Ah, young Master Luo, it seems. Today's arrangements were somewhat lacking on my part. Those 4 young ladies, with their delicate beauty, do not appear to align with your refined tastes, do they?" Luo Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing he was referring to the 4 women who were inept at mining. He nodded in agreement, expressing his sentiments. Indeed, they were far too sluggish, lacking in strength and efficiency. Upon hearing the term inefficient, Elder Wen's heart sank, secretly acknowledging, indeed, women are certainly not up to par for him. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this can be easily resolved. I have been operating in this northern mining region for many years and have established some connections. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure a satisfactory arrangement for you. With a satisfied clap of his hands, a multitude of dark figures entered from outside. Each was robustly built, muscles rippling, exuding an aura of sheer strength. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yuan noted that several among them were not weak at all, being in the foundation establishment stage of cultivation. Clearly, Elder One had spared no expense, gathering what he deemed to be high-quality men to cater to Luo Yuan's unique preferences. Luo Yuan scrutinized the group of muscular men, raising an eyebrow as he assessed their biceps and the fluctuations of their spiritual energy. However, he shook his head in mild disappointment, addressing Elder One. This group is rather average. Elder One was taken aback. What? Such a formidable and powerful assembly does not suffice. He lamented inwardly. Young Master Luo, your tastes are exceedingly particular, truly difficult to please. Could it be that he finds their cultivation levels insufficient? Or perhaps they lack the desired strength? As Elder One broke into a cold sweat, contemplating whether he should abduct a few golden core cultivators, Luo Yuan's gaze shifted from the group of muscular men to Elder One himself. He assessed Elder One from head to toe. Although he was somewhat older and of average build, still, Luo Yuan pointed at Elder One and earnestly declared, "You, on the other hand, are quite suitable." To his credit, Elder One was at least a golden core elder, capable of harnessing spiritual energy to shatter rocks and mine with remarkable efficiency. Undoubtedly, he surpassed both the earlier 4 women and the current dozen men. Yet, to Elder One, these words struck like a bolt from the blue. His face turned pale as he staggered back, pointing at Luo Yuan with a tremor in his voice. Chapter 25. 0. Elder One found his soul soaring far beyond the heavens, his mind blank, and his entire being frozen in place. What does he mean? He has taken an interest in me. If this were to spread, a tempest of emotions surged within Elder One, initiating a profoundly intricate internal struggle. He has already surpassed 5 centuries, squandering half a lifetime. His talent has never been remarkable, and he has been trapped at the late stage of the Golden Core for nearly 200 years. It seems unlikely that he will ever break through to the nascent soul realm in this lifetime. But what if? What if I could associate myself with this young Master Luo? Perhaps I might acquire some unique resources from him? Could this aid me in overcoming my bottleneck? This notion ignited a flicker of hope within him. It was swiftly overshadowed by immense shame and turmoil. However, at my age, I must submit myself to a young man? How could this be proper? Alas, this truly is a complex and arduous decision. Elder One was torn internally, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow. With a pained countenance, he addressed the eagerly expectant Luo Yuan, saying, "Young Master Luo, this matter is of great significance. Might I request some time to consider it?" He wished to buy himself some time. To his surprise, Luo Yuan frowned at this, seemingly perplexed. "What is there to consider? Let us proceed. Just go for it. Just go for it." Elder One was instantly taken aback by those 3 words, his face flushing crimson as he waved his hands repeatedly. "No, please, young master. I am not prepared. I require a little more time." Before Elder One could gather himself, Luo Yuan, having lost his patience, reached out and seized him. "What are you doing? Release me at once." Elder One gasped in shock. In the next moment, he felt a blur before his eyes, as if the stars themselves had shifted, and in an instant, he found himself transported from the opulent residence to the depths of a mine, precisely where Luo Yuan had initiated his previous work. Still reeling from the dizziness of the spatial transfer and the shock of being abducted, he heard Luo Yuan's voice, imbued with a sense of inevitability. Then, pointing at the mine wall before them, Luo Yuan decisively commanded, "Begin mining." Elder One, "Mine what?" Gazing at the pitch-black mine wall, and then at the eagerly expectant Luo Yuan, he recalled his earlier tumultuous internal conflict and misunderstanding. He could only feel his face burn with embarrassment, wishing fervently to disappear into the earth. At this juncture, resistance was futile. He could only grasp the pickaxe that Luo Yuan had procured from who knows where and commenced his labor upon the wall. It must be said, the efficiency of a golden core cultivator in mining is indeed remarkable. In no time, the cavern was filled with flying debris, spiritual energy swirling. As he extracted piles of ore, each glimmering faintly from the rock face, stacking them aside. As time passed, Elder One, not being a professional miner, found the sustained exertion of his magical energy in excavating the hard stones to be a significant drain. Gradually, he sensed his magical power waning, his movements slowing, and beads of sweat began to his forehead. As he felt himself nearing exhaustion, his consciousness somewhat hazy, suddenly, he sensed a slight yet significant loosening of the impenetrable bottleneck of his golden core, which had plagued him for nearly 2 centuries. Though it was but a whisper of movement to Elder One, who had been trapped in this realm for countless years, it was akin to a celestial melody. He was taken aback, incredulous, pausing his actions to turn inward and carefully attune to his body. Indeed, it had truly shifted. If he could seize this opportunity, with sufficient resources and time, the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was within reach. What could this mean? He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distant figure of Luo Yuan, who was grinning with a peculiar laughter over the mound of spirit stones he had unearthed. Of course, it must be. Elder One pondered, his mind illuminated by a sudden epiphany. So, Master Luo did not intend to humiliate me. He is enlightening me. By forcibly bringing me to mine, he compelled me to experience the most rudimentary and laborious of tasks, draining my magical energy and tempering my spirit. He was, in essence, conveying to me that cultivation is fundamentally about the heart and the strength of will. The elevation of one's prowess can only be achieved through persistent and grounded effort, with no shortcuts available. Indeed, a person of Master Luo's stature must have long seen through my base desires to cling to others, even sacrificing my dignity for a breakthrough. The more Elder One reflected, the deeper his shame grew. No wonder Master Luo possesses such formidable cultivation and strength at such a young age. It turns out he has always endured such rigorous training. In light of this comparison, my prior thoughts appear utterly despicable. I even contemplated offering my services as a means to curry favor. How utterly petty of me. And yet, he, instead of resenting my sordid intentions, has chosen this seemingly harsh yet profoundly meaningful method to enlighten me, to assist me in shattering my bottleneck. This is nothing short of a sage's methodology. As Elder Wen's shame deepened, the radiant aura of Luo Yuan shone ever brighter, overwhelmed with immense shame, gratitude, and the exhilaration of enlightenment. This 500-year-old elder could no longer contain his emotions. He fell to his knees before Luo Yuan, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Master Luo, your kindness is beyond words. I understand now. I have truly comprehended. You need not worry. My talents are humble, unworthy of cultivation. I shall never again disturb your serene mining. Moreover, I will forever cherish your teachings from today. Henceforth, I shall cast aside distractions and devote myself to diligent practice. I am grateful for your profound enlightenment." With that, he bowed deeply 3 times, not waiting for Luo Yuan's response, and staggered to his feet. Casting a resolute glance back at Luo Yuan, he turned and departed. He was determined to return to his seclusion and seize that fleeting opportunity of bottleneck loosening. Luo Yuan gazed at Elder One, who was behaving erratically, crying, bowing, and running about, leaving behind a pile of unexcavated ore. "You old fool, so you're fleeing, are you?" With the most efficient miner gone, he had no choice but to rely on himself. Luo Yuan surveyed the heap of spiritual stones unearthed by Elder One and glanced at the soft soil beside him. Opening his mouth once more, he recommenced his arduous endeavor of digging. Days turned into weeks. Aside from necessary rest, his time was consumed by relentless toil, treating the earth, rubble, and the scattered spiritual stones within the mine as his personal buffet. Before he knew it, over a month had elapsed. Whether Luo Yuan's cultivation had made any groundbreaking advancements remained uncertain. Yet the results were evident. He had nearly exhausted the shallow soil and low-grade ore of this once promising Qingshan mining area all on his own. Many tunnels had been significantly widened and had taken on an extraordinary cleanliness. One day, deep within the mine, in the main chamber, the head overseer was present. A stern-faced elder, clad in a black robe. Elder Hehe was listening to Elder Wen's routine report. Elder Hehe, the highest authority station here, possessed profound cultivation and commanded respect without raising his voice. After hearing the daily updates on mining and transportation matters, Elder Hehe furrowed his brow and inquired about a certain individual who had piqued his interest. "Elder One," he asked in a deep voice, "how has the disciple sent by the sect leader been faring? Has he caused any disturbances or trouble?" He had long been aware of Luo Yuan's infamous reputation and found it perplexing that the sect leader had dispatched him to this remote mining area. Upon hearing Elder Hehe mention Luo Yuan, Elder Wen's face lit up with an uncontrollable excitement. "Reporting to you, my lord, young Master Luo, he is more than merely compliant. He is, in my humble experience, a practitioner of great willpower, wisdom, and audacity." Elder Hehe was taken aback by the remark. "Oh, what leads you to this conclusion?" His recollection of Luo Yuan did not align with such commendatory descriptors. Elder Wen immediately launched into his enthusiastic praise. "My lord, you may not be aware. Since young Master Luo's arrival at the mine, he has never uttered a single complaint about the harsh conditions. He ventures daily into the most challenging mining tunnels, undeterred by hardship and seeking no assistance, dedicating himself to labor without a single word of grievance. His steadfastness is truly admirable." Furthermore, Elder Wen grew increasingly animated. "I have dared to engage in brief conversations with young Master Luo and have discovered that he possesses none of the arrogance typical of talented disciples. His demeanor, seemingly casual, is imbued with profound significance. I am but a fool, hesitant to make presumptions, yet I sense he is experiencing the myriad facets of the mortal realm, honing his unparalleled resolve." He even shared a personal anecdote. "To be frank, my lord, I feel that merely interacting with young Master Luo has subtly loosened the bottleneck I have grappled with for years, enriching my understanding of the path of cultivation. Young Master Luo is truly a person of immense wisdom and great compassion." Elder Wen's words were imbued with genuine emotion, his eyes brimming with profound admiration for Luo Yuan. Elder Hehe, taken aback, found himself utterly bewildered. "Oh, is that truly the case?" he exclaimed. "I would not dare utter a word of falsehood." Elder Wen immediately assured him. Elder Hehe fell into silence, contemplating Elder while recalling various rumors about Luo Yuan. I never expected, truly never expected, within our Qingshan Sect, there exists a disciple of such noble character. A wave of astonishment washed over Elder Hehe. Possessing such extraordinary talent, yet remaining steadfast in this arduous environment, diligently honing his skills. What remarkable willpower! What an unrefined gem! How could our sect not flourish? As he pondered further, he began to sense something amiss. It seems the incident regarding his alleged peeping on female disciples while bathing was likely fabricated. Elder Hehe initiated his reasoning. How could one so resolute, impervious to temptation, with a heart as tranquil as still water, possibly engage in such behavior? The truth became increasingly evident. Could this be a manifestation of internal strife among the sect's higher-ups? A flicker of understanding crossed Elder Hehe's eyes. The more he contemplated, the more he believed in this likelihood. Alas, how unfortunate! It is indeed this child who suffers. A prodigious talent unjustly burdened by baseless accusations, enduring hardship in such a place. What a pity! Such a pity! Elder Hehe's gaze drifted towards Luo Yuan's residence, filled with sympathy and regret. By the way, Elder One, what is the total output of spirit stones in District Ding this month? Has it met expectations? Upon hearing the inquiry about the specific yield, particularly from District Ding, Elder One stammered, Reporting to you, esteemed one, the output from District Ding this month is 0. Initially, Elder Hehe paid little heed, casually responding, Oh, it is 0, then next month we shall. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. What? Chapter 26, The Earth Dragon has turned over? Do you even comprehend what you're saying? The voice of the Black Elder suddenly escalated, imbued with the oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Although Ding District was not the main mining vein, how could it possibly yield 0 this month? Please, my lord, calm your anger. I too find this perplexing. It is indeed 0, I speculate. Perhaps it is because the veins in Ding District seem to have run dry. The Black Elder furrowed his brows tightly, contemplating for a moment, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. The veins have run dry? Could it be such a coincidence? Could it be that young Master Luo, knowing there were mines there, committed theft and embezzled? Given Luo Yuan's status as a direct disciple and the potential for unusual means, such a possibility could not be dismissed. Upon hearing this, Elder One hastily defended Luo Yuan. My lord, you must see clearly. It should not be that young Master Luo has embezzled. Oh, why are you so certain? The Black Elder inquired. Elder One elucidated. Firstly, even if Ding District has not run dry, the monthly output would amount to merely several thousand low-grade spirit stones. For a golden core cultivator, while useful, it would not warrant young Master Luo to leave not a single stone behind, raising suspicion. Secondly, and most crucially, prior to entering the mine, all spatial treasures are confiscated. To conceal such a multitude of spirit stones would be no simple task unless he has grasped certain spatial laws. Otherwise, as a mere golden core novice, he could not possibly hide all the spirit stones right under the noses of the elderly and other overseers. Moreover, Elder One added the most compelling evidence. I was not at ease and personally inspected Ding District. The situation there is indeed strange. It appears that young Master Luo, in his earnest endeavor to excavate and search for veins, has expanded the entire Ding District mine by more than double. Many areas have been meticulously cleared of sand and soil. It can be said that he has dug down to 3 feet. Yet in spite of this, not a single trace of or can be found. It is evident that he is genuinely striving to excavate, but the veins are undeniably. Upon hearing Elder One's account, the Black Elder was taken aback. His brow tightened even further. Expanded by double, cleared of sand and soil, yet not a single stone in sight, and no way to embezzle? What is going on? The more the Black Elder pondered, the more he felt that something was amiss. This matter was far from the simple depletion of the veins. He dared not be complacent, recognizing that this could involve some unknown anomaly or powerful means. He promptly compiled a detailed report and utilized the highest grade communication talisman to relay this matter to the Council of Elders within the sect. At the Qingshan Sect, In the elders' assembly hall, Li Daoshan unfurled the jade slip to examine its contents. Upon reading the report indicating that Ding District's spirit stone output was 0, the mine had been expanded by double, and the soil had been meticulously cleared, he immediately thought of that wayward disciple he had cast aside. His face turned ashen. Indeed, it is undoubtedly the misdeeds of this wayward disciple. He knew without a doubt that this disciple had employed some inexplicable ability to abscond with the entire district's soil along with the spirit stones. Subsequently, this report was also disseminated to several core elders of the council. In an instant, the elders began to discuss this matter fervently. Ding District's output is 0. What could be the reason? The report from Elder Hehe indicated that the mine had been expanded and the sand had vanished. This does not seem indicative of a depleted vein. What on earth could be happening? How peculiar. One elder stroked his beard and speculated, could it be? The earth dragon has stirred? Perhaps it has agitated the subterranean veins, temporarily displacing the spiritual stones deep underground? This conjecture was promptly endorsed by several elders. Indeed, it is a possibility. The earth dragon's upheaval and the resultant anomalies do seem plausible. It is worth noting that although the northern mine is not the primary vein of our Qingshan Sect, it is nonetheless a substantial deposit. Fortunately, the issues are currently confined to District Ding, which is manageable. However, if the entire vein encounters problems subsequently, we would be in serious trouble. It is imperative to dispatch personnel for thorough exploration. The elders engaged in fervent discussion regarding the likelihood of the earth dragon's disturbance and began deliberating on subsequent exploratory and fortification measures. Only Li Daoshan, seated nearby with a pallid complexion, listened to the elders earnestly discuss the earth dragon, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Earth dragon? What nonsense! Yet, he remained silent. After the elder meeting concluded, Li Daoshan wasted no time and hurried back to his dwelling, retrieving a specially crafted communication jade talisman to contact Luo Yuan, who was stationed at the northern mine. As the jade talisman glimmered, Luo Yuan's languid voice came through. Hello? Who is this? Li Daoshan, suppressing his fury, gritted his teeth and inquired, What have you been doing at the mine? Elder Hehe's report has already reached the council. It states that no spiritual stones have been extracted from District Ding this month, and you have hollowed out a significant portion of the mine. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan did not panic. Instead, he spoke with a hint of pride. I was consuming the earth. Li Daoshan exclaimed. Consuming the earth? Luo Yuan confidently replied, Indeed. Elder, did you not instruct me to suck vigorously and not waste any resources? I noticed that the soil also contained spiritual stones, but extracting them was too slow. I feared wasting the spiritual essence in the earth, so I consumed it altogether. Impressive, right? Li Daoshan felt darkness closing in, nearly crushing the jade talisman in his grip. I meant for you to absorb the energy of the spiritual stones. Who permitted you to consume the earth as well? I said to absorb, not to leave nothing behind. Do you realize that because of you, the council is now questioning the earth dragon's disturbance? He took a deep breath. Listen. From now on, you're not to consume all the earth. When you mine, at the very least, leave behind dozens or even hundreds of visible spiritual stones daily to be submitted to Elder when on time. Just for appearances. Do you understand? Luo Yuan, seemingly finding this request manageable albeit troublesome, readily agreed. Oh, fine then. Just as Li Daoshan felt a sense of relief, believing he had temporarily rectified this issue, he heard Luo Yuan add, Oh, by the way, Elder, there's something I need to tell you. Recently, during my explorations in the soil, I stumbled upon an area in District Ding where the earth was particularly loose. Carelessly, I inadvertently unearthed a narrow path that directly connected to the neighboring area known as District Jia. The soil in District Jia appeared to be even more delectable. Li Daoshan exclaimed, District Jia, that is one of the core regions of the Northern Territory's mineral vein. Its reserves are several times greater than those of District Ding. Furthermore, due to its immense significance, it is heavily fortified with numerous restrictions. This wayward disciple has managed to carve out a clandestine passage to the core area merely by consuming the soil. This complicates matters further. Nevertheless, as he is my own disciple, I recognize his pressing need for abundant spiritual energy to cultivate. Although Li Daoshan outwardly expressed disdain for Luo Yuan, he understood that requiring such a vast amount of spiritual energy at the Golden Core stage signified something profound. Xiao Deng, from now on, you're only permitted to venture into District Jia for your soil consumption at night. Do you understand? Li Daoshan instructed. With this new directive from Lao Deng, Luo Yuan found it quite reasonable. Consequently, in the days that followed, he established a remarkably regular routine. During the day, he would engage in activities within the already depleted District Ding. He would symbolically strike the earth with a pickaxe a few times before indulging, ensuring to leave behind a scattering of reasonably high-quality spirit stones nearby. At night, when the world fell silent, it became his most joyous buffet time. He would stealthily slip into the narrow passage he had created, reaching the significantly more vibrant core mineral area, District Jia, to feast. It must be said, the soil in District Jia was indeed more appetizing. Not only was the spiritual energy therein purer and more concentrated, but the quality and quantity of the accompanying spirit stones were also considerably higher. Luo Yuan reveled in his indulgence. Under this efficient regimen of daytime consumption in District Ding and nighttime feasting in District Jia, the changes within him became markedly evident. In the vivid imagery of the tiger roaring in the mountains painting in his mind, the peculiar creature, neither pig nor tiger, had visibly solidified, radiating a brighter aura. More astonishingly, even in the background behind the creature, the once indistinct outline of a large tree now illuminated a portion of its trunk, emanating a gentle green glow. Energy was filling this canvas at an astonishing pace. In terms of cultivation, he felt his internal spiritual energy swelling, on the verge of overflowing, and nearing a breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage. This method of soil cultivation, combined with the superior resources from District Jia, yielded exceptional results. Chapter 27. The taste of conspiracy at this moment. While Luo Yuan was diligently immersed in his work, relishing the exquisite soil of area, the atmosphere in the vast expanse of the Northern Territory was markedly tense. In a concealed valley, shrouded in crimson malevolence, an elderly man clad in a blood-red robe, his visage dark and forbidding, was intently studying a map, his eyes glinting with avarice and resolve. He was the elder of malevolence from the Bloodslaughter Sect, overseeing affairs in the Northern Territory. At this juncture, Elder Malevolence was plotting a sinister scheme. A chilling, owl-like cackle escaped his lips. Qingshan Sect Li Daoshan, your days of prosperity are numbered. His ambition was to seize the expansive spirit stone vein belonging to the Qingshan Sect. Why, you may ask? The Bloodslaughter Sect had recently fallen upon dire straits, beset by a severe liquidity crisis. Years ago, their sect leader, brimming with ambition, sought to rapidly expand their influence, welcoming disciples from all corners and incurring debts with other dark sects, and even some neutral forces, all while promising exorbitant interest rates. This had led to a spiraling debt, the burden of which threatened to collapse the entire sect. Their principal spirit stone mine conveniently lay at this juncture, although the quality and yield were excellent. The imminent deadline for a significant debt repayment loomed ominously. The output from their own mine could scarcely fill this gaping chasm. Gazing at the marked Qingshan Sect's Heishan mine on the map, a flicker of madness crossed Elder Malevolence's eyes. If they could stealthily seize control of this major vein, appropriating its resources, the Bloodslaughter Sect could temporarily alleviate its pressing crisis. As for the potential retaliation from the Qingshan Sect, once they regained their composure and strength, they would hardly fear Li Daoshan. Moreover, this could serve as a springboard to encroach upon the Qingshan Sect's further interests in the Northern Territory. Interestingly, this scheme was not initially conceived by someone of Elder Malevolence's stature, but rather originated from an inconspicuous servant disciple under his command. This servant, typically taciturn, was responsible for the maintenance of the quarters and served as a source of blood for Elder Malevolence's cultivation of his malevolent arts. Had he not occasionally exhibited a glimmer of cleverness, he might have already been drained dry. His name was Yi Cheng. Yet, Yi Cheng was no ordinary servant. He was, in fact, a reincarnate. In his previous life, he had been the Black Heaven Demon Lord, notorious throughout the Dark Realm, instilling fear in countless righteous factions. It was said that his heart was darker than ebony, and his countenance paler than flour. His relentless cultivation had rendered him pallid. Yet it was precisely this that allowed him to command numerous powerful subordinates, exerting pressure across the realm. He had envisioned a triumphant ascent, destined for unparalleled mastery in the dark arts. However, fate is a capricious mistress. Just as he stood on the precipice of his greatest achievements, he encountered a transcendent sword immortal, a peerless figure emerging from the sword sect, Yu Xiao. After a cataclysmic battle between the righteous and the demonic, he, the once formidable demon lord, was unexpectedly vanquished by a mere sword strike from the girl, Yu Xiao. His physical form was obliterated, and his very soul disintegrated under the cataclysmic force of that final strike. Such a profound humiliation. How could the esteemed Black Heaven Demon Lord fall to the hands of a mere young girl? This was his last, unwilling roar before his spirit shattered into oblivion. Yet, perhaps due to the depth of his lingering resentment, the heavens granted him rebirth. He swore a blood oath, vowing to make Yu Xiao pay 1,000-fold for her transgression. She would taste the agony of complete annihilation, never to be reborn. In the depths of Yi Cheng's downcast eyes, a fleeting glimmer of determination flickered. His beginnings were indeed as lowly as dust. He was but one of the countless blood offerings raised by the elder of the Blood Fiend sect, born without spiritual roots. His life as fragile as a blade of grass, always at risk of being drained of his essence. The turning point arrived during a catastrophic event that nearly obliterated the Blood Fiend sect. In the chaos, as various demonic factions invaded and the elder himself perished, Yi Cheng, in his desperation, fled into the depths of the sect's own spirit stone mine, only to inadvertently tumble into a subterranean fissure. In that dark abyss, he encountered a life-altering opportunity, the Heartfire of the Black Lotus. This was a terrifying entity listed among the exotic flames, capable of incinerating spirit stones with unparalleled ferocity, yet harboring extraordinary transformative power. By a stroke of fortune, he absorbed a fragment of the Heartfire's essence, which astonishingly ignited his own spiritual roots. Although this acquired root was merely mediocre, far inferior to naturally gifted superior roots, he leveraged this newly modified constitution, along with a series of fortuitous encounters that awaited him, ultimately ascending to the position of Demon Lord. Thus, what was deemed mediocre was merely a temporary setback for him. Now, he painstakingly orchestrated the Elder and others to mobilize their forces to assault the Spirit Stone Mine of the Qingshan Sect, ostensibly to alleviate the pressing needs of the Blood Fiend Sect, presenting it as a brilliant strategy for wealth and power. However, his true intention was to seize the opportunity while their main forces were fiercely engaged in battle at the mine's periphery, drawing their attention away. He would quietly seek out the Heartfire of the Black Lotus hidden within that cavern from his previous life. Though he could acquire it through conventional means, he could not afford to wait. He yearned to obtain the Heartfire with utmost urgency. After all, following the usual path would delay his acquisition of the Heartfire by several years. The Blood Fiend sect, despite being a large sect, had avoided multiple crises by liquidating assets, but eventually they could no longer patch holes in their finances. With a severely tarnished credit history, they were denied loans from demonic banks, leading to the ensuing chaos. Yu Xiao, just wait. Once I obtain the Heartfire and restore my strength, your demise shall come. In Yi Cheng's heart, the flames of vengeance burned fiercely alongside the Heartfire of the Black Lotus. In the secluded chambers of his abode, Elder Shah cackled maniacally as he perused the map, envisioning the glorious future that awaited him upon the annexation of the Qingshan Sect's mineral veins, thereby resolving the sect's dire financial predicament and ascending to the zenith of sectarian power. Yet, abruptly, his laughter ceased as abruptly as a duck whose neck had been grasped. Something was amiss. Elder Shah furrowed his brow, engaging in a soliloquy. While the notion of assaulting Qingshan Sect Spirit Stone Mine appeared commendable, a troubling thought emerged. His intellect had never been particularly astute. He could handle violence, but such intricate scheming. How would he proceed? or the specific protocols? A direct assault? Or perhaps a stealthy ambush? The more he pondered, the more overwhelmed he became. Thus, his gaze fell upon the inconspicuous servant, Yi Cheng, lurking in the corner of the chamber. Yi Cheng, Elder Shah beckoned. Approach me. Yi Cheng promptly approached with utmost respect. How may I serve you, Elder? Elder Shah stroked his chin and inquired, in your opinion, how might we successfully seize the mineral veins of Qingshan Sect? Should we return to the sect to muster additional manpower? After all, it is a substantial mine, and Qingshan Sect cannot be entirely unguarded. Upon hearing the term muster men, Yi Cheng's heart tightened. Muster men? That would be inadvisable. He quickly calculated in his mind. It is essential to understand that while the northern mineral vein of Qingshan Sect is sizable, it is not their primary cultivation mine. Thus, the elders and disciples stationed there are not exceptionally formidable. Given the strength of Bloodshaw Sect in the north, an unexpected strike could yield a favorable outcome. If Bloodshaw Sect were to mobilize and summon a large contingent of experts from the main sect, the disparity in strength would be overwhelming, easily overwhelming Qingshan Sect's defenses in the mine. A swift victory would lead to minimal chaos, which would not suffice for my ulterior motives of fishing in troubled waters and seeking the heart of earth fire. Moreover, and of utmost importance, an increase in personnel would attract the attention of various factions. Should that black lotus heart of earth fire be detected by other formidable figures within the sect, I might not even be able to secure a mere sip. He required a manageable conflict that would generate sufficient chaos and time, rather than an outright obliteration. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Cheng maintained a demeanor of subservience, though his resolve had crystallized within. He slightly bowed and remarked, "My lord, I dare to speak candidly. In my humble opinion, the key to success lies not in sheer numbers, but in strangeness and cunning." Elder Shah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, pray elaborate." Yi Cheng organized his thoughts and began to articulate his strategy. "My lord, consider this. If we were to make a grand show of muster men from the main sect, it would be a drain on time and resources, and it would likely alert Qingshan Sect, allowing them to fortify their defenses. More importantly," he paused, adopting a tone laden with temptation, "I believe that should we succeed in seizing the mineral veins of Qingshan Sect, such a monumental achievement is one that only you, my lord, truly deserve to claim." This proclamation struck a deep chord within Elder Shah's heart. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yi Cheng continued, "Moreover, I have come across a rumor, the veracity of which remains uncertain. It is said that Luo Yuan, the treasured disciple of the Qingshan Sect's leader, has found himself in a predicament and is currently serving at the Black Mountain mines across the way." "Oh, is this truly the case?" Elder Shah's interest was piqued. The leader's direct disciple is indeed a significant bargaining chip. In my observation, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Cheng's eyes. Why not select our finest and seize the opportunity to capture him unexpectedly? We could employ a strategy of leveraging him like a puppet to command the vassals. With Luo Yuan as our leverage, the Qingshan Sect would surely tread cautiously. When they, in their panic, dispatch aid, we can lay an ambush, striking with a thunderous might to seize control of their mineral veins. As Yi Cheng spoke, his excitement grew. Then we shall relay this momentous news to our sect. Upon hearing how you, my lord, have ingeniously resolved the sect's pressing crisis at such a minimal cost, the leader will undoubtedly be overjoyed, filled with elation. In comparison, it won't be long before you ascend to a higher position within the sect's ranks." Elder Shah, exhilarated by the prospect, nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Yi Cheng now imbued with admiration. "Indeed, there's merit in your words. I never anticipated that you, young lad, possessed such sharp wit." Me? The scheme has been laid out, and both Elder Shah and Yi Cheng bore sinister, gleeful smiles upon their faces. In their eyes, the plan was foolproof, and the mine of the Qingshan Sect was already within their grasp. They then quietly concealed themselves around the periphery of the Qingshan Sect's spirit stone mine, seeking a hidden hollow where they could lie in wait, vigilantly observing the movements of the mine day and night, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the sect leader's direct disciple, Luo Yuan. Days passed. Luo Yuan did not emerge. Another day. Still no sign of him. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. After nearly half a month of waiting, enduring the elements, and suffering from mosquito bites, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of Luo Yuan. Not only had they failed to capture him, but they hadn't seen a single hair. Elder Sha and Yi Cheng were beginning to feel disheartened. This lad, could he be a timid turtle? Or perhaps the information was erroneous, and he was not even the mine? Elder Sha was growing impatient. A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Cheng's eyes. Yet he respectfully said, "My lord, please calm your anger. Allow me to investigate further." Upon inquiring, Yi Cheng discovered that Luo Yuan had indeed been present in the mine recently, and moreover, his presence was quite pronounced, because he was exceedingly diligent. Reporting back, "My lord, that Luo Yuan. It is said he is exceptionally hard-working. He spends every day diligently mining in the cave. He eats and sleeps there, hardly ever emerging." Damn it! Elder Sha slammed his palm against a nearby stone, seething with frustration. What on earth was happening? This Luo Yuan was unbelievably stubborn. He had been punished to mine, and he was wholeheartedly devoted to the task, not even showing his face. How can my plan progress? Yi Cheng's brow furrowed, pondering. This Luo Yuan does not conform to the norm. He remains in the mine daily. Is he truly a righteous disciple? Aren't they supposed to indulge in smoking, drinking, and flaunting their appearances? Elder Sha's anger grew, yet so did his admiration. Oof, such a disciple, so single-minded and inflexible. However, this dedication, were they not adversaries, I might even be somewhat impressed. Indeed, my lord, such a docile demeanor. How could it resemble the notorious lecher of whom we have heard? It seems he has been sent here as a result of some internal machination within the Qingshan Sect. Elder Sha nodded in agreement. Precisely. Most likely so. These so-called righteous sects harbor more sordid affairs than we in the demonic path. Truly disgraceful. Poor Luo Yuan, blessed with talent, yet a victim of internal strife. What shall we do now? Elder Sha asked, vexed. He remains underground. We cannot simply remain here indefinitely. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in Yi Cheng's eyes, as if he had conceived a new idea. My lord, in my view, this matter is rather simple. Since Luo Yuan refuses to emerge from the cave, why not send someone inside to invite him out? Elder Sha furrowed his brow. Send someone into the cave? Is the Qingshan Sect's mind so easily infiltrated? Our demonic aura is too intense. If we approach, we will surely be detected. Not at all. Yi Cheng shook his head. A direct intrusion would undoubtedly be inappropriate. We merely need to find a disciple whose countenance reflects honesty and integrity, devoid of any aggressive tendencies, and who bears no conspicuous signs of demonic cultivation. This individual should then approach the Qingshan Sect under the guise of a wandering practitioner to enlist for mining work. The mining area of the Qingshan Sect is perpetually short-staffed, and they are unlikely to refuse an eager laborer. Once he gains entry to the mining zone, he can seize the opportunity to get close to Luo Yuan, subtly probe for information, and devise some clever schemes to lure him outside the confines of the mine. At that point, wouldn't he be at your mercy, my lord? Yi Cheng paused, adding, "Yet we require someone astute, articulate, and capable of adapting to unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, there's a risk that Luo Yuan might detect any flaws and ruin our plans." Upon hearing this, Elder Sha's eyes lit up. Splendid. Such reasoning is truly remarkable. We shall send in a spy. This plan is excellent. He slapped his thigh, brimming with excitement as he proclaimed, "Very well. In that case, this arduous yet honorable task shall be entrusted to you, Yi Cheng." Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's smile instantly faltered, and he stood there in stunned silence. Me? He gaped, pointing at his own nose, completely taken aback by the pit he had inadvertently dug for himself, now finding himself ensnared within it. He had merely intended to send a scapegoat to scout ahead, yet somehow it had morphed into him personally taking the field. Elder Sha, observing his astonishment, mistakenly thought his speechlessness was due to being overwhelmed by the weight of responsibility. You just stated that the person executing this task must first possess a kindly demeanor and be non-threatening to avoid arousing the suspicion of the Qingshan Sect disciples. He glanced at Yi Cheng, scrutinizing him. Do you then have a kindly demeanor? Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback and pulled out a small copper mirror from his pocket. Gazing into it, he saw a youth whose features, though slightly gaunt from prolonged malnutrition, were indeed quite handsome. If one overlooked the occasional flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes, he could almost be deemed harmless. He chuckled heartily, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. In response to the elder, I cannot claim to possess an exceptionally kind visage, but this countenance is undoubtedly quite charming. Coupled with a humble demeanor, I could certainly pass for amiable. Elder Shah nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, quite good. Secondly, you mentioned that this individual must bear no obvious signs of demonic cultivation to avoid easy detection. He then turned his gaze back to Yi Cheng. So, do you have any signs of demonic cultivation? Yi Cheng pondered for a moment. In his current body, prior to encountering the heart fire of the Black Lotus, he had possessed no spiritual roots, let alone any form of cultivation. Thus, he confidently replied, in response to the elder, I assure you, I possess no traces of cultivation whatsoever. Immaculate pure. Excellent. The smile on Elder Shah's face deepened. Now the most critical third point. This individual must be astute and capable of adapting to changing circumstances. He fixed his penetrating gaze upon Yi Cheng. And you? Are you clever? Upon the mention of cleverness, Yi Cheng could no longer suppress the pride that surged within him. In the days of yore, Yi Cheng let out a hearty laugh, one that bordered on the audacious. He thumped his chest and proclaimed in an undeniably assertive tone, Elder Shah, my intelligence is truly evident to heaven and earth. The sun and moon bear witness. He chuckled with pride, envisioning how he would accomplish the task using his wits, seize the heart of the earth's fire, and then, suddenly, his laughter caught in his throat, and he found himself unable to continue. The smile on his face froze. What had he just uttered? Familiarity? It seemed to pertain to him. Unmarked by cultivation, that too appeared to describe him. Clever and astute, evident to heaven and earth? Was he not, after all, speaking of himself? How infuriating! Why was he so exceptional? All the criteria he had set for himself had perfectly led him down the path of an undercover miner. The expression on Yi Cheng's face shifted instantaneously from arrogant delight to shock, and then to a pallid, ashen state. Elder Shah, observing the transformation, mistook it for the weight of the impending responsibility, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Excellent. It seems you have realized that this task is destined for you. Days later, at the recruitment station on the outskirts of the Black Mountain mine of the Qingshan Sect. This place regularly enlisted cultivators without sect affiliations or even robust mortals to supplement the labor force at the lowest tier of the mine. Yi Cheng, wearing a face devoid of hope and ashen, stood in line for what felt like an eternity before finally reaching the recruitment officer of the Qingshan Sect. The officer, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s of modest cultivation, merely at the mid-stage of chi refinement, was leisurely picking his nose. He glanced at Yi Cheng's frail frame with palpable impatience and asked, with a physique like yours, you wish to mine? Yi Cheng's heart leaped with joy, thinking, this is splendid. They find me unworthy. Now I can leave with my dignity intact. Just as he prepared to take his leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of Elder Shah's weathered face, shadowed beneath a large tree nearby, coldly fixated on him, with a gaze sharp enough to kill. If looks could slay, Yi Cheng had no doubt he would have perished hundreds of times over. His survival instinct surged. The joy on Yi Cheng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a steadfast resolve. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground, disregarding the dirt, and began doing push-ups amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99. Gritting his teeth, he completed hundreds of push-ups in one breath with this mortal body, not yet fully transformed by the heart of the Black Lotus fire, and then stood up, trembling. His hands shook from fatigue, sweat dripped from his brow, yet he strained to present a facade of nonchalance, stating, this physique? Unfit. Then, the recruitment officer scrutinized him from head to toe, picked his nose, flicked it away, and remarked him, you do appear somewhat strong, but you lack even a trace of cultivation. You're merely immortal. Strength in the mine is limited. You might manage to move some stones, but extracting is beyond your capabilities. Yicheng pondered, indeed, what could be done? A mortal is a mortal. The absence of cultivation is a significant flaw. Surely, I cannot be blamed for that. It seems I must take my leave. As he turned, he was met once again with the cold gaze of Elder Shah beneath the shade of the trees. Elder Shah slowly raised his hand, making an unmistakable gesture across his throat. Yicheng's survival instincts surged on it. He swiftly reconsidered his intent to flee, inhaled deeply, and, amidst the astonished stares of the recruitment officer and the other candidates in line, assumed a stance and unleashed a set of military-style punches. Remarkably, despite lacking cultivation, his execution of the routine was precise and powerful, exuding an impressive vigor. Upon completing the set, Yicheng was breathless, yet endeavored to maintain an upright posture. The recruitment officer rubbed his eyes, seemingly taken aback by the performance, yet shook his head disapprovingly. No, this won't do. Without cultivation, mere strength and showmanship will not suffice. You wouldn't manage a mishap in the mines. As rejection loomed once more, Yicheng grew frantic. He had no doubt that Elder Shah would indeed clear the ranks if he faced another refusal. In a moment of desperation, Yicheng stepped forward, slammed his palm onto the table before the recruitment officer with a resounding thud, startling him. He was all in, declaring loudly, "I don't want money. Not a single coin. Just feed me. That will suffice." The recruitment officer's eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh in delight. "Excellent. It's a deal." Chapter 29. How noble. Yicheng was assigned a coarse miner's outfit and handed a heavy, slightly dulled pickaxe. Upon entering the mine, he was immediately enveloped by a complex amalgamation of earthy odors, sweat, and the faint energy emanating from spirit stones, which nearly made him gag. However, he suppressed his discomfort and silently followed the seasoned miners, making his way through the dim light of the oil lamps, navigating the uneven ground. The clattering sounds of tools striking the rock echoed throughout the tunnel, interspersed with the labored breaths and occasional shouts of the miners. Yicheng was assigned to a relatively remote branch of the mine, where the spirit stones were of low grade, primarily consisting of inferior stones, and even a considerable amount of lifeless ore, making the labor exceedingly strenuous with minimal returns. Yet, despite this, Yicheng dared not slacken his efforts. He swung the pickaxe, striking the hard rock repeatedly, and soon his thin clothing was soaked with sweat. After a day of toil, even though he had once been a revered demon lord in his past life, endowed with a resilience far surpassing that of an ordinary human, he now felt utterly exhausted in this young body that had yet to fully transform, every muscle aching in protest. As night fell, the miners concluded their day's labor and gathered in small groups at the rudimentary camp to receive their meager rations. The air was thick with a mingled sense of poor quality beer and sweat. Holding a bowl of barely edible brown rice, Yicheng mingled among the crowd, seemingly casually engaging in conversation with a few equally weary miners. "Brothers," Yicheng feigned a simple demeanor. "As a newcomer, I find myself quite lost. Today, I heard that a person of considerable stature has arrived at our Black Mountain mine." His inquiry was artfully phrased, avoiding direct mention of anyone, instead referring to the individual as a person of stature, thus conveying curiosity without being overly intrusive. A burly man with a scruffy beard took a swig of beer and laughed heartily. "Little brother, you're quite well informed. Indeed, someone remarkable has recently graced our desolate mine." A lean, dark-skinned man nearby leaned in, lowering his voice with a hint of mystery. "Indeed, it is said that he is the direct disciple of our esteemed Qingshan Sect's leader, young Master Luo Yuan." "Oh, the sect leader's direct disciple?" Yicheng responded, allowing a trace of astonishment and admiration to cross his face. "He must be a true paragon of talent. How could he endure such hardship alongside us?" The burly man sighed, setting down his bowl with a tone of regret and indignation. "Alas, it's a long story. Young Master Luo is truly remarkably diligent. You should have seen it. Ever since he arrived at this mine, he has devoted himself solely to mining, even more industriously than us laborers. It is said he rarely emerges from the depths of the mine, even during breaks. Such tenacity is indeed a model for us cultivators. The lean man nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. Young Master Luo's perseverance is simply unparalleled. Yet, this paragon of noble character and diligent cultivation had, unbeknownst to him, been maliciously slandered by some nefarious scoundrel who dared to claim that young Master Luo had faltered in his training, experiencing a profound change in temperament. Becoming a madman, he paused, his voice brimming with indignation. In my view, such rumors are surely baseless. Young Master Luo is refined and gracious, treating others with humility. Where is there even a hint of madness? It is evident that someone is envious of his talent and status, deliberately casting aspersions to ruin his future. How lamentable and infuriating. The other miners echoed his sentiments, their words rife with sympathy and admiration for Luo Yuan, while they expressed disdain and contempt for those who spread the rumors. Yi Cheng listened silently, yet within him, a tempest of thought was brewing. Luo Yuan. He pondered the name. This person's demeanor indeed sets him apart from the ordinary. To be punished to mine, yet remain so unperturbed, even finding joy in it, such a disposition, unless he is a sage feigning ignorance, must indicate profound depth. What perplexed him further was that in the memories of his past life, he had never heard of a disciple named Luo Yuan under the auspices of the Qingshan Sect. He had some recollection of the sect leader, Li Daoshan, a formidable and seasoned expert. However, he was aware of most disciples who had made a name for themselves in the cultivation world. Could it be? A thought flickered in Yi Cheng's mind. This Luo Yuan had, before my rebirth, already ceased to exist? He recalled the miners' references to malicious slander and internal strife, and a conjecture arose within him. Could it be that this individual, gifted beyond measure, tragically became a victim of the power struggles within the Qingshan Sect, ultimately meeting an untimely demise? Such intrigues and betrayals were not uncommon in cultivation sections. Even in the Black Demon Sect, which he had once led, such sordid affairs had never ceased. If Luo Yuan truly was so exceptional and had fallen prey to envy and treachery, an early death would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, this person is not a pivotal character. Yi Cheng mused inwardly. My objectives remain solely the heartfire of the Black Lotus and exacting revenge on Yu Xiao. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the young man named Luo Yuan, along with the layers of mystery surrounding him, cast a small stone into the tranquil lake of Yi Cheng's heart, creating ripples that were faint yet undeniable. In the days that followed, Yi Cheng toiled in the mine, drenched in sweat, while subtly engaging with the surrounding miners. Drawing upon his past experience and methods as a demon lord, he intentionally suppressed his cultivation and aura. Yet the calmness and just the right touch of endearment he inadvertently displayed allowed him to quickly integrate into this group of laboring cultivators. Through indirect inquiries and careful guidance, information about the esteemed young master Luo gradually flowed into Yi Cheng's ears, slowly sketching a clearer outline of the individual. Dear Brother Yi, could it be that you're also filled with admiration for young Master Luo and wish to pay him a visit? A miner named San, who was in the same group as Yi Cheng, lowered his voice and kindly reminded him during a brief respite. Young Master Luo is no longer in our ordinary mining areas. Feigning curiosity, Yi Cheng widened his eyes. Oh, Brother Shi, what do you mean by that? Has young Master Luo decided to abandon this arduous toil? San chuckled, a mix of admiration and emotion crossing his face. Not at all. A person of young Master Luo's stature would never give up halfway. It's just, he has ventured alone into District D. District D? Yi Cheng's brow arched slightly. Over the past few days, he had garnered some understanding of the regional divisions within the Black Mountain vein. The areas were categorized as A, B, C, and D, with area being abundant in spiritual stones of the highest quality, reserved for the core disciples and elders of the sect. Conversely, District D was the most barren and perilous part of the entire mining vein. Another miner, older in years, chimed in with a sigh. Indeed, District D is a place even we laborers hesitate to linger in. The rock strata there are tougher than ancient black iron, making extraction laborious and unrewarding. Even if one occasionally manages to unearth a few spiritual stones, the spiritual energy within is wild and chaotic, rendering it nearly unusable for cultivation. It must be reprocessed, significantly diminishing its value. Moreover, San continued, his face betraying a hint of fear. Deep within District D, there are often unidentified malevolent energies that seep out. A moment's carelessness could lead to erosion by this malevolence, resulting in severe illness at best, or, well, there have been fatalities. Yi Cheng's heart stirred, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. If it is such a treacherous place, why would young Master Luo? Alas, the burly man with a beard sighed again, his tone laced with boundless admiration and emotion. Ever since young Master Luo arrived, it's hard to fathom what he has in mind. That day, he personally stepped into District D, surveyed the surroundings, and with a mere wave of his hand, ordered all the brothers working there to withdraw, declaring that he would undertake all mining tasks in District D from then on. What? Even Yi Cheng, despite his cunning, could not help but display an appropriate degree of astonishment at this revelation. He took on entire District D's operations by himself. Absolutely, the lean miner asserted emphatically, his eyes sparkling with reverence. The elders of the sect advised him against it, warning of the dangers of District D and urging him not to venture alone. Yet, young Master Luo merely smiled and said, "It matters not. A little labor is also a form of cultivation. Such demeanor, such responsibility, truly. It leaves us feeling humbled and profoundly moved. Who could believe that such noble character exists in this world, if not for witnessing it firsthand?" The surrounding miners nodded in agreement, their words overflowing with admiration for Luo Yuan, as if he had transformed into a selfless sage in their hearts. Listening to their praises, Yi Cheng felt a blooming joy within. On that face, slightly haggard from days of relentless toil, a triumphant smile would have undoubtedly emerged, had it not been for a deliberate suppression. Ha ha ha! Truly, the heavens are on my side. The heavens are indeed on my side. Yi Cheng reveled in silent laughter within the confines of his mind. I initially believed it would require considerable effort to extricate Luo Yuan from the throng, yet unexpectedly, he has fashioned such a perfect solitude for himself. Ding District, barren, harsh, imbued with volatile spiritual energy, and tainted with ominous aura. TSK, TSK. Could it be that Luo Yuan is indeed a fervent cultivator, relishing in self-imposed hardships? Yi Cheng mused inwardly, though such thoughts had become inconsequential. The pivotal matter was that now, in Ding District, there existed only Luo Yuan. This signified that Yi Cheng's forthcoming plans would unfold with unparalleled simplicity and ease. A gentleman willing to sacrifice his own interests for the benefit of others is the easiest to manipulate. A glimmer of cunning malice flickered in Yi Cheng's eyes. I reckon that with merely a few carefully orchestrated words, appealing to his emotions and reasoning, alongside the promise of seemingly grandiose lures, I shall have no trouble coaxing him out of that Ding District mine. He could almost envision Luo Yuan, under the influence of his earnest persuasion, stepping into the meticulously crafted snare, driven by a noble intent to alleviate the burdens of his sect and comrades. Hehe. Oh, Luo Yuan, your nobility shall not spare you from my ruthless machinations. Once you fall into my grasp, it will be the moment you contribute to the grand designs of my bloodslaughter sect and to my path of vengeance. In that instant, Yi Cheng felt the path ahead illuminated, as if the black lotus of the earth's core was beckoning him, and the visage of the accursed fish, which he loathed day and night, was on the brink of facing his most merciless retribution. Suppressing the surging elation and murderous intent within, he maintained an expression of earnest admiration as he continued to converse casually with the miners, while his mind meticulously calculated the phrasing required to draw that lofty and noble young Master Luo from his tranquil sanctuary in Ding District. Chapter 30. Woe is me. I must repay my gratitude. At last, on a night cloaked in darkness, when the winds whispered mournfully, Yi Cheng utilized the experience of his past life as a demonic sovereign and some rudimentary techniques of breath concealment to evade several patrolling guards, stealthily infiltrating the Ding District's mine like a cunning raccoon. Upon entering, he was utterly astonished The mine tunnels of the Ding district were starkly devoid of the chaotic debris and swirling dust characteristic of other mining areas. Instead, they were remarkably pristine. Although the mine walls were pitted and uneven, the ground was almost entirely free of loose soil and stones, with certain sections of the rock face polished as if caressed by some unseen force. Of course, it was clean, for the majority of the earth and stones, along with the low-quality spirit stones, had been thoroughly consumed by Luo Yuan. Not far ahead, at the tunnel's end, he beheld a tall and handsome young man. His features were striking, and he exuded elegance. Yet at that moment, he was slightly hunched over, one hand braced against the mine wall, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This person was none other than Luo Yuan, one of Yi Cheng's intended targets. At this moment, Luo Yuan was feeling quite vexed. He had just been indulging in the exceptional resources at the terminus of a secret passage he had unearthed in the Jia district, which indeed offered extraordinary materials, illuminating his understanding. Unexpectedly, while he was reveling in his feast, he sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching the Ding district, causing him to fear that the elders had sent someone to inspect the area. Alarmed that his culinary discoveries in the Jia district might be uncovered, he hastily retraced his steps, disguising himself as though he had been in the Ding district all along. The rush back, even for a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, took a toll on him, leaving him breathless. Yi Cheng sighed inwardly, a flicker of regret and sympathy evident in his gaze. Alas, Luo Yuan, such a pity. With such talent and potential, he has chosen the wrong sect. Look at how meticulously he manages this Ding district. It is a rarity in the entire realm of cultivation to find a disciple who embodies such diligence and humility. Despite being a direct disciple of the sect leader, of noble status, he bears the immense burden of overseeing the entire mining operations in this vast Ding district. And it appears he toils day and night without a hint of laziness. Were it not for this, how could he still be mining at such a late hour? Gasping for breath? He previously dismissed the claims of other miners who said Luo Gongzi was perpetually in the mine, thinking them exaggerated or perhaps attributing it to some peculiar quirk of Luo Yuan. However, having entered the mine himself tonight, he realized the rumors were indeed true. Truly impressive. The more Yi Cheng contemplated, the more he recognized the challenges faced by Luo Yuan. Resolute, he emerged from the shadows without hesitation, taking several steps forward. He then clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and, adopting a tone that was as courteous and friendly as possible, inquired, "May I ask, is this the esteemed Luo Yuan, Master Luo?" In response to Yi Cheng's somewhat obsequious and probing inquiry, Luo Yuan merely grunted an acknowledgement through his nose, offering no further elaboration. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Cheng silently mused. Indeed, this young Master Luo remains impervious to external influences, exhibiting a remarkable composure. Ordinary words, I fear, would fail to sway him. He promptly resolved to employ his silver tongue to cunningly lure Luo Yuan out of the cavern. He understood that confronting such a righteous individual required extraordinary measures. To disparage the treatment of the Qingshan Sect at this juncture would likely earn him the disdain of such a principled person. Hence, he decided to adopt an inverse approach. Suddenly, with a thud, Yi Cheng knelt on both knees, his face instantly contorting into an expression of profound sorrow. Addressing Luo Yuan, he raised his voice, trembling with emotion and gratitude. Young Master Luo? Luo Yuan, taken aback, responded with a mere offering no further commentary. Yi Cheng seized the moment to continue his performance, his tone laden with anguish, as though recounting a tale too painful to relive. Young Master Luo, please allow me to pay my respects. He bowed deeply, then lifted his tear-filled gaze. You may be unaware, but I was once an ordinary child from a humble village near this Black Mountain mine. However, many years ago, a calamity befell us. Our peaceful village was targeted by the vile miscreants of the Blood Slaughter sect. They acted with unspeakable cruelty, treating every man, woman, and child in our village as mere blood offerings for their wicked practices, slaughtering us with abandon. My father, my mother, Saab, perished in that horrific disaster. At this point, Yi Cheng was overcome with emotion, as if transported back to that moment of despair, just as I was about to follow my parents into the afterlife. He abruptly raised his voice, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. It was the celestial beings of the Qingshan Sect who arrived. Yes, your esteemed sect's celestial beings descended like divine warriors, vanquishing those fiends and saving my wretched life. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Luo Yuan's reaction, poised to adapt his next request based on the response. Noting that Luo Yuan merely replied with a nonchalant hum and appeared relatively unaffected, Yi Cheng thought, as expected, such exalted individuals possess extraordinary fortitude. Mere tales of sorrow are insufficient to touch their hearts. I must embellish with more details to evoke a resonance. Thus he continued, his voice imbued with nostalgia and reverence. Young Master Luo, though many years have passed, I have forgotten the precise visage of my savior. Yet his towering and majestic figure is indelibly etched in my memory, particularly that silhouette commanding the thunder, that unparalleled celestial prowess. It was he, indeed, that celestial being, like a god descending from the heavens, obliterated those blood-slaughter sect fiends with a mere gesture, delivering me from despair. He gazed at Luo Yuan with eyes brimming with hope, inquiring, "Pray tell, young Master Luo, within the esteemed ranks of the Qingshan Sect, do you know of any prominent figure who wields such thunderous celestial powers? For all these years, I have yearned to know his name, so that in the future, should I attain the means, I may express my profound gratitude for his life-saving grace." Yi Cheng's words vividly painted the characteristics of his savior: tall and imposing, wielding thunderous power, and possessing formidable celestial magic. Could it be that? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of peculiarity dancing in his gaze. He mused internally the way this lad describes it. Is he not referring to that old deng? That old deng is out there posing as a hero, alleviating suffering, is he? Luo Yuan cast a glance at Yi Cheng, who knelt before him, wearing a face of gratitude. This fellow truly lacks stature, and his intellect seems rather dim. Even old Deng has managed to deceive him. What a pity. However, Luo Yuan found himself unable to speak. Otherwise, he would have surely taken a jab at old Deng. Just moments ago, while indulging in spirit stones in area, he had an epiphany. Gnawing like this is far too slow. It hampers efficiency. After meticulous contemplation, he realized that his mouth was too small to consume large quantities of food at once. Thus, to enhance his eating efficiency, he audaciously dislocated his jaw, thereby allowing his mouth to open wider, significantly increasing his capacity. He then proceeded to feast with great satisfaction, and indeed, his efficiency improved considerably, until he sensed the arrival of strangers in Area D. He hurriedly returned from Area, but his jaw had yet to fully heal. Consequently, he could only emit muffled sounds, conserving his words. Yi Cheng was astounded. His heart churned tumultuously. Oh no, could it be that Luo Yuan is not the simple-minded, ordinary virtuous man I had envisioned, but rather a cunning individual, adept at concealing his emotions? His silence. Could it be that he has seen through my ruse? Has he disowned my intentions? Alas, truly formidable, so deeply concealed. No wonder he has been accepted as a direct disciple by Li Daoshan. The more Yi Cheng pondered, the more profound he found Luo Yuan to be, and the more he feared that his scheme might unravel. Nevertheless, he, the illustrious dark sky demon lord, was not one to be underestimated. Since the first plan seemed ineffective, he decided to escalate the intensity. Thus his mind raced, and his acting talent surged once again. He suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, disregarding Luo Yuan's reaction, and commenced a heart-wrenching sob. Wu, young master, benefactor. Yi Cheng wept with unrestrained emotion, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse. This is my one true wish in this lifetime. All I wish to know is the name of the celestial being who saved my family back then, so that I may one day have the chance to repay this debt. Please, I implore you to help me. I'm aware of my lowly status. Before someone of your caliber, I am but an ant. Yet, I possess a heart filled with gratitude. I beseech you, Grant me the opportunity to express my thanks. His cries were so poignant that they would move any listener to tears. Luo Yuan's brow furrowed even tighter, and he emitted a few indistinct murmurs. Yicheng, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. Why has he not responded yet? Is he impervious to my pleas? Panic seized him. He possesses countless contingency plans tailored for various situations, meticulously crafted to counter the distinct verbal approaches of Luo Yuan. Yet, the dilemma arises. Luo Yuan remains utterly silent. What to do? Most of his strategies hinge upon the assumption that the other party will speak. This simply cannot do. It is imperative to elicit a response from him, or perhaps provide him with an irresistible reason to engage. Then, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he resolutely declared, "My lord, I am acutely aware of my humble status, and the weight of my words may seem insignificant to you. You might dismiss my gratitude as trivial. Though I hail from a lowly background, I genuinely wish to repay the kindness of my benefactor. Why am I so insistent, you ask? It is because..." His voice lowered, imbued with a hint of mystery and excitement. "Because, a few days ago while foraging in the mountains, I encountered an extraordinarily peculiar herb. This herb, entirely pitch black, emanated a faint, ethereal glow. Its roots, astonishingly, resembled a blooming flower, nestled within the crevices of the rocks. Yet, the blossoms at its apex were elongated, akin to a standing blade of grass. Truly remarkable," he elaborated vividly. "I have never beheld such a wondrous plant, though I'm unaware of its name. And it may merely be an inconsequential wild herb, its extraordinary appearance might hold significance for the immortals. I aspire to present it to my savior from years past, as a token of my heartfelt appreciation. What? This is indeed the elusive black heavenly flower." Chapter 31. Oh, has he finally acquired spiritual roots? The black celestial herb. According to legend, this exquisite plant is born from the fusion of the black essence of heavenly thunder descending from the skies and the dark energy emanating from the depths of the earth, taking millennia to manifest by chance. Its peculiar form is exceedingly rare, making it a genuine treasure of the celestial grade. Its worth could drive even the most seasoned cultivators in the integration stage to madness. Consuming it not only significantly refines the body, but also offers the chance for cultivators lacking thunder attribute spiritual roots to forcibly awaken an anomalous thunder root. For those already possessing thunder roots, it greatly enhances their resistance to lightning and their affinity for the powers of thunder and lightning in the cosmos. Every part of this herb, its flowers, leaves, roots, and stems, serves as an exceptional material for crafting top-tier thunder attribute elixirs or magical artifacts. It is truly invaluable. Yicheng speculated that Luo Yuan must have learned of the preciousness of the black celestial herb from the sect's records or from his master. Moreover, it is said that he shares a profound bond with his mentor, and given his virtuous character and noble integrity, his filial piety would undoubtedly compel him to go to great lengths to harvest this treasure that could aid in the cultivation of thunder techniques, presenting it to his esteemed master. At that moment, as long as Luo Yuan made a move to obtain the black celestial herb, Elder Shah would. With that thought, Yicheng could not suppress a sinister chuckle within. He stifled his excitement and scheming, maintaining a facade of heart-wrenching sorrow, desperately seeking to repay a debt of gratitude, gazing intently at Luo Yuan, awaiting his response. However, Luo Yuan merely emitted a few indistinct murmurs from his throat, failing to provide the answer Yicheng so eagerly anticipated. Seeing this, Yicheng's anxiety intensified. This Luo Yuan is impervious to persuasion. The typical appeals of tragedy and temptation are ineffective against him. Has he seen through it all, merely toying with me? No, he could not afford to surrender. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take drastic measures. Thus, under Luo Yuan's gaze, Yicheng rolled on the ground without any semblance of dignity, wailing and sobbing. Woe is me. My life is so bitter. I must repay my benefactor. I cannot live without doing so. I am doomed. He cried with snot and tears, rolling about and blending the dirt and dust from earlier into a perfect amalgamation, presenting an utterly pitiful sight. Then, while continuing to roll, he lamented in a weeping tone, Young Master Luo, you are the favored child of heaven, born with a silver spoon. How could you not understand the tribulations faced by us common mortals? We possess nothing. Our only wish is to repay the life-saving grace. Perhaps what we offer may seem trivial to you, akin to a mere weed, but it is indeed our everything. It is the most precious thing we can present. If only I had spiritual roots, even the most inferior mixed five-element root, I would devote myself to arduous cultivation to ensure I could repay that benefactor in the future. Let him realize that even mortals possess a heart of gratitude. At this juncture, he suddenly rose from the ground, pounding his chest and gazing skyward with a voice filled with sorrow and indignation. But I am filled with hatred. I detest the injustice of heaven. Why? Why do I have nothing? Not even the most fundamental spiritual root. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. If only I had a spiritual root, I would defy this unjust heaven. I would transform this ruthless survival of the fittest realm of cultivation into a beautiful world where everyone is equal and love abounds. His performance, transitioning from a fit of rage to a poignant lament, culminating in grand vows, was truly seamless and emotionally charged. Just as Qingshan was preparing to further elevate his discourse, a somewhat hoarse yet unmistakably clear voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Qingshan was taken aback. His cries and accusations ceased abruptly. He turned sharply to look at Luo Yuan. This esteemed individual had finally responded. He hurriedly nodded vigorously, tears still glistening on his face. Indeed, my lord, every word is true. Each phrase bleeds with sincerity. Then Luo Yuan rubbed his slightly sore chin, having just managed to realign his bones while Qingshan rolled about. Curiously, he inquired, "Is the spiritual root truly that significant to you?" Upon hearing this, Qingshan recognized the gravity of the moment. He immediately replied with unwavering determination and boundless longing. "It is of utmost importance, more vital than life itself." A resolute light ignited in his eyes. "If I had a spiritual root, I would devote myself to cultivation, and once I succeed, I would first repay the benefactor who saved me. Then, I would exact revenge upon the blood-slaughter sect." His words brimmed with righteous indignation. Luo Yuan tilted his head, questioning, "Is it really that crucial?" Without hesitation, Qingshan nodded fervently. "Indeed, extremely important. More important than life. Without a spiritual root, my existence is akin to death itself, my lord." Luo Yuan nodded thoughtfully. He regarded Qingshan with a tone that conveyed a significant resolution. "Very well. I shall assist you." "Done." Upon hearing this, Qingshan's heart swelled with uncontrollable laughter, yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of gratitude. "Oh, how splendid. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, benefactor." His mind began to envision a perfect plan for the future. This righteous and innocent genius, Luo Yuan, would undoubtedly follow him out of the mine, driven by sympathy and a sense of responsibility, in search of the elusive black celestial flower. Once he stepped outside the mining area, the elders of the blood sect would easily capture him. Then, a war would erupt between the two sects. Chaos would ensue in the mining area, and he could stealthily delve into the depths of the mine to seek and acquire the true Black Lotus core fire. Ha ha ha! Everything was within his grasp. The more he contemplated, the more pleased he became, to the point where the sorrowful expression on his face nearly faltered, his lips almost stretching to his ears. At that moment, he observed Luo Yuan leisurely rising from the ground and walking toward him. In his hand, Luo Yuan unexpectedly held a stout club. Qingshan was engulfed in confusion. What on earth does he need a club for? Just as Qingshan pondered Luo Yuan's intentions, the latter approached him, raising the club aloft. In an instant, Qingshan was engulfed in darkness. A resounding thud echoed in his mind, and before he could utter a sound, he collapsed unconscious. After an indeterminate period, Qingshan gradually regained consciousness, only to be met with excruciating pain. Yet, before he could fully comprehend his predicament, he was greeted by a chorus of laughter nearby. There was Luo Yuan squatting before him, grinning as he exclaimed, "Hehehe, little Deng, you're awake. You now possess a spiritual root. Go on, give it a try." Qingshan was taken aback. A spiritual root? What does that mean? His initial reaction was one of disbelief. However, recalling Luo Yuan's image as a paragon of virtue, an individual of remarkable integrity, he began to reconsider. Such a noble figure surely wouldn't stoop to deceive a mere mortal with a trivial lie. Would he? Could it be true? Clinging to a glimmer of hope amidst his profound unease, he gritted his teeth against the pain, assuming a cross-legged position to attune himself internally. With utmost caution, he endeavored to invoke the foundational breathing technique of the black heaven divine nerve that he had mastered in his previous life. As he initiated the process, an unprecedented and crystal-clear sensation of spiritual energy surged within his consciousness. He could perceive the external spiritual essence being drawn towards him. Though faint, it undeniably existed. With a surge of exhilaration, he guided that thread of spiritual energy to circulate within his body. Despite the dryness in his meridians, he felt a nascent yet promising pathway beginning to unfurl. He truly possessed a spiritual root. This was no mere illusion nor a dream. He could distinctly sense a faint yet tangible root within his dantian. Furthermore, this spiritual root was remarkably peculiar. Although he could not discern its specific attributes, its resilience, affinity for spiritual energy, and the innate Tao rhythm emanating from it seemed far superior to the fire-type aberrant spiritual root he had forcibly forged with the black lotus core fire in his past life. It was more pure, brimming with boundless potential. Chapter 32 at this moment, Yi Cheng, or rather, the Dark Demon Lord, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Not due to the pain at the back of his head, nor from the joy of regaining his spiritual root, but from a surge of emotions far more complex and tumultuous. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that I, Yi Cheng, would exhaust my brain, toil tirelessly, feign pity, fabricate lies, all in an attempt to deceive young Master Luo and exploit him? How ridiculous! Utterly laughable, given young Master Luo's caliber and temperament. He should have easily seen through my deceit and all my petty tricks. Yet he did not expose me on the spot. He did not punish me for my deception. Instead, he genuinely assisted me in obtaining a spiritual root, and of such high quality. He must have paid an immense price to reshape the spiritual root of a mere mortal who deceived him. Such a miraculous act of altering fate must surely deplete one's essence, even for ancient powers. In this moment, even though he was once a ruthless and cold-blooded demon lord in his past life, faced with this selfless act of kindness, repaying malice with virtue, and even willing to sacrifice himself, he could not help but feel a rush of warmth in his heart. His eyes instantly grew moist. Young Master Luo, he is the true sage. Yi Cheng could no longer contain himself, and with a thud, he knelt down again before Luo Yuan. His voice choked with emotion. Young Master Luo, I am profoundly grateful, and I have nothing to repay you. In truth, I confess, I shall no longer pretend. I am actually under the influence of that blood fiend. He intended to reveal his true identity in a gesture of sincerity, fully surrendering to this sage, young Master Luo. However, before he could finish, Luo Yuan handed him a piece of relatively clean gauze that he had somehow produced, saying, "Oh dear Xiao Deng, do not speak just yet. You are bleeding. Quickly, wipe away the blood, or you will dirty the ground." Upon looking down, Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. No wonder my inner thigh feels so cold. Why is blood gushing from the area near my private parts? In his earlier excitement and shock, he had not even noticed. He hurriedly took the gauze to dab at the wound, a bit puzzled, and raised his gaze to ask Luo Yuan, "Young Master Luo, what is happening?" Luo Yuan, hearing this, replied matter-of-factly, "Did you not say that you would sacrifice anything for the spiritual root?" Although Yi Cheng was confused, he instinctively replied, Yes, that is indeed the case. I did say that. I would risk everything for the spiritual root." Then Luo Yuan, with a sly glance around to ensure there was no one else, lowered his voice and leaned close to Yi Cheng's ear, whispering softly, To be honest, Xiao Deng, I possess a unique secret technique, spiritual root transplantation. Spiritual root transplantation. Yi Cheng was taken aback. What kind of technique is this? In his previous life, he was a revered demon lord. having dabbled in countless extraordinary abilities and secret arts. Yet, the notion of directly transplanting a spiritual root from nothingness into a mortal seemed utterly preposterous, especially when presented with such apparent ease. Before long, Luo Yuan, brimming with pride, produced a bound thesis from seemingly nowhere, a traditional stitched manuscript, its cover still imbued with the scent of ink. With a decisive motion, he flipped it open, presenting it to Yicheng. The title, inscribed in the standard script of the cultivation realm, read, "On the possibility of acquiring spiritual roots postnatally. A clinical analysis and prospective research report on the directed transplantation and reconstruction of spiritual root energy circuits." Adjacent to it was a subtitled line, a discussion on the rejection responses of different constitutions to exotic spiritual energy sources and guiding strategies. Corresponding author, Li Daoshan. First author, Luo Yuan. Yicheng, upon a cursory glance at the intricate title and authorship, was astounded to find that this was an article published in the esteemed journal Qingshan, the most authoritative academic periodical in the cultivation world, renowned for its vast circulation and significant influence. This was indeed a top-tier journal. Those capable of publishing within its pages were invariably the foremost experts and theoretical masters of their respective fields. Yicheng was utterly unprepared for the revelation that not only was young Master Luo's cultivation unfathomably profound and his character as noble as a saint's, but he had also made such astonishing contributions to the cutting-edge academic discipline of spiritual root reconstruction. Moreover, he was the first author. What manner of being was this Luo Yuan? How could he be so extraordinary? As he gazed at Luo Yuan, the admiration in Yicheng's eyes had become palpable. His reverence had transcended mere awe of power. It now encompassed a profound respect for the erudition and subtlety of a cultured individual. As someone who was only familiar with violence and destruction, lacking any cultural foundation, Yicheng felt a genuine admiration for those who could articulate their thoughts and engage in scholarly pursuits. With eyes gleaming with curiosity, he cautiously inquired, "Young Master Luo, does this mean that my newly acquired spiritual root is the result of your wondrous spiritual root transplantation technique?" Luo Yuan, upon hearing this, nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, this is my unique skill. In simple terms, I have relocated some less significant parts of your being, through a meticulous scientific process, to the designated location in your dantian where the spiritual root ought to reside. Thus, you now possess a spiritual root. Yicheng, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. Other parts? While he was unfamiliar with transplantation techniques, he understood that such procedures required a degree of compatibility and energy sources for successful integration. How could ordinary flesh and blood possibly transform into a spiritual root? Did he possess other components within him that could interact with such an enigmatic entity? This was truly unfathomable. As he pondered these perplexing thoughts, he noticed a cryptic smile grace Luo Yuan's face, followed by a mischievous chuckle. "Oh, my friend, do you remember, even a dragon's root is still a root." Upon hearing this, Yicheng felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind, illuminating a profound realization. Indeed, he suddenly understood. Dragon root. The root of the dragon. It is also a root. Perhaps there exists an enigmatic connection with the spiritual root. No wonder my newly awakened spiritual root feels so peculiar and brimming with potential. It turns out to be transformed from such a dragon's essence. Truly remarkable. He laughed heartily, filled with admiration for Luo Yuan's ingenious insight. Young Master Luo, what a profound observation. It is indeed this principle. The dragon root is also a root. However, as his laughter continued, his expression abruptly froze. Wait a moment. Dragon root? The realization that had previously dawned upon him now felt as if it were a cog in a machine that had suddenly jammed, emitting a disconcerting, grinding sound. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze towards the base of his thigh. There! The pain that had lingered and the blood that had flowed were now accompanied by a terrifying thought, rising like a vile curse in his mind. No way. With trembling hands, he hastily pulled down his trousers to take a look. It was utterly bare. The area that should have been robust was now as flat, as if it had been licked clean by a dog. No, it was even cleaner than that. Not a single hair remained. This is disastrous. I have become a eunuch. The so-called technique of spiritual root transplantation had actually removed his lineage's dragon root, replacing it with a spiritual root for cultivation. What kind of devilish operation is this? The immense shock and cognitive dissonance caused his vision to darken. Before he could utter a single expletive, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted, frothing at the mouth in anger. Chapter 33 time slipped away, perhaps a mere incense stick's worth, or maybe an hour. Yi Cheng gradually awoke, struggling to open his eyes. He was met with an enlarged face, brimming with curiosity and a hint of smugness, hovering before him. Upon noticing that he had regained consciousness, Luo Yuan grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, and cheerfully inquired, "You're awake?" Though Yi Cheng's mind was still clouded, a primal instinct urged him to confirm the most dreadful of realities. Ignoring the response, he struggled to raise his hand, trembling as he reached toward his lower body. Empty. That familiar part, a symbol of his masculinity, had entirely vanished. Despair surged like a frigid tide, engulfing him in an instant. He quivered as he pointed at Luo Yuan, his lips trembling, yearning to curse, to shout, to question, but ultimately, only fragmented syllables escaped his mouth. I've already told you it was just a small favor. You needn't be so dramatically grateful. Luo Yuan tossed his head back proudly, nonchalantly flicking his flowing hair, and concluded with an air of utmost arrogance. I, Luo Yuan, am simply this noble, expecting nothing in return, only wishing to give. Upon hearing these words and witnessing Luo Yuan's self-satisfied grin, Yi Cheng felt an overwhelming gloom descend upon him. As hope slipped through his fingers, he had anticipated facing myriad challenges in his rebirth, perhaps encountering formidable adversaries or narrowly escaping peril. But he never imagined that, as the illustrious dark sky demon lord, before he could even showcase his prowess, he would be so unexpectedly diminished. Yi Cheng gasped, nearly fainting from the shock. However, true to his former identity as the dark sky demon lord, he rapidly regained his composure in the face of such harrowing circumstances. Drawing in a deep breath, he contorted his face into an expression of profound sorrow, weeping as he addressed Luo Yuan. Young Master Luo, my noble benefactor, you do not realize. Tears streaming down his face, he pounded his chest in despair. I confided in you before that my parents have long passed, slain by those beasts from the Blood Fiend sect. In my family, I am the sole heir. I must carry on the lineage. I need to ensure the legacy of the Yi family endures. He clutched Luo Yuan's calf, wailing, Young Master Luo, please, have mercy. You wouldn't want to see my family die out, would you? Woo-woo. Luo Yuan was taken aback by this sudden wave of emotion, but soon chuckled softly. I had already anticipated this. Such a trivial matter is easily within my grasp. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's sobs ceased abruptly, replaced by astonishment. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with an almost incredulous glimmer of hope. Really? Truly? Could it be restored? That would be magnificent. Young Master Luo, your immense kindness. Then, Luo Yuan began to elucidate his proposed solution. I have devised an even better plan for you. Listen carefully. When you engage in dual cultivation with another, remember that at a critical moment, you can utilize your newly awakened spiritual root to deliver a severe punishment to your partner's spiritual root, making her aware of your formidable prowess. Consequently, her nascent soul will be nurtured and stimulated by your unique spiritual root, leading her to conceive a small nascent soul. Yi Cheng, he gaped, utterly bewildered by the implications of such words. A spiritual root punishing another spiritual root? A nascent soul conceiving a small, nascent soul? Then, Luo Yuan pondered and seemingly recognized a minor dilemma. He stroked his chin and realized, with this method, both you and your partner must at least be at the nascent soul stage. However, you are intent on seeking revenge against the Blood Fiend sect. Your desire for vengeance is so potent. You must diligently cultivate to become stronger. Surely, you can reach the nascent soul stage. It's overall as lost. Yi Cheng was initially engulfed in despair, reflecting on his life, his journey to reclaim the pinnacle as the demon sovereign, and his plans for revenge against Yu Xiao. Then, an overwhelming surge of fury and murderous intent erupted from deep within him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He thought viciously, "This Luo Yuan, this damned lunatic. How dare he toy with me like this? I swear, I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. Luo Yuan, you have sealed your own fate." Yet he understood that confronting him directly, his current cultivation was insufficient even to be a mere annoyance. He suppressed his murderous intent, still clutching onto a fleeting glimmer of hope, and forced a smile that was more painful than tears. He addressed Luo Yuan. "Luo, young Master Luo, your words hold merit. They are indeed quite reasonable. However, it's just that, upon reflection, I suddenly feel without that dragon root, I seem to have become entirely enlightened. All is void. My thirst for revenge has diminished significantly. Now I believe, whether one possesses a spiritual root or can cultivate immortality seems less significant. What matters most is inner tranquility." He cautiously observed Luo Yuan, tentatively inquiring, "So, young Master Luo, could you perhaps re-implant that spiritual root for me, just to restore it to its original state?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan responded, "Oh, so that is how it is." Yi Cheng, seizing the opportunity, nodded fervently, Yes, that is precisely it. The disciple is rather dim-witted, only now realizing that the original is best. Isag no spiritual ruot." However, Luo Yuan decisively shook his head and stated, "No." Yi Cheng's heart sank, and he hastily exclaimed, "Why? Why is that, young Master Luo? Did you not read my paper on the possibility of acquired enlightenment and the clinical analysis and prospective research report on the directional transplantation and reconstruction techniques of spiritual root energy circuits?" He seemed rather displeased that Yi Cheng had not familiarized himself with his academic achievements. After meticulous calculations and clinical studies, the conclusion is unequivocal. Once the transplantation of spiritual roots is successful, the energy circuits become intricately intertwined with the recipient's soul and vital essence, forming a new, stable structure. This process is irreversible. To forcibly reverse, it would only lead to the collapse of both the spiritual roots and the soul. Such a significant conclusion is clearly articulated in the paper. Luo Yuan shook his head with great sorrow, admonishing, "You truly have no inclination to study. You haven't even taken the time to examine such critical literature." Yi Cheng, taken aback, pondered, "Irreversible?" He realized that reasoning with this madman, pleading for mercy, or even portraying a pitiful image would likely be futile, as their thought processes resided in entirely different realms. Despair had momentarily engulfed him, but from that abyss arose a tempestuous fury and the cold calculations of one who once commanded dark powers. At that moment, Luo Yuan's clear gaze seemed to flicker with a trace of reminiscence. "By the way, before you were knocked unconscious, were you about to say something? You mentioned that you were a disciple of, what was it again? Bloodshed Sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, he maintained a composed facade, even managing to force a smile. Gritting his teeth, he replied, in response to young Master Luo, "I must confess, I harbor an irreconcilable enmity with that vile Bloodshed Sect." My swift change in tone reflects the urgency of my message. For years, I have endured humiliation and hardship, all in the hope of avenging this deep-seated grudge. To this end, I have spared no effort in my investigations and have finally uncovered a significant secret of the Bloodshed Sect. I was preparing to report this secret to you, hoping it would benefit your esteemed sect and serve as a small contribution to the downfall of the Bloodshed Sect. His words were delivered with fervor, as though he truly embodied a long-standing undercover agent of righteousness. Yet, within, Yi Cheng was engulfed in a tumult of sorrow and indignation. How foolish he is! Truly, he chastised himself internally. I was momentarily blinded by the illusion of having obtained a spiritual root, and I even sought to reveal the truth to Luo Yuan. It appears that those of the righteous path are indeed increasingly hypocritical and untrustworthy. Chapter 34. Woo, I have no horse. Luo Yuan adjusted his recently healed jaw and inquired. What you just mentioned, the significant secret of the Bloodshot sect, what is it? Yicheng Sikolfut Inyardi. He understood that ordinary bait would no longer suffice to entice the esteemed young Master Luo before him. He needed to employ more potent means. He began, young Master Luo. This matter is long-winded and exceedingly clandestine. He first laid the groundwork. I previously mentioned to you that I encountered a peculiar black herb in the mountains, did I not? Luo Yuan nodded, seemingly recalling something. In a hushed tone, Yi Cheng continued with an air of mystery. That enigmatic herb, after extensive inquiry, I discovered it is no ordinary item, and its growth site lies within an exceedingly concealed valley under the dominion of the Bloodshot sect. The critical point was that Yi Cheng's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Moreover, within that valley, there appears to be an extraordinarily marvelous spring. This spring is incredibly unique. One half of its water manifests an exquisite ice blue hue, emitting an intense chill, while the other half radiates a blazing crimson, bubbling like molten lava. The two are distinctly separate, yet perfectly intertwined, truly remarkable. Furthermore, the entire spring forms a natural Taiji diagram. Yicheng Muset Hemebe. I refuse to believe that by merely describing such a treasure, which exists solely in ancient texts, this fellow will not take the bait. This is none other than the legendary Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan exclaimed, "Is this for real? My dear young master, it is utterly true. How could a mere wretch like me dare to deceive you?" Luo Yuan stroked his chin, tilting his head as if straining to recall something, and pondered aloud. Oh, that black herb, and the blue-red Taiji spring, I feel as though I've heard of it somewhere, or perhaps even tasted it there. S.A. lead. Yi Cheng's heart leapt with joy as he hastily pressed. Oh, is that so? Young Master Luo, you are indeed well informed. Then would you care to accompany me to investigate? If it truly is a treasure, it would be splendid to present it to the benefactor who saved my entire family. Yi Cheng thought to himself, this detestable Luo Yuan. As soon as you dare to step beyond the bounds of the Qingshan Sect, rest assured, once Elder Sha captures you, I shall personally wield the knife and make you feel the pain of being a eunuch 100 times over. 100 times. The hatred within him was nearly palpable. Just as Yi Cheng envisioned how he would deal with Luo Yuan, the latter suddenly slapped his thigh, a look of realization dawning upon his face. Luo Yuan proclaimed, I remember now. Yi Cheng's heart tightened. What treasure did he recall? Splendid. Luo Yuan stated with utmost certainty. This is a pair of mandarin duck pots and rehydrated spicy kelp. Yi Cheng. Luo Yuan continued to stroke his chin, displaying profound confusion. However, shouldn't those fiends of the Bloodshot sect prefer strong flavors? Consuming only red broth or blood-hot pot. Why would they eat clear broth? Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng felt as though his brain was throbbing with pain. He suppressed the urge to curse, forcing a grimace that was more grotesque than tears, his expression one of sudden realization. Oh, is that so? Young Master Luo, your knowledge is truly vast, even regarding hot pot. He first mustered the courage to flatter, then deftly shifted the conversation, attempting to steer Luo Yuan's thoughts back on track. However, on that day, while I was hidden in the shadows, aside from witnessing that spring and the dark grass, I also observed a sinister figure from the Blood Fiend sect lurking nearby. So, I concealed myself, holding my breath, and I vaguely heard that fiend murmuring something to the grass and spring. His face displayed an effort to recall. Then with a slap to his thigh, he exclaimed, I've remembered. That fiend referred to the grass as black celestial flower grass, and that spring as Eye of Ice and Fire. He also mentioned that anyone who could cultivate within would absorb the essence of Yin and Yang, transforming into Yin Yang person, possessing both Yin and Yang, immensely powerful. Yi Cheng attributed this information to the Blood Fiend sex fiend, making it appear quite reasonable coming from him, a mere mortal. Upon hearing the names and concepts of black celestial flower grass, Eye of Ice and Fire, and the Yin Yang person, Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. My goodness, how impressive! Noticing the opportunity, Yi Cheng nodded eagerly. Exactly, is indeed that impressive. Thus, I was eager to find that benefactor of thunder to convey this news. He could no longer concern himself with logical fallacies. He simply wished to extricate Luo Yuan, whom he viewed as a plague, from the mine, eager to confront him 100 times over. However, just when Yi Cheng thought Luo Yuan was finally taking the bait, Luo Yuan unexpectedly produced a bound volume from somewhere, the cover boldly displaying the title of another paper. It read, "On the practical enhancements and potential risks of heavenly treasures for different qualities of cultivators, a clinical analysis and multi-case comprehensive research report." The primary author, it turned out, was none other than Luo Yuan. He opened to a page in the paper, pointing to charts and data, and earnestly informed Yi Cheng. After my extensive investigation and meticulous research, it turns out that those so-called heavenly treasures, like the grass and spring you mentioned, are quite effective for ordinary cultivators of mediocre talent, indeed enhancing their cultivation and improving their constitution. However, he pivoted his discourse. For exceptional cultivators like myself, these external objects are, at best, of negligible benefit, and perhaps even dispensable. Yi Cheng. Luo Yuan continued with his academic report. Because exceptional cultivators already possess extraordinary innate talent, their affinity with spiritual roots and the Tao far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. For us, the primary focus lies in comprehending the heavens and communicating with the cosmos, pursuing the realm of unity between heaven and man. These external treasures, although pure in energy, have mixed attributes that could disrupt the originally pure constitution and spiritual energy cycle within us, potentially impairing our understanding of the Tao. It is a case of diminishing returns. He shook his head in deep sorrow, as if lamenting for the exceptional geniuses who had strayed from the righteous path in pursuit of external desires. After hearing such profound discourse, Yi Cheng felt utterly dazed. How can this person possess such high levels of education? He comprehends the effects of celestial treasures on cultivators of varying aptitudes with remarkable clarity. And he even has a thesis. This is not easy to deceive. Yi Cheng slumped to the ground, engulfed in a sense of despair. Yet, being the Black Sky Demon Lord, his will was immensely strong. He could only continue to act, and he must do so with even greater fervor and heart-wrenching intensity. Then, with a flash of inspiration, Yi Cheng began to roll on the ground. Woe is me! I cannot go on living. I cannot. He rolled while weeping. Young Master Luo, have mercy. Have compassion. I have lost my lineage. How can I face the ancestors of the Yi family? I am unfilial. I am unfilial. I have severed the incense offerings, and I shall have no face to meet my parents in the afterlife. His cries were so anguished that they echoed through the heavens, as if he were a filial son tormented by the inability to carry on his family line. However, he quickly shifted his tone, a resolute expression gracing his face as he struggled to rise slightly from the ground, gazing at Luo Yuan. You are right. I need vengeance. I cannot let this matter rest. I must avenge my parents. I must avenge all the people of our village. Therefore, I implore you to take me back to my parents' graves. I wish to apologize at their tomb and vow that I will avenge the blood enemies of the Bloodslaughter sect. Young Master Luo, this is my sole request in this lifetime. I beseech you. He bowed repeatedly in Luo Yuan's direction, his forehead bruising from the impact. Luo Yuan inquired, observing Yi Cheng's tearful and frantic demeanor. Ah, I see. Indeed, one must be filial. I understand this. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng seized the opportunity, eagerly exclaiming, Exactly, exactly. Young Master Luo, you truly are a person of reason. Please, take me with you. Once I arrive at my parents' graves, after bowing before them and making my pledge, I shall be at peace even in death. Luo Yuan nodded, seemingly resolute. Very well. Since you are so filial, I shall certainly assist you. Yi Cheng's heart soared with joy. It worked. He has agreed to take me out, as long as I escape this mine. Before he could revel in his excitement, he heard Luo Yuan continue to inquire, Where are your parents' graves? Yi Cheng hastily replied they are located at a mass grave on the northern border, not far from the Bloodslaughter sect's territory. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan clapped his hands, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Excellent. That simplifies matters. I shall retrieve them for you." Yicheng. Luo Yuan eagerly elaborated. "Do you not wish to apologize and pledge to your parents every day? I will move their graves entirely to your room. This way, you can see them every day. Bow every day. Pledge every day. What filial piety!" Yicheng was utterly stunned. He could no longer restrain himself, and finally managed to squeeze out a curse filled with blood and tears from between his teeth. "Your mother. How do you know that I too am without a mother?" Chapter 35. Upon hearing the derisive remark, "Your mother," Luo Yuan was immediately taken aback. The expression on his face froze in an instant, replaced by a profound shock and a sense of hurt. How do you know that I don't have a mother?" Yicheng was momentarily dumbfounded. Before he could gather his thoughts, tears quickly filled Luo Yuan's eyes, and in the next moment, he burst into tears, sobbing even more heart-wrenchingly and loudly than Yicheng had moments before. "Woe is me! I'm so miserable. I was born an orphan. I don't even know who my parents are." As he cried, he used his dirt-streaked sleeve to wipe away his tears, only to smear his face further. "Upon entering the Qingshan Sect, I had hoped to find a family. But instead, I was beaten daily by old Deng. Oh, how I suffer." His weeping was filled with a deep sense of grievance. Yicheng remained speechless. After a while, Luo Yuan suddenly lifted his tear-streaked face and looked at Yicheng. "You're right. I want to take you to see my mother." Yicheng was left utterly perplexed. He could no longer comprehend the thoughts of the person before him. Although his mind was a muddled mess, he keenly grasped the core of the situation. Luo Yuan seemed to have agreed to leave the mine with him. Though the reasoning and destination had become utterly convoluted, that was of little consequence. What mattered was the outcome. Thus, Yicheng, accompanied by the still somewhat sorrowful Luo Yuan, vacantly departed from the unforgettable Ding district mine. Throughout the journey, he remained in a state of bewilderment, repeatedly pondering, "Is this it? Is this truly success?" He even began to suspect that Luo Yuan was merely playing him. Nevertheless, he adhered to the original plan, leading Luo Yuan through a labyrinthine route until they arrived at a previously scouted valley on the outskirts of the mining area, a treacherous terrain suitable for an ambush. Luo Yuan glanced around the desolate valley, still bearing traces of his recent tears, and inquired, "Where did your parents die? Is it here? It doesn't look like there are any graves around." At this, the expression of profound sorrow on Yicheng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold and cruel smile. Slowly, he raised his hand and clapped. With the sound of applause, a figure emerged from the dense forest on either side of the valley, appearing before them like a specter. It was Elder Shah of the Blood Fiend Sect. "Ha ha!" Elder Shah let out a triumphant laugh, pointing at Luo Yuan. "Luo Yuan, you've fallen into my trap. You are doomed." Elder Shah was exceedingly arrogant at that moment, believing himself to be the master strategist, orchestrating events from afar. Luo Yuan looked at the suddenly appearing, maniacally laughing elder and asked, "Who are you?" Elder Shah's laughter halted for a moment before erupting even louder. "Ha ha! Ignorant child, you are oblivious to your impending doom. Listen well. I am the fearsome Elder Shah of the Blood Fiend Sect, renowned throughout the northern territories." He spoke with a fierce glare, declaring, "Today, I shall capture the so-called genius of the Qingshan Sect, imprison you, humiliate you, and trample upon you, rendering you unable to live or die." Luo Yuan was taken aback. "Ah, you, how could you be so wicked?" The Elder of Evil, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile with delight. "Ha ha ha! Indeed, for I am a tyrant of the demonic path. Those of our kind are inherently malicious. Can one truly call themselves a tyrant if they are not wicked?" He turned to glance approvingly at Yicheng and said, "Well done, Yicheng. You have executed this plan splendidly. Truly a remarkable achievement. You are indeed my hidden dragon." Luo Yuan suddenly realized, "Oh, so you are in cahoots." The Elder of Evil, filled with arrogance, responded, "Ha ha! Indeed, did you not foresee this? This is my unparalleled scheme. Lure the enemy deep and catch them in a trap. Luo Yuan, you shall find no escape today. I require a room with a large bed, preferably soft, with an ensuite bathroom for daily bathing. And by the way, I don't eat vegetables. I prefer a hearty serving of meat." The Elder of Evil was momentarily taken aback by Luo Yuan's unexpected request for room service, but soon regained his composure, chuckling with satisfaction. I have no need for any room. I shall confine you in the depths of our evil sect's black blood mine. His eyes gleamed with a cruel light. It is dark and damp there, devoid of sunlight, and fortified with the most formidable restrictions laid by our Grand Elder. The more he spoke, the more he reveled in his triumph. After all, it is also home to the finest vein of spirit stones of our evil sect. You shall remain there, and under the overwhelming energy of the spirit stone vein, your consciousness will soon become chaotic, leading you into a deep slumber. Even if you occasionally awaken, surrounded by hard rock and powerful seals, you shall never escape. Ha ha! Luo Yuan, you are done for. The Elder of Evil erupted in his signature maniacal laughter, envisioning Luo Yuan's despair. There, I shall imprison you, humiliate you, and trample upon you, teaching you the consequences of offending the evil sect. Just as the Elder indulged in his malevolent fantasies about Luo Yuan, Yi Cheng, who had been relatively silent, suddenly had his eyes turned blood red and shouted with a voice filled with deep-seated hatred, "And I shall personally sever his dragon root. Elder of Evil, I demand to cut off his dragon root." The Elder of Evil was immediately taken aback by this proclamation. His triumphant laughter abruptly ceased, and he looked at Yi Cheng in disbelief, exclaiming, "Yi Cheng, you are exceedingly wicked. This is despicable." Yi Cheng replied, "But, my lord, are we not denizens of the demonic path? When dealing with our enemies, we must employ every means at our disposal." The Elder of Evil shook his head, adopting a tone that implied Yi Cheng was still too young to understand. While that may be the case, to sever a dragon root is a lowly act, one that goes against the heavens and is utterly beneath us as practitioners of the demonic path. It is too degrading, too lacking in dignity. With a decisive flourish, he made the final judgment. No, this method is far too ruthless, unworthy of a true gentleman. We shall adhere to the original plan. Imprison him, humiliate him, trample him. Yi Cheng, after establishing the ultimate fate of Luo Yuan, the Elder of Despair finally felt a sense of satisfaction. He gazed at Luo Yuan, once more unleashing his signature triumphant laughter, eager to relish the exquisite sight of his prey struggling in despair. However, as he laughed, the smile on his face gradually froze. For Luo Yuan, upon hearing his declaration of imprisonment, humiliation, and trampling, exhibited neither fear, nor anger, nor despair. Instead, he regarded him with an air of indifference. The Elder of Despair furtively glanced at Luo Yuan again, puzzled. Why is he showing no reaction? Why does he not resist? According to the usual script, at this juncture, Luo Yuan should be vehemently denouncing him, or threatening him with a fierce countenance, or even kneeling to plead for mercy. Should he not? If he does not resist, how can I demonstrate my malevolence? How can I toy with him? How can I indulge in the delight of this cat-and-mouse game? The Elder felt that his experience was significantly diminished. Thus, he could not help but speak, attempting to steer the narrative. "Hey, kid, aren't you going to run? Aren't you going to struggle?" Luo Yuan replied earnestly, "Not running. I will just come with you." Hearing this, the Elder's heart sank, and he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had meticulously devised an intricate scheme, only to find himself unable to showcase his power and the majesty of a villain. This prey was far too uncooperative. Undeterred, he inquired, "Are you really not going to run at all?" A little struggle would suffice. Luo Yuan resolutely shook his head. "I truly will not run. It is too exhausting to flee. If you do not run, how can I appear villainous? After all, I have gone to great lengths to capture you, and you give me no reaction at all. It is simply embarrassing. I am, after all, an evil cultivator of the demonic path." Luo Yuan continued, "Oh, just stop fretting. I really am not running. You may as well lock me up." The Elder of Despair was utterly at a loss, feeling as though he had struck a cotton ball. With a sense of resignation, he muttered, Fine, take him away." He then pushed Luo Yuan deep into the dark recesses of the mine, and with a thunderous sound, a heavy stone door, adorned with numerous restrictions, slowly closed, sealing Luo Yuan within. Standing at the closed stone door, The frustration and displeasure that Luo Yuan had instigated in him finally found a modicum of release. He endeavored to adjust his expression, letting out a sinister chuckle, and called into the depths. Young Luo Yuan, enjoy your hell in there. This is a luxurious suite I have meticulously prepared for you. He even deliberately lowered his voice, adopting a tone he deemed ominously menacing, thus enhancing his villainous aura. Satisfied, he nodded, feeling that his malevolent presence had returned. Then he walked a few paces with his hands clasped behind his back. However, after only a short distance, he reluctantly turned to glance back at the stone door. He felt as though the process of imprisonment was lacking something. Ah, yes. It was missing the pleas for mercy from the victim and his own indulgence in torment. Thus, he returned to stand before the stone door, shouting into the depths, "Hey, you inside? If you find it unbearable in there, or if you can no longer withstand the pressure of the spiritual stone veins, be sure to plead for mercy. Cry out loudly for your life." He paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "As long as you beg for mercy, I shall come in to humiliate you and trample upon you. You will experience what true despair feels like." After a moment of contemplation, he added a tantalizing incentive. "Of course, considering your cooperation, I might just lower the intensity of the restraint a little. But you must plead. The louder, the better." He eagerly anticipated this unfolding scenario. From within the stone door, Luo Yuan's voice resonated. All right, no problem." Hearing Luo Yuan's enthusiastic compliance, the elder of the Sa clan felt immense relief wash over him. He chuckled heartily, filled with satisfaction, and walked away. Beyond the stone door, in the depths of the mine, it truly was, as the elder had described, a core of exceptionally high-quality spiritual stone veins, with the surrounding rock walls embedded with a myriad of glimmering, superior spiritual stones. The dense spiritual energy was almost palpable, creating an overwhelming pressure that could likely confuse the consciousness of any ordinary golden core cultivator who lingered here for too long. Now the feast could truly begin. He cackled with delight. Chapter 36. The advantage is mine. In the Blood Shaman Sect, a lightning-fast plan to seize the spiritual stone mines of the Qingshan Sect in the Northern Realm was already set in motion. Elder Shah, brimming with confidence, gathered a multitude of elite disciples before the sect's own mining site. Standing atop a towering crimson rock, he prepared to deliver an impassioned pre-battle speech. "Listen up, my young disciples." Elder Shah's gaze swept over the throng of dark-clad, demonic disciples below. "Through my relentless efforts and astute strategies, we have achieved a significant and decisive victory." The disciples below perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a triumphant air, Elder Shah proclaimed, "Just yesterday, I successfully captured the so-called number 1 genius of the righteous path, the direct disciple of the Qingshan Sect's leader, the mining prodigy of the Northern Realm. The handsome gentleman who was wrongfully accused, and the unyielding warrior in the face of formidable foes, Luo Yuan." The disciples of the Blood Shaman Sect momentarily froze, then erupted in astonishment. "What? We captured so many? My heavens! The number 1 genius of the righteous path, a direct disciple of the Qingshan Sect, a mining expert. That must be at least 7 or 8 individuals. Elder Shah is indeed formidable. He captured an entire elite team in one fell swoop." Elder Shah waved his hand grandly, continuing in an increasingly fervent tone. "The capture of Luo Yuan is merely the beginning. Today marks a small step for our Blood Shaman Sect in the northern mining region, yet it signifies a monumental leap for the resurgence of the entire sect." He pointed towards the direction of the Qingshan Sect's mining area, declaring, "Our target lies there. We shall seize their mines and use their spiritual stones to repay our debts. Children, today is the day to achieve greatness. Let us slay." The disciples were stirred into a frenzy, raising their weapons in preparation for battle. However, at that moment, a sharp sound rang out as a tile from the eaves above Elder Shah unexpectedly fell, shattering at his feet. Almost immediately, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Fierce winds arose, and the clouds began to churn violently. This sudden turn of events brought the once exhilarated atmosphere to a standstill. The disciples gasped in shock. What is happening?" A falling tile, a change in the weather. This is no omen. Could it be? Our expedition will not go smoothly? Panic spread among them. Elder Shah's expression also changed, internally cursing his misfortune. Just then, from amidst the crowd, Yi Cheng parted the throng and strode confidently to the forefront where Elder Shah stood. Clad in a slightly thin yet pristine azure robe, he exuded a somewhat delicate demeanor. With a graceful gesture, he pointed towards the tumultuous sky and exclaimed, "Fear not, my friends. This is a good omen. A celestial sign has descended." As the Book of Changes states, the dragon soars in the clouds, the tiger roars in the wind. The convergence of wind and clouds is indeed a manifestation of the saying, "The dragon flies in the heavens." This heralds the inevitable ascent of our blood fiend sect, akin to a soaring dragon in the sky, an unstoppable force. Subsequently, he covered his mouth with his sleeve, erupting into a series of chuckles. Who is this? What a delicate fool. He speaks of dragons soaring in the heavens? What does he understand? It is rather nauseating. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect felt a profound discomfort and a jarring clash of their worldview upon witnessing Yi Cheng's flamboyant gestures, so out of place with the ferocity of the demonic path. Yet, Elder Shah, upon hearing Yi Cheng's auspicious interpretation, was filled with delight. The transformation of Yi Cheng was primarily due to Luo Yuan's act of seizing his dragon root under the guise of spirit root transplantation. Ha 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 ha. Elder Shah, upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, laughed heartily, declaring, "Well said. A dragon soaring in the sky. A splendid omen. It appears that destiny favors our blood fiend sect in this battle." With a spirited demeanor, he surveyed the disciples below, his voice resonating like a great bell. "You may harbor doubts, but allow this elder to elucidate the 10 compelling reasons for our assured victory in this battle." Elder Shah extended a finger, proclaiming with arrogance, "Firstly, the advantage in this battle lies with us. The Black Elder, guarding the broken mine of the Qingshan Sect, possesses merely the cultivation of a nascent soul, while I am a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage. I alone can easily overpower him. This is our first victory." He raised a second finger, a wicked grin upon his face. "Secondly, we march under the banner of evil in this battle. We are, after all, a fearsome force that instills dread, acting without reservations, willing to employ any means necessary. Those hypocritical gentlemen of the Qingshan Sect are bound by constraints and limitations. How can they contend with us? This is our second victory. Thirdly, the enemy defends what we have built with our lives. The northern mining vein of the Qingshan Sect is but a trivial asset to them. Losing it would not cripple them. However, for our Blood Fiend sect, this vein is our lifeline. Should we falter in this battle, we shall find ourselves without a foothold. Desperate soldiers are bound to triumph. Each disciple of our sect will fight valiantly, striving for a glimmer of hope. This is our third victory. Fourthly, the enemy's mining area is deemed unimportant. The Black Elder they dispatch for its defense is merely of the nascent soul realm, and his disciples are likely of uneven quality. In contrast, our Blood Fiend sect, in safeguarding our core mining vein, shall dispatch only our elite forces. I am at the transformation stage, and the quality of my disciples far surpasses theirs. We shall strike with precision against the weary and overpower the weak. This is our fourth victory. Fifthly, I have a strategist, Yi Cheng, who has presented the brilliant plan of capturing the leader before the followers. With Luo Yuan now under our control, the Qingshan Sect has lost this genius. It is akin to severing their limbs, and their morale will surely falter. This is our fifth victory. Sixthly, our surprise attack is unexpected. We shall strike when they are unprepared, and the Qingshan Sect will undoubtedly be caught off guard, scrambling to respond, their formation in disarray. This is our sixth victory. Seventhly, the northern mining vein of the Qingshan Sect borders our own. We have covertly dispatched individuals to thoroughly scout the terrain, understanding precisely where their vulnerabilities lie and where we can mount a surprise assault. This is our seventh victory. Eighthly, Luo Yuan is a direct disciple of Li Daoshan, the future hope of the Qingshan Sect. Capturing him will force the Qingshan Sect to tread carefully, and during their rescue efforts, they will surely hesitate, unable to act with full force. This is our 8th victory. Ninthly, our Blood Fiend sect stands united with a clear objective: to seize the mineral veins, alleviate the crisis of our sect, and seek a glimmer of hope. The Qingshan Sect, being situated in a remote mining area, possesses little combat spirit. They are but a scattered mass, each fighting for themselves. This is our 1st victory. Elder Shah, growing increasingly self-satisfied as he spoke, seemed to envision victory within his grasp. He extended his 10th finger, summarizing, "Lastly, and most crucially, I have successfully captured the pivotal figure of our adversary, Luo Yuan. He is the Achilles heel of the Qingshan Sect. Even if they receive word and dispatch troops for aid, they shall hesitate due to their concern for the hostage, rendering them cautious in their actions. Thus, we can lay our plans with ease, demanding at our will. This constitutes our 10th victory. Ha ha! Victory is assured. This battle shall be ours." Elder Shah's impassioned rhetoric ignited fervor among the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, filling them with confidence. The earlier doubts and foreboding anxieties seemed to dissipate entirely. Wait, is Elder Shah's speech not riddled with redundancy? Perhaps he is struggling to fill the gaps. Hush, do not speak too much, be cautious. Just as the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were murmuring their critiques of Elder Shah's grandiloquent declarations, a commanding voice rang out. Suddenly, a stooped figure clad in a dark robe adorned with ominous runes emerged from a concealed entrance beneath the blood-red rock where Elder Shah stood. The appearance of this elder, his face painted with theatrical colors, compelled the surrounding disciples to instinctively retreat a few paces, their expressions reflecting reverence. "I'm Elder Shuegio, the supervising elder of the sacrificial division stationed at the Black Blood mining area. Given the Blood Fiend sect's frequent involvement in sinister activities such as flesh and blood sacrifices, the sacrificial division holds a unique position within the sect, tasked with communicating with spirits and deities, seeking blessings, and averting disasters. The elders of this division often engage in divination, predicting fortunes and misfortunes." Elder Shuegio's murky, aged eyes scanned the assembly before finally resting upon Elder Shah. He spoke slowly. "Do not be alarmed, Elder Shah. The Grand Army is about to embark, and this pertains to the fate of our sect. According to our traditions, it is my duty to divine the heavens for this expedition, to ascertain our course of action." Upon hearing this, although Elder Shah felt a twinge of impatience towards the eccentric elder, he dared not openly oppose him due to the customs of the sacrificial division and its esteemed status within the sect. He could only nod with restrained patience. "I appreciate your efforts, Elder Shue." Elder Shuegio wasted no more words. He retrieved a handful of black beast bones and several turtle shells from his robe, muttering incantations as he cast them to the ground. He stared intently at the scattered bones and shells, his brow furrowing deeper, the paint on his face seemingly distorting. After a moment, he abruptly lifted his head and, in a dry voice, declared, "This divination signifies a dragon trapped in a pond, with no way to advance or retreat. A dire omen. A dire omen." At this proclamation, the formerly fervent disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were suddenly drenched in icy water, their recently ignited combat spirit and confidence extinguished by more than half. Even Elder Shah's countenance transformed, showing signs of distress. To encounter such a grave omen before even departing for battle bodes ill indeed. As the morale of the troops began to waver, Elder Shah was poised to reprimand Elder Shuegio for his nonsensical utterances. At that moment, Yicheng swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Shah, while subtly gesturing with his elegantly arched fingers towards the rocks behind them. Having collaborated with Yicheng on several occasions, Elder Shah had developed a certain understanding of the young man's nonverbal cues. He immediately grasped Yi Cheng's intent. Consequently, Elder Shah cleared his throat and addressed Elder Shuegio, saying, "Elder Shue, this divination bears significant implications. I believe there are some intricate details that we must discuss privately regarding the deeper meanings of this oracle, to prevent any misinterpretations of celestial intent." Without awaiting Elder Shuegio's response, He seized the elder, and the two swiftly vanished behind the rocks. The disciples below exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding situation. After a while, as impatience began to creep in among the onlookers, Elder Shui, bruised and battered, emerged from behind the rocks. He walked with a slight limp, his face marred with smudged makeup revealing patches of bruised skin beneath. Yet, his expression had shifted from the earlier gravity to one of forced cheerfulness. He wobbled back to the spot where the divination had taken place, cleared his throat, and proclaimed in a voice noticeably louder than before. Ahem, esteemed guests, it is I, the old fool, who in my lack of skill, misinterpreted the signs. I was mistaken. With a thump of his thigh, he continued, upon re-evaluating the oracle, I found that the trapped dragon signifies a dragon ensnared in shallow waters, soon to enter the sea. The dilemma is, in fact, a warning of no advancement leads to retreat. One must bravely forge ahead to achieve success. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to exclaim, Therefore, this oracle is not one of dire misfortune, but rather a most auspicious omen, a harbinger of great fortune. Chapter 37. The Elder of Bloodshed, brimming with vigor, waved his hand grandly. My disciples, onward! Our target, the Black Mountain Mine of the Qingshan Sect. Let them witness the might of our Bloodshed Sect. Leading the elite disciples of the Bloodshed Sect, he soared through the air on crimson clouds and flying artifacts, advancing with great momentum towards the mine of the Qingshan Sect. Before long, the formidable forces of the Bloodshed Sect had arrived at the formation outside the northern boundary of the Qingshan Sect's mining area. At this moment, the mine was under strict vigilance. The Black Elder had already received alerts from scouts and stood solemnly before the shimmering protective formation at the mine's entrance. Gazing intently at the approaching forces of the Bloodshed Sect, he called out loudly, Who goes there? Why do you dare to intrude upon the territory of the Qingshan Sect? What is your intention? Just as the Elder of Bloodshed was about to cackle and display his demonic demeanor, Yi Cheng, standing beside him, stepped forward, pointing his orchid-shaped finger at the Black Elder. Humph. You hypocritical gentlemen of the Qingshan Sect, are you unaware that your doom is upon you? You are already finished. Today, we shall seize your mine, trample upon you, ravage you, and humiliate you. You will learn what true demonic might is. The Black Elder was taken aback. Listening to this brazen declaration of evil, he felt a chill creep up his spine. You are truly so wicked. How dare you brazenly invade our Qingshan Sect in broad daylight? Upon hearing his words, the Elder of Bloodshed and the disciples of the Bloodshed Sect burst into laughter. Ha ha! Wicked? Indeed, we are the very embodiment of wickedness. If we were not wicked, how would we be the Bloodshed Sect? The Elder of Bloodshed cackled. Seeing that the enemy had revealed their true intentions, the Black Elder ceased to speak further. He declared solemnly, Do not be so arrogant. But our Qingshan Sect is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Here lies a meticulously arranged protective formation laid by our sect. Even you, a transformation god cultivator, will be held at bay for at least the time of 10 incense sticks. By that time, our reinforcements will arrive. None of you shall escape. You will all meet your demise. Hearing this, the Elder of Bloodshed laughed instead of getting angry, cackling with glee. Ha ha ha! Did you think I would not be prepared? I have made ample preparations. He said proudly, I tell you the truth. I have specially summoned one of our sect's treasures from the headquarters, the banner of 10,000 souls. This banner is specifically designed to break the protective formations of your so-called righteous sects. In just a breath's time, your pitiful formation shall be shattered. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Cheng. Understanding the cue, Yi Cheng promptly took out a massive banner enveloped in dark mist, from which the faint wails of spirits emanated. It was indeed the banner of 10,000 souls. He arrogantly raised the banner towards the formation of the Qingshan Sect. The Black Elder was alarmed. The banner of 10,000 souls. You were so thoroughly prepared? He was well aware of the malevolence and the power of the banner against formations. The Elder of Bloodshed grinned wickedly. Indeed, we are thoroughly prepared. Black Old Man, today marks the end of your Qingshan Sect's northern mine. Prepare to meet your doom. As the imminent clash loomed, Elder He abruptly turned, addressing the disciples of the Qingshan Sect, who were already poised for battle. Disciples, heed my command. The vile minions of the Bloodspear sect approach in droves. This is a critical moment for the survival of our Qingshan Sect. As disciples of Qingshan, we partake of your bounty and share your burdens. Today marks the moment we pledge our loyalty and service to our sect. We must unite as one and exert every ounce of our strength. Even if the enemy is formidable and we are weak, we shall stand our ground and defend our position. We shall exist with our battleground or perish. Even if we bleed our last drop, let these fiends know that the righteousness of Qingshan endures and our pride remains unbroken. Charge! His impassioned words resonated with fervor, stirring the hearts of the Qingshan disciples, who momentarily cast aside their fears and rallied in response. Meanwhile, Elder Shah observed the fervently motivated disciples of the Qingshan Sect, seemingly prepared to fight to the last breath. Yet he stood there unperturbed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With the power of the transformation stage and the soul-devouring banner in his possession, what had he to fear? Upon witnessing this, Elder He hesitated no longer. He drew forth his treasured sword and pointed it forward, bellowing, "Disciples of Qingshan, follow me. Charge! For the glory of our sect." The disciples of Qingshan echoed his call, their voices rising in a collective roar, their spirits soaring as if they were on the verge of engaging in a cataclysmic battle with the Bloodspear sect. Elder Shah and his followers could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. After all, should the disciples of Qingshan genuinely muster their resolve and fight with their backs against the wall, they could inflict considerable damage and complications upon them. At this critical juncture, Elder Shah prepared to issue the order to counterattack. Yet to their astonishment, the once boisterous Qingshan disciples, including Elder He, after shouting their charge, executed a perfectly synchronized maneuver. Abruptly turning tail and fleeing at a pace faster than that of a rabbit, they left behind only a cloud of dust and the echo of Elder He's anguished voice, filled with indignation. "Cursed be you, you vile practitioners! Such despicable tactics! The essence of Qingshan remains, and the waters shall flow eternal. We shall return." His words brimmed with defiance and valor, as if he had engaged in a titanic struggle against the Bloodspear sect, ultimately outnumbered and left with no choice but to retreat. In reality, however, the moment they shouted their charge, they had swiftly turned and fled. Their speed was so astonishing that the Bloodspear sect members were left in disbelief. What folly it would have been to engage them in combat. The opposing side had brandished their lethal, soul-devouring banner, and their leader was a transformation stage practitioner, while their own strongest force was merely Elder He of the early nascent soul stage. They were outmatched in both equipment and numbers. To stay and face certain death? Elder He's mind raced with calculations. It is better to retreat and gather reinforcements from his sect headquarters. He could not fathom that the Bloodspear sect could withstand the might of the Qingshan sect. What prowess is it to bully us, knowing that the defenses of our northern mining district are feeble? When the Supreme Elder and the sect leader arrive with their formidable forces, they shall trample him mercilessly, humiliate him thoroughly, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Meanwhile, the Black Elder, during his rapid retreat, felt a swell of admiration for his own cunning and prompt decision-making. This is what one calls a strategic withdrawal, preserving vital forces. Just as he was congratulating himself on his sagacious choice, a thought struck him, prompting him to speak to the equally swift-running Elder One. "Ah, by the way, what of young Master Luo? Where has he gone?" Elder One, panting heavily, paused in bewilderment and replied, I have no idea. I was too preoccupied with following you to even think of Luo Yuan." The Black Elder gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What?" At that moment, some disciples remaining in the group overheard their exchange, and one timidly raised a hand, stating, reporting to Black Elder, "Didn't T. Junior Brother Luo previously receive punishment in districting for mining? Could it be that he is still in districting, mining for spirit stones?" The Black Elder. Elder One. It was then that they recalled the diligent and earnest Luo Yuan, a paragon of talent, who toiled tirelessly, honing his resolve for the future of the sect, and who had been wrongfully accused, seemingly He had indeed never emerged from the mine? Had they forgotten him within? Chapter 38. Alas, I feel as though I am doomed to wait in despair. At the very moment when the Qingshan Sect was executing a strategic withdrawal in the northern mining area, far away on the peak of the sect, Li Daoshan moved with an air of secrecy, cloaked in a voluminous black robe that concealed both his form and presence. He resembled a specter of the night as he arrived at a clandestine rendezvous point within the forbidden grounds of the sect's rear mountains. Before long, a similarly robed figure, obscured in mystery, silently emerged. Li Daoshan lowered his voice and initiated the conversation. Have you brought the items? The enigmatic figure responded in a gravelly tone, of course. And what are the items I requested? Without further ado, Li Daoshan tossed a heavy package towards him. The mysterious individual received it, and, upon inspecting its contents, an ample quantity of spirit stones, nodded in satisfaction before tossing a small jade vial back to Li Daoshan. The transaction was complete. Li Daoshan nudavriafuli, and without any superfluous exchange, both departed. He meandered through the terrain until he reached an utterly secluded cave. Confirming that no one was around, he trembled as he opened the jade vial. A peculiar fragrance wafted from within. Gazing at the precious elixir nestled inside, tears streamed down his face, and he nearly fell to his knees. At last, I have finally found it. Heaven bears witness. What could possibly evoke such unrestrained excitement from a cultivator of the integration stage? Could it be the supreme elixir that would facilitate his ascension to the great ascension stage? No, it was, in fact, a remarkably potent remedy specifically designed to treat prostatitis. 1 dose yields results, 3 doses eradicate the ailment. He had searched tirelessly for this medicine, just as he was brimming with anticipation, cautiously preparing to consume the pill. An urgent ringing erupted from the communication talisman nestled in his robe. Buzzing loudly, the sudden sound startled Li Daoshan, causing him to fumble and, in a moment of horror, the invaluable remedy tumbled from his grasp, shattering upon the unforgiving stone floor, scattering its precious powder everywhere. In tandem, the heart filled with hope was shattered alongside the pill. One must understand that this medicine had been procured through countless connections and at great expense. How could it simply vanish? A wave of seething fury surged through him. Enraged, he extracted the communication talisman and answered, "Who dares disturb me? You had better provide a reason that could shake the heavens." From the other end, the voice of Elder Hehe came through, frantic and urgent. "It's bad. It's terrible, Sect Master. A grave crisis has arisen. The northern mining area has been seized by those fiends from the Blood Demon Sect. Sect Master, despite our desperate resistance and fighting to the death against the enemy, we were ultimately outnumbered. The mining area has fallen." As Li Daoshan listened to Elder Hehe's valiant yet tragic report, a chill enveloped his heart. Looking at the heap of precious powder strewn across the ground, he felt utterly despondent. In this moment, the mining area and the Blood Demon Sect paled in significance compared to the importance of his lost remedy. Li Daoshan spoke with a lack of energy. "If it falls, so be it. It's not a big deal. We can just reclaim it later. You are all too young, too impulsive, panicking at the slightest issue." Truly, he was eager to conclude the call and see if he could salvage the powder on the ground. Upon hearing the calm demeanor of the sect leader, Elder Hehe was momentarily taken aback. The sect leader is not angry at all, even after losing a major mine. He remains so composed. Indeed, a powerful being in the integration stage. His mindset is remarkable. He hastily replied, "Oh, that's good to hear. It seems this matter is not of great concern to you, sect leader. I can rest easy." Li Daoshan interjected, "What matter? Are you done speaking?" "I'm busy." Elder Hehe continued, "Oh, it's just that when the incident occurred, young Master Luo, he was still mining in the mine. Then, he was captured by the Blood Fiend sect." Growing increasingly agitated, Li Daoshan casually responded, "So what if he was captured? It's just a young Master Luo, isn't it? There are plenty of people with the surname Luo in the Qingshan Sect." Suddenly, he paused mid-sentence, an epiphany striking him just as he was about to end the communication. "Wait a moment." Li Daoshan's voice rose sharply. "Young Master Luo? Which young Master Luo? It wouldn't be. It couldn't be that little Luo, could it?" Having grown accustomed to referring to Luo Yuan as Little Luo, he was momentarily slow to react to Elder He's formal address. He quickly inquired, "Wait, is it Luo Yuan? That wayward disciple of mine?" Elder He affirmed, "Yes, sect leader. It is indeed young Master Luo Yuan." Boom! Li Daoshan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Luo Yuan. He was captured. Subsequently, Li Daoshan roared into the communication talisman. "You mother! Hey Ding Tian, just wait to die." And then the communication was severed. At that moment, Elder He felt as though the sky had fallen. It was utterly disastrous. Meanwhile, within the heart of the Blood Fiend Sect's high blood mine, Luo Yuan displayed no awareness of his predicament as a captive. He gleefully surveyed his surroundings, noting that the spiritual stones here were indeed superior to those in the Qingshan Sect's Ding district, rivaling even the core area of the A district. Most were of medium grade, with several high-grade stones occasionally visible, emanating enticing waves of energy. Time to feast, Luo Yuan cheered, immediately commencing his unique method of consumption. He discovered that despite his newly upgraded ability to open his mouth wide enough to rival a hippopotamus, the speed at which he could devour the spiritual stones was still rather slow. This was due to the high quality of the stones, predominantly medium to high grade, with immense energy density, far surpassing the inferior stones and earth he had previously consumed. Each bite required significantly more effort than before, drastically reducing his efficiency. Chomp! Crunch! Sigh! Struggling to gnaw on a high-grade spiritual stone, Luo Yuan felt as though he was chewing on an indigestible iron broadbean, leading to considerable frustration. He was thoroughly distressed, immensely so. Not possible, not possible. At this pace, it will take an eternity to fill the canvas of my mind. Luo Yuan, feeling exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair as he paced within the cavern, pondering how to enhance his eating efficiency. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he smacked his forehead. Of course, eating doesn't necessarily require chewing with my mouth. How foolish of me. I can simply shove it directly into my stomach. Elated by this stroke of genius, he was eager to act. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hands against his abdomen and, with a determined force, extracted his stomach. Holding the still twitching organ in his hands, he examined it closely before picking up a sharp shard of mineral from the ground. With a swift motion, he sliced open a large incision, akin to tearing open a fabric sack. Satisfied with his handiwork, he nodded approvingly, then picked up a piece of high-grade spiritual stone and joyfully began stuffing it into his now-open stomach like filling dumplings. I can fit so much in one go. I truly am a genius. Chapter 39, Victory Concentrated. Blood. Fiend. The figure of Li Daoshan transformed into a radiant streak, piercing through the heavens as he hastened toward the northern front. Shout, "Deng, you must not come harm. If you lose even a single strand of hair, I shall." His eyes glinted with lethal intent, his demeanor shifting to one of stern resolve, emanating a terrifying pressure that compelled the birds and beasts along his path to prostrate themselves. Should anything happen to Xiao Deng, then the Blood Fiend Sect shall cease to exist. The wrath of a great cultivator in the harmonization stage is capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Meanwhile, Elder Shah was beaming with joy, eagerly reporting his achievements to the sect master of the Blood Fiend Sect through a transmission jade talisman. He exclaimed, Master, I have marvelous news. Heaven has favored our sect. Heaven has favored us." A slightly weary yet authoritative voice emanated from the jade talisman. "Oh, it is Elder Shah. What has transpired to cause such excitement?" Elder Shah, trembling with exhilaration, replied, "Master, a joyous event. I have successfully led a surprise raid and seized the Heishan Spirit Stone Mine of the Qingshan Sect. With this, we can repay our debts. The crisis facing the sect is resolvable." "What?" The voice from a jade talisman suddenly rose in pitch, filled with shock and fear. "Have you lost your mind? Who permitted you to assault the Qingshan Sect's mine? Li Daoshan is a harmonization stage cultivator. Are you willing to risk the entire Blood Fiend Sect?" Despite the Master's fury, Elder Shah remained unperturbed, chuckling confidently as he responded, "Master, calm your anger. I was fully prepared. I would not act without assurance. In truth, I have employed a brilliant strategy by capturing Li Daoshan's prized disciple, Luo Yuan. We can use him as leverage to extort the Qingshan Sect. I have no doubt they will yield spirit stones and concessions. Furthermore, we could use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate, ensuring they hesitate to retaliate. Elder Shah's confidence swelled with each word. After a moment of silence, the Blood Fiend Sect's master erupted into hearty laughter, filled with surprise and relief. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! Elder Shah, you are indeed valiant and exceptionally clever. It appears you have devised a comprehensive plan. Truly, our Blood Fiend sect requires individuals of your caliber, possessing both courage and intellect. Listening to the master's praise, Elder Shah felt an immense sense of pride, envisioning his ascent within the sect and a glorious future at the pinnacle of power. Unable to contain his excitement, the sect master gathered a delegation of core elders and trusted confidants, making their way to the outskirts of the Heishan mine to reunite with Elder Shah in triumph. Upon seeing Elder Shah, the sect master, known as Shui Xiaoping, approached him with fervent concern and high praise. Elder Shah, your efforts in this endeavor have been truly commendable. As the grand scheme solidifies, I shall duly commend Elder Shah for his pivotal contributions and reward him handsomely. No need to fret. No need to fret. The words of the sect leader carry weight. We, practitioners of the demonic path, embrace vengeance and gratitude alike, resorting to any means necessary to achieve our goals. It is our duty to contribute everything for the rise of our sect. We stand apart from those who are overly cautious, espousing empty notions of righteousness. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Bloodslaughter sect was filled with elation, rubbing his hands together in excitement, unable to suppress visions of a prosperous future. Excellent. Well said. Elder Shah, listen to me. This time, we shall emerge victorious. He extended a finger. First, once we completely seize the minds of the Qingshan Sect, the spirit stones we extract will immediately alleviate our sect's liquidity crisis. This is our first victory. He extended a second finger, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Second, by holding the crucial hostage, Luo Yuan, we can manipulate the situation to our advantage, causing Li Daoshan to hesitate in his actions. And we might even extort substantial resources from him. This is our second victory. The leader's voice rose with enthusiasm. Third, through this confrontation, we not only acquire resources, but also significantly diminish the prestige of the Qingshan Sect. We shall demonstrate to all that their so-called genius disciples are merely captives of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Our standing in the northern region and the demonic path will ascend dramatically. This is our third victory. At this point, the leader's excitement caused his face to flush, and he lowered his voice, infusing it with boundless anticipation. Most importantly, the fourth. Once we fully control this vein, the prestige of our sect will soar, and ultimately, we can leverage the strength and newfound credibility demonstrated in this operation to secure more loans from those demonic banks. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Furthermore, we can use the newly acquired Qingshan Sect's Heishan mine as collateral. I can hardly fathom the amounts we could borrow. Ha ha ha. The leader of the Bloodslaughter sect laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Envisioning a glorious future where the Bloodslaughter sect unified the demonic path and dominated the cultivation realm. Elder Shah, too, was swept up in the leader's grand vision, repeatedly echoing, Indeed, indeed, the leader is sagacious. This time, we are assuredly winning. The command center was soon filled with the gleeful laughter of the Bloodslaughter Sect's high-ranking members, reveling in dreams of the future. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng stealthily traversed the mine tunnels, his mind involuntarily conjuring the detestable visage of Luo Yuan, alongside the humiliating pain and emptiness he felt at his thigh. He then thought fiercely, although that wretched Luo Yuan inadvertently ruined my dragon root. However, his gaze sharpened. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small details. The loss of a mere component pales in significance compared to his ambition to reclaim the pinnacle of the demonic path and exact vengeance. Moreover, upon further contemplation, he suddenly realized a crucial fact. Indeed, Although in his previous life, he was the notorious Black Sky Demon Lord, committing heinous acts and reveling in slaughter and domination, earning himself a fearsome reputation that made both righteous and demonic sects shudder. The astonishing revelation struck him. He seemed to still be a virgin. This shocking discovery left him momentarily stunned. Indeed, his past life had been devoted solely to cultivating demonic arts, expanding his influence, engaging in cunning schemes, and relishing in the pleasures of killing and control, leaving him no time for the dual cultivation of men and women. Right? Since I haven't utilized it in my past life in this life, I shall initially rely on this spiritual root bestowed by that lunatic Luo Yuan to grow stronger. He reassured himself in this manner, convincing himself that once he restored his former demonic prowess, he could reshape any physical form he desired. He dared not even imagine the strength he would possess after thoroughly refining the Black Lotus Heartfire in this life. Moreover, now that he possessed a spiritual root, once he reclaimed the title of Demon Lord, no, transcended it, he would become the singular, supreme ruler of this realm. A terrifying glint ignited in his eyes. You shall, Luo Yuan, you shall pay the most excruciating price. Especially you, Luo Yuan, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. I shall sever your dragon root 100 times, no, 1,000 times. Let you taste the bitterness of being rendered powerless. He silently vowed to engrave these two names deep within his soul, transforming them into his greatest motivation to move forward. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan found himself imprisoned in the deepest recesses of the Blood Fiend sect's black blood mine. His stomach resembled a tattered leather sack, carelessly discarded and now lying open on the ground of the cavern. He squatted beside it, using his hands as shovels, eagerly digging earth into his metaphorical stomach. The soil, mixed with spiritual stones, poured in with a delightful clamor, causing his stomach to visibly swell, transforming from a deflated sack into a burgeoning little mound. Chapter 40. A palpable and terrifying pressure descended abruptly, akin to the heavens themselves collapsing. The entire Black Mountain mining area fell into a state of stunned silence. Blood Little Fatty and Elder Shah's expressions shifted dramatically as they sprang up from the command center. In the air, Li Daoshan, clad in a flowing black robe, stood with a countenance as cold and unyielding as the deepest ice, his gaze fixed upon them with piercing intensity. Blood Little Fatty felt a chill run down his spine, yet he quickly recalled the trump card he held, forcing himself to regain composure. He intended to clear his throat and make a grand announcement regarding Luo Yuan's capture by the Bloodslaughter sect, aiming to shock the Qingshan Sect into realizing their precarious situation. However, before he could concoct his triumphant opening line, Li Daoshan, unable to contain his wrath any longer, bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder across the flatlands. You over there, the rotund one. Listen, I do not care how you choose to deal with that wayward disciple of mine, but I have but one question for you. Do you wish to die now, or would you prefer to die sooner? The fury of a formidable cultivator, coupled with an unmistakable murderous intent, bore down upon the members of the Bloodslaughter sect like a tangible force. Blood Little Fatty gasped in astonishment. What on earth is happening with Li Daoshan? How does he know that we have captured Luo Yuan? His mind raced in turmoil. Could it be that there is a traitor within the Bloodslaughter sect? Someone who has informed him? Damn it! Despite the disruption caused by Li Daoshan's unorthodox opening, Blood Little Fatty, as the leader of a sect, quickly compelled himself to calmness. He resolved to probe the boundaries of Li Daoshan's resolve. Is that so, Li Sect Master? Do you truly not care about the fate of your precious disciple? A sinister smile crept onto his face. In that case, shall we sever one of his arms and send it to you as a token of our acquaintance? Surely, that would not be an issue, would it? He sought to discern whether Li Daoshan was merely posturing. In response to Blood Little Fatty's brazen and bloody provocation, Li Daoshan maintained his inscrutable demeanor. He even let out a dismissive snort. It matters not, merely an arm. Feel free to sever it if you wish. My disciple is not so fragile. Losing an arm will serve as a lesson, making him aware that there are greater powers beyond his own. Though he spoke with a calmness akin to discussing the weather, internally, he was far from tranquil. Damn it! Is this fat fool serious? Li Shan kursa inwarli. After all, despite Luo Yuan's lack of intelligence, in every other regard, his talent, his foundation, his potential, even the physical form he possesses after being cleaned up, exemplifies the qualities befitting the future leader of my Qingshan Sect. He had envisioned this scenario countless times. One could say that should Luo Yuan miraculously regain his senses and mature, his exceptional capabilities would undoubtedly elevate the Qingshan Sect to become the preeminent sect in the world. For centuries to come, their name would be etched in history. But the condition remained. He must not lose his mind. As blood little fatty listened to Li Daoshan speak with such nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to Luo Yuan's fate, he chuckled sinisterly, "Ha ha, splendid. Indeed, the leader of the Li sect is decisive and unmoved by external matters. I admire you." He then shifted his tone, imbued with malice. "Since you are so magnanimous, allow me to enlighten you. We have confined him in a specially designed place by our blood-slaughter sect, one that is the most diabolical and treacherous. He will suffer unimaginable and intolerable torment day and night. His will shall be shattered, his spirit tainted, and his heart of Tao crushed. He will find no way to live nor die." His laughter echoed chillingly. Each word from blood little fatty pierced Li Daoshan's heart like a poisoned dagger, striking at his subtly aching prostate. At that moment, Li Daoshan could no longer contain himself. Fury ignited in his eyes, and the overwhelming pressure of a formidable cultivator surged uncontrollably as he pointed at blood little fatty and bellowed, "You dare?" This thunderous roar, laden with murderous intent, caused the surrounding disciples of the blood-slaughter sect to pale in fear and retreat repeatedly. Blood little fatty was momentarily startled by the sudden onslaught of pressure and rage. Yet a knowing, triumphant smile soon crept across his face. He realized that Li Daoshan had merely been bluffing all along. He truly cared for Luo Yuan, deeply so. But wait, perhaps having spent too much time with Yi Cheng, Elder Shah had learned the art of stealing the limelight and seeking credit. He sprang forth from beside blood little fatty, standing at the forefront, and arrogantly addressed Li Daoshan. "Leader Li, do not be so hasty in your anger. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the chief planner of this operation to apprehend your esteemed disciple, Luo Yuan." He emphasized the title of chief planner with a rhythmic flourish, brimming with pride. "Thus," Elder Shah continued, his tone dripping with unabashed threat, "I advise your Qingshan Sect to recognize the situation and refrain from futile resistance." He pivoted, adopting an odd, almost congratulatory tone. "Luo Yuan is quite an excellent comrade, highly talented, with great potential, and very invested in the sect. A rare gem indeed." Then, his expression darkened, his voice laced with harshness. "However, our blood-slaughter sect would not wish for him to meet an untimely demise due to unnecessary conflicts and become a dead comrade." This threat, laced with modern vernacular, left everyone momentarily stunned. Li Daoshan was alarmed by Elder Shah's words. Operation to apprehend Luo Yuan? Chief planner. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Luo Yuan's capture was not a mere oversight by He Ding Tian and the others in their flight, but rather a traitor within our Qingshan Sect? Li Daoshan narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling intent to kill brewing within him, it seems. The sect indeed requires a thorough rectification. Certain pests cannot be allowed to linger. However, possessing profound inner restraint, his expression of anger gradually subsided, concealing his inner speculations. Taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze beyond the raucous Elder Shah, directly addressing the rather amused Shui Xiaopeng behind him. "Speak your mind. We are all straightforward individuals. There is no need for veiled words. What terms do you seek?" He understood that since the other party had laid their hostage bare, they surely had ulterior motives. Noticing Li Daoshan's apparent concession, Shui Xiaopeng couldn't help but chuckle gleefully, feeling increasingly satisfied with Elder Shah's display. Indeed, the sect master of Qingshan is quite forthright, direct, and to the point. He then smugly clapped his hands. Immediately, an elder from the blood-slaughter sect comprehended the cue, retrieving a long scroll from his storage bag, which he unfurled with a swift motion. The scroll was densely inscribed with text, evidently outlining the specific terms of the contract they had long since prepared. Judging by its length, it was evident that the conditions were far from simple. Li Daoshan's expression darkened further as he gazed upon the lengthy scroll. It stipulated within this amicable agreement regarding the transfer of mineral rights and the exchange of talented disciples. Firstly, Luo Yuan, a disciple of Qingshan Sect, voluntarily expresses his admiration for the unique cultivation culture of the Bloodslaughter sect and agrees to partake in an indefinite period of exchange and study there. Secondly, upon the formal transfer of all mineral rights of the Heishan vein in the northern border of Qingshan Sect, including all mined and unmined spirit stones, byproducts, and related facilities, to the Bloodslaughter sect, along with all associated taxes, fees, and notarization costs, which shall be solely borne and settled by Qingshan Sect. Only then may young Master Luo Yuan's exchange and study be deemed satisfactorily concluded. At that time, the Bloodslaughter sect shall bid farewell to young Master Luo as he returns to Qingshan. Li Daoshan surveyed the exorbitant terms, particularly the phrase Luo Yuan voluntarily, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. Yet he compelled himself to remain calm, unexpectedly breathing a sigh of relief within. This rotund fellow is somewhat perceptive, not demanding more outrageous conditions, only requesting this one Heishan vein. For the sake of Xiao Deng, it's worth it. Meanwhile, facing him, Xue Xiaoping, despite appearing self-satisfied, felt a flutter of anxiety within, his palms sweaty. He stealthily observed Li Daoshan's countenance. Goodness, will he not agree? What if he flies into a rage, and we end up in a brawl? What shall I do then? Did I perhaps overreach with my demands? If only we had asked for only a share of the mine, not the entire vein. At least we could have resolved the urgent matter first. Just as Xue Xiaoping's thoughts were in turmoil, Li Daoshan's gaze fell upon the stipulation regarding the payment of taxes by Qingshan Sect, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow, thinking, this insipid fat man lacks vision. It's one thing to take advantage of a situation, but to demand that we cover even the trivial taxes? How petty! He was unaware that what weighed heavily on the mind of the stout blood was an entirely different dilemma. This tax is not due to my stinginess. Rather, it is imperative, essential, and undeniably the obligation of the Qingshan Sect to bear. One must recognize that this Heishan mining vein is a registered, large-scale mine, inherently incurring a substantial tax burden. Moreover, such a transfer of ownership between sects, particularly from an orthodox sect to a demonic one, is subject to exorbitant taxation by the official tax authorities of the cultivation world, potentially requiring payment of taxes twice. Once as a standard transfer tax, and again as a resource flow regulation fee to the demonic path. Our Bloodfiend sect is already in dire financial straits, barely able to make ends meet. How could we ever afford this astronomical tax? Thus, this payment must unequivocally fall upon the Qingshan Sect. Li Daoshan's kuntanansa darkanat. His aura as a peak stage cultivator wavering slightly due to anger and humiliation. He understood that if he did not acquiesce today, the other party, emboldened by their hostage, might indeed dare to escalate matters. For the sake of the sect, and for that troublesome disciple, it seemed he had no choice but to endure. Just as Li Daoshan's heart sank into despair, preparing to sign the agreement for the greater good, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From afar, he heard a familiar yet exasperating voice call out, "Hey, Lao Deng, is that you? Come and visit me." Chapter 41. The Wail of Loss. That sound, is it Luo Yuan? All present turned their gaze in the direction of the voice. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a massive, bulging entity of peculiar hue slowly approaching. Its shape weight, does it resemble a moving hillock? As Li Daoshan focused his gaze, his pupils constricted in shock. Beneath that small mountain, a figure was staggering, struggling to bear the weight of the enormous burden, though the person appeared somewhat disheveled. The face was unmistakably Luo Yuan. Indeed, the newcomer was Luo Yuan, shouldering what had grotesquely expanded into an unwieldy sack. In a moment of weakness, he had consumed all the delectable offerings from the Blood Shaman sect's most prized core vein, resulting in his current hill-like stature. The sack he bore on his shoulder, still twitching slightly, Trailing behind Luo Yuan was another figure, dazed and disheveled, as if bereft of spirit. Yi Cheng. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Luo Yuan supposed to be confined deep within the Blood Shaman Sect's mind, ensnared in a slumber induced by the pressure of spirit stones? How had he emerged? And what exactly was that burden he carried? Furthermore, how was Yi Cheng accompanying Luo Yuan, and in such a pitiful state? A cascade of questions flooded the minds of the chubby blood and Elder Shah, their smug expressions freezing into sheer astonishment and a hint of foreboding. Li Daoshan, equally bewildered, felt a strange relief wash over him upon seeing Luo Yuan seemingly unscathed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. What was truly unfolding here? Let us rewind time to a moment prior. It turns out Luo Yuan had nearly cleared out the core vein, deemed essential by the Blood Shaman Sect. High-quality spirit stones and mineral-rich soil had been almost entirely depleted by him. On that day, as he stuffed the last remnants into his sack, the soil behind him revealed a vast cavity. He then caught sight of a figure stealthily approaching a cluster of black lotus flames, emanating strange energy. This was Yi Cheng's ultimate objective, the heart fire of the Black Lotus. Yi Cheng, having calculated that the Blood Shaman Sect's main forces were led away by Elder Shah to assault the Qingshan Sect's mine, had dared to venture back, directly targeting this heart fire. Luo Yuan, recognizing the familiar silhouette and the dark bloom, blinked in surprise. He called out to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng, what brings you here? Startled by this sudden voice while cautiously inching closer to the heart fire, Yi Cheng nearly lost his composure. He whipped around to behold Luo Yuan and the enormous sack he bore, leaving him utterly paralyzed. Wasn't this fellow imprisoned by Elder Shah? Yi Cheng's mind screamed. How did he escape? Despite the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, Yi Cheng managed to force a smile on his face, one that was more grotesque than sorrowful. He chuckled awkwardly. Is that not young Master Luo? Luo? How? How did you come out here? Luo Yuan patted his swollen belly and replied nonchalantly. I came out once I was full. His gaze then fell upon the black lotus fire at the center of the earth, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Is this black flower the black sky flower you mentioned earlier? Did you come specifically to present it to me? Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's mind buzzed with alarm. Curse be it. This is a threat. A blatant threat, isn't it? Panic surged within him. He must have seen through all my schemes long ago. This is a warning. If I do not capitulate and offer him this black lotus fire, I will surely meet my demise today, right? Faced with Luo Yuan's clear gaze and the invisible pressure he exuded, Yi Cheng's instinct for survival heightened. Instantly, a mask of loyalty and filial piety adorned his face as he exclaimed, Of course. Young Master Luo, you see clearly. This is a rare treasure that I, with great difficulty, sought out just for you. I was just about to harvest it to present to you. At that moment, he yearned only to send this ominous figure away, leaving the Black Lotus fire for another day. His life was of utmost importance. Luo Yuan suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, now I understand. He looked at Yi Cheng with newfound appreciation. It turns out you're a good person. I knew it. He smugly analyzed. Earlier, when you were with that nefarious old demon from the Devil's Path, I thought you were also an evil cultivator. What a surprise. Luo Yuan circled Yi Cheng twice, chuckling. You are the legendary infiltrator, aren't you? On the surface, you serve the Devil's Path, but in reality, you are for justice. His words conferred upon Yi Cheng the illustrious identity of a righteous undercover agent. Yi Cheng was taken aback, his mind racing. In an instant, he grasped the deeper meaning behind Luo Yuan's words. This is a subtle hint, a blatant insinuation. His heart raced. What Luo Yuan implies is that if I choose to follow him now, repenting for my past, and return to the righteous sect, there is still a chance for survival. However, if I stubbornly remain with the Blood Slaughter sect and conspire with Elder Shah, it will surely lead to my demise. This is the final threat and ultimatum. How infuriating. Yi Cheng felt a surge of indignation. This madman not only ruined my chances of advancement, but now seeks to force me to betray the Devil's Path. Yet his strength is unfathomable. If I do not comply, with this thought, Yi Cheng's instinct for survival surged once more. A sycophantic smile quickly spread across his face as he awkwardly chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Indeed, indeed, young Master Luo, your insight is unparalleled. I had indeed been contemplating this. I have long found the demons of the Bloodslaughter sect distasteful. However, I have merely been awaiting the opportunity. He immediately followed the script laid out by Luo Yuan. Since you, young Master Luo, also regard this flora and fauna as a treasure, may we now return to the Qingshan Sect and present this precious gift to our benefactor, the Thunderous One? Allow me to lead the way. In the midst of Yi Cheng's astonished gaze, Luo Yuan astonishingly tucked the invaluable black lotus earth fire into his voluminous sleeve as if it were merely a stone, as though it were an ordinary hand warmer rather than a flame capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. You must realize this is the black lotus earth fire. Yi Cheng's heart was once again struck with amazement. Even a nascent soul cultivator would not dare to handle it so carelessly. What kind of sorcery is this? Luo Yuan's unfathomable depth continually reshaped his understanding. Henceforth, he followed Luo Yuan with ulterior motives. Luo Yuan nonchalantly hoisted the enormous bag filled with the core essence of the Blood Fiend Sect's prime mineral resources over his shoulder, swaggering confidently ahead. As the two departed the Blood Fiend Sect's mining area, remarkably, their journey back was surprisingly smooth. All the capable fighters from the Blood Fiend Sect had been lured to the Black Mountain Mine of the Qingshan Sect, leaving their own stronghold eerily vacant, completely oblivious to the presence of the two figures. Thus, the two made their way unimpeded to the Black Mountain Mine of the Qingshan Sect, where they beheld two groups of individuals poised for confrontation in the distance. Luo Yuan immediately spotted a familiar figure at the forefront of the crowd, Li Daoshan. His eyes brightened with joy. Ah, Lao Ding, you came to see me. Chapter 42. Woe is me, my disciple. Have you been wronged? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Luo Yuan strolled forth with the nonchalance of one meandering through his own garden, his bulging belly leading the way, while the disheartened Yi Cheng trailed behind him. With a confident stride, he boldly traversed the imposing ranks of the Bloodslaughter sect, ultimately arriving before Li Daoshan. For a moment, none of the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect dared to impede his passage. Luo Yuan halted and addressed his master. Old Deng, I have arrived. Li Daoshan, noticing Luo Yuan's unscathed presence, felt a modicum of his fury and concern dissipate, yet confusion remained predominant. He gravely inquired how. How did you emerge? Luo Yuan patted his belly and replied matter-of-factly, Oh, I was well fed inside, so I simply came out. At this declaration, nearby figures such as Blood Little Fatty and Eldershaw were rendered utterly speechless. That was a restriction laid down by our esteemed elder. And the spiritual pressure from the core mine. What on earth is Eldershaw doing? How'd he let this fellow out? Blood Little Fatty was drenched in cold sweat. Does this mean our Bloodslaughter sect is doomed here? With Li Daoshan, that old monster in the integration stage, unrestrained, they will be torn to shreds. Realizing this, the swagger and pride vanished from Blood Little Fatty's face, replaced by a forced, grotesque smile. He hastily addressed Li Daoshan. Sect Master Li, look, it's all a misunderstanding. I have always sought a friendly exchange with your esteemed sect. Here, we have returned your people to you intact. This situation has turned chaotic, hasn't it? Then, Li Daoshan chuckled ominously, his laughter laced with a chilling intent. Sect Master Shui, your words are quite amusing. Since it is a friendly exchange, it is only fitting that there be reciprocity. Coincidentally, I also wish to exchange some hospitality from my Qingshan sect with your esteemed companions. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, he waved his hand, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, heralded by thunder and lightning. Centered around Li Daoshan, formidable bolts of purple lightning descended from the heavens and erupted from the earth, intertwining to form an impenetrable cage of electricity that ensnared the members of the Bloodslaughter sect. In the realm of thunder, the integration stage cultivator unleashed his full might. Within the tempest of purple lightning, the air crackled with divine authority. The disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect trembled in fear. Even Elder Shah wore a grave expression. realizing that today's events would likely not end well. Only blood little fatty, despite being in dire straits, was quick-witted. He understood that Li Daoshan was genuinely intent on killing, and to resist would lead to certain death. He had to devise a means of self-preservation immediately, even if it required some form of sacrifice. In that electrifying moment, he made a decisive choice. In a fleeting moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the chubby figure, who then abruptly raised his foot and delivered a kick that sent the astonished Elder Shah staggering directly to the edge of the thunderous net before Li Daoshan. Alas, Master Li, a misunderstanding, a tremendous misunderstanding indeed. A facade of obsequiousness and indignation instantly adorned the face of the chubby figure as he repeatedly clasped his hands in respect towards Li Daoshan. We are all esteemed sects, after all, crossing paths frequently. I must confess, I am utterly bewildered as to when an internal traitor infiltrated our blood slaughter sect. I suspect. He pointed at Elder Shah with heartfelt dismay. He must be a spy from the nefarious demonic sects that have long harbored animosity towards our blood slaughter sect, seeking to sow discord and tarnish the millennia-long friendship between our two sects. Truly, his intentions are despicable, utterly contemptible. With this proclamation, he deftly shifted the blame onto Elder Shah. Elder Shah, poised to vehemently rebuke the chubby figure for his treachery, was taken aback when he noticed the chubby figure subtly extracting a familiar piece of clothing from his storage ring, discreetly waving it before him. It was indeed a fragment of his beloved partner's intimate apparel. Elder Shah gasped, his pupils constricting in shock. It's over. A chill enveloped his heart. My own family has been secretly ensnared by this insufferable glutton, acutely aware of the chubby figure's cunning. He realized this was no jest. The will to survive and concern for his family swiftly overwhelmed all feelings of rage and resentment. Thus, taking a deep breath, he slowly straightened his posture before the astonished gazes of those around him, donning an expression of defiance against death as he addressed Li Daoshan. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, it was I who did it. You so-called righteous hypocrites, come at me with all you have. Insult me, humiliate me, trample upon me. He puffed out his chest, embodying an unwavering resolve, then bellowed with all his might. But I shall tell you this. Our bullhead sect shall inevitably lay waste to your Qingshan Sect and conquer this realm. The bullhead sect, of which Li Daoshan had heard, was notorious even among the demonic sects for its malevolent and despicable conduct. Their cultivation methods were said to be extraordinarily sinister, aimed at usurping everything from their adversaries. Thus, they took great delight in claiming the partners of others, relishing the humiliation of their victims to enhance their own power. Due to their perverse doctrines, they had attracted a multitude of equally depraved individuals, momentarily amassing considerable strength and influence. At that moment, the chubby figure wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating, fortunately, before departing, I had made a point to generously reward Elder Shah's captivating partner, and in the process, I had taken a piece of her intimate garment as a trophy. Just as the chubby figure's thoughts swirled, Li Daoshan had composed himself, feigning realization as he remarked, Ah, so everything that transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding? Indeed, a grand misunderstanding, Master Li. Then Li Daoshan smiled faintly and spoke in a calm tone. Since it is a misunderstanding, then it suffices to resolve the misunderstanding. Shui Xiaopeng felt a surge of joy in his heart, believing that the other party intended to release them. He hastily exclaimed, Indeed, Master Li is wise. So, Master Li, are we free to leave now? However, Li Daoshan leisurely replied, Do not be in such a hurry, Shui Zhongzhu. Suddenly, Li Daoshan inadvertently kicked the nearby Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan yelped and fell to the ground, the immense weight of his large stomach thudding against the earth. Disciple, my disciple. Li Daoshan's expression instantly changed, losing all semblance of the composure expected of a formidable cultivator at the integration stage. He dashed to Luo Yuan's side, crying out in anguish. How could this be? My beloved disciple, how have you sustained such grievous injuries? He helped Luo Yuan up, his face etched with sorrow and fury, turning to glare at Shui Xiaopeng. Speak, were you mistreated in the blood evil sex mines? Is it true? Is it? To his dismay, tears streamed down Li Daoshan's face. Oh, my poor disciple, your frail body has already suffered so much, and now you bear new wounds. What shall we do? Shui Xiaopeng, how could you be so heartless? Luo Yuan, bewildered by the kick, was about to speak when he found his mouth sealed by an invisible force, rendering him only able to utter muffled sounds of distress. He struggled valiantly, clearly in agony. Li Daoshan pointed at Luo Yuan and furiously addressed Shui Xiaopeng. Listen, listen. My disciple is in such pain that he cannot articulate his suffering. He can only express agreement with mm. Shui Xiaopeng thought to himself, you old scoundrel, is this your tactic? I have encountered shamelessness, but never to this extent. Yet what could he do? He was still ensnared within the opponent's thunder domain. As thoughts raced through his mind, Shui Xiaopeng realized that if he did not extract a significant price today, escaping would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, Li Daoshan was clearly intent on exploiting the situation. He abruptly turned and delivered a kick to the nearby Elder Shah, sending him sprawling like a dog in disgrace. Reversed! Reversed! You scheming spy of the Bullhead Sect. You have hidden yourself well. Chapter 43. Furious, damn the Bullhead Sect. Shui Xiaopeng pointed at Elder Shah, bellowing at Li Daoshan. Master Li, you must see the truth. This scoundrel is the one behind the scenes, daring to mistreat young Master Luo. My Bloodfiend Sect has no part in this. Then, with a sudden change in demeanor, a radiant smile adorned his face as he addressed Li Daoshan. Master Li, please quell your anger. Although this incident was instigated by the Bullhead Sect, it did occur within the jurisdiction of my Bloodfiend Sect. It is indeed our failure to properly supervise and discern character that has allowed young Master Luo to suffer such indignity. With a pained expression, he continued, as a gesture of our sincerity, we, the Bloodfiend Sect, are willing to offer young Master Luo 100,000 spirit stones, along with 10 precious healing herbs of the Xian rank as compensation. I beseech you, Master Li, to show magnanimity in light of our earnest intentions. Li Daoshan's countenance remained one of profound sorrow as he supported the frail Luo Yuan, yet his gaze inadvertently swept over Luo Yuan's empty waist and fingers. Suddenly, he seemed to make a startling discovery, exclaiming, Ah, my disciple, where's your storage ring? The one you never part with. The 9-dragon Agarwood storage ring I specially crafted for you. How can it be missing? Why do you now possess only a, oddly shaped bag? He abruptly turned, glaring at Elder Shah. I wondered how Luo Yuan could sustain such serious injuries. Your storage ring could have been seized by a spy from the Bullhead Sect at this opportune moment. He shifted the blame on Elder Shah, the spy of the Bullhead Sect. Upon hearing this, Shui Xiaopeng's heart sank, secretly cursing Li Daoshan's shamelessness, fully aware of the implications. This was an escalation. Yet, now he was but a fish at the mercy of the knife, forced to swallow his grievances. He quickly forced a smile, clasping his hands in respect. Master Li, please, calm your wrath. This must surely be the doing of the Bullhead Sect spies. May I inquire what treasures were contained within young Master Luo's storage ring? We shall certainly do our utmost to retrieve them. If we cannot, my Bloodfiend Sect shall compensate accordingly. Li Daoshan, finally satisfied, nodded in approval, then pretended to lean close to the still muffled Luo Yuan, feigning an intent listening posture. Luo Yuan, his mouth bound, could only emit muffled protests, internally cursing the old man. Li Daoshan, appearing grave, listened for a moment, repeatedly affirming, Oh, I see. Yes, I understand. Straightening up, he solemnly addressed Shui Xiaopeng. Alas, Sect Master Shui, the situation is even more dire than I imagined. My beloved disciple claims his ring contained numerous valuable items. He continued, turning to Luo Yuan with astonishment. What? Disciple, why do you still carry 50 infant transformation pills and 39 turn soul returning pills? His face contorted with anguish as he admonished Luo Yuan. Do you not fear being robbed while carrying such precious elixirs? You, my child, are utterly oblivious to the principle of concealing wealth. Then he gasped twice, as if he had heard something even more astonishing, and turned to Bloodchubby, his voice laced with incredulity. What? If I interpret my disciple correctly, does that mean he possesses a document in his ring? A trade agreement titled Strategic Partnership and Resource Joint Development, an exclusive agency rights transfer agreement between Qingshan Sect and Blood Slaughter Sect? Li Daoshan's eyes shimmered with shock. This agreement stipulates that from now on, all elixirs, magical artifacts, materials, and other products mined and refined by Blood Slaughter Sect in the Northern Territory must be sold exclusively by Qingshan Sect, with a profit split of 90-10 in our favor. Furthermore, a deposit has already been paid for the next 100 years. As Li Daoshan's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Thunder Realm. Blood Chubby's face flushed a deep crimson, and he pointed at Li Daoshan, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate a response. Li Daoshan, Blood Chubby, finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice trembling. You are extorting me. This is blatant extortion. What the heavenly grade spiritual treasure? What are the 9-turn soul returning pills? And that ridiculous trade agreement? Do you think we are but 3-year-old children? Upon hearing this, Li Daoshan immediately displayed a look of extreme indignation, as if wronged. He sorrowfully pointed at the still groaning Luo Yuan on the ground. Sect Master Blood. One may eat irregularly, but one must not speak recklessly. My disciple, Luo Yuan, is a prodigy endowed with exceptional talent. What harm is there in possessing some wealth? He is currently suffering at your hands, gravely injured, treasures taken, and his spirit wounded. I have yet to settle the score with you. How dare you accuse me of extortion? He shook his head in despair. Very well. For the sake of my disciple, he has stated that the heavenly great spiritual treasure is merely an external possession, and losing it is inconsequential, as long as he remains unharmed. He is truly too benevolent. Woe is me. Li Daoshan feigned wiping away tears. Blood Chubby silently cursed. Nonsense. Yet he understood that failing to appease Li Daoshan today would leave matters unresolved. Gritting his teeth, Blood Chubby began the arduous negotiation over the compensation details. Sect Master Li. Blood Chubby restrained his fury. 20 pieces of Xian-grade spiritual treasures are far too excessive. Even if we were to sell everything we own, we could not amass that many. At most 5 pieces. Li Daoshan replied, my disciple insists that his Xian-grade spiritual treasures are separated. They hold no value. He demands at least 15 pieces and not a single piece less. Blood Chubby retorted, 10 pieces. No more. Otherwise, we will be left with nothing. Alas, fine. In light of your apparent sincerity, my disciple reluctantly agrees. He says, let it be. 11 pieces. For the sake of auspiciousness. Agreed. 11 pieces it shall be. The earth-grade spiritual treasures, 8 in total. Or rather, 2 at most. My disciple claims to possess 3 for the purpose of arranging formations, an entire set. Then let it be 3. It cannot be any less. Fine. And those 50 transformation pills. Li Daoshan, do not overstep your bounds. How precious are the transformation pills? 50. Do you think they're mere candies? My disciple is extraordinarily gifted. He requires more transformation pills to prepare for the nascent soul stage. What harm is there in being well-stocked? He mentioned that these elixirs were intended as gifts for his fellow disciples. Now they are all gone. He is utterly heartbroken after a lengthy negotiation. Filled with fervent arguments and rising tempers, the two parties finally reached an amicable agreement, culminating in the final transaction price. Compensation for the stolen items of Luo Yuan. 100,000 spirit stones, 10 spirit herbs, 11 profound-grade spiritual treasures, 3 earth-grade spiritual treasures, 18 transformation pills, and 3 5-turn soul revival pills. As for the most outrageous trade agreement, the stout little Blood insisted on his stance, gesticulating vehemently, nearly kneeling before Li Daoshan, asserting that even if the Blood Sect sold all its disciples, they could not afford such a servitude contract. Seeing that the extortion had reached a satisfactory conclusion, Li Daoshan generously declared that, in light of the sincerity shown by the Blood Sect leader, the trade agreement could be deliberated upon at a later date. The profit split would be 6 for the Qingshan Sect and 4 for the Blood Sect. Moreover, The Qingshan Sect would hold the right of first selection and pricing guidance. Upon the agreement's conclusion, the stout little blood felt his heart bleed, but just as he thought he could finally depart, report. A disciple from the Qingshan Sect rushed in, panic-stricken, stumbling as he came. Report. I beseech the sect leader. Something grave has occurred. Li Daoshan's brow furrowed. What is the cause of this alarm? The disciple, panting heavily, replied hastily. Sect leader, the disciples who were patrolling the mining veins have reported that in the 8th district of the Heishan mine, the reserves of spirit stones appear to have been extensively excavated. In a certain area near the core spiritual vein, a massive void has emerged. From the traces, it seems to have occurred only in the past day or two. The 8th district, that is the very core of their Heishan mine, the area of the highest quality. Upon hearing this, Li Daoshan's heart jolted in shock, followed swiftly by a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Yet his face was immediately overtaken by fury and disbelief. He abruptly turned, his gaze like lightning directed at the stout little blood. Sect leader blood. Do you see? The stout little blood was equally bewildered. Could it be that one of his short-sighted subordinates took advantage of the chaos to sneak over and steal? Impossible. He had clearly ordered against any excavation. Not daring to delay, he promptly dispatched a disciple to investigate. Before long, the blood sect disciple returned. Pale as a ghost. I report to the sect leader. Indeed, a certain area has been completely ransacked of spirit stones, and from the traces, it is evident that this excavation occurred recently. Moreover, the methods employed were exceedingly brutal, as if something had directly devoured the stones. Now, it was the stout little blood's turn to erupt in fury. His first suspicion naturally fell upon Elder Shah, for he was the overall leader of this operation. With a swift stride, he rushed forward and seized the collar of the still groaning Elder Shah, almost roaring in inquiry. You wretched old fiend, how dare you betray us? Where are the spirit stones you greedily hoarded? Speak, where have you hidden them? I really don't know. Elder Shah stammered. Then, Blood Little Fat glanced at Li Daoshan's increasingly frigid gaze, which seemed poised to erupt at any moment, and he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He understood that if this matter was not satisfactorily resolved today, they might never escape the predicament. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he added with fervor, Masterly, this incident. It must surely be the work of a spy from the Nyoto sect. I take full responsibility for my lax supervision and inability to discern the traitor. I am utterly culpable. To express my sincere apologies. My Bloodshah sect will compensate for the spirit stones lost in Area A. We shall make amends for the damages. I only beseech Masterly to grant my Bloodshah sect an opportunity to redeem ourselves. At this moment, he only desired to hastily part with his wealth to avert disaster and flee this place of turmoil. As for Elder Shah, he would deal with him later in due course. Chapter 44. Haha, his spiritual root is extraordinary. Under the benevolent gaze of Li Daoshan, the chubby disciple of the Blood Slaughter sect, along with several elders and disciples, departed in a state of utter dejection, akin to defeated roosters. Each step felt as if they were treading upon the spiritual stones of their own sect, their hearts aching to the point of breathlessness. Once they left, the sorrow and authority that had adorned Li Daoshan's visage vanished instantaneously. He let out a chuckle, elated. This was truly a remarkable gain. In high spirits, he approached and lifted the restrictions placed upon Luo Yuan's mouth and body. As soon as the restraints were released, Luo Yuan rubbed his sore backside and the tingling sensation in his mouth, protesting indignantly, "You old fool! Yuio! Yot! Ioj!" To his surprise, Li Daoshan gazed at Luo Yuan with increasing fondness, perceiving him as a cherished prodigy. Overcome with excitement, he opened his arms and embraced Luo Yuan tightly, planting a resounding kiss upon his forehead. "Good disciple, my dear disciple." Li Daoshan's voice quivered with warmth. "I knew it. I knew you possessed the bearing of a great emperor. Ha ha ha! What a trifling matter for the Blood Slaughter sect. Before you, they are utterly powerless. You truly are the auspicious star of our Qingshan sect. A divine blessing has descended upon us." He attributed all the merit to Luo Yuan. Despite his ignorance of the specifics of what Luo Yuan had accomplished, the favorable outcome was all that mattered. Luo Yuan, taken aback by this sudden display of affection, felt his entire body stiffen, particularly as he registered the warm, damp imprint of Li Daoshan's saliva on his forehead. Abruptly, he pushed Li Daoshan away and retreated to a corner, covering his mouth and retching. "Old fool, you are truly disgusting. Stay away from me." With a look of disdain, Luo Yuan wiped his forehead. Meanwhile, Li Daoshan, unfazed by the rejection, merely chuckled. His spirits soared to unprecedented heights, and the discomfort from his prior ailments was significantly dulled by the elation of triumph, rendering him indifferent to Luo Yuan's complaints. His gaze shifted to the still-dazed Yi Cheng nearby. Li Daoshan pointed at Yi Cheng and inquired of Luo Yuan, "By the way, disciple, who is this? How did he return with you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan perked up and pointed at Yi Cheng. "Old fool, let me tell you, he's a good person." Li Daoshan responded, "Oh, he was previously attacked by the Bloodslaughter sect. Seeking revenge, he led me to their mining site. He even brought me to the most core area where many high-quality spiritual stones are located." Li Daoshan was taken aback. "Is that so?" Luo Yuan patted Yi Cheng on the shoulder. "Now he wishes to conspire with us, a nest of snakes and rats, colluding in mischief. Together, we shall build a prosperous Qingshan Sect." After hearing Luo Yuan's rather convoluted introduction, Li Daoshan, though slightly concerned about Luo Yuan's level of education, grasped the crux of the matter. This Yi Cheng seemed to be a victim of the Bloodslaughter sect, now seeking refuge in the Qingshan Sect. He surveyed Yi Cheng and remarked, "Oh, I had not anticipated such intricacies. Since he is brought back by Luo Yuan, he must possess remarkable qualities. Very well, let's take him back to the Qingshan Sect." With a grand gesture, Li Daoshan continued, "By the way, what type of spirit root does he possess? I wish to assess his qualifications so that I may determine to which peak he should be assigned." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan immediately puffed out his chest and proudly declared, "His spirit root is extraordinary." The single word he used resonated with strength and clarity. Upon hearing it, Yi Cheng's already pallid face turned an even deeper shade of green. Li Daoshan, elated by this revelation, burst into hearty laughter, patting Luo Yuan on the shoulder. "Excellent. Truly, is he that remarkable? My dear disciple, you have an exceptional eye. You have once again brought a peerless genius to our Qingshan Sect." After all, this was a spirit root certified by the heavens themselves. Li Daoshan could scarcely fathom the extent of Yi Cheng's extraordinary potential. He then exclaimed, "Let us depart. Back to the sect. We must conduct a thorough examination of this young man's spirit root." Before long, they returned to the Qingshan Sect, making their way directly to the main hall. With great enthusiasm, Li Daoshan instructed Elder Zhang, who was responsible for the examinations, to bring forth the premium testing orb designed for evaluating spirit roots. As Yi Cheng beheld the shimmering orb, he was struck by fear and hastily waved his hands, stammering, "And no, it's unnecessary. Please, Sectmaster, I possess mediocre qualifications and am unworthy of cultivation. I will be content to serve as a mere disciple." He longed to find a crevice to hide within. However, Li Daoshan interpreted this as modesty or perhaps a reflection of his past misfortunes and kindly reassured him. "Ah, my dear nephew, there is no need for such humility. Luo Yuan has already stated that your spirit root is exceptional. With such talent, how could you conceal your potential by becoming a mere servant? Come, let me witness your prowess." Luo Yuan chimed in supportively, pointing at Yi Cheng and affirming to Li Daoshan, "Indeed, his spirit root is extraordinary, truly remarkable." Li Daoshan's heart soared at this, envisioning the arrival of another genius disciple to rival Luo Yuan within their sect. Even if Yi Cheng's qualifications were slightly inferior to Luo Yuan's, his intellect seemed promising, which was nothing short of splendid. The future of Qingshan Sect looked bright. With no alternative, Yi Cheng, under the warm gaze of Li Daoshan and the encouraging looks from Luo Yuan, as well as the curious stares of the surrounding elders and disciples, steeled himself and stepped forward. He extended his trembling hand to press against the cool surface of the testing orb. Resigned to his fate, he closed his eyes and placed his palm upon the smooth, icy orb. The moment his hand made contact, a resounding hum erupted. The testing orb burst forth with a radiance so brilliant, so pure, and so indescribable that it instantaneously illuminated the entire main hall. The disciples and elders watching both inside and outside the hall gasped in astonishment, their gazes captivated by this extraordinary phenomenon. Wow, such powerful spirit light. What grade of spiritual root is this? Judging solely by its radiance, it must be of the highest quality. Have you forgotten what senior brother Luo Yuan remarked? This spiritual root is truly remarkable. How could it not possess great power? The sect leader has also praised it, confirming its status as a top-tier talent. The disciples engaged in fervent discussion, their eyes brimming with envy and anticipation. Meanwhile, several elders from the Qingshan Sect in the front row displayed expressions of astonishment, whispering among themselves, "Strange, the intensity of this spiritual light indeed reaches the upper echelon. Yet, why am I unable to discern the specific attributes of this spiritual root? It exhibits no clear representation of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Nor does it reveal any distinct traits of the anomalous attributes such as wind, thunder, ice, darkness, or light." An elder with a white beard stroked his chin, a look of confusion etched on his face. Beside him, a slightly stout elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too cannot ascertain its attribute affiliation. The spiritual light is contained, yet exudes an indescribable aura of dominance and vitality. Could it be the primordial Wuji body from ancient times, accompanied by the immaculate spiritual root? Or perhaps the legendary chaos Tao embryo that devours myriad laws, establishing its own unique standing? If this were true, then our Qingshan Sect would truly be favored by the heavens. First, there was the prodigious Luo Yuan with his exceptional spiritual root, and now another genius bearing an unknown special spiritual root. The sect leader and Luo Yuan truly possessed discerning eyes. Such a raw gem, without their intervention, might have remained obscured in dust. The elders became increasingly animated in their discussions, their gazes towards Yi Cheng growing fervent, as if beholding a rare treasure. They had already conjured myriad scenarios regarding the extraordinary potential of this unique spiritual root. On the high platform, Li Daoshan listened to the disciples' astonished remarks and the elders' expert analyses, while observing the vigorous glow of the testing orb. His heart was elated. Although he too could not discern the specific attributes, the intensity of this light was undeniable. It was certainly of high quality. While it may not compare to the shock of Lin's heavenly spiritual root, it was undoubtedly a special root, likely rivaling the finest. "Excellent, truly splendid," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement, particularly pleased with Yi Cheng, who appeared to have a sound mind. Truly, the Qingshan Sect is thriving. Li Daoshan, in high spirits, chuckled heartily and remarked to Luo Yuan, "Luo Yuan, it seems you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. You may soon have a little junior brother." He had already decided that Yi Cheng would be his disciple. As he spoke, he gazed eagerly at the testing orb, where the spiritual light was gradually coalescing, poised to reveal the ethereal form of the spiritual root. The crowd's breath caught in their throats, all eyes fixated on that dazzling orb of light, eager to witness the birth of a powerful, special spiritual root. The radiance began to solidify. A silhouette started to emerge. Then, Li Daoshan beheld the slowly materializing shadow of the spiritual root, exuding an aura of high-quality spiritual root. His smile gradually faltered. The glimmer of anticipation in his eyes dimmed. The color drained from his face, until ultimately he turned pale. The ethereal root manifests with a resplendent form, towering majestically. It exudes a potent vitality, accompanied by an indescribable air of dominance. This ethereal root is indeed remarkable. Chapter 45. Has he gathered a rare spiritual root? The entire main hall of the sect fell into a profound silence. All present, Whether disciples who had previously marveled at the intensity of the spiritual light or elders who had speculated that it was a unique spiritual root were momentarily wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Rendered mute, an indescribable awkwardness and shock permeated the air. At last, an untimely voice, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, shattered the stillness. An elder, who had long been at odds with Li Daoshan, the master of Qingshan Sword Peak, spoke leisurely while stroking his goatee. Master, while this young man's spiritual root appears. Rather peculiar. Its inner radiance indeed suggests a quality of the finest caliber, truly a talent worthy of cultivation. He paused, a playful smile gracing his features. Congratulations, congratulations. Li Daoshan's face darkened, and he almost squeezed the words out between clenched teeth. This. His eyes darted around, seeking an excuse. Elder Xing, you may be unaware, but my primary focus is on the yang and unyielding thunderous arts. This young man's spiritual root. With such a unique form and an indistinct aura, I fear that my methods may hinder the cultivation of such a gem. He promptly attempted to shift the responsibility. In my opinion, we should consider which of our esteemed elders possesses a technique more suited to instructing such a prodigy and would be willing to take him under their wing. Upon hearing this, the elders in the hall suddenly seemed to develop a keen interest in the architectural structure of the main hall. Some gazed upwards, examining whether the carved beams had acquired additional cracks. Others looked down, analyzing the patterns of the floor tiles in relation to the sect's fortune. And a few began to communicate discreetly, discussing the weather and recent vegetable prices. In short, they feigned fascination with the surroundings, completely ignoring Li Daoshan's words and avoiding his gaze. Absurd to take on such a disciple with a spiritual root so remarkably bizarre. Wouldn't he that make them the subject of ridicule if he were to be taken out in public? They could not afford such embarrassment. Just as Li Daoshan inwardly cursed these old foxes for their lack of loyalty, a clear voice rang out. Elder Deng, did you not just say you wished to accept him as my junior brother? He remembered it distinctly. As Luo Yuan's words echoed, it was as if a red-hot iron had been cast into a calm pot of oil. In an instant, the previously awkward and oppressive atmosphere in the hall dissipated, replaced by a lively spirit. The elders who had feigned ignorance began to regain their composure, enthusiastically urging Li Daoshan. Indeed, Master, nephew Luo Yuan speaks the truth. You just uttered those words. Yes. Although this young man's spiritual root is, unprecedented in form, its inner brilliance and abundant energy have never been seen before, surely indicating an extraordinary spiritual root. One elder stroked his beard in admiration. Indeed, perhaps this is a long-lost ancient variant of spiritual root. Its wonders cannot be perceived by ordinary eyes. Only a master of your caliber and vision can truly uncover its potential. Another elder chimed in with flattery. Master, this is a divine blessing for our Qingshan Sect. If you do not accept such a remarkable talent introduced by disciple Luo Yuan, would it not be a waste of a rare gift? Leaving both disciple Luo Yuan and this, worthy nephew, Yi Cheng disheartened, the disciples began to echo in excitement. Master is wise. Please accept Brother Yi. In an instant, the hall resonated with praises for Yi Cheng's extraordinary spiritual root. Li Daoshan, listening to these sarcastic suggestions and observing the suppressed laughter on everyone's faces, felt an even deeper shade of green wash over him, his discomfort intensifying. He felt as though he were being roasted alive. Just as the atmosphere in the Master's hall reached a boiling point, a striking figure hurried in, Hua Mingming from Baihua Peak. Having caught wind of the extraordinary genius disciple brought by Luo Yuan, she was curious to witness the commotion. Upon entering the hall, she sensed that something was amiss. The expressions of those present were peculiar, especially that of Master Li and the newcomer Yi Cheng, whose faces appeared as green as if poisoned. She grabbed a nearby disciple and whispered, "What is going on? What is the situation inside? Just how exceptional is this newcomer brought by Luo Yuan? What rare spiritual root does he possess?" The nearby disciple, straightforward and earnest, replied, "He possesses a collective supreme spiritual root." What? Hua Mengming's brows shot up, her eyes widened in shock. and she exclaimed in indignation, "How can you speak so disrespectfully?" I inquired out of genuine curiosity, "And you dare to utter such foul words?" As a prominent figure of Baihua Peak, adored by the Qingshan Sect, no one had ever dared to speak to her so rudely, save for that madman Luo Yuan. The disciple, startled by her reaction, quickly waved his hands in defense. Urgently explain, "No, no, no. Sister Hua, I didn't insult you. It's the truth. He really does possess a collective supreme root." Hua Mingming was taken aback. Then, other nearby disciples hurriedly chimed in, some gesturing shapes, others describing colors, and some emphasizing that it was indeed a high-grade spiritual root. As Hua Mingming listened, her expression shifted from anger to confusion, from confusion to shock, ultimately settling into a blank stare. She was astonished. Such a thing exists. The world of cultivation is truly full of wonders. Unable to contain her curiosity, she lifted her skirt and swiftly made her way to the front row. Seeking confirmation from her master, the esteemed leader of Baihua Peak, real person Hitsuhua. Grabbing Hitsuhua's sleeve, she eagerly asked, "Master, master, please tell me. I heard that he truly possesses a collective supreme root." Hitsuhua raised her hand and gave Hua Mingming a light slap on the head. "You child, how inappropriate. Even if it were true, you cannot speak so loudly in public. What a breach of decorum." Standing nearby, Li Daoshan and Yi Cheng listened to the conversation between the master and disciple, their faces turning an unmistakable shade of green, as if they were on the verge of shedding bitter tears. All eyes, whether intentional or not, subtly darted towards the one who possessed the title of the dominant spirit root, Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng felt that his life had plummeted beyond the realm of despair, plunging directly into the depths of hell, drenched in boiling oil. He, the formidable black sky demon lord, having lived 2 lifetimes, had witnessed countless tempests and endured numerous humiliations. Yet, never before had he suffered such a public, specific, and vivid disgrace. The term dominant spirit echoed in his mind like a cursed melody, looping infinitely. Bowing his head, his body trembled not from fear, but from an overwhelming surge of wrath and humiliation. He vowed, swearing with every venomous word in his heart, "When I, the true essence, reclaim my peak, every single one present today, those who have mocked me and witnessed this humiliation, shall perish. They will be buried without a trace. Especially Luo Yuan, the instigator. I shall make him." Meanwhile, Luo Yuan observed the growing silence among the crowd, sensing the atmosphere had cooled. He was about to speak to lighten the mood, saying, "Why aren't you all?" Before he could finish, Li Daoshan, sensing Luo Yuan's impending words, instinctively kicked him, causing Luo Yuan to yelp in surprise. Li Daoshan then expertly placed a seal on him, rendering him temporarily mute. At that moment, Li Daoshan felt utterly bewildered. He truly felt foolish. Regret filled his heart. Why did I heed this wicked disciple's nonsense in the first place? He glanced at the tearful Yi Cheng on the ground, his heart a tumult of emotions. If I take him on as a disciple, and he fails to grow, remaining inconspicuous, that would be acceptable. The shame would be limited to this one instance. But what if? What if he matures, attaining profound cultivation and fame in the realm of immortality? Then he would be forced to walk under the title of the dominant immortal. And I, Li Daoshan, at this thought, everything before him turned dark. I, Li Daoshan, am destined to become the master of the dominant immortal. A true dominant indeed. Chapter 46. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You envy my talent, what? What kind of situation is this? The ancestors of the Qingshan Sect must be rolling in their graves, ready to strangle this unworthy descendant. Yet now, the words have been spoken, and the entire sect is aware of his intent to accept this title of Heba. He finds himself trapped with no way to retract his statement. Regret is no longer an option. Why did I foolishly speak out, heed Luo Yuan's words, and join the ruckus to boast like that? Damn it. It infuriates him. Li Daoshan feels a sharper pain in his prostate. And then there is Yi Cheng. He, the illustrious dark sky demon lord. What scenes had he not witnessed in his past life? What humiliations had he not endured? Yet he had never faced such a public execution of dignity. However, he swiftly repressed the overwhelming sense of social death that threatened to shatter his resolve, burying it deep within. In its place burned a cold, vengeful fire and an insatiable thirst for power. Since I have been recognized as Heba by everyone, then it matters not. He scoffed inwardly. What is reputation worth? Can it sustain me? Can it restore my cultivation? Can it allow me to slay my enemies? It cannot. He must seize more resources. He will stop at nothing to reclaim his peak. Thus, the seemingly dire predicament before him may, perhaps, also be an opportunity. He must become Li Daoshan's disciple. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Cheng's eyes. After all, as the sect leader of Qingshan, a powerful figure in the harmonization stage, the resources he possesses for cultivation must be unparalleled. That's one reason. Secondly, by becoming Li Daoshan's disciple, he can legitimately remain within the Qingshan Sect and closely observe that madman Luo Yuan. He must meticulously identify all of his weaknesses and find a way to earn his trust. Thus, through years of evolution and lurking, at the most crucial moment, he can deliver a fatal backstab to Luo Yuan, rendering this destroyer of his foundation unable to escape death or seek life. Having comprehended all of this, Yi Cheng's gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve and malice. He immediately rose from the ground and, with a graceful kneeling posture, swiftly approached Li Daoshan. He clasped his fists, lifted his head, and displayed an expression of utmost sincerity and reverence. The surrounding disciples and elders were left dumbfounded, with a tone tinged with excitement. Yi Cheng adresistit Li Daoshan, sect leader. Great leader, please allow your disciple Yi Cheng to pay his respects. He first performed a proper bow. Then, raising his head, his eyes sparkled with admiration as he continued, Sect leader, to be frank, I have heard senior brother Luo often speak of your illustrious deeds and unparalleled might. As I listened, I became entranced by your grace and charm, filled with immense respect. Moreover, you previously acknowledged my exceptional spiritual root in front of everyone and expressed your intention to accept me as a disciple. Surely, a person of your stature, whose words carry great weight, would not go back on your promise. His words not only flattered Li Daoshan, but also cleverly leveraged Li Daoshan's previous remark about the necessity of having a junior disciple, thereby elevating himself. Li Daoshan, taken aback, stammered, attempting to salvage a modicum of dignity. Ah, young Master Yi, you are truly too generous. I will be delighted to take you as my disciple, but, alas, my energy is quite limited. Teaching only that wayward disciple, Luo Yuan, has already left me utterly exhausted. He paused, a troubled expression crossing his face. Moreover, as you know, my own cultivation revolves around the most potent and unyielding thunder techniques, and with regard to your unique spiritual root, which embodies the essence of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the sun and moon. I must admit, I am entirely unfamiliar with it. I fear that I may inadvertently hinder the cultivation of such a precious gem as yourself, which would indeed be a grave sin. His words were imbued with sincerity, as he endeavored to gracefully decline this generous offer. However, Yi Cheng was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. He feigned a sudden realization and exclaimed, But, Master, are you not the corresponding author of that astonishing work by senior brother Luo? He gazed at Li Daoshan with admiration. My spiritual root was, in fact, reshaped and revitalized under the supreme wisdom outlined in senior brother Luo's paper. As the corresponding author, you must surely possess profound insights into this matter, and guiding me as your disciple would undoubtedly come effortlessly to you. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's proclamation, not only was Li Daoshan rendered speechless, but elder Jianfeng Xingjujio, who had been nearby, also perked up at the mention of corresponding author and paper, observing Li Daoshan's expression resembling that of someone suffering from constipation, piquing his interest. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he promptly flicked his fingers, unleashing a sharp sword chi that swiftly unbound the seal on Luo Yuan's mouth. Luo Yuan, my disciple, Xingjujio said with a smile, do enlighten us as to what transpired. With his mouth now free, Luo Yuan sprang into action, exclaiming, Yes, it was all me. That paper was also written by me. Li Daoshan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and retorted with ire. What correspondence? What paper? Luo Yuan replied. It's the one I published in the Hehe magazine. Did you not see it? I even had you sign it. Li Daoshan pondered deeply, his brow furrowed. Indeed, this wayward disciple, despite his penchant for causing trouble, had a curious inclination towards eccentric research, often presenting him with peculiar articles for review. He had thought that as long as Luo Yuan engaged in research, it was preferable to his causing chaos, for the disciples of Qingshan Sect could scarcely withstand his repeated mischief. Thus, on many occasions, as long as what Luo Yuan presented was not excessively outrageous, he would merely glance at it and sign off hastily to preempt any further schemes from his troublesome disciple. He took a deep breath, fixed his gaze upon Luo Yuan, and, striving for composure, inquired what article. Present it to me. With an air of triumph, Luo Yuan produced the article and handed it to Li Daoshan. As Li Daoshan received the few thin sheets of paper, he noticed the striking title and the even more glaring authorship. First author, Luo Yuan. Corresponding author, Li Daoshan. After perusing it, Li Daoshan lapsed into a prolonged silence. The stillness in the grand hall was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Slowly, he lifted his head, and an eerie smile spread across his face as he remarked to Luo Yuan. So, the convergence of spiritual roots in Yeqing is all you're doing? Luo Yuan puffed out his chest with pride and affirmed, Indeed, it was my doing. I transplanted his dragon root and transformed it into a spiritual root. Excellent. Splendid. Truly remarkable. Li Daoshan's smile grew increasingly radiant, yet his gaze became more perilous. Suddenly, he lunged forward with a swift kick. However, this time, Luo Yuan was well prepared. He nimbly dodged and took refuge behind Elder Xing Juzhou of the Sword Peak, poking his head out to make a face at Li Daoshan, exclaiming, You old coot, you are merely envious of my talent. You are nothing but envious. Chapter 47. At long last, this life has borne fruit. Calm down. I must remain composed. Li Daoshan inhaled deeply, compelling himself to dissect the chaotic situation before him. That wretched disciple, Luo Yuan. He cast a complex gaze upon Luo Yuan. I must reluctantly concede that he is indeed a once-in-a-millennium genius, utterly reckless, yet somehow manages to transform a dragon root into a spiritual root. And look at the intensity of that spiritual light. Its quality is not to be underestimated. Although both the process and the outcome leave much to be desired from a practical standpoint, this method is remarkably potent. A bold notion began to take shape in his mind. If this method truly proves feasible, could our Qingshan Sect not descend to the mortal realm and recruit numerous desperate children from impoverished families, allowing them to willingly offer their bodies to practice this art? Before long, wouldn't our sect possess a formidable, fearless army of eunuchs? This thought seemed promising. He pressed a hand against his aching head, feeling the throb intensify. Yet, here he was, the unfortunate author of that damned report on spiritual root transplantation, and the instigator of this absurdity was none other than that wretched disciple, Luo Yuan. What other recourse did he have but to clean up this mess for the rascal? Surely, he could not truly consider ending his life over this. After all, it was Luo Yuan's folly that had led to such chaos. With that in mind, Li Daoshan forced a warm, amiable smile upon his face as he turned to Yicheng. Ha, my dear nephew Yicheng, I have just taken a closer look at your condition, and it is indeed extraordinary. Given my extensive research across various realms of cultivation, it is only natural that I might overlook certain details. Upon reflection, it seems more fitting for me to be the one to guide you. He then pivoted his tone, revealing a hint of difficulty. However, the lineage of our Qingshan Sect traditionally follows a single disciple per generation. While there are no formal regulations in our sect's scriptures, it is rather coincidental that the previous 3 sect leaders had such discerning eyes that they each only accepted one worthy disciple throughout their lives, which over time has seemingly become an established custom. Though the other peak masters and elders are aware, none have chosen to expose this unspoken rule. Thus, Yicheng, I can personally mentor you, allowing you to partake in the privileges of being my direct disciple. but you must refrain from openly proclaiming that I am your master. Let's keep things simple to avoid disrupting tradition and inciting unnecessary turmoil and controversy within the sect. Do you understand? He intended to take Yi Cheng as a secret disciple while circumventing the potential embarrassment of the title of Li Daoshan's disciple spreading throughout the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng could hardly contain his understanding. He had already harbored intentions of joining Li Daoshan's ranks to secure resources and draw closer to Luo Yuan. As long as I can access the resources reserved for direct disciples, what does it matter if I do not carry the title of Li Daoshan's disciple? After all, he intended to eliminate both of them eventually. He quickly knelt once more, his voice tinged with fervor. Disciple understands. Disciple is willing. Disciple Yi Cheng pays his respects. Greets the sect master. I am eternally grateful for your benevolence, esteemed master. I shall remain humble and diligent in my cultivation, ensuring I cause no trouble for you. He bowed fervently, his gratitude palpable and loyalty unwavering. Li Daoshan observed his demeanor with satisfaction, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart, at least for the time being. As for the future, that could wait. Among the onlookers, Xiao Fan, whose inner turmoil rivaled that of an annual drama, suddenly received a transmission from the Blood Elder contained within his ring. Xiao Fan, now is the time. Hurry, go now. The urgency in the Blood Elder's voice was undeniable. Xiao Fan was taken aback, responding mentally, Go where, teacher? Fool, the Blood Elder lamented. Your urine spirit root was also harmed by that Luo Yuan, wasn't it? Even Yi Cheng, with his obscure background, has taken the opportunity to enter Li Daoshan's sect and enjoy its resources. Why are you not seizing this chance to plead to Li Daoshan to take you as a disciple? Such opportunities, akin to a pie falling from the sky, will be rare in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan swiftly grasped the Blood Elder's intent. Indeed, if Yi Cheng, with his inferior spirit root, could be accepted by Li Daoshan, then despite his own urine spirit root, derived from a mutated blood spirit root, his rapid cultivation speed could still merit attention. If he could become a disciple of Li Daoshan and enjoy the benefits of intersect or even direct discipleship, it would yield substantial advantages. Regardless of the means, acquiring resources to grow stronger and seek vengeance was a worthy method. Thus, with resolve, he emulated Yi Cheng's earlier audacity, bursting forth from the crowd in a display of despair, sliding dramatically to his knees with a resounding thud. With a quavering voice, he approached the recently relieved Li Daoshan. He clasped the master's leg, exclaiming, Master, please show mercy. I, Xiao Fan, wish to become your disciple. Li Daoshan? Xiao Fan commenced his performance. Have you forgotten, Master? My spirit root. It was also unintentionally marred by senior brother Luo Yuan. Woe is me. He feigned anguish, trembling uncontrollably, tears flowing as if he were on the verge of rolling on the ground. Li Daoshan glanced at Luo Yuan, who was curiously observing this scene. If lust could kill, Luo Yuan would have faced countless executions in Li Daoshan's mind. It's all this wicked disciple's fault. Yet, he could not reveal his true feelings. Instead, he laughed heartily. Addressing the other peak masters and elders within the great hall, he proclaimed, Esteemed colleagues, please quiet down. Allow me to introduce our new disciple, Xiao Fan. This young man possesses the rare blood spirit root. Moreover, he is exceptionally gifted. Look at how swiftly he has advanced. In just a short time, he has already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. His future is boundless. He sought to promote Xiao Fan, this hot potato, to the other peak masters. Elders, esteemed peak masters, is there anyone willing to take him as a disciple and nurture him carefully? Upon hearing the mention of the blood spirit root and the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, the prominent leaders of various peaks were taken aback, their hearts stirred with intrigue. This blood spirit root, known to us all, possesses formidable power and an accelerated training speed. Aside from the instability of temperament that leads some to the brink of madness, it is indeed quite remarkable in other respects. If guided properly, it is bound to cultivate great talents. One elder stroked his beard, nodding in agreement. Just as several peak masters were poised to speak, eager to seize this prodigious talent, Hua Ming Ming, amidst the crowd, caught wind of the name Xiao Fan and turned her gaze to the young figure kneeling on the ground, weeping. Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized him closely. Xiao Fan. That name, that figure, those brows and eyes. She furrowed her delicate brows, feeling an uncanny familiarity with this individual, as if she had crossed paths with him before, and the memory was rather distinctive. In a flash, a painful recollection surged forth in Hua Mengming's mind. Then it struck her, of course. It was him. She vividly recalled a few days prior when her fury, ignited by the antics of the madman Luo Yuan at the 100 Flowers pool, compelled her to pursue him, leading her to the outer disciples' quarters. Following a tip-off, they had barged into one of the rooms. Indeed, upon entering, she was met with an unforgettable sight. A young male disciple stood dazedly within a chamber pot, uttering nonsensical babbles. The scene, the smell, was utterly indelible. So the dazed lad in the chamber pot, is this Xiao Fan? She couldn't help but whisper to her master, Hitsua, the head of the 100 Flowers Peak, Master, do not be deceived. I have seen this Xiao Fan. He is a fool, still wetting himself. Though her voice was hushed, the ancient beings present possessed extraordinary hearing. Her whispered words were immediately caught by several peak masters and elders nearby. In an instant, the eager expressions of those who had been ready to speak transformed into ones of peculiar disbelief. A fool? Wetting himself? As I glanced back at Xiao Fan, their gazes shifted entirely. Subsequently, they all began to shake their heads and wave their hands, exclaiming in unison, "Ah, while the blood spirit root is indeed rare, this lad. Seems ill-suited for our peak's teachings. Indeed, this youth possesses exceptional roots, quite beyond the capacity of ordinary instruction. Only a figure of your profound wisdom and great fortitude, esteemed leader, could mentor such a raw gem. Your insight is unparalleled, esteemed leader. It is most prudent for such a talent to be nurtured directly by you." Li Daoshan found his thoughts drifting back to the time when he had, brimming with ambition, recruited the prodigious Luo Yuan, the one with the heavenly root. Back then, he harbored lofty aspirations, believing that if he could cultivate such a once-in-a-millennium talent, his name as the greatest master would be assured, set in stone. The Qingshan Sect would flourish under his guidance, becoming a dominant force in the realm of cultivation. But now, what had become of those dreams? Li Daoshan surveyed his proud disciples. One was the instigator, his beloved disciple Luo Yuan, whose talent was extraordinary, yet whose mind was troubled, constantly stirring up trouble and primarily causing distress to his own master. Another was Xiao Fan, who had undergone a transformation of his spiritual roots at the hands of Luo Yuan, possessing blood spiritual roots that allowed for rapid cultivation, but had now become a source of ridicule. The latest addition, Yi Cheng, possessed excellent spiritual roots, yet unfortunately bore the infamous gathering tyrant lineage. A prestigious orthodox sect accepting a disciple with such a lineage. What a scandalous notion. Li Daoshan could scarcely fathom the legacy he would leave behind. He could envision the historical texts of the cultivation world a millennium hence detailing his legacy. Li Daoshan, a certain sect leader of the Qingshan Sect, with 3 disciples. First, Luo Yuan, eccentric and unruly, a master of performance art and the greatest troublemaker of the Qingshan Sect. Second, Xiao Fan, whose blood spiritual roots had mutated into Yurin's spiritual roots, known as the Yurin King of Qingshan Yurin real person. Third, Yi Cheng, bearing the astonishing gathering tyrant lineage, whose form was unprecedented, referred to as the true monarch of the pillars supporting heaven. Upon contemplating this, Li Daoshan felt a wave of dizziness, nearly shattering the Tao heart of a major cultivator in the integration stage. Chapter 48. The unavoidable acceptance of Li Daoshan found himself at a crossroads, feeling that his path of cultivation had never been so arduous. He understood that today affairs required a resolution. Esteemed guests, silence, please. His voice commanded the bustling hall, restoring tranquility. Today's events have been fraught with twists and turns, yet they have also unveiled 2 promising talents for the Qingshan Sect. He gestured towards Yi Cheng and Xiao Fan. Yi Cheng, Xiao Fan, he called out, "I accept you both." Upon hearing these words, joy illuminated the faces of Yi Cheng and Xiao Fan, while the other elders were left in astonishment. Li Daoshan shifted his tone, adding, "However, given that my lineage traditionally adheres to the principle of single transmission, and with Luo Yuan being my sole direct disciple, I must also take into account your unique spiritual roots, which, I must admit, require further contemplation to devise the most suitable teaching methods for you." He slowly articulated a term he had just conceived. "Therefore, from this day forth, I hereby announce the acceptance of Yi Cheng and Xiao Fan as the inaugural substitute cultivators of the Qingshan Sect." Substitute cultivators? The assembly was taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with this phrase. Indeed, Li Daoshan elucidated, "So-called substitute cultivators are not my direct disciples, nor do they formally belong to my lineage. Yet, for the future of the Qingshan Sect, I am willing to personally oversee and diligently nurture their development." With this clever maneuver, he reframed the issue of their affiliation from being his personal disciples to that of exceptional talents nurtured on behalf of the Qingshan Sect. In doing so, any future accomplishments they achieved would be attributed to the sect, while he, Li Daoshan, would remain a selfless figure, seeking no accolades as a mentor, but solely aiming to cultivate talent for the sect. As the assembly contemplated the implications of the term substitute cultivators, they gradually comprehended the subtlety of his actions. Yet, they refrained from exposing the underlying truth. So it is. The sect master does not seek to take them as his own disciples, but rather aims to ensure that these prodigies are not overlooked, personally cultivating them for the sect. The sect master, he truly embodies greatness. I am moved to tears. Not only does he disregard the peculiar circumstances surrounding these two, but he also chooses to instruct them personally without seeking the title of mentor. What magnanimity! What selflessness! In unison, they bowed deeply to Li Daoshan, expressing their profound admiration. The sect master possesses great wisdom. For the sake of the sect, we are in awe. Having such a leader is indeed a blessing for our Qingshan sect. At last, the situation reached a satisfying conclusion. The farce had unfolded, the outcome had been revealed, and the elders and disciples departed, content to transform today's event, rife with intrigue, into the finest conversation piece for the next decade. In the expansive main hall of the sect, only Li Daoshan remained, accompanied by his three distinctly different disciples. He instructed Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng to withdraw and settle at the Master-S Peak, known as Qingshan Peak. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng promptly bowed and exited. He needed a moment alone to converse privately with Luo Yuan. As soon as the two individuals departed, Li Daoshan's meticulously maintained aura of authority as the sect leader crumbled instantaneously. With a swift motion, he cast a formidable barrier, sealing the Grand Hall's entrance to prevent anyone from entering or exiting. He then retrieved a familiar, weathered black staff from his storage ring. The moment Luo Yuan caught sight of that staff, he exclaimed in alarm and fled. Without uttering a word, Li Daoshan pursued him, brandishing the staff. Breathless from a chase, Li Daoshan leaned on the staff and pointed at Luo Yuan, who was hiding behind the sect leader's throne, exclaiming, "You wretched disciple! Halt! Stand still!" Once he regained his breath, he scolded, "Did I not tell you last time? You are forbidden from meddling with other spiritual roots. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Luo Yuan peeked from behind the throne and retorted, "But he asked for it himself. He was crying and pleading for a spiritual root, and seeing him so pitiful, I thought I'd lend a hand. Lidosha narupta. Just because he asked for your help, you obliged? If he told you to die, would you do that too? From now on, no more of this. I warn you, even if others kneel and plead, you must not lift a finger. Do you understand?" Seeing the genuine anger in Li Daoshan's eyes, Luo Yuan reluctantly nodded in compliance. Li Daoshan's anger subsided somewhat as he observed Luo Yuan, suddenly realizing that the young disciple's aura seemed denser than before. He mused to himself, "This troublemaker has a knack for causing chaos, yet his cultivation progresses remarkably fast. He has unwittingly reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm." He inquired, "How is your cultivation? Did you gain anything in the Blood Fiend sect's mind?" At the mention of this, Luo Yuan's pride surged, and with a mischievous grin. He remained silent before projecting the image of his spiritual sea. A peculiar scroll materialized in midair, neither resembling a pig nor a tiger. Unlike last time, the section depicting the tiger's body, from head to paws, was now resplendently colored, as if it had been thoroughly painted. The entire beast appeared vividly alive, emanating energy waves several times more potent than before. As Li Daoshan beheld this spectacle, the accumulated rage and frustration he had harbored throughout the day miraculously dissipated by more than half. A complex yet gratified expression crossed his face as he remarked, "Well, well, it seems your outing was not in vain after all. I must say, you are not entirely a burden to your master, at least while causing trouble. This wayward disciple's cultivation is indeed advancing at an astonishing pace." Then, as if recalling something significant, Luo Yuan pulled forth a dark, flickering flame that resembled a black lotus quietly burning. Indeed, it was the heart fire of the black lotus. Holding this extraordinary fire, capable of inciting turmoil throughout the cultivation world, as if it were a mere bouquet of wildflowers, he presented it to Li Daoshan, saying, "Old master, this is for you." Li Daoshan gazed at the black flame, radiating terrifying power and primordial essence, utterly astonished. He was a formidable being at the fusion stage, possessing a breadth of knowledge so vast that he immediately recognized the origin of this object. The heart fire of the Black Lotus? This wretched disciple has actually acquired such a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and intends to gift it to me? He abruptly turned away, concealing the sudden redness that had blossomed in his eyes. I never expected. Li Daoshan's heart surged with emotion. This child, this wretched disciple, has truly become filial. He had always thought of Luo Yuan as heartless, regarding him merely as a disrespectful addresser and a source of endless trouble. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would risk his life to procure an extraordinary flame for him. Unable to restrain himself, he wiped the corner of his eye, his voice thick with emotion. Turning back to Luo Yuan, he spoke in an unprecedentedly gentle tone. "Good disciple, your heartfelt intentions bring me immense joy. However, this object, it will be best for you to refine it yourself." He sighed. "This is a renowned flame on the list of extraordinary fires. Such an opportunity should be yours to utilize. It will serve you far better in the future." Li Daoshan gazed at Luo Yuan, his concern resurfacing as he inquired. "This flame possesses a volatile energy. Are you confident in your ability to refine it? Would you like my assistance?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, it's too troublesome. I have a unique refining technique. I can simply ingest it." Li Daoshan pondered for a moment and conceded, "Well, that seems plausible. Your bodily structure may indeed differ from that of an ordinary person. Thus," he said, "Very well. Proceed with your refinement now. I shall guard you." Li Daoshan thought, "As he is right beside me, I can watch over him. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the refinement, I will be ready to intervene." With his permission granted, Luo Yuan joyfully prepared to embark on his refining undertaking. He reached into his storage ring, and under Li Daoshan's widening gaze, he retrieved his bulging, pouch-like stomach. With a swift motion, he opened the enormous pouch, and as casually as tossing a piece of charcoal, he stuffed the heart fire of the Black Lotus inside. After completing this action, he clapped his hands, seemingly satisfied with his accomplishment. Li Daoshan? Chapter 49. I must immerse the pig in the cage," Li Daoshan exclaimed, pointing at the enormous sack, his voice slightly unsteady. "Did you not say you were going to refine it? Why stuff it into this wretched bag? Indeed, it goes into the stomach. How else can it be digested?" Li Daoshan's ailit zwisha unkuntruyabli. "This is the stomach?" "Yes, precisely, this is the stomach." Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Daoshan, a formidable cultivator at the integration stage, unleashed his vast spiritual consciousness, meticulously scanning the grotesquely swollen sack. This is impossible. Initially skeptical, he delved deeper with his spiritual sense. To his astonishment, lo and behold, Li Daoshan's mind was engulfed in a tempest of revelation. If this object were not so grotesquely inflated and were proportionately reduced, examining the residual patterns upon it, its peculiar structure, and a faint life force connection with Luo Yuan's essence. It seemed. It truly resembled a stomach? He had long suspected this entity might be the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao, inadvertently afflicted with a mental mishap at birth, resulting in its extraordinary talents yet equally deranged intellect. Li Daoshan felt as if the world was spinning. Bracing himself against the nearby throne of the sect leader to steady his form, he pointed at the bulging sack, his tone imbued with complexity. What? What on earth is this? Luo Yuan puffed out his chest with pride and explained, I extracted the stomach. By utilizing the stomach directly, it expedites the process of storing items. Upon reflection, Li Daoshan's mind erupted with clarity, instantly connecting all the dots. So when he was confronting the Blood Fiend sect, that moving little mound, Luo Yuan, this wretched disciple, had been carrying such a vast. It was merely his stomach? Taking a deep breath, he pointed at the swollen stomach sack and inquired, What have you stored inside? It resembles a ball. Seemingly to verify with his own eyes, he opened the incision made by Luo Yuan. Oh my heavens! Li Daoshan staggered back in shock once more. Inside the stomach sack, a resplendent radiance shone forth, with countless auspicious energies densely piled like a mountain, all comprised of exceptionally high-quality spirit stones, mid-grade, high-grade, and even a few exquisite spirit stones intermingled, emanating intoxicating waves of energy. Moreover, atop this mountainous pile of spirit stones, there flickered a dark, profound, quietly burning black lotus of the core fire. Did this mean he had completely emptied the Blood Fiend sect's treasury? Observing Li Daoshan's astonished expression, Luo Yuan swelled with pride, thumping his chest and declaring, Indeed, wasn't Elder Sha locking me in their mind? I simply consumed all the Blood Fiend sect's spirit stones, and once my stomach was full, I emerged. Li Daoshan was previously perplexed, wondering how the notorious figures like Elder Sha and the gluttonous Blood Chubby could so easily allow Luo Yuan to escape. Now, he finally comprehended the situation. It appeared to be a literal case of having had their fill before emerging. Meanwhile, within the core mining cave of the Bloodslaughter sect, the atmosphere had plummeted to an icy chill. The sect leader, Blood Chubby, gazed at the thoroughly stripped cave, devoid of even a single respectable ore, his eyes ablaze with furious crimson. He slowly turned, fixing a piercing glare upon the trembling Elder Sha, who knelt before him. He bellowed, Elder Sha, have you audaciously pilfered from your own mining site? Elder Sha, confronted with the stark emptiness of the cave, wore a face of bewilderment and despair, lamenting, I swear. It was not me. Blood Chubby kicked Elder Sha to the ground, roaring, Dare you feign innocence? Speak. What benefits has Li Daoshan from Qingshan Sect bestowed upon you to conspire against my Bloodslaughter sect? Indeed, after a brief moment of shock and fury, Blood Chubby's astute mind had pieced together an entire narrative of the truth. All these consecutive events must surely be Elder Sha's revenge against me and the Bloodslaughter sect. First, he feigned military intelligence, pretending to have captured Luo Yuan, when in fact he had not secured him at all, merely biding his time to release him. Then, using Luo Yuan as leverage, he tricked himself to the front lines, allowing that old scoundrelly Daoshan to swindle him of a significant sum of money and resources. Ultimately, while everyone's attention was diverted towards the Qingshan Sect, he stealthily returned and emptied our vital mining area. What a cunning strategy. What a masterful scheme. The more Blood Chubby pondered, the clearer and angrier he became. Now, how will he find a means to repay the interest on this month's loan to the Demon Bank? This Elder Sha is intent on the demise of my Bloodslaughter sect. The toppled Elder Sha hastily scrambled to his feet, clutching Blood Chubby's leg in a desperate plea. Sect leader, I am wronged. My entire family is within the sect. The Bloodslaughter sect has treated me well. How could I betray the sect? Please see reason. However, Blood Chubby merely responded with a cold laugh, kicking Elder Sha aside and speaking with an air of utmost disdain and cruelty. Still attempting to be defiant? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your sordid affairs. Is it not true that your precious partner could not endure loneliness? bestowing upon you a plethora of humiliations? Have you harbored such resentment to the point of ruthlessly retaliating against the entire sect? Elder Shah, upon hearing these words, was utterly dumbfounded, his mind reeling. His partner had adorned him with numerous humiliations. He was oblivious to it all. He raised his head, bewildered as he looked at Blood Chubby, and slowly uttered, "Huh." Blood Xiaopeng no longer afforded him any opportunity for justification. His visage contorted into a grotesque smile. Slowly, he extended his hand, a desiccated palm resting upon the bewildered head of the Elder Shah. Then, with a tone reminiscent of divine judgment, imbued with malice, he proclaimed, "Words are futile. Now, let you experience the agony of the world." With that utterance, a potent force of suction erupted from his palm. Elder Shah felt his lifeblood surge backward in an instant, his essence ravenously consumed by that hand, his body visibly wilting before the eyes. Yet, in the final moments of his life, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to utter his dying wish to Blood Xiaopeng. Sect Master. You must submerge her in the pig cage. Submerge in the pig cage. Thereafter, he succumbed entirely to lifelessness, reduced to a desiccated corpse, his face still etched with boundless resentment. Blood Xiaopeng carelessly discarded the corpse aside, wiping the corner of his mouth, feeling a modicum of relief from the pent-up malice. However, the crisis of fluidity within the sect had intensified. Li Daoshan, clutching the stomach, gazed at Luo Yuan before him, momentarily at a loss whether to unleash his fury or to examine this morally dubious contraption. Then Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled and, still in shock, he exclaimed to the bewildered Li Daoshan, Yes. Old dang, I have been inspired again. I'm going to write a new paper. I have even thought of a title. It shall be titled A Prospective Study on the Detachability of Internal Organs of Cultivators, their extracorporeal storage functions, and unique cultivation characteristics." He was brimming with enthusiasm for his academic pursuits. Upon hearing the title of this paper, Li Daoshan's mind whirled. "Hey, would you look at that? It's actually quite splendid. My dear disciple, this truly is a magnificent paper. Old dang, you have finally retained some conscience. You have come to appreciate my talent." Li Daoshan rubbed his hands together, adopting a shy tone as he tentatively inquired, "Good disciple, since you're so well-versed in this, organ detachment, could you assist your master in extracting the prostate, to alleviate some inflammation and then place it back?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming pride. With his chest puffed out and nostrils flared, he declared, "Humph, old dang, how many times must I tell you? Prostatitis is my innate skill. It is a divine ability, not a curse. It cannot be eradicated." He spoke with a near-chanting tone, echoing slightly, "It will always accompany you. Always accompany you." Li Daoshan was utterly paralyzed, the last flicker of hope extinguished by this wretched disciple's own hands. A surge of unnamed rage ignited within him, and he kicked Luo Yuan to the ground. Afterward, he surveyed the pile of spoils before him, then glanced at Luo Yuan, a crucial question bubbling to the surface. "So, you rascal, having drained so many spirit stones from the core mine, why is your cultivation merely at mid-golden core stage?" Indeed. He began to calm down and calculate, thinking that Luo Yuan's progress from the initial to the mid-stage of the golden core was remarkably swift. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that Luo Yuan had consumed such an abundance of high-quality spirit stones. In light of this comparison, his cultivation speed was not merely slow. It was astonishingly languid. Even a pig, given such resources, would have progressed to the nascent soul stage by now. When questioned about this technical matter, Luo Yuan rose from the ground, dusted off his trousers, and with a playful grin, replied in a tone that suggested a certain superiority. "Humph. Of course, it is because I have encountered a bottleneck. Li Daoshan. Up there shun eber the precepts?" Upon hearing this, Li Daoshan furrowed his brows and inquired, "Stuck? What are you stuck on? With your absorption rate and foundation, you shouldn't be encountering any obstacles." Luo Yuan retorted confidently, "Old dang, Did you not need to comprehend the laws when you advanced to the late Golden Core stage? I feel that in order for my cultivation to break through to the later stage, I must grasp a law. Li Daoshan was taken aback. His eyes widened as if he had heard an absurd tale. Golden Core stage? Comprehending laws. What nonsense is this rebellious disciple spouting? One must understand that the Golden Core realm is fundamentally about the accumulation of spiritual energy. It is merely a matter of reaching full spiritual energy reserves before upgrading seamlessly. What laws? Those are only required during the transition from the perfected nascent soul stage to the transformation stage. Through a fortunate encounter to comprehend even a hint of the threshold. It is only after reaching the transformation stage that the focus of cultivation shifts primarily to the comprehension of laws. Luo Yuan scratched his head. Old dang. How did you manage it back then? I just feel a bit stuck. Without comprehending something, my cultivation cannot progress. When prompted about his illustrious past, Li Daoshan instantly perked up. He cleared his throat, a look of solitary mastery gracing his face, and chuckled. Speaking of my past, I was naturally gifted, which set me apart from others. To comprehend the law of thunder, I exerted tremendous effort. The process was perilous, yet I, endowed with exceptional talent, succeeded after 3 days and nights of arduous endeavor. It was a cold, rainy night when I began my tale. After breaking through to the mid-Golden Core stage, I was troubled for a long time, feeling despondent and powerless. But at that moment, I witnessed flashes of lightning on the horizon. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. As thick as a barrel, Luo Yuan's eyes lit up, and he interjected, I see. Did you perceive the profound principles of life and death contained within the thunder, resonating with your heart, and thus achieve sudden enlightenment on the spot? This is the most common method of epiphany in tales. Li Daoshan stroked his beard, his gaze enigmatic as he shook his head. Not quite. A bolt of lightning struck down, and by sheer luck, it killed a thunder beast that was undergoing tribulation on the mountaintop. A hint of excitement spread across Li Daoshan's face. It dropped equipment, a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I rushed to gather the spirit pill that contained the essence of its life as thunder and consumed it, instantly gaining a glimpse of the law of thunder. After that, I spent 2 or 3 days observing the flashing lightning from the mountaintop and comprehended it thoroughly. Luo Yuan was struck with realization. Oh, so that is how it was. In truth, Li Daoshan's experience was genuine, but the time and place were entirely fabricated. It indeed occurred when he was at the late nascent soul stage, striving to break through the transformation bottleneck, and it certainly did not take 3 days. He had consumed the spirit pill and indeed had a moment of faint comprehension, but it was far from sufficient. For 3 long years, he braved the peril of lightning strikes, witnessing the tumultuous storms unfold. Subsequently, he indulged in the rejuvenating waters of the Thunder Spirit Pool for several years, followed by an extended period of seclusion, meticulously refining his understanding of the thunder laws. Now, he presents his newfound knowledge as a remarkable achievement attained in just 3 days. Upon listening to Li Daoshan's account of this heroic endeavor, Luo Yuan nodded in a manner that suggested both comprehension and confusion, remarking, it seems that grasping the laws is quite a complex matter. Li Daoshan waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush. This requires careful deliberation. The opportunity has not yet arrived, and one cannot force it. He steadied Luo Yuan's resolve before shifting the conversation, assigning him a task. You are to return to Qingshan Peak and ensure the well-being of your 2 new disciples, Xiao Fan and Yicheng. He pointed outside the hall, his tone leaving no room for dissent. From now on, they will primarily be under your guidance. Their sustenance, attire, and foundational training are your responsibility. Do you understand? Luo Yuan immediately shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. I refuse. Li Daoshan had anticipated this reaction, his eyes narrowing in irritation as he chastised. How dare you refuse? Both of them, one with a spiritual root of urine and the other with a gathering tyrant spiritual root, were nurtured by you, my wayward disciple. If not you, then who? This is your duty. Fine. Very well, Li Daoshan thought. This is splendid. Let this wayward disciple experience the trials of mentorship. Perhaps it will temper his spirit, instill a sense of responsibility. And who knows, he might even awaken to his potential. Off you go. Li Daoshan waved his hand impatiently. Thus, Luo Yuan accepted the task and returned to Qingshan Peak. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Luo Yuan's departure, Li Daoshan summoned his magical energy and swiftly departed, transforming into a streak of lightning, racing towards the forbidden grounds of the sect's rear mountain. There, amidst swirling clouds and ethereal mist, resided ancient beings who had not emerged from their seclusion for millennia, each a venerable elder of the sect. In their presence, Li Daoshan was but a junior. Upon arrival, he raised his voice, calling out, "Esteemed uncles, elders, and ancestors, urgent news. We have a grave matter at hand." His exclamation startled the celestial cranes dwelling within the forbidden grounds, causing them to take flight. Several stone doors, previously sealed, creaked open, revealing powerful and ancient consciousnesses sweeping over him. The elders were quite displeased with Li Daoshan's brash interruption of their tranquil meditation. One aged voice resonated, laced with disapproval. "Young Daoshan, what folly is this? Speak quickly. What could possibly warrant such alarm?" Gasping for breath, Li Daoshan replied, "Elder, esteemed uncle, it concerns my inept disciple, Luo Yuan. He seeks to comprehend the laws." There was a moment of silence among the ancient beings. Having spent extensive periods in seclusion, their perception of time was distorted, and a few hundred years felt like a mere heartbeat. While grasping the laws was indeed a formidable challenge, it was regarded as a normal aspect of the cultivation journey. One voice lazily remarked, "If you comprehend, then so be it. This hardly qualifies as a momentous event warranting such commotion from you." Li Daoshan, in a flurry, quickly interjected, No, my esteemed master. The crux is not merely his understanding of the laws. It is that. But he is only at the mid-stage of the golden elixir. Mid-stage of the golden elixir? Comprehending the laws. In an instant, as his words fell, Li Daoshan was enveloped by a flurry of figures. 7 or 8 elders materializing before him. "Young man, repeat that. Mid-stage of the golden elixir, grasping the laws. Are you not speaking in dreams? What is happening? Quickly tell us. Where is that young man? Lead us to him." The once aloof and indifferent elders now appeared fiery with curiosity, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, like cats catching a whiff of something fishy, encircling Li Daoshan with fervor. Meanwhile, atop Qingshan Peak, shrouded in mist and suffused with ethereal energy, it truly was the abode of the sect leader, radiating extraordinary charm. Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng were escorted by a disciple to a quaint courtyard, informed that this would be their place of cultivation henceforth. Once the disciple departed, only the two remained, and the atmosphere turned subtly tense. Each harbored their own secret schemes, winding and intricate, yet they maintained a facade of cordiality. Xiao Fan broke the silence first, clasping his hands in greeting towards Yi Cheng, adorned with a smile he deemed amiable. "Junior brother Yi, greetings. We shall henceforth cultivate under the sect leader's guidance, and I hope we can support each other moving forward." Yi Cheng promptly reciprocated the gesture, his expression innocent and harmless, humbly replying, "Oh no, Brother Xiao, you are being overly courteous. I have long heard of your renown, and, as a talent of your caliber, I have always looked up to you." They exchanged smiles, portraying a scene of harmonious camaraderie among peers. In truth, Xiao Fan mused, "How could such a brash individual presume to be my equal? This native hardly deserves to be compared with me." Meanwhile, Yi Cheng thought, merely a trifling spirit root. Yet he truly sees himself as noteworthy. Once I restore my power and attain the title of Demon Sovereign, given our shared plight today, should you serve me well over the years, perhaps I might grant you a humble position to serve tea and water at my side. As the two engaged in their duplicitous exchange, a robust voice approached from afar. Cutting through the air, here. Before he even arrived, his voice had already reached them. Then, Luo Yuan's figure swayed into view. He glanced at Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng, scratching his head as if forgetting his purpose, and said, "You two, what were we supposed to do first?" Xiao Fan, stifling the urge to scoff, respectfully reminded, "Brother Luo, we have yet to see our residence. Has the sect leader made arrangements, or? Luo Yuan smacked his forehead. Residence? No rush. He remarked, right. I know what to do first. Let me state the important matter. As your senior brother, I must first proclaim to you all, you are to adhere to the regulations of Qingshan Peak. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng felt a stir within. Oh, regulations? I have long heard that the orthodox sects are replete with such rules. I wonder what they entail. He hoped to glean more information from this. Luo Yuan cleared his throat. A hitherto unseen seriousness etched upon his face, and began to announce the edicts of Qingshan Peak. First and foremost, at Qingshan Peak, all must heed the commands of the senior brother. Second, while you may not feel the need to show respect to the sect leader, you are required to show deference to me, your senior brother. Third, when I, your senior brother, require you to run errands, you must do so without complaint, ready to respond at any moment, undeterred by wind or rain. Fourth, and this is the most crucial point, Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with the light of scientific inquiry. When I, your senior brother, need to conduct experiments, you are to willingly offer your own bodies for my research. You must embody the spirit of self-sacrifice for the sake of science. Then, Luo Yuan rambled on with a plethora of additional points, which ultimately distilled down to one simple truth. You must all obey him, your senior brother. Both individuals were left in shock. The atmosphere in the courtyard descended into an eerie silence. Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng, one a traveler from another realm, the other a reincarnated demon lord, could not afford to be passive. Then, Xiao Fan forced a respectful smile back on his face, clasped his hands, and said, May I inquire, Brother Luo? We have duly noted the regulations you just mentioned. However, when might the sect leader be available? As a dull disciple, I happen to have some questions regarding the cultivation issues following the mutation of my spiritual roots, and I wish to seek guidance from the esteemed sect leader in person. His words served both as a probe and an attempt to leverage Li Daoshan's authority over Luo Yuan. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan gazed at Xiao Fan and suddenly let out a cackling laugh. You need not wait for that old man. With a wave of his hand, he declared, From now on, you too, your sustenance, your training, your experiments, and even your rest, I shall take full responsibility for everything. His laughter echoed with pride. The old man said it. I am fully responsible for you too. Xiao Fan. Yicheng. Chapter 51. He, preparing for a heist. Suddenly, Luo Yuan recalled the inquiry made by Xiao Fan earlier. Fanzi, you mentioned having issues with your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan chuckled heartily. Luo Shixiang, you won't believe it. After listening to your profound exposition on the regulations of Qingshan Peak, I had an epiphany. Everything became clear to me. No more issues. Luo Yuan, pleased, nodded in approval. Oh, that's splendid. He then turned and strode into the courtyard, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang and securing it from within. This left Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng outside, exchanging bewildered glances, caught in the wind's disarray. Yi Cheng and Xiao Fan were both taken aback. Was this the conclusion? What now? Where would they stay? Were they to sleep on the streets? The two hastily approached the door, knocking fervently. Luo Shixiang. Open the door. Shixiang. The night is upon us. Where shall we sleep? Xiao Fan called anxiously from outside. After a lengthy pause, the door creaked open, revealing Luo Yuan's head peeking out. Oh, right. He seemed to recall the predicament. Where you shall sleep. I have no idea. He was about to shut the door once more. Wait, Shixiang. Xiao Fan, quick on his feet, thrust his head inside, wedging his neck in the door. He winced in pain, but shouted, Luo Shixiang, you cannot disregard us. The sect leader entrusted you with full responsibility. Caught in this unexpected predicament, Luo Yuan scratched his head, seemingly at a loss, and reluctantly stepped outside. He spread his arms wide, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, blocking the entrance to his courtyard, his expression wary as he regarded Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng. I must inform you, he declared. This courtyard was designed and constructed by my own hand. It bears a resounding name. Luo Yuan's super, ultra, invincible, luxurious villa. He puffed out his chest. This is my territory. You cannot seize it. Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng were dumbfounded. Who on earth would covet such a ridiculous name for a villa? However, Driven by a strong will to survive, Xiao Fan quickly adjusted his demeanor, respectfully cupping his hands before Luo Yuan. Luo Shixiang, you misunderstand. We would never dare to encroach upon your Luo Yuan's super, ultra, invincible, luxurious villa. He meticulously repeated the absurd name without missing a beat. A sincere look of distress crossed his face. However, if we cannot enter your magnificent Luo Yuan's super, ultra, invincible, luxurious villa, we have no other place to go. Surely, we cannot sleep on the streets, can we? That would surely tarnish your and the sect leader's reputation, wouldn't it? Luo Yuan pondered this carefully. What he says is quite reasonable. Indeed, if I do not let them in, I suspect Lao Deng may well lament his decision by tomorrow. Thus, with great reluctance, he pushed the door open. Very well, you may enter. However, it was made clear that none should touch his belongings. Xiao Fan, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly ducked inside, fearful that the opportunity might vanish. Yi Cheng promptly adjusted his expression, wearing a look of gratitude as he followed suit into the opulent villa. Should they ever transcend time in the future, they would undoubtedly rush back, grasping their present selves, weeping and imploring them. Do not enter. Once inside, both Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng braced themselves for an indescribable, chaotic sight. They had anticipated that, given Luo Yuan's eccentricity, the courtyard would be bizarre, to their utter astonishment. However, the courtyard was impeccably tidy and meticulously arranged. Stone paths meandered through lush bamboo groves, and a quaint bridge spanned a gentle stream, exuding an air of elegance. Most striking was a substantial patch of vibrant, blooming flowers at the center of the courtyard. Just as Xiao Fan was marveling at the scene, he was startled by the voice of Blood Elder echoing in his mind. With palpable excitement, Blood Elder conveyed, "Disciple, look at that flower bed. It's quite extraordinary. Each blossom contains pure spiritual energy, and their quality is remarkable." Meanwhile, Yi Cheng, once the black heavenly demon lord, immediately recognized the value of the flower bed. Astonished, he pondered, the outermost flowers here are at least of the mystic tier. The deeper you go, the higher the quality. What on earth is Luo Yuan's background? How could he be so favored? The sect has actually permitted him to adorn his courtyard with such high-tier spiritual flowers. Luo Yuan remained indifferent to the flower bed, leading the two to the corners of the courtyard where two guest rooms awaited. The rooms appeared quite ordinary, akin to the quarters of regular disciples. You two, one room each and no fighting. Luo Yuan pointed to the two rooms, said little more, yawned, and retreated to his main chamber, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng exchanged glances, offering each other a superficial bow before retreating to their respective rooms. Upon entering, Xiao Fan closed the door, and the humility and caution that had once adorned his visage vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable sense of triumph. He chuckled. He paced within the confines of his room. In my observation, those predecessors in novels who traversed realms were merely mediocre. Look at me, Xiao Fan. How long have I been at Qingshan Sect? I have become a disciple under the illustrious sect master, enjoying personal guidance, and my progress is rapid. My future is resplendent. Just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, the ethereal figure of Blood Elder emerged from the ring, hovering before him. Disciple, temper your pride and engage in meaningful deeds. I suggest you take advantage of the night to stealthily harvest a few of the highest quality spiritual flowers from that flower bed. Xiao Fan replied, Master, why should I steal those spiritual flowers? What makes them so significant? He had yet to grasp the true worth of those blossoms. With a wicked smile, the Blood Elder remarked, what do you understand? This flower field of Luo Yuan is abundant with treasures. I have my eye on several exquisite specimens, and once harvested, I can impart to you the art of alchemy. What? Master, you can also practice alchemy? This is one of the most esteemed and lucrative skills among the myriad arts of cultivation. The Blood Elder replied with pride, of course. In my heyday, I was renowned far and wide as the saint of the blood path, particularly for my unparalleled mastery of blood elixirs, utilizing the essence of living beings and the spiritual quintessence of the heavens and earth as catalysts, yielding extraordinary and formidable results. Xiao Fan was astounded. An alchemist and a legendary saint of the blood path at that. He cast aside all thoughts of thievery, his face alight with joy and excitement, eagerly exclaiming, "Master, please teach me. I shall diligently study." In another guest room, Yi Cheng appeared far more composed. Standing by the window, he gazed at the vibrant, ethereal flower field in the courtyard, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire and ambition unbefitting of his menial status. It is worth noting that as a former dark heavenly demon lord, he possessed considerable insight and a keen eye for value. In his previous life, he had made significant strides in the art of formations, earning the title of the legendary king of demonic formations. He was especially adept at using rare treasures from the world as the foundation for creating formidable killing arrays or illusionary formations. This flower field harbors spiritual flowers, the least of which are of the profound rank, and a few emanate an aura that likely reaches the earth rank. If I can acquire a few, using their pure spiritual energy as a basis to set up a small gathering spirit array, my recovery speed could increase by at least 30%. He planned to stealthily pilfer them under the cover of night. At that moment, with a loud bang, the door to his room was violently kicked open from the outside. Chapter 52. Oh, what an extraordinary skill. Luo Yuan sauntered in, a whimsical air about him. "Chengzi, I recall now. Old Deng instructed you to follow me in your training. But it appears you lack a cultivation method, correct?" Yi Cheng felt a shiver run through him, yet quickly adorned his face with a respectful smile. "Senior brother Luo speaks truly. I am indeed troubled by the absence of a cultivation method, and was just preparing to seek one in the sect's scripture pavilion." With a grand gesture, Luo Yuan, embodying the demeanor of a senior disciple, proclaimed, "There is no need for such trouble. Whatever cultivation method you desire, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's heart leaped with excitement. This Luo Yuan, a direct disciple of the sect leader, can freely access such methods? What extraordinary privilege! A thought flickered in his mind. He chuckled heartily, his expression a mix of innocence and bashfulness, and said to Luo Yuan, "Senior brother, since you are so generous, I shall not be greedy. I do not require any celestial or earthly tier methods. I merely wish to cultivate one that enhances my speed, increases my attack power, fortifies my defense, accelerates my recovery, and ideally provides additional damage immunity and control resistance." Yi Cheng's intention was to employ a tactic he had learned from his previous life, a strategy of asking for an exorbitant price, only to negotiate down to a more favorable offer. He aimed to create an excuse for Luo Yuan to provide him with a high-tier fire or dark element technique, allowing him to modify it and secretly practice his treasured black magic true formula. After all, that was a quintessential demonic cultivation method, and within the Qingshan Sect, he feared that even the slightest hint of it would label him as a demonic infiltrator, facing dire consequences. Luo Yuan, upon hearing Yi Cheng's extravagant demands, stroked his chin and nodded, "Ah, I see." He then reached into the voluminous sleeve of his robe and produced an object reminiscent of toilet paper. Weighing it in his hand, he remarked, "I happen to have just the thing that meets your requirements." With a casual toss, he flung it to Yi Cheng. Receiving it with a hint of disdain, Yi Cheng unfurled the paper to reveal the title, a method for enhanced speed, increased attack power, fortified defense, accelerated recovery, and additional damage immunity and control resistance. He was astonished. Gazing at the plainly inscribed title on the scroll, he looked back at Luo Yuan, engulfed in a profound, indescribable shock. Is there truly such a method? Luo Yuan, satisfied with his gift, ambled away without regard for Yi Cheng's reaction. Left standing there, Yi Cheng grasped the scroll. Suspecting that Luo Yuan was playing a jest upon him, his face shifted between hues of disbelief and indignation, and he scoffed inwardly. "I shall see what ridiculous children's book this madman has bestowed upon me." As he examined the contents, he was immediately struck with awe, rendered utterly speechless and rooted to the spot. This is not a mere children's picture book. Before me lies a remarkable tome entitled, "This is a cultivation method for faster speed, stronger attack, higher defense, quicker recovery, and greater damage immunity." The content is astoundingly profound. It boldly overturns traditional theories of meridian circulation from the very outset. The theories within are unorthodox, unheard of, and unseen before. Rather than instructing on how to gather qi into the dantian, it proposes an innovative approach, using the body as a furnace, stimulating one's essence, and cultivating transformation from within. This theory is indeed unprecedented. Even I, a former demon lord with extensive experience, cannot help but feel like a mere novice in comparison to the author of this work. As I meticulously contemplated the logic and potential of this method, a sense of trepidation grew within me. It seems it indeed could be feasible. If one were to cultivate according to this method, theoretically, one could achieve the effects promised in the title. This is nothing short of a divine skill, an unparalleled path that transcends the celestial tier. My emotions shifted from indignation at being toyed with to euphoric discovery of an extraordinary treasure, accompanied by a deeper confusion. Could it be? Could it be? This Luo Yuan, is he actually a good person? Is he not deceiving me, but rather enlightening me? Is he imparting this extraordinary skill to me in such a manner? Once this notion took root, it became impossible to suppress. As a former demon lord, my decisiveness is swift, never mired in hesitation. Having confirmed the method's divine nature, what was there to wait for? With a decisive motion, I seated myself cross-legged and commenced my practice. Following the description in the first chapter, I placed my hands atop my head and began to rub my scalp with a specific frequency and pressure. It is essential to understand that the core of this method posits that the Baihui point at the crown of the head is the gateway to the heavens. Through physical stimulation of the cerebral cortex, one can induce heightened brain activity, leading to the secretion of a substance known as the potential activation hormone, which circulates throughout the body, promoting the comprehensive development of both the physical form and spirit. Initially, I found the method somewhat foolish. However, as I continued to rub my head, I felt my scalp growing increasingly warm, a peculiar surge of warmth cascading from the crown and spreading throughout my entire being. I felt as if I were inflating, becoming stronger. When I opened my eyes in excitement, I was astonished to see that my physique had indeed expanded considerably, more than twice its original size. My previously slender form was now rippling with muscles, exuding explosive strength. I sensed that my current punch could easily fell a bull. Moreover, I felt my spiritual root fervently absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Tomorrow, no. Perhaps tonight, I could break through to the first layer of qi cultivation. Yet, as this surge of power coursed through me, I also felt a rising heat throughout my body, my complexion flushed from the rush of qi. Nevertheless, in my fervor, I was unconcerned. He savored the sweetness of success. How could he possibly stop now? Not enough. Not fast enough. With both hands engaged, he fervently rubbed and rubbed, his movements so swift that they left behind afterimages. His complexion grew increasingly flushed, resembling a red-hot iron. Suddenly, just as he felt he was on the verge of breaching the threshold of qi cultivation, a conflict arose between the absorbed spiritual energy and the surging hormones within him, resulting in a violent upheaval in his abdomen. Then, with a sudden retch, an uncontrollable force erupted from his stomach, spewing forth. It was not food that he expelled, but rather all the spiritual energy he had previously absorbed along with that peculiar warmth. Like a vibrant fountain, the room was filled with it. No, my power! He cried out in disarray, his body bending uncontrollably as he continued to purge. After a prolonged bout, he finally ceased. Yicheng slumped amidst the chaos, dizzy and listless. Moreover, the muscles that had previously swelled were now as deflated as a puncture balloon, as if all the spiritual energy he had just absorbed had been released in one breath. He reverted to that powerless mortal, even weaker than before. What on earth was happening? Chapter 53. The Perils of Reckless Theft. It is said that one must refrain from indiscriminate theft. This particular technique is likely so extraordinary that it incurs the wrath of heaven, necessitating certain restrictions. One must not be overly ambitious, for excessive cultivation may lead to adverse consequences and backlash. Ah, I see, Yicheng mused, realizing that such divine skills should only be approached with caution and a steady hand. With this understanding, fatigue washed over him like a tide, compelling him to postpone his practice. He resolved to first indulge in a slumber to rejuvenate his spirit before executing his original plan, to pilfer flowers. As night enveloped the world in tranquility, the doors of 2 guest rooms creaked open simultaneously, revealing a narrow slit. Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng exchanged a knowing glimmer in their eyes, both poised to act under the cloak of darkness. Upon opening their doors, they were met with the sight of one another, both stealthily peering out into the night. Their gazes locked. An air of awkwardness filled the space between them. They exchanged sheepish smiles, and it was Yi Cheng who broke the silence, lowering his voice. "Brother Xiao, it's rather late, and you two are unable to sleep? Looking to take a stroll?" Xiao Fan, understanding his companion's intent, chuckled lightly. "Indeed, the moonlight is splendid. I thought I'd take a walk. Where do you intend to go? Junior brother?" Yi Cheng pointed eastward. "I shall wander in that direction." Xiao Fan, with an air of gravitas, feigned profundity as he calculated the heavens. "I just observed the celestial signs. It seems auspicious to venture westward tonight. Thus I shall head that way." "Very well, brother. Do as you please," Yi Cheng replied, and with a mutual nod of understanding, they parted ways, each stealthily slipping into the moonlit flower field like 2 cunning mice. On Xiao Fan's side, the voice of Blood Elder resonated in his mind. "Head to the left. Do you see that plant resembling a watermelon, but entirely blood-red with lotus patterns? Hurry, that's the one." Guided by these instructions, Xiao Fan swiftly located the legendary blood-grade spiritual fruit, the blood lotus watermelon. This exquisite fruit is imbued with immense life essence and spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the vitality of one's meridians and the efficiency of energy circulation, thereby accelerating cultivation speed. Moreover, it serves as a crucial ingredient in the concoction of various spiritual elixirs. Overjoyed, Xiao Fan delicately plucked one from its stem. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng, without hesitation, made a beeline for the corner he had noted earlier. With a sly grin, he discovered his long-desired target, the blackheart fruit. This fruit, rich in dark and hallucinogenic energy, would aid him in crafting one of his past life's most formidable formations, the Soul Bewitchment Array. Its most remarkable feature lies in its ability to emit a dense cloud of black smoke when activated, obscuring vision and spiritual perception. This particular specimen was of exceptional quality. A rare low-grade, earth-tier black heart fruit, truly extraordinary. Both understood the necessity of restraint, lest they attract the attention of the madman Luo Yuan. After their successful endeavor, they dared not take more and quietly returned to their rooms. For these 2 promising cultivators, tonight was a bountiful night. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Fan eagerly communicated with the elder Shui. The elder instructed him to cut the blood lotus watermelon in half. One half, with its translucent flesh and abundant vitality, was to be consumed immediately to enhance his cultivation, while the other half was to be carefully preserved as a material for future alchemical practices. Following the elder's advice, Xiao Fan consumed half of the watermelon and felt his spiritual energy surge like boiling water. Even the root of his spiritual essence resonated with a fervent hum of desire. No longer hesitating, he retrieved a jar of high-quality spirit beast urine from his storage ring, immersing himself in it, embarking on his arduous yet exhilarating path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng gazed at the earth-grade black-hearted fruit in his hand, his eyes gleaming with determination. Although he had yet to break through to the first layer of qi cultivation, he understood that such opportunities were fleeting. He refrained from consuming the fruit immediately and instead sat cross-legged, rubbing his temples to activate his peculiar technique. Soon, his body swelled once more, his vitality surged, and his spiritual energy reached an unprecedented zenith. Just barely sufficient. Without further delay, he swallowed the black-hearted fruit whole. Indeed, while ordinary array masters could only use talismans and array plates to form formations, he, as the Dark Demon Lord, had long attained the realm of unity with the array, capable of inscribing core formations into his own meridians and bones. He prepared to inscribe the foundation of this mesmerizing array directly onto his body, as a trump card for future survival. The following morning, a refreshed Luo Yuan yawned as he stepped out of his room. coincidentally encountering Xiao Fan and Yiqing exiting their respective quarters. Xiao Fan felt a significant improvement in his cultivation, nearing a breakthrough to the 6th layer of qi. Filled with pride, Yiqing sensed a peculiar power within him. Though he could not fully control it, his confidence soared. Luo Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. Squinting at the two of them, he inquired, "You two, last night you stole my flowers, didn't you?" Startled, they instinctively shook their heads, protesting, "No, absolutely not." However, as soon as Yiqing opened his mouth, he found himself unable to control it, and a thick plume of black smoke erupted like from a chimney. Coughing, he hurriedly covered his mouth with his sleeve, yet the black smoke continued to seep through his fingers. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Yiqing looked at Luo Yuan, his face displaying an expression of regret. "Brother Luo," he confessed, "to be honest, I was momentarily bewitched and took a detour. I truly did not wish to consume that dark fruit, but it was so dark and shiny, it tempted me. I couldn't resist." He then involuntarily emitted another puff of black smoke. Luo Yuan nodded knowingly. The black pig fruit. It is indeed correct to emit black smoke. This is a deliberate enhancement I have made to add flavor to the spirit pigs I nurture. After consuming this, they not only acquire a hint of smokiness, but also continuously exhale black smoke. Then Yiqing, covering his mouth, inquired in a muffled tone, What purpose does this serve for the pigs? And what follows?" As the black smoke billows forth, it will also darken their skin." Yiqing exclaimed. In a flurry, he retrieved a mirror from his storage bag to inspect his reflection. Good heavens! The visage staring back at him, while still possessing his original features, was now entirely shrouded in darkness. "Thank goodness I am currently at the Qingshan Sect. If I venture outside with this complexion, I would undoubtedly be mistaken for an exotic slave and shoved onto a slave ship." Yiqing's heart was filled with indignation. Luo Yuan, standing nearby, added, "After all, I have inquired, and the meat of black pigs is firmer and commands a higher price than that of ordinary white pigs." Just as Yiqing was on the verge of fainting from anger, Xiao Fan witnessed the scene and was equally taken aback. A chill ran down his spine. He realized that Luo Yuan's concoction might not be as palatable as anticipated. He quickly stepped forward, attempting to cover his tracks with a clever excuse. Thus he said, "Luo, Brother Luo, well, it seems I sleepwalked last night, and in my dream, feeling hungry, inadvertently consumed a red watermelon." Luo Yuan shook his head in correction. "That was not a watermelon. It is my exclusive improved variety, Desire Fire Lotus Melon." Xiao Fan's heart sank as he responded, Desire Fire Lotus Melon? Indeed, I extracted the DNA from the Blood Lotus watermelon, eliminating the superfluous parts, and modified it into the pure form of spring medicine." He patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder. "This too is meant for feeding pigs, as the spirit pig's estrus period is far too brief." Xiao Fan replied, But I did not feel anything unusual after consuming it." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Look at your forehead." Doubtfully, Xiao Fan produced a water mirror and gasped in shock. He discovered an exquisite, alluring pink pattern had inexplicably manifested on his previously smooth forehead. Luo Yuan explained, "I specifically enhanced its medicinal properties, so the effects do not immediately erupt, but rather engage in a wondrous reaction with your cells, continuously accumulating potency." He pointed at Xiao Fan's forehead, then at his chest and legs. "This will result in the emergence of patterns on your head, chest, and legs in succession. Once all 3 patterns illuminate, the accumulated potency will suddenly trigger a fervent desire, leading you to, well, pursue pigs indiscriminately." Xiao Fan exclaimed, "Pigs?" Luo Yuan affirmed, "Indeed, after all, it is intended for feeding pigs. The medicinal effect is surely for the pigs." Xiao Fan responded, Chapter 54. Hehehe. I can also refine elixirs. After a brief moment of petrification, an overwhelming sense of dread surged through Xiao Fan like a cold tide, instantly engulfing him. Alarmed, Xiao Fan fell to his knees, genuinely clutching Luo Yuan's thigh. Weeping inconsolably, "Luo, senior brother, please, you must help me. I do not wish to poke the pig. I am still young. I am but a child." Luo Yuan looked down at Xiao Fan, who was clinging to his leg, sobbing with snot and tears, and wrinkled his brow in disdain. With a gaze reminiscent of one addressing a fool, he remarked, "Have you not read my thesis?" Xiao Fan paused his cries, looking up in bewilderment. What thesis? Luo Yuan sighed deeply, his heart heavy with disappointment. Alas, you truly have no love for learning. I had mentioned it before in this vast Qingshan Sect. There is not a single soul who shares my passion for study and research. It is utterly disheartening. Clearing his throat, he began his academic exposition. It pertains to my paper titled Targeted Cultivation and Field Application of the Passion Lotus Melon through Plant Gene Editing Technology. It clearly elucidates that ordinary aphrodisiac spirit fruits, when their energy acts upon the physical body, can be expelled by highly cultivated spirit pigs using their spiritual power, significantly diminishing their efficacy. Thus, after my gene editing, this improved version of the passion lotus melon directly influences the soul. Consequently, it perfectly circumvents the side effect of the spirit pigs, expelling the medicine using their spiritual power. The results are outstanding and immediate. Now, our sows in the back mountain are capable of producing more offspring. As Luo Yuan spoke of his scientific achievements, his face radiated pride. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan felt even more despair. Affecting the soul, was it not even more challenging to resolve? He could only cling desperately to Luo Yuan's leg, crying even louder, "Senior brother, dear senior brother, I beg you, please have mercy on me. I do not wish to poke the pig. I was wrong. I truly erred. I shall never steal watermelons again." Meanwhile, Yi Cheng, who stood nearby, felt a mixture of relief and apprehension upon witnessing Xiao Fan's plight. Fortunately, I have merely become a person with slightly darker skin. At least, I shall not suffer from such a disgraceful fate that would tarnish my reputation for eternity. As he contemplated, his emotions fluctuated, causing the potency of the black-hearted fruit within him to become somewhat uncontrollable. A wisp of faint black smoke erupted from the top of his head, resembling a walking chimney. He quickly feigned a cough, fanning himself with his sleeve. Hearing Xiao Fan's lamentations, Luo Yuan sighed. "Well, very well then. Who could deny my noble heart? Seeing you in such a pitiful state, I shall assist you in refining a remedy to alleviate the effects." Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, Xiao Fan immediately ceased his cries, looking up with delight. "Really? Thank you, senior brother Luo. I shall never forget your kindness." He gazed at Luo Yuan, a spark of hope reigniting in his eyes. Faced with Xiao Fan's desperate pleas, it seemed that Luo Yuan had finally resolved to lend his assistance to this unfortunate junior. Luo Yuan, without uttering a word, turned and ventured into the garden's flower field, casually plucking two plants that exuded a palpable aura of vitality. Upon seeing this, Ye Cheng's pupils constricted. As a master of demonic formations, his discerning eye immediately recognized their significance. The plant on the left, crystalline and jade-like, emanating a faint chill, is the ice-clear jade flower. This flower is of the highest quality in the Xian tier, often cherished by female cultivators. Consuming it can maintain skin's moisture and luster while accelerating the flow of spiritual energy through the meridians. And the one on the right, with leaves resembling a sunflower and entirely golden, is the sunflower great sungrass. Even the blood elder from Xiao Fan's ring could not restrain his astonishment. It is indeed the rare sunflower great sungrass. This extraordinary herb autonomously absorbs the true fire of the sun and perpetually turns towards sunlight. Consuming it would greatly enhance the capabilities of cultivators with a fire spiritual root. Master, please refrain from your usual banter. You mentioned yesterday that the blood lotus watermelon was formidable, but it turned out to be pig fodder. Upon hearing this, the blood elder chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. Luo Yuan returned with the two plants, which could incite fierce competition in the outside world, as if they were mere weeds. "Here, this is the ice-clear flower and the sunflower grass," he elaborated. "The ice-clear flower, after my enhancement, can completely freeze the flow of spiritual energy within you, rendering you devoid of magical power in an instant." He gestured towards the other plant. "And this sunflower grass, through my modification, can cause the pure yang energy within the consumer to erupt uncontrollably from the dantian. Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng broke into a cold sweat. What were these plants? They were clearly two distinctly different kinds of deadly poisons. The Blood Elder, realizing the implications, was equally stunned. Good heavens! One must not recklessly harvest the flora in this field. So this entire precious spirit flower garden is merely Luo Yuan's experimental ground for poisonous plants, is it? Luo Yuan, undeterred by their expressions, eagerly declared, "Now, I shall commence alchemy. Pay close attention." Xiao Fan immediately focused intently, and Yi Cheng dared not let his mind wander. Luo Yuan did not produce any alchemical furnace. Instead, he simply closed his eyes and casually placed the two modified plants into his consciousness. Within the vivid tapestry of his consciousness, filled with whimsical depictions of pigs and tigers, the previously animated creature opened its wide mouth and began to chew, consuming the two toxic herbs. It then retrieved the black lotus heart fire and swallowed it whole, seemingly refining it with the extraordinary flame. Mehr Moment later, it expelled the black lotus heart fire intact. Then, the creature wriggled its plump rear, its belly churning, and with a heave, it regurgitated a large mass of oddly colored, oddly scented, and slightly wriggling paste. As Luo Yuan opened his eyes, he retrieved a bowl, seemingly materialized from thin air, and extracted a substantial mass of a viscous substance from his sea of consciousness. He then presented the freshly concocted antidote to Xiao Fan, saying, "Here, consume this." Xiao Fan and the others were astounded. What kind of extraordinary technique was this? With a mere flick of his wrist, he had summoned this mass of substance? Logically speaking, as a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, Luo Yuan should only be capable of introspecting his sea of consciousness. How could he interact with the contents of his mind as effortlessly as if he were strolling through his own backyard? This was entirely contrary to the norms of cultivation. Xiao Fan hastily inquired within his mind, "Master, what is this technique?" Even the venerable Blood Elder, despite his vast experience, was utterly perplexed by the nature of this mysterious method. Yet, he could not afford to lose face before his disciple. With a hearty laugh, he began to fabricate an explanation. Ahem. This is the long-lost void alchemy method from ancient times. It is exceedingly difficult to master. Once, a subordinate of mine, a defeated warrior, managed to use it by sheer luck. While this method allows for rapid alchemy, akin to conjuring from thin air, the resulting elixirs are often inferior in potency and quality, falling into the realm of unorthodox practices. Xiao Fan gazed at the bowl before him, filled with the strange-smelling concoction, and asked, "Master, but is this truly an elixir? It appears to be merely a lump of." Blood Elder interjected, "Hence, I mentioned its diminished efficacy. It lacks refinement." Disciple, this is an unconventional method, and it may possess extraordinary effects, so do not judge by appearances. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan felt his worldview being irrevocably transformed. Trembling, he accepted the bowl and asked, "Senior brother, how does one consume this?" Luo Yuan replied, "Oh, this is not for immediate consumption. As long as you do not encounter a pig, you will not feel the urge. Therefore, whenever you do see a pig and sense the effects of the lotus fire gourd brewing within you, simply take a spoonful to temporarily suppress it." He gestured to the full bowl. "Rest assured, this quantity is sufficient for you to encounter thousands of pigs. Remember, only consume it upon sighting a pig." Xiao Fan could only stare at the bowl of antidote meant for encounters with pigs, feeling that his path of cultivation was now illuminated with unprecedented clarity. Luo Yuan first turned to Yi Cheng and inquired, "Chengzi, how did your practice of that manual tidal day technique for swift cultivation, enhanced attack power, superior defense, rapid recovery, and significant damage mitigation go yesterday? Did you encounter any challenges?" At this moment, Yi Cheng's feelings towards Luo Yuan were exceedingly complex, harboring both a profound enmity stemming from the transplanting of spiritual roots and a deep reverence for his scholarly prowess. He respectfully replied, "In response to your question, Senior Brother Luo, my cultivation has progressed satisfactorily. The technique you provided is indeed a peerless martial art. However, I find myself somewhat perplexed. I sense that this technique may possess a temporal limitation for cultivation. It seems that if one practices beyond a certain duration, it could lead to a leakage of spiritual energy, resulting in the loss of previous progress. He sought a scientific explanation for his recent incident of straying from the path. Luo Yuan responded, "Oh, is that so? Why not give a try now and let me observe?" His curiosity was piqued, as he too was unaware of the precise outcome of this cultivation technique. Consequently, he retrieved a small brush and a sheet of paper from his storage ring, preparing to document the experimental data. Yi Cheng queried, "Senior brother Luo, what are you doing?" Without lifting his gaze, Luo Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "I intend to meticulously record every detail of your cultivation. This is invaluable primary clinical data, essential for my research." Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng was deeply moved. He had not anticipated being of such significance to his senior brother, who was so intent on documenting every aspect concerned for his well-being. Observing Luo Yuan's earnest and focused demeanor in his research and reflecting on the events of the past day, the animosity born from his own castration began to miraculously wane, and instead emerged a more intricate and profound sense of understanding. It's quite remarkable. Yi Cheng mused internally. Upon reflection, Luo Yuan might indeed possess a heart as pure as a child's. Initially, I deceived him under the guise of vulnerability, feigning a desperate desire for spiritual roots, and he went to great lengths to grant me one. Later, when he was captured by the Bloodslaughter sect, he bore no resentment, instead reconciling with me and even advocating for me before the sect leader, recommending me to become a disciple under Masterly Daoshan. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, that collection of dominant spiritual roots proved extraordinarily effective, and he further gifted me an unprecedented martial art of exceptional caliber. The more Yi Cheng contemplated, the more he felt. Perhaps I truly misjudged him, perceiving a noble heart through the lens of my petty grievances. He even began to feel a tinge of shame regarding his previous vengeful thoughts. Resolving this inner conflict, he nodded firmly to Luo Yuan, declaring, "Yes, Senior brother Luo, I shall commence my cultivation immediately." With that, he began his practice. He promptly seated himself on the ground, inhaling deeply, and then, as if electrified, he fervently and rapidly began to move his hands across his head. His hands moved so swiftly that they left behind residual shadows, creating a gust of wind. As his speed intensified, a peculiar energy surged from within him, causing his body to visibly swell and expand. Ultimately, amidst the cacophony of cracking bones and growing muscles, he transformed into a towering giant, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, with skin of vivid crimson. No, it was now a dark red, for he had turned darker. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, which had become a fierce scarlet, and let out a low growl, feeling an explosive power coursing through him. Standing nearby, Xiao Fan was astonished. What kind of bizarre technique is this? Transforming merely by ruffling one's hair. In his mind, the scene unfolded, and the Blood Elder expressed that in his 1,000 years of existence, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. The Blood Elder's voice, filled with shock and gravity, remarked, "What an extraordinarily domineering body refinement technique. This method of unlocking one's physical potential in such an unusual manner is truly unprecedented. Its intricacy rivals your blood technique too." 0. The Blood Elder marveled. "Look at this giant form, this body strength, this vital energy. If cultivated, wouldn't he be invincible among his peers? No one could breach his defenses." Upon hearing his mentor's expert commentary, Xiao Fan was even more astounded. He gazed at the crimson giant, Yi Cheng, then glanced at Luo Yuan, who was diligently jotting down clinical data in a small notebook, and couldn't he help but reflect, indeed, this vast world conceals many hidden talents. In the courtyard, Yi Cheng reveled in the surging power within him, his eyes a brilliant red, experiencing an unprecedented sense of strength. Soon, an unusual impulse surged from the depths of his heart. He felt an increasing desire to continue ruffling his hair, sensing that if he accelerated just a bit more, exerted a tad more effort, he could become even stronger, even though he could feel the spiritual energy within his abdomen churning, hinting at a potential loss of control. He was captivated by the rapid growth of this power and refused to halt. Then, gritting his teeth, he quickened the pace of his hands. At that moment, a large basin of cold water cascaded down from above, drenching Yi Cheng and jolting him with a refreshing chill. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Yuan had appeared with a wooden basin, dousing him with water, effectively bringing him back to his senses. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yi Cheng's voice had deepened significantly since his transformation into a giant. However, Luo Yuan, notebook in hand, pointed at him with a look of incredulity, saying, "If you keep this up, your spiritual energy will burst forth from your 7 orifices. By then, don't say anything about breaking through. You'll have squandered all your efforts. Do you understand?" The cold water snapped Yi Cheng back to reality, and upon hearing those words, he recollected yesterday's encounter, when he had felt an exhilarating surge during his cultivation, which ultimately led to expelling all the absorbed spiritual energy in a futile endeavor. So that is how it is. This technique indeed has such limitations. Luo Yuan remarked, "Listen carefully. The correct method of cultivation is to maintain your giant form after transformation. Do not engage in further friction. Instead, calm your mind and gradually absorb and refine the surging spiritual energy within you. Only when you revert to your original state shall you proceed to the next round of frictional cultivation. This cyclical approach will ensure steady advancement." Ye Cheng responded, Alright. Thank you, Senior Brother Luo, for your guidance. He genuinely felt a sense of gratitude, for Luo Yuan had indeed prevented him from descending into madness. Subsequently, Luo Yuan jotted down in his notebook that the clinical observation subject exhibited excitement, posing a risk of reckless ambition, which could be mitigated using physical cooling methods to restore calm. Satisfied with his notes, he announced, "Hehe, I have nearly completed my data collection for today, and now I shall venture out for some leisure. You too can continue your cultivation at your own pace." As he reached the courtyard entrance, a thought struck him. He turned back to the secretly observing Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng and said, "Oh, by the way, feel free to pick from the flowers and plants in that flower field. Their quality is quite decent. There is no need to steal like a thief. Just remember to leave me some seeds." Without waiting for their response, he turned and exited. In his hand, a brand new paper had miraculously appeared, its title flamboyantly inscribed, "On the feasibility of spiritual root mimicry techniques for cultivators and the preliminary development directions for experimental cultivation techniques in subsequent method matching." Luo Yuan hummed a little tune as he stealthily made his way to the post station at Qingshan Sect, which was responsible for the transmission of internal and external information. He stuffed his freshly minted paper into a specially designed communication jade tube and sent it off. Not long after, at the editorial department of the Xianwang, an institution established by various top-tier immortal sects on the central continent of the cultivation world, a young cultivator responsible for receiving submissions suddenly spotted a familiar name. He paused momentarily before letting out a thunderous scream. "Everyone, come quickly. The esteemed Luo, Master Luo, has submitted another paper." "What? Master Luo has published again? Hurry, let me see. What field is it this time? Is it again on spiritual root transformation or cross-species cultivation exploration?" The editors from various immortal sects, all of whom were leading research figures and theoretical geniuses stationed there, gathered around, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. They were already well acquainted with the name Luo Yuan, which resonated throughout the realm. It was only 2 years prior when Luo Yuan first submitted a paper. Initially, they thought it was mere nonsense from some junior, dismissing it as too outrageous, relegating it to the least influential 4th tier. However, to their utter astonishment, the then editor-in-chief, upon casually reading the submission, was utterly captivated. The paper was filled with imaginative ideas, bold hypotheses, and rigorous conclusions, completely opening a new door for the academic world of cultivation. That paper was subsequently elevated to the highest level, gracing the cover of the prestigious Xian. It has triggered an academic earthquake throughout the realm of cultivation. In the subsequent 2 years, the output of this exceptional talent Luo Yuan, has been astonishingly rapid, with nearly a paper produced each month, each one of remarkable quality, brimming with revolutionary ideas. However, it appears that the brilliance of this genius is somewhat ahead of its time, as many of his astonishing theories and experimental methods proved difficult for others to replicate. Yet, through the meticulous analysis and magical calculations conducted by these top-tier researchers, they are compelled to concede that those seemingly outrageous practices outlined in Luo Yuan's papers are, in theory, entirely feasible. Now, this elusive figure, revered in academic circles as the goddess of Luo, has submitted another manuscript. They are eager to see what groundbreaking masterpiece he will unveil this time. Chapter 56, Alas. I truly am a small man within the editorial department of the Immortal Network. The atmosphere was both solemn and fervent. A dozen esteemed editors from various prestigious immortal sects, each distinguished in the realm of cultivation theory, were gathered around an enormous jade table, their expressions intent as they meticulously perused the freshly submitted paper by the goddess, Luo. As time slipped away, the only sound in the grand hall was the rustling of pages. Upon finishing the final line, a profound silence enveloped the entire editorial department. Suddenly, it was unclear who began it, but suppressed sobs soon resonated throughout the room, quickly merging into a chorus of lamentation. These revered theoretical masters, who were admired in the outside world, found themselves weeping openly, overwhelmed with emotion. The younger generations, surging forth like the waves of the Yangtze, lamented an elderly editor with a head full of white hair, pounding his chest in despair. Why must we, the pioneers of research, tirelessly explore this path, while the likes of Luo Yuan emerge as prodigies? Every paper he publishes makes our own research seem like mere scrap paper. How will my disciples ever rise to prominence? How will they publish in the Immortal Knowledge Journal? Another, slightly younger editor sighed deeply towards the heavens, articulating a sentiment destined to be etched in history. Had Luo Yuan not been born, our realm of research would remain shrouded in eternal night. Indeed, if the core theories of Luo Yuan's paper were to be validated and disseminated, the conventional, monotonous cultivation methods employed by all sects would appear woefully outdated and foolish, necessitating a revolutionary reform in their practices. This paper, through an exceptionally detailed clinical case, primarily detailed how Luo Yuan, through observation of a cultivator with an unusual spiritual root and tailor modifications to their cultivation method, boldly proposed a groundbreaking concept that ordinary cultivators should not blindly practice so-called universal techniques, such as the fire technique for those with fire attributes. Instead, they should cultivate methods that are uniquely suited to the distinct characteristics and essence of their spiritual roots, perfectly aligning with their roots' form, attributes, and even temperament. After all, as Luo Yuan articulated in his paper, the foundation of cultivation lies in the spiritual root. It is the source of spiritual power. To forsake the essence for the superficial is to forsake the path to greatness. One of the new editor's disciples, bewildered, quietly inquired of his master, "But if that is the case, isn't that what everyone is already doing? Those with fire spiritual roots practice fire-related techniques. What is so remarkable about that?" The editor, hearing this, shot him a disapproving glare, exclaiming, "You are far too young. Luo's proposal of spiritual root simulation is not so simplistic." Another editor chimed in, "Indeed, the core of Luo's proposal is simulated cultivation. It aims for cultivators to completely embody and emulate the form and essence of their own spiritual roots, thus achieving the unity of human and root, thoroughly liberating the potential of the spiritual root, allowing the compatibility of the cultivation method and the spiritual root to reach its zenith." He excitedly illustrated, "For instance, if you possess a fire spiritual root, you should not merely practice techniques such as fireball or flame blade. You must cultivate like fire itself, feeling its burning, flickering, and impermanence, ultimately transforming your entire being into a colossal, sentient flame. Conversely, if you embody a water spiritual root, you should mimic your form into a vast, all-encompassing body of water." Another disciple interjected, But how can one mimic that? Transform the body into fire? Into water? That seems exceedingly difficult. It's utterly preposterous. At this moment, the usually silent chief editor, a venerable elder with an unfathomable aura, sighed contemplatively. Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging. The average person cannot even take the first step. However, a fierce brilliance ignited in his eyes. The Luo god, he succeeded. He successfully applied this theory in practice on a disciple with an unprecedented exotic spiritual root, and the experiment yielded fruitful results. Moreover, there exists an extraordinarily detailed clinical analysis and data report. This includes the enhancement of the subject's strength, the operational modes of spiritual energy, and corrections to data following side effects. The editing disciple exclaimed, "My heavens, it succeeded? What kind of exotic spiritual root is this?" The chief editor gazed at the description of the exotic spiritual root's form on the paper, along with Luo Yuan's flamboyant annotations. This root is exceptional, its form magnificent, its talents extraordinary. He inhaled deeply and uttered, "Remarkable." The succinct yet powerful utterance from the chief editor sent a shockwave through the entire Immortal Network editorial department. It is truly real. To base cultivation on this entity, to mimic its essence, unbelievable, is simply unfathomable. No wonder it can transform into such a dark red giant. It turns out that the root is the essence being mimicked. They are indeed the pinnacle of research scholars in the realm of immortality. After the initial shock, they would no longer feel excessive astonishment or confusion regarding the specific form of this exotic spiritual root. For them, form is merely superficial. The underlying principles and truths are of paramount importance. Their discourse swiftly shifted towards more fundamental academic inquiries. The crux lies in whether this theory of mimetic cultivation is merely a peculiarity of this singular exotic spiritual root, or if it can be generalized to all other cultivators with different spiritual roots. Indeed, the potential for universality pertains to the ultimate academic elevation of this paper. If feasible, it could revolutionize the entire cultivation system within the realm of immortality. From the Luo God-S clinical report, his analyses of energy transformation and soul resonance theoretically appear universal. Yet, we do not possess a second remarkable spiritual root to conduct a comparative experiment. Nonetheless, a consensus was reached among the group. This issue of the Immortal Knowledge Monthly magazine will indeed have a cover. Title: The Epoch-Making Revolution of Cultivation. The Theory and Practice of Spiritual Root Mimetic Cultivation. Author: Luo Yuan. Suddenly, the chief editor of Qingshan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "By the way, who is the editor affiliated with the Qingshan Sect in our Immortal Network editorial department? Please summon him. I need to discuss the situation of this Luo Yuan in depth." The members present exchanged glances, and one young editor responsible for liaising with various sects awkwardly replied, "Reporting to the chief editor, the Qingshan Sect has not dispatched an editor to our Immortal Network." The chief editor was taken aback. What? Aren't they also a top-tier sect with a lineage spanning millennia? In this day and age, which prestigious sect does not send a few researchers to our Immortal Network for learning and exchange, thereby enhancing their academic standing? How could there be no one? The others responded with bitter smiles. "Chief editor, have you forgotten? It has become a consensus in the cultivation world. The people of Qingshan Sect do not enjoy learning." The chief editor inquired further. "Why is that?" The disciple continued explaining. "They are notoriously known for their ancestral aversion to study. The entire sect's academic atmosphere is exceedingly lax, glorifying practical combat and brute force, while deriding theoretical research. Especially their current sect master, Li Daoshan. As far as I know, he gained fame solely through his fighting prowess. It seems he failed every theoretical examination during his youth, not passing even once." Upon hearing this, the chief editor felt a profound sense of sorrow. He pounded the table, lamenting, "Alas, such a waste, such a waste. What a promising research talent. To think that a theoretical genius like Luo Yuan emerged from the academic desert of Qingshan Sect. Li Daoshan, though uneducated himself, is potentially jeopardizing Luo Yuan's future." The more he contemplated, the more anguish he felt envisioning a brilliant academic star being buried in a university that disregards research. No, this cannot stand. The chief editor abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for talent. Once the editorial matters of the journal are settled, I shall personally visit Qingshan Sect, no matter what, to meet this Luo Yuan. An in-depth academic exchange is imperative. After Luo Yuan departed, Xiao Fan glanced at the towering figure of Yi Cheng, who stood 3 to 4 meters tall, his body a blend of black and red, still huffing heavily. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, retreating to a distance to observe cautiously. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. He felt the force generated from the friction of his hair still surging within him, accompanied by a peculiar impulse and primal yearning from the depths of his soul, driving him to continue brushing his hair, to grow larger, stronger, and more vibrant. He sensed a loss of control over his hands, an uncontrollable urge to touch his own head. However, the memories of weakness and failure from his recent cultivation attempt loomed vividly in his mind. A voice within him cried out. He must endure. He must absolutely resist. Yi Cheng gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, his hands gripping the ground with such force that his nails embedded themselves in the soil, an effort to resist the overwhelming urge that compelled him to continue. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, as that frenzied impulse receded like a tide, he felt the swelling energy within him gradually being absorbed and refined by his body. His colossal form, towering 3 to 4 meters high and crimson in hue, began to shrink, reverting to its original state, while his restless heart calmed in tandem. In that fleeting moment of complete restoration, he sensed a soft pop within, as a clear stream surged throughout his being. He had transcended. The shackles of mortality were irrevocably shattered at that instant. He had successfully entered the first layer of qi cultivation. An unprecedented clarity washed over him, as if the entire world had transformed. It was a sensation he had never before experienced during his previous life, when he practiced the ruthless and sinister demonic techniques. Each advancement then had been accompanied by bloodshed, slaughter, and the tearing of the soul. He was astounded. Sitting in place, he savored the entire process, from the extreme yearning to the desperate resistance, culminating in the clarity that followed his breakthrough. A stunning revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning. So this is how it is. Yi Cheng's eyes sparkled with an even more brilliant light than during his initial breakthrough. This cultivation method, from the very outset, is not teaching one how to gain power, but instructing practitioners on how to resist desire. One must not be eager for success. The impulse that compelled one to incessantly indulge was not merely a side effect, but rather a test of the heart's demons inherent to the technique. The final leakage of spiritual energy was not a sign of going astray, but a punishment for those who failed the trial. The more he contemplated, the clearer it became, and the more he realized that the creator of this technique, Luo Yuan, was nothing short of a genius. If I can withstand that urge to incessantly torment myself each time, then my heart's resolve shall be tempered through each resistance. I cannot even fathom the height my mental cultivation will reach. My goodness, this is no ordinary divine art. It is clearly a supreme compendium that directly points to the essence of the great Tao, fostering both life and cultivation while simultaneously honing one's skills and mindset. This technique is extraordinarily powerful. Yi Cheng gazed towards the direction of Luo Yuan's chamber, his eyes filled with boundless reverence and a twinge of guilt. Master Luo. He had long seen through my impatience and lingering demonic tendencies, which is why he chose this method to enlighten me. I had previously doubted him, even contemplated ill will towards him. I am truly a petty person. Chapter 57. The Adventurous Car of Yaya and Luo. As time flows like a river, the realm of cultivation knows no bounds, and the months have swiftly elapsed. In the opulent villa atop Qingshan Peak, the two trainees have made remarkable strides in their cultivation journey. At this moment, Xiao Fan sits cross-legged in a massive wooden tub, steam rising around him, his complexion radiant, and his aura has multiplied several times compared to a few months prior. He is on the verge of breaking through from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. In his mind, the speed of his cultivation has astonished the elder Shui. I never expected this young man to possess such extraordinary talent. Elder Shui marvels within his ring. In my day, I encountered many prodigies with blood spirit roots, yet none exhibited such an outrageous pace. Upon careful reflection, he finally grasped the key. Strangely enough, this modified urine spirit root by that boy Luo Yuan appears to possess some merit in terms of efficiency. Elder Shui mused. Absorbing spirit urine is far more effective than directly consuming blood. After all, even the blood of high-tier beasts is scarce and hard to come by. But urine, as long as those spirit pigs are raised in abundance, it will flow in endless supply. Just then, Xiao Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He chuckled and spoke to Elder Shui in his mind. Master, I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. At this rate, in 2.5 years, I shall surely topple Luo Yuan from the peak of Qingshan and vanquish him. His confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. Elder Shui replied, Excellent. Such ambition. This child is indeed teachable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the courtyard, a heavy, labored breathing echoed, reminiscent of a great beast snoring. Following the sound, one could see a giant, towering several dozen meters tall, with skin a mix of black and red. Indeed, it was Yi Cheng. He was holding a horse stance, vigorously rubbing his hands above his head, stirring up gusts of wind. He was continuously stimulating his mind, feeling the increasingly pure and powerful force within him, born from resisting temptation. Suddenly, he sensed a critical threshold, and his movements came to an abrupt halt, as if frozen in place. His muscles were taut, seemingly battling against an overwhelming impulse. At that moment, the courtyard door was flung open with a resounding crash. Kicked in from the outside, it was Luo Yuan returning. He stood at the entrance, gazing at his diligent junior brothers in the courtyard, exclaiming joyfully, Junior brothers, I am back. In his exuberance, Luo Yuan had not controlled his strength well while kicking the door open, causing the unfortunate wooden door to detach from its frame and soar like a cannonball, striking directly upon the colossal head of Yi Cheng, who was in the midst of a delicate balance. Bang! Yi Cheng felt a thundering sensation in his head, and the raging impulse he had just managed to suppress surged uncontrollably with this sudden jolt. In an unearthly roar, he cried out, I can't hold it any longer. Then, the giant's mouth opened wide, and a torrent of vibrant energy, a chaotic amalgamation of pure spiritual essence and enigmatic hormones, erupted uncontrollably like a high-pressure water gun. With a mere thought, Luo Yuan activated his peculiar power of the laws. Time froze. The spiritual liquid, poised to surge forth, instantly solidified in midair. Luo Yuan swiftly appeared before Yi Cheng, exerting his mystical force to meticulously push back the impending stream of spiritual liquid, inch by inch, back into his throat. Then, time resumed its normal flow. Yi Cheng felt the overwhelming force that was about to burst forth being suppressed again. It seems I have managed to hold it back. He believed it was a testament to his strong willpower. It appears my mental cultivation has indeed progressed. I am capable once more. Xiao Fan emerged from the room and stepped into the courtyard, eyeing Luo Yuan with a sense of caution, while simultaneously conveying a message to the blood elder within his ring. Master, what do you think of Luo Yuan? It seems his cultivation has not changed much during these past few months. The blood elder sensed the situation carefully and was equally puzzled, then spoke in a tone of understanding. This Luo Yuan remains in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, his aura unchanged. His foundation is stable, yet there is no sign of progress. I told you, what good is a heavenly spiritual root? He is likely stuck at this critical juncture of the Golden Core stage, his erratic temperament hindering his mental state, making it difficult for him to break through. Disciple, your opportunity has arrived. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng, having just returned to his original state, leaped into a clear lake outside the courtyard with a few splashes. using the icy water to calm himself instantly. Emerging from a lake, he shook his damp hair, reverting to the normal physique of a handsome youth. Unlike Xiao Fan, he reflected on Luo Yuan's timely intervention that prevented him from succumbing to madness, along with the benevolent intent behind the supreme skills Luo Yuan had gifted him. After repeatedly contemplating, he began to see Luo Yuan as an admirable senior brother, albeit with unconventional methods, leading to a significant reduction in his hostility. With no ill will remaining, he inquired, "Senior brother Luo, what have you been up to during this time? It has been a while since I last saw you." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan perked up, hands on his hips, and boasted, "I went to battle with a group of ancient experts." Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng exchanged puzzled glances. In truth, during Luo Yuan's months of absence, he had been captured by Li Daoshan and taken to the forbidden grounds of the sect, where he was forcefully subjected to the teachings of those venerable figures. These ancient beings were extremely intrigued by his peculiar phenomenon of grasping the laws at the Golden Core stage, surrounding him daily to study, test, and impart various theories, leaving Luo Yuan utterly overwhelmed. However, he declared, "Ahem, none of that is important. What truly matters is that the elders said they noticed the two of you have been diligently cultivating lately and suggested we tidy up and go have some fun together." Xiao Fan was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Where are we going for fun?" "A marvelous place. Let us venture to the illusory celestial realm." "What?" The usually composed Yi Cheng was immediately taken aback. He was well aware of the illusory celestial realm in the recesses of his past life's memories. This realm was a legacy left by ancient beings, imbued with extraordinary wonders. It appeared to be specifically designed for promising young disciples, containing a self-contained world filled with countless lost opportunities and ancient inheritances. Furthermore, it imposed stringent requirements on the practitioner's bone age. Only those under 100 years of age could gain entry. This realm opened only once every few decades, or even a century, rendering it exceedingly precious. In his previous life, due to an unstable foundation in the early stages of his cultivation, he faced numerous setbacks, and by the time he rose to prominence, he had already surpassed the age limit. This had become one of his greatest regrets. In this lifetime, he never anticipated such an opportunity would arise. He was determined to discover what lay within. Yi Cheng's heart raced with excitement. Simultaneously, the blood elder in Xiao Fan's mind urged him fervently, "Disciple, quickly agree. The illusory celestial realm. There are tremendous opportunities within." Then, Luo Yuan, observing their astonishment, impatiently remarked, "Hey, have you two gathered your wits?" The two regained their senses and exclaimed in unison. Luo Yuan waved his hand. "Then let us depart." With that, he released a gentle surge of spiritual power, enveloping the two of them and soaring towards a direction behind the sect's mountain. Arriving at the expansive parking area of the Qingshan Sect, a vast plaza filled with various flying artifacts, celestial vessels, and spirit beast mounts, he was ready to embark. In that enormous parking lot behind the Qingshan Sect, a plethora of flying contraptions lay parked, vessels shaped like cranes, unadorned giant swords, and opulent carriages drawn by spirit beasts. Yet, the most striking of all was an indescribable vehicle occupying 4 standard parking spaces at the edge of the lot. This contraption was a riot of colors, as if every hue had been carelessly splattered upon it. Its appearance was equally perplexing, resembling an irregular metallic lump or a conglomeration of enormous crystals forcibly fused together, with twisted lines and peculiar angles, exuding an abstract aura. Luo Yuan, well acquainted with the surroundings, led the two through a side door that opened with an automatic swoosh. Inside, the space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, adorned with a bizarre aesthetic, filled with unknown, shimmering crystals and circuits. The walls exuded a smooth metallic texture, and the seats looked exceptionally peculiar, unlike anything one would expect from the realm of cultivation. Upon entering, Xiao Fan was astounded. This is not reminiscent of the spaceships from the sci-fi movies of my past life. His mind was in turmoil. Could it be that Luo Yuan is also a traverser? But before he could fully process his thoughts, A powerful sensation propelled them firmly into their seats, and the entire vehicle jolted violently, ascending vertically into the skies. They were flying. The speed of their flight was astonishing. The scenery outside the window rushed past in a blur, almost transforming into a stream of light. Yi Cheng, as the dark sky demon lord, was witnessing such a peculiar flying spirit tool for the first time, having never encountered one that operated in such a manner. What struck him most was that he had not seen Luo Yuan employ any spiritual power to control it. The entire process relied solely on Luo Yuan pressing a few colorful buttons. He inquired of Luo Yuan, "Senior brother Luo, this flying apparatus is truly remarkable. I can hardly sense any fluctuation of spiritual energy. It can operate without it?" Luo Yuan chuckled mischievously. "Of course. This is my exclusive creation. The Luo adventure vehicle, crafted with immense dedication and secrecy," he proudly declared, slapping the control panel. "Its flight does not depend on spiritual energy, but rather on the sun." Xiao Fan, listening from the side, was astounded. Solar energy? How incredibly advanced. Then, glancing outside the glass of the vessel, he noticed a heavy mass of dark clouds had unexpectedly rolled in, obscuring the sun and plunging everything into shadow. His heart sank, and he quickly asked, "Hey, senior brother Luo, the clouds are here. What there's no sunlight? Can we still fly? Can we use spiritual energy as a backup?" Luo Yuan, however, disdainfully waved his slender fingers and replied, "I, Luo Yuan, am a person dedicated to energy. I stated that we would only use solar energy. Thus, we shall rely solely on solar energy. If I were to incorporate spiritual energy, would that not compromise the purity of my solar energy claim?" "If the sun is absent," Luo Yuan chuckled ominously. Yi Cheng, anxious, pressed what will happen. Luo Yuan answered, "It will explode due to energy circuit disruption." "What?" Then, with a thunderous roar accompanied by a dazzling flash of fire, the Luo adventure vehicle disintegrated in midair, succumbing to the force of the explosion. Chapter 58. In the air, the sensation of weightlessness and the shockwave from the explosion rendered Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng utterly disoriented. Xiao Fan flailed his limbs wildly, unleashing the most desperate shout he had ever uttered since his arrival. "You! Mother!" Yi Cheng, however, reacted swiftly, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival. He suppressed the tumult within his veins, feverishly rubbing his head in an attempt to enlarge himself before impact, thereby softening the blow. Then, with a resounding crash, the three of them plummeted to the forest below like three human meteors, creating three substantial craters upon landing. Fortunately, their extraordinary physiques spared them from serious injuries. As they emerged from the pits, however, they were left covered in dirt and in a state of utter disarray. Luo Yuan was the first to leap from the crater, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and with a hint of pride, gestured in the direction of the fallen spacecraft. "See, I told you there would be no explosion of the sun. Not a single miscalculation." Xiao Fan spat out a mouthful of dirt and, with a weary tone, replied, "Brother, the spaceship is gone. How are we supposed to reach the illusory heavenly realm now?" Luo Yuan reassured him, "No worries. Just a minor issue. Once I gather the materials, I will construct a low adventure vehicle too. Zero with my bare hands for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng quickly interjected, "Brother, will this too? Zero version be upgraded? For instance, will it be controlled by spiritual energy?" He hoped for a more reliable alternative energy source. Luo Yuan shook his finger. How could it be that simple? That would be devoid of any technical merit. Xiao Fan was taken aback, pondering, could it possibly have even more advanced features? Perhaps. Nuclear power? Luo Yuan puffed out his chest and declared, "This time, I have decided to add several colors to the 1.0 version." The first generation of the low adventure vehicle was lacking in prestige because it only had a mere 21 colors. The 2.0 version will boast at least 108 colors. Yi Cheng and Xiao Fan exchanged glances, speechless. Yi Cheng then stepped forward, forcing a sincere smile as he said, "No, brother, how could we allow you to exert yourself for our sake? Let us proceed on foot. It is a form of cultivation. You need not trouble yourself with construction." Xiao Fan quickly concurred, "Indeed, Brother Yi is right. We shall walk there, which will refine our Tao hearts. They both genuinely feared Luo Yuan's high-tech inventions. After some contemplation, Luo Yuan relented. Very well. The trio walked for quite some time, soon feeling fatigued. Suddenly, from the underbrush ahead, a massive wild boar, its tusks bared, bounded into view. Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, "Quick, quick! A meal delivered to our doorstep. Let us capture it. We shall feast on roast boar tonight." At this, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Cheng's eyes. This was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his divine skills against the beast. He immediately touched his head, and with frenzied motions of both hands, his figure surged, doubling in size, resembling a dark red iron tower. Then, he unleashed a gale, akin to a swirling tempest, charging forward. Upon sighting the wild boar, Xiao Fan's expression abruptly flushed crimson, and his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. An uncontrollable, primal urge surged from the depths of his dantian straight to the crown of his head. Clutching his head with both hands, he let out a pained roar. I cannot resist the spice." In that moment, he perceived the wild boar, covered in bristles and armed with tusks, as exceptionally charming, graceful, and alluring, exuding a deadly allure. Blood Elder exclaimed, "This is disastrous." He fervently urged within Xiao Fan's mind, "Hurry, disciple. Do not gaze any longer. Consume the detox porridge that Luo Yuan prepared for you. Time is of the essence." Xiao Fan, as if awakening from a dream, recollected his thoughts and quickly retrieved a large bowl of antidote from his storage ring. Without a second thought, he scooped a generous spoonful with his hand and consumed it. The antidote erupted in his mouth, a flavor indescribably mingling the sensations of ice and fire. Instantly, his complexion turned a deep red, as if blood was about to seep forth, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, a peculiar sound resonated from within him. He fell into an immediate stillness, becoming exceedingly calm, his flushed visage returning to normal, and his gaze transforming into ethereal clarity devoid of sorrow or joy. In the ring, Blood Elder watched in trepidation and quickly inquired, "Disciple, what has transpired? Have you improved?" Xiao Fan remained silent, not responding immediately. Blood Elder, fearing the antidote had failed, felt a surge of urgency. Slowly, Xiao Fan lifted his head, gazing at the heavens, and with an extraordinarily serene and emotionless tone, he posed a philosophical question to Blood Elder. "Master, what lies at the edge of the universe? What is the meaning of life? As ephemeral beings, what significance do we hold in this world?" Blood Elder responded, At that moment, Xiao Fan experienced an unparalleled tranquility in his mind. He felt as though he had transcended desires and emotions, embodying the essence of a sage, untouched by the slightest turbulence within. Blood Elder's consciousness swept over Xiao Fan's lower body, and to his astonishment, he realized that Xiao Fan had seamlessly entered the deepest state of sage time. So that is it. Blood Elder suddenly comprehended. No wonder this detox porridge is so effective. It does not merely detoxify, it directly expends desires, forcibly ushering you into a state of detachment and selflessness. Brilliant, truly brilliant. When Yi Cheng returned, carrying the unconscious wild boar, Luo Yuan and the others discovered that Xiao Fan's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. He stood there, expressionless and with an ethereal gaze, exuding an aura of transcendence, as if he were on the brink of transcending mortality. How peculiar! But Luo Yuan and Yi Cheng did not dwell on it. Luo Yuan was engrossed in an animated discussion with Yi Cheng about whether the wild boar they would have for dinner should be braised or barbecued. As they wandered aimlessly, time slipped away until they began to feel fatigued. Suddenly, on the desolate wilderness ahead, a solitary inn emerged. The establishment appeared somewhat aged, constructed of wood, with 2 lanterns hanging at the entrance. Upon glancing at the sign, they noted the bold characters spelling out Black Inn. Meanwhile, within the inn, a robust man towering at 2 meters with sinewy muscles was conversing with a woman of enchanting grace, her eyes sparkling with allure. The man's name was Shua Dashu, while the beguiling woman was Zhao Yuer. As Shuo Dashu wiped the table, he rumbled, do you think naming our establishment Black Inn is too ostentatious? We might scare our patrons away. Zhao Yue shot him a sidelong glance, a playful smile gracing her lips. Oh, you simpleton, we know. Imagine if in this desolate wilderness, a place named Peaceful Inn or Homecoming Inn popped up. That would surely raise suspicions, indicating a trap. By boldly displaying the name Black Inn, we affirm our integrity. Travelers passing by will see the humor in our name and perceive us as a respectable establishment. Outside, the trio continued their deliberations. Yi Cheng inquired of Luo Yuan. Senior brother Luo, should we really enter this Black Inn? Luo Yuan chuckled. Of course we should. If a peaceful inn were to manifest in this wilderness, that would be the true oddity. Their audacity to name it Black Inn demonstrates their transparency and virtue. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up at this revelation. Indeed, how astute. He secretly admired Luo Yuan's cleverness. In my past life, when I engaged in nefarious deeds, I always disguised my lair to appear inviting. The places that seemed most legitimate often concealed the darkest secrets. This young Luo Yuan understands that principle so well. He is remarkably intelligent. With their consensus reached, the three strode confidently into the inn. Upon noticing the arrival of three seemingly delicate young men, Zhao Yue quickly approached, swaying her waist with grace and speaking in an overly sweet tone. Oh, dear gentlemen, are you here to dine or to stay? Luo Yuan counted their heads and pointed himself, Xiao Fan, and Yi Cheng, saying 1, 2, 3. Why do you refer to us as two gentlemen? It was only then that Zhao Yue scrutinized Yi Cheng more closely, noticing his dark complexion, which glimmered in the dim light of the inn. She paused for a moment before covering her mouth and laughing. Ah, my dear guest, is this not your two gentlemen accompanied by a Kunlun servant? Yi Cheng was incensed. Already troubled by his complexion, he now felt publicly humiliated, his anger boiling over. You are the Kunlun's servant. Your entire family is a bunch of Kunlun servants. I have recently indulged a bit too much in soy sauce, resulting in a slightly darker complexion. I am his junior. Upon noticing his displeasure, Zhao Yue, realizing her gaffe, hurriedly waved her hands in apology, exclaiming, Oh dear, it seems my eyes have deceived me. Upon closer inspection, though this young gentleman possesses a unique skin tone, he is indeed handsome and refined. It is I who have failed to recognize greatness. I beg your pardon, young sir. Luo Yuan, standing nearby, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, You all display a shocking lack of decorum. Quickly, we require 3 guest rooms. Zhao Yue smiled and replied, Certainly. Please follow me, esteemed gentlemen. She then sashayed ahead, her ample figure swaying enticingly. Soon, the three were comfortably settled in their quarters. Afterwards, Zhao Yue descended the stairs, joining the imposing tree to concoct a nefarious scheme. The tree rumbled. In my view, those 3 youths comprise one who appears rather dull, another as dark as coal, and the last, though handsome, seems rather ineffectual. We should storm in, subdue them, seize their treasures, and claim their storage rings. I estimate their cultivation levels to be no higher than the golden core stage, while I am at the nascent soul stage. Zhao Yue flicked his forehead, admonishing, Are you out of your mind? Robbery and murder are grave offenses in the realm of cultivation. If they possess any connections, or if one manages to escape and alert others, we would be doomed. The tree queried, Then what do you propose? Zhao Yue flashed a charming smile, her demeanor shrouded in mystery as she produced a resplendent artifact from her pocket. The tree gasped. This is, Zhao Yue affirmed, indeed. This is the legendary black silk that ensnares the hearts of all men. With a swift motion, she activated the artifact, and the black silk elegantly adorned her long, slender legs, accentuating her already fair skin to an irresistible allure. She playfully extended one leg, teasing the tree. Do you see my legs? Paired with this black silk artifact, what man could possibly resist? The tree, mesmerized, stammered, That truly is beyond any man's control. Zhao Yue continued, In that moment, I shall feign a delivery of wine and delicacies, luring them into temptation within their chambers. They are all in the prime of youth. and will undoubtedly succumb, advancing upon me, just as they prepare to act upon their desires. Imagining the scene of 3 handsome suitors vying for her attention caused a flush to rise on her cheeks, and she let out a soft sigh. She then declared, "At that moment, you must suddenly kick open the door, bursting in while shouting beasts. Release my wife and accuse them of nefarious intentions. We shall use this as leverage to extort a hefty sum as compensation for emotional distress." Upon hearing this, the tree exclaimed, "Ah, what a truly wicked scheme. I see now. You are indeed brilliant. Such an exquisite and unparalleled scheme is simply, Zhao Yuan exclaimed with pride. It is nothing short of a celestial ambush. Shua Dashu smacked his thigh in agreement. Indeed, a celestial ambush. Regardless of whether they are celestial beings or not, they shall surely be ensnared. How delightful. They are doomed, Zhao Yuan continued. Moreover, as disciples of the righteous sect, they are surely afraid of losing face and would not dare to report this. Otherwise, they would face utter disgrace. Furthermore, even if we are eventually discovered, this would merely be a civil dispute, not a grave crime of murder or robbery. It's a guaranteed profit. Shuat Dashu, utterly in awe, remarked, "Oh, you are truly remarkable." Subsequently, Zhao Yuan cast a flirtatious glance at him and swayed her alluring figure as she ascended the stairs. Chapter 59. What is the meaning of life? As the night deepened, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged in his chamber, tranquil in demeanor and with an ethereal gaze. A gentle knocking echoed through the silence. He opened the door to find Zhao Yuan, adorned in a more alluring outfit, exuding a captivating fragrance. Leaning against the doorframe, she playfully swayed her enchanting figure, casting a flirtatious glance at Xiao Fan, and said, "Young master, it must be lonely to be alone in your room. Would you like me to keep you company with some wine?" Xiao Fan regarded her with an impassive expression and uttered a single word, "No." With a decisive slam, he attempted to close the door, but Zhao Yuan deftly wedged her foot in the gap, turned, and slipped inside, shutting the door behind her. She leaned closer, her breath fragrant, and whispered, "Young master, don't be so cold. If you don't wish to drink, what about some special services? I possess delightful offerings that can certainly teach you a thing or two." She extended her delicately clad foot, teasingly caressing Xiao Fan's calf. He glanced down at the mischievous foot before raising his gaze to meet hers, slowly inquiring, "Teach me?" Pausing for a moment, he seemed to ponder the deeper significance of her words. "Very well, let me ask you this." Zhao Yuan thought to herself, he is hooked, initially pretending to be a righteous gentleman, yet he's intrigued by the mere mention of teaching. However, Xiao Fan continued, "In this life, like mayflies adrift in the cosmos. From whence do we come, and where do we go? What then is the essence of life?" The flirtatious smile on Zhao Yuan's face faltered. "Ah, this is not the direction I expected." Yet, believing he was merely feigning profundity, she responded with a giggle, "Young master, living in the moment and indulging in pleasure is in itself a meaning. Must one seek reason to find joy?" Xiao Fan shook his head, seemingly unaffected by her enticing words, and calmly posed another inquiry. "In that case, how can you reconcile this with your husband?" Zhao Yuan paused, then erupted into a fit of giggles, her laughter vibrant and lively. She playfully tapped his chest with her slender fingers. "Young master, don't you think that having a husband makes these encounters all the more exhilarating?" She licked her crimson lips, lowering her voice to a sultry whisper filled with temptation, the thrill of secrecy, the tension of potential discovery, the forbidden pleasure that comes from betrayal that is the pinnacle of ecstasy in this world. She believed that her description of excitement would awaken the primal desires of any ordinary man. Yet, Xiao Fan's gaze remained distant and contemplative, as if he were gazing upon an enigma. "Excitement?" He echoed the word. "Such excitement is born from the fear of betrayal and the anxiety of its consequences. What you derive pleasure from is not the ecstasy itself, but rather the exhilarating sensation of standing at the precipice, with your heart racing. But have you ever contemplated what lies beneath the cliff?" The smile upon Zhao Yuan's face gradually faded. Xiao Fan continued, "When this thrill subsides, when your schemes are laid bare, when your husband learns the truth, today's heartbeat will transform into tomorrow's remorse. You are wagering your bonds to exchange for this fleeting, illusory excitement. Is this transaction truly worthwhile? Bonds, wagers, transactions, is it worthwhile? Zhao Yuer's heart jolted. She recalled the twisted bond forged in blood and danger with the formidable tree, the intricacies of their deceitful scheme, and the dire consequences should they falter. She felt her prideful values begin to shatter under the calm scrutiny of the other. She clung desperately to her final defense, retorting, I, even if he discovers the truth, as long as I provide him with sufficient spiritual stones. With enough spiritual stones, what heart's path and what bonds can't be reestablished? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan gently sighed, a sound imbued with endless compassion and pity. Spiritual stones? Mere stones imbued with spiritual essence, external possessions. You barter your eternal heart's path for these transient, external commodities, akin to slicing open your flesh to procure a splendid yet frigid garment. The garment will eventually wear away, yet your wounds will have penetrated to the marrow. What you term excitement, what you refer to as spiritual stones, is but the final lament before your heart's path shatters. It is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, a mirage to stave off hunger. Now, tell me, what significance does this ascendancy hold for you? Each word from Xiao Fan bore no accusation, no rage, yet they pierced Zhao Yuer's facade like invisible daggers, precisely unraveling her every pretense. All her pride, her calculations, and the survival tactics she once esteemed appeared profoundly trivial, pitiable, and base in the face of such serene inquiries. I. Zhao Yuer opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Then, gazing into Xiao Fan's eyes, which seemed to fathom all, her psychological defenses crumbled entirely. She covered her face. With a cry, tears of regret flowed, washing away the years of pretense and scheming. Young master, I have attained enlightenment. I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. She sobbed. I shall earnestly repent. I shall never engage in such vile deeds again. With that, she turned, weeping, and flung open the door, rushing out. Meanwhile, within the room, Xiao Fan gazed quietly at the moon outside, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, all beings suffer. Desire is but a cage. Today, I inadvertently guided a lost lamb, marking a meritorious deed. He mused, then closed his eyes once more, entering a state of serene detachment. Zhao Yuer, weeping, pushed open the door and stumbled out, inadvertently colliding with the imposing figure of Shuo Dashu, who had been crouched in the corner, straining his ears to catch any sound, ready to burst in at a moment's notice. Upon seeing her in tears, Shuo Dashu was equally taken aback and quickly steadied her, exclaiming, Why are you out here? Why are you crying? Did that scoundrel force you? I shall confront him this instant. Yet, Zhao Yuer shook her head, tears streaming down her face, her gaze somewhat bewildered. Dazhu, what Xiao Gongzi said resonates with me. He questioned the purpose of our actions. Tell me, what significance lies in our violent skirmishes, in our deceitful schemes? After a millennium, we are merely reduced to dust. Shuo Dashu's mind momentarily short-circuited as he gazed at the woman in his arms, who had suddenly begun to ponder the meaning of life. Alarmed, he grasped her shoulders and shook her vigorously. Have you lost your senses? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten the bond we share? Do you not recall how we first met? You were deceived. I was wronged. It was amidst this mutual treachery that we found each other, instantly connecting. You promised me that we would engage in this deceitful venture for a lifetime. Have you truly forgotten? Shaken by Shuo Dashu's fervent reminders, Zhao Yuer suddenly recalled the earnest vow they had once made. Back then, they were both novice cultivators, and during a treacherous encounter, they had schemed against one another, only to discover they were kindred spirits, leading to an immediate rapport. In her youthful exuberance, Zhao Yuer had boldly declared to Shuo Dashu, we must expand our deceitful enterprise and strengthen it. We shall engage in this for eternity. Indeed, how could I allow myself to be swayed by that fool's words and forget our former oath? Her eyes regained their determination as clarity washed over her. She wiped away her tears, thinking, curse that Xiao fellow. He appeared so dim-witted, yet his words were astute enough to disrupt my resolve. However, she remained composed. a glint of resolve flickering in her eyes. Turning to Xiao Dashu, she declared, "That Xiao is an oddity. I shall spare him for now. This time, I will surely subdue that little rascal. He seems easier to handle than the previous fool. Be prepared at all times." Xiao Dashu replied, "Very well. I shall remain outside." Listening intently. Chapter 60. Oh, sister. At this moment, Yi Cheng was troubled in his room. He had taken the wild boar out of his storage space and placed it on the ground, contemplating whether to braise it or grill it in order to preserve its spiritual essence to the greatest extent. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Yi Cheng opened it to find the enchanting innkeeper, Zhao Yuer, standing there. She then employed her usual charm, saying, "Dear guest, it must be so dull to be alone. Would you care for some drinks?" Yi Cheng, unimpressed by such lowly tactics, replied curtly, "No, thank you." He attempted to close the door. However, Zhao Yuer swiftly used her leg clad in black stockings to block the door and slipped in like a nimble eel. "Dear guest, don't be so distant. If you don't wish to drink, would you like to indulge in something else delightful? I could teach you the art of Deng Duolang." Yi Cheng inwitted. What delightful thing. Without wasting any words, Zhao Yuer understood she needed to be direct and bold. With a playful laugh, she slowly lifted one of her long, black-stockinged legs, swaying it before Yi Cheng, then daringly placed it directly into his hand. "Do you wish to indulge?" She breathed softly. Yi Cheng was taken aback, not for the reasons one might think, but due to the extraordinary sensation in his hand. As he caressed Zhao Yuer's silky leg, he found it incredibly smooth, and the deep black of the stockings harmonized perfectly with his current complexion. Truly a match made in heaven. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that if I were to don such black stockings from head to toe, others would not perceive my own skin tone, but rather see it as a special, fashionable, and enigmatic attire? If that is the case, I should also wear a stocking over my head. This way, my face would be concealed as well. Perfect. While Yi Cheng was lost in fantasies of his future fashionable attire, Zhao Yuer, noticing his silence as he continued to stroke her leg, assumed he was enchanted and boldly leaned into his embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. "Dear guest, why are you only touching and not speaking? Am I not appealing?" Yi Cheng, jolted back to reality by her advance, quickly replied, "No, no, my lady, you are a vision of beauty. I am merely fascinated by the item adorning your leg." He grasped Zhao Yuer's shoulders, gently pushing her away to gaze intently into her eyes. "My lady, I feel it is imperative for us to engage in a detailed discussion regarding this stocking affair." Zhao Yuer, gazing at his dark face and those remarkably sincere eyes, suddenly thought, "You know, this young man, upon closer inspection, is rather handsome. Moreover, he is far superior to the previous fool who only spoke in grand theories. He possesses a certain dominance." Zhao Yuer could not help but feel her cheeks warm as she softly replied, "Very well." Then Yi Cheng exclaimed, "My dear lady, how splendid. May I inquire where you purchased those exquisite stockings? The material is exceptional, and the hue is utterly pure, truly delightful. I too desire a pair of the same kind. Might you assist me in procuring them?" Zhao Yuer was momentarily taken aback. Procure. Yet, upon witnessing his sincere admiration for her stockings, her vanity was momentarily appeased, filling her with joy. She promptly forgot her original mission and began to recount where she had acquired her prized black silk stocking from a certain secret market, further revealing that she possessed several different styles. Yi Cheng, upon hearing this, became increasingly animated, engaging her in an enthusiastic discourse that traversed the realms of material, the craftsmanship of stockings, the sensations of wearing them, and care techniques. The two conversed with fervor. Suddenly, Zhao Yuer regained her senses and felt a pang of realization. Did I not come here for a different purpose? How has this turned into a stocking sales pitch? Gritting her teeth, she resolved to steer the conversation back on course. She once again leaped into Yi Cheng's embrace, saying, "My lord, since you are so fond of stockings, would you like me to present a few more for your consideration?" Without waiting for his reply, she pushed him onto the bed and positioned herself atop him, her black silk-clad legs swaying before him, both deliberately and inadvertently. Yi Cheng, captivated by those legs and contemplating other styles, gulped, and exclaimed, "Quick! Do bring them forth." Zhao Yue, believing his restraint had waned, smiled triumphantly and retrieved an array of stockings from her storage pouch, including fishnet, glossy finishes, and lace-trim varieties of various colors. Yi Cheng examined them, picking up a fishnet pair and scrutinizing it against the light, shaking his head in disapproval. He then selected a glossy pair, deeming it too reflective. Finally, he pointed to the pair adorning Zhao Yuer's legs, earnestly stating, "My lady, I desire the very pair you wear. Might you part with them?" Overjoyed at this unexpected opportunity, Zhao Yuer's face radiated charm as she replied, "Ah, my lord, you truly have an eye for quality. Well then, you must assist me in removing them." She thought to herself, this is going splendidly. Yi Cheng, filled with delight, acted swiftly, grasping the edge of the black silk and deftly removing her stockings with ease. Holding them in his hands for a closer inspection, he then stood, addressing the still alluring Zhao Yue, "Thank you, my lady. You may leave for now. I wish to try them on and see if they fit." Zhao Yuer's charming smile froze in shock. "What? Did I hear you correctly? You wish to wear them?" Yi Cheng nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Indeed, I shall wear them." Zhao Yue thought, "Oh no, have I truly encountered a bizarre situation?" But then she reminded herself, "I am a professional. Regardless of the circumstances, the mission must be accomplished." However, she was not inclined to lay any further groundwork. She abandoned all fanciful temptations and boldly advanced, even if it meant being forceful. She was determined to subdue this young man. As a practitioner of the Golden Core stage, dealing with a mere 8th-level Qi refining cultivator should be effortless. Then, Yi Cheng was taken aback. He never anticipated that this woman could turn hostile so abruptly. Instinctively, he attempted to raise his hand to rub his forehead and summon his immense power. To his dismay, he discovered that his hands were firmly restrained by Zhao Yue. Pinned to the bed, he could not even rub his forehead. This was disastrous. His source of strength was being confined. Moreover, this woman possessed remarkable strength. For the first time, he felt the terror of a mortal and cried out, "Sister Yu, please don't." Zhao Yue laughed wickedly, her face bearing a hint of ferocity. "Humph, I don't care about your grievances. First, let me enjoy myself." Her hands began to explore Yi Cheng's body, searching for weaknesses that would compel him to yield. Her hands traveled downward. Then, with great confidence, she grasped. "Wait." Zhao Yue was taken aback. The sensation was not right. Unwilling to accept defeat, she adjusted her position and grasped again. "Wait. Still not right." She closed her eyes, carefully sensing, then suddenly opened them wide and grasped again. "Oh my goodness." She stared, shocked and bewildered, at Yi Cheng, pinned beneath her and unable to move, her mind a blank. Yi Cheng, overwhelmed by her invasive exploration, felt a mix of shame and fury. He turned his head to the side, eyes tightly shut, tears of humiliation brimming, unable to meet her gaze. Observing his expression of grievance and innocence, coupled with her recent actions and discoveries, an astonishing truth dawned upon her. She seemed to have gravely misunderstood something. Looking at Yi Cheng, her eyes brimmed with sympathy and pity. "Dear sister," she exclaimed, "I have wronged you." She immediately released Yi Cheng, tidied her scattered clothes and the pile of stockings, and exited once more, but this time her silhouette was filled with confusion and doubt about the world. Shudashi, witnessing Zhao Yue emerge so quickly, grew anxious. "What has happened? Why are you back out again?" Zhao Yue, with a dazed expression, replied, "Nothing." "There is nothing?" Shudashi observed her smooth, bare legs, devoid of stockings, and his eyes widened in horror. "Could it be? Has that ye fellow already?" He rushed to embrace Zhao Yue. "Yue, did he force himself upon you? Why didn't you call for me?" "Did he? Oh no. You have suffered." Zhao Yue, feeling weak, pushed him away. No, he didn't." Shudashi pressed. "What do you mean he didn't? Don't be afraid, tell me." Zhao Yue sighed softly. He is lacking below." Shudashi paused, then slowly replied, "Huh?" Zhao Yue had already conjured the truth in her mind. She sighed, having long heard that the scions of noble families, when selecting personal slaves, would resort to the barbaric act of castration to prevent any treachery. It appears that this is indeed true. After listening, Shu slammed the railing with a resounding thud, exclaiming in rage, "Despicable! This so-called righteous faction is utterly inhumane. How could they commit such atrocious acts?" Burning with indignation, he declared, "No, I can't stand by any longer. Perhaps I should just charge in and rescue all three of them." However, Zhao Yuer stopped him. "Say no. Let us not act impulsively." Her eyes rekindled with determination. "The one surnamed Shao is a wooden-headed moralist, while the one surnamed Yi is a sister. Both are force majeure, but there is still one left. I refuse to believe that with my charm, I cannot sway this naive young lad who has never seen the world." With that, she retrieved another pair of battle-ready gear from her storage bag, swiftly donned a bolder pair of fishnet stockings, adjusted her attire, and once again swayed her hips confidently as she approached to knock on that final door. Behind that door was Luo Yuan. Chapter 61. "Oh no, no, no. Please do not engage in illegal medicine." Zhao Yuer adjusted her fishnet stockings and sheer skirt, donning her most confident and alluring smile. She swayed her waist like a water snake and approached the final door. At that moment, her mind wandered back to the name she had seen while registering at the front desk. "This is young Master Luo. Luo Yuan. No matter who you are, tonight you shall bow beneath my pomegranate skirt." With that thought, she put on her charming smile and began to knock on the door with a rhythmic thud. Inside the room, Luo Yuan was bent over a table, sketching on paper with a charcoal pencil. Upon hearing the knocking, he approached the door with a hint of impatience. As the door swung open, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Zhao Yuer posed alluringly against the doorframe to offer drinks, saying, "Young master, are you feeling lonely?" I drink milk, not wine." In response, Luo Yuan abruptly prepared to close the door with a loud bang. Anticipating this, Zhao Yuer swiftly wedged her fishnet-clad foot against the door, slipping in like an eel. She exclaimed, "Oh, young Master Luo, don't be so distant. Here, we offer some rather special services. I guarantee your satisfaction. You can do whatever you wish. I can even teach you how to climb the ladders of love." Upon hearing the promise of unrestricted desires, Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Ceasing his intent to dismiss her, he rubbed his hands together and asked eagerly, "Really? Then, may I ask you?" However, Zhao Yuer, recalling her earlier philosophical judgment encounter with Xiao Fan, feared Luo Yuan might embark on a similar discourse. Therefore, she resolved to take the initiative and seize the conversational high ground. Quickly, she interjected, "Wait, before you ask, let me say this. The essence of life lies in seizing joy. The pursuit of happiness is innate to every being." She puffed out her chest, radiating confidence. "Though I have a husband, every individual is an independent entity. We must not constrain anyone's freedom within the mundane frameworks of society. If viewed through a conventional lens, my actions may appear as those of shameless harlot. However, from my perspective, I am merely a pitiable woman striving for happiness and joy. I am not wrong. Everything I do is justified." Luo Yuan listened to her impassioned declaration, slowly replying, seeing that her words had left Luo Yuan momentarily speechless. Zhao Yuer felt a surge of pride. Yet, recalling the peculiar situation with the Kunlun slave, she grew slightly apprehensive. Thus, she widened her eyes and scrutinized Luo Yuan's physique, observing that he emitted a vigorous aura, suggesting he was a normal man. This realization eased her worries entirely. With a giggle, she felt the moment had come to leap into Luo Yuan's embrace, intending to conclude their dialogue with her body. However, Luo Yuan suddenly raised his hand, blocking her head and preventing her approach. "Though I am uncertain of the meaning of your previous statement," Luo Yuan sincerely expressed, "it does seem rather impressive and appears to hold some truth." However, he swiftly altered the course of the conversation, his eyes sparkling with renewed excitement. "Is what you say truly authentic? Can one truly do as one pleases?" Zhao Yuer felt a surge of joy within her. The opportunity had arrived. She immediately donned a bashful expression and responded, "Of course, one can do as one wishes. Young master, you may do whatever you desire. I shall comply with your every wish." Luo Yuan, filled with exuberance, rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "That is simply splendid." Without further ado, quickly, lay upon the bed. Zhao Yuer's heart soared like fireworks, tears of exhilaration streaming down her face. At last, finally, she silently cheered. The previous two, a sage and a eunuch, were both utterly perplexing. My allure has proven effective at last. I have encountered a normal man. Zhao Yuer lay on the bed with seductive glances, adopting what she deemed her most enticing pose, gazing at Luo Yuan with a sultry voice. She implored, my lord. The spring night is fleeting. Do come swiftly. However, Luo Yuan waved his hand, saying, wait a moment. Do not rush. I must retrieve something first. Zhao Yuer thought to herself, oh, this young Master Luo, so handsome, yet unexpectedly playful, even requiring props. Rather than feeling fear, her excitement intensified. She wrestled with her thoughts, pondering the opportune moment to summon the imposing tree from outside. If it enters too soon, before I would be unable to toy with such a tender and handsome lad. She gazed at Luo Yuan, licking her lips, feeling reluctant. But if it comes too late, and I truly lose my virtue, not only would I be at a disadvantage, but would also irreparably affect my future endeavors in colluding with the imposing tree for nefarious schemes. How vexing, what a dilemma. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Luo Yuan remarked, for the sake of convenience in our forthcoming activities, you should lie down. Zhao Yuer mused, despite his gentle demeanor, he enjoys such wild postures. She replied, very well, as you wish, my lord. I shall comply. Obediently, she turned over, presenting her exquisite curves, her heart racing wildly. Then, Zhao Yuer heard Luo Yuan say from behind her, now I shall exert my strength. She responded eagerly, come quickly. I can hardly wait. She thought, but he is truly too handsome. Even if I were to suffer a slight loss, it seems not entirely unacceptable. What a quandary this was. Suddenly, amidst her ruminations, Zhao Yuer felt a sharp pain emanating from her posterior. She cried out, a needle. Struggling to turn her head, she discovered that it was indeed a needle. As I observed, Luo Yuan was skillfully wielding a row of glimmering silver needles, expertly piercing the flesh of her posterior. What are you doing? She exclaimed, preparing to channel her spiritual energy in a bid to resist. However, Luo Yuan deftly inserted another needle, precisely targeting a specific acupoint. To her astonishment, she felt her meridians constrict, rendering her unable to circulate her spiritual energy. She was about to scream for the towering tree outside to come to her aid, but before she could, Luo Yuan swiftly plunged another needle into her. Shocked, she found her throat numbed, silencing her cries. Could it be? Is this person a practitioner of the dark arts? Panic surged within her. She had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Fortunately, she still possessed one last means of remote communication. Summoning her consciousness, she flicked her wrist, revealing a delicate button talisman in her hand. With a gentle press, the colossal tree outside would rush to her rescue. Just as she was about to activate the device, Luo Yuan rubbed his hands together, seemingly pleased with his work, and seized the longest needle for yet another insertion. She felt an overwhelming numbness wash over her, paralyzing her completely, leaving her incapable of even twitching a finger. Only her consciousness remained active. Meanwhile, the towering tree outside paced anxiously, occasionally twisting its trunk and pressing its ear against the door, bewildered. Why is there no sound? By all accounts, with Yuer's abilities, it should either be a success or time for me to make my entrance. This is exceedingly strange. His impatience grew. Inside, the scene was more bizarre than he could have ever imagined. Luo Yuan, with one hand gripping a silver needle and the other diligently documenting on paper, was methodically inserting needles into Zhao Yuer's pert backside while murmuring to himself, his voice filled with excitement. Indeed, he was immersed in conceptualizing a new thesis titled, The Impact and Influence of the Key Nexus of the Practitioner's Posterior on Overall Cultivation. While he could infer the effects of the external morphology of the posterior on airflow and sitting posture through his consciousness scanning and memory, he found it impossible to deduce the internal distribution of meridians and energy circuits within the human posterior through mere speculation. As he endeavored to introspectively examine the energy circuits and spiritual flow in his own posterior within his mind's eye, Zhao Yuer fortuitously presented herself, claiming that therein provided an array of unique services. This was indeed fortuitous. Thus, he began to joyfully insert needles, first obstructing the critical meridians of her posterior to observe the specific effects on the transmission of her internal spiritual energy. His findings indicated that, upon obstruction of the posterior meridians, the rate of spiritual energy circulation in the lower body decreased by 30%, while the upward flow towards the dantian exhibited a tendency to concentrate. Luo Yuan scribbled furiously. The cultivation community had been overly fixated on the lofty regions of the dantian and the purple palace, neglecting the most solid and dependable foundation of the human body, the posterior. The various organs of the human body exert an irreplaceable influence on the practice of cultivation. Luo Yuan intends to compose a paper on each organ in the future, delving deeply into the study of the human body. Before long, Zhao Yuer's rounded posterior was adorned with numerous silver needles of varying lengths, resembling a hedgehog. Suddenly, Luo Yuan recalled something and slapped his forehead. Ah, indeed, I merely interrupted the transmission of spiritual energy, testing its resistance. However, what if I reverse the process and utilize the posterior as an energy entry point to directly infuse spiritual energy? Would this method prove swifter than the archaic technique of placing hands on the back for traditional energy transmission? With renewed enthusiasm, he forcefully injected a surge of pure spiritual energy into those needles. Zhao Yuer felt an explosive force erupt from her posterior, a torrent of uncontrollable energy surging upwards like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable as it ascended to her dantian. From there, it uncontrollably raced to her head. She was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light. Her entire crown nearly lifted away. In an instant, she transformed into a frizzy explosion of hair, each strand standing on end and emitting wisps of smoke. Luo Yuan, exhilarated, retrieved his notebook and began to jot down his observations. Clinical manifestation. The subject exhibited upright hair, a stirred spirit, and signs of electrical arcs coursing across the surface of the body after receiving an excessive infusion of energy from the posterior. It was a success. The posterior indeed served as a highly efficient energy receiver. Meanwhile, outside, the towering tree, after anxiously waiting for an eternity, twisted its posterior and perked up its ears, yet heard nothing. It was frantic. It was desperate. Could it be that Yuer is in trouble? Without a second thought, it resolved to burst in. Abruptly, it kicked open the door with determination and bellowed, "Beast, release my wife. You dare to her." Just as it prepared to utter words of violation, it scrutinized the current scene. The dashing Luo Yuan stood impeccably dressed, even holding a pen and notebook. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuer lay on the bed, her body twitching, sporting a smoking frizzy hairstyle with silver needles still embedded in her posterior. What is happening? In an instant, the simple-minded tree rapidly shifted its thoughts and altered the latter part of its proclamation, still filled with rage and sorrow, as it cried out, "Beast, release my wife. You dare to practice illegal medicine on my wife." Chapter 62. In the mountains, one is prone to colds confronted with the towering tree's vehement accusations. Luo Yuan declared, "This is not a legal medical practice. I possess a medical license. I am merely conducting an experiment." Moreover, she consented to it. However, the towering tree, not quite grasping the concept of experiments, could only comprehend that his beloved wife had been subjected to terrible treatment. He exclaimed, "I do not care. You have harmed my wife, and I intend to extort money from you." "No, you shall pay me." Luo Yuan retorted, "I will not. I refuse to give you any money. First, you must release my wife. Allow her to return to normal. I will have her come to negotiate with you. No, to discuss." "Very well," Luo Yuan acquiesced, swiftly removing the needles from Zhao Yuer's body. As the binding energy dissipated, Zhao Yuer immediately regained her ability to move and speak. She cried out and flung herself into the towering tree's embrace, sobbing, "Big tree. Woo he actually." The towering tree, filled with concern, held her tightly and glared at Luo Yuan, demanding, "What did he do to you? What exactly happened? With a quivering voice, Zhao Yuan pointed to her backside, indignantly lamenting, he actually pricked my bottom. The towering tree erupted in fury, thumping his chest fiercely. You rascal. What is there left to discuss? How shall we resolve this? Luo Yuan, with an air of pride, proclaimed, she consented to my wanton actions. The towering tree turned to Zhao Yuan, asking, is what he says true? With a sense of grievance, Zhao Yuan nodded, indeed, I did say that. But how could I have known that his notion of wanton actions would manifest in such a way? At that moment, the towering tree felt a semblance of justification. Since his wife had indeed agreed, it seemed unreasonable to pursue compensation. It appeared that his attempt to extort had faltered. If reasoning fails, then I shall resort to... A fierce glint sparked in the towering tree's eyes. He then summoned his spiritual energy, unleashing an overwhelming aura, and declared to Luo Yuan, I do not care. If reason does not prevail, I shall resort to force. If you refuse to compensate, I shall take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan quickly intervened, urging no, do not act impulsively. Such threats are tantamount to robbery, and you could face severe penalties. Dismayed, the towering tree lamented, what then shall we do? Shall we simply let this slide? Zhao Yuan's eyes sparkled with a clever idea, and she leaned in to whisper in the towering tree's ear, let him strike you first. As long as you do not retaliate, he will be the aggressor. Then, under the guise of self-defense, you can counterattack and claim his money as medical expenses. The towering tree, astonished, exclaimed, ah, such a method exists. How brilliant of you, Yuan. With renewed determination, he puffed out his chest and beckoned to Luo Yuan with a finger, boldly challenging, you lad. If you have the guts, strike me. Come on, Luo Yuan. With a puzzled expression, inquired, but why should I hit you? The robust tree, taken aback, pondered the same question. Indeed, why should I be struck? He turned to Zhao Yuan with a beseeching glance. Zhao Yuan, rendered speechless, mused, is this fellow's mind only suited for straightforward endeavors such as robbery? She retorted, you fool, just conjure up any excuse to provoke him. The sturdy tree chuckled heartily, seemingly grasping her advice as he turned his gaze toward Luo Yuan. Ha! It's because of me. My appearance is just begging for a beating. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan scrutinized the tree's face, stroking his chin thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. Your words hold profound truth. Upon closer inspection, your visage indeed invites a thrashing. The sturdy tree beamed with pride. Then hurry and strike. He even raised his fist, larger than a cooking pot, pounding his solid chest with a resounding thud. Do not spare me. Go ahead and hit. Luo Yuan replied, very well. Then I shall strike you. The sturdy tree urged, strike swiftly. I can hardly wait. Internally, he reveled in his cleverness. Having devised a meticulous plan, this golden elixir stage brat's flashy moves are but a mere drizzle upon me. The moment his fist meets my protective aura, I shall immediately launch a counterattack. I will seize him, and then mercilessly twist and torment him. I will rob him of all his valuables. This plan is flawless. Hehe. Luo Yuan slowly raised his hand and, with a gentle motion, delivered a light punch to the sturdy tree's robust abdomen. The punch was soft, airy, lacking any force, even weaker than the frivolous techniques of the mundane world, as if engaged in playful banter. Over the past months, Luo Yuan had undergone rigorous military training in the secluded area of the back mountain, led by a venerable elder whose hair and eyebrows were nearly devoid of color. During one of his lessons, the elder had once told him, young Luo Yuan, do you understand the law of force? Before Luo Yuan could respond, the elder continued, force is not merely something you project. It is borrowed. This punch of yours appears to be your own strength, yet it is, in truth, a fraction of force borrowed from the cosmos, guided through your being. Your fist is merely an invitation, summoning the laws of force from this universe to converge upon your strike. Thus, true mastery in exerting force manifests as an absence of force. The less brute strength you exert, the less interference with the laws, allowing for greater borrowing from the energies of the world. The principle of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds is merely a rudimentary application of this concept. Your innate spiritual root resonates with the great Tao, making you most suited to comprehend this path. Remember, it is not you who strikes, but the universe that aids you in striking. This wisdom flickered through Luo Yuan's mind. Then, the enormous tree gazed at the languorous, airy punch that was approaching him, his face already adorned with a scornful and triumphant smile, to the extent that he could scarcely be bothered to fully channel his protective spiritual energy. At last, finally, the force is about to be unleashed. This transaction shall succeed. And then, Luo Yuan's fist gently made contact with his abdomen. The enormous tree chuckled internally. Ha! This barely feels like a mere tickle. His thoughts abruptly ceased. Puff, oh such, pain. The tree's eyes bulged in astonishment, his once triumphant smile solidifying into an expression of sheer terror and agony, and then his countenance drastically changed. He felt as if he had not been struck by a fist, but rather collided head-on with a minuscule star. That force, tender in its touch, instantaneously erupted within him with a cataclysmic, irresistible power. His protective, spiritual energy shattered, as if made of paper, and it felt as though his internal organs were ground to dust by that borrowed, celestial energy. His entire being contorted into a shrimp-like shape, sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, crashing through the inn-s wall and subsequently breaking several large trees, before finally embedding itself into a distant mountainside, rolling its eyes back and succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhao Yuan saw this earth-shattering spectacle and gasped in astonishment. Covering her mouth, she trembled uncontrollably. What has transpired? That punch. It appeared so. Luo Yuan retracted his fist and regarded the enormous tree embedded in the mountainside. Sigh. How could one sleep in the mountains? The humidity is heavy here. One might catch a cold while resting. Just as Zhao Yuan's lips turned purple with fear, trembling in fright, the door to the room was suddenly flung open with a bang. Yi Cheng burst in, brimming with excitement. He failed to notice the tense and eerie atmosphere within the room. Raising a large iron pot still steaming with heat, he exclaimed, "Senior Brother Luo?" After much contemplation, I have finally made a decision. I have chosen to prepare pork stew with vermicelli instead of braised pork or barbecue meat. Then he spotted Zhao Yuan, who was curled up in the corner, trembling. Hey, perfect timing. Would you like to stay and have some? My culinary skills are quite commendable. Although she had previously displayed such brutality, Yi Cheng's temperament had been steadily improving ever since he began cultivating righteous techniques. Zhao Yuan's complexion turned as pale as paper. She shook her head vehemently, saying, No, it's not necessary. Really? Only then did Yi Cheng notice the enormous hole in the wall. His curiosity piqued, he peered through the gaping void and happened to catch sight of the small black dot on the distant mountainside, the enormous tree. Yi Cheng squinted for a long moment, then could not help but exclaim, Sigh. How could one sleep in the mountains? The humidity is heavy here. One might catch a cold while resting. Chapter 63. No, it's too spicy. My junior disciple has been captured. On the following morning, the towering tree awoke languidly from the crevice of the mountain wall, feeling as if all its bones were about to disassemble. As the cold wind swept through the mountain, it involuntarily let out a loud sneeze. Upon opening its eyes, it discovered that Luo Yuan, along with 3 others, including Zhao Yuan, were encircling it. Noticing its awakening and sneeze, Luo Yuan remarked, I told you so. Sleeping in the mountains can easily lead to a cold. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, the towering tree immediately recalled the seemingly weightless, yet overwhelmingly forceful punch from the previous day, causing it to tremble in fear and retreat behind Zhao Yuan like a startled rabbit, its voice quivering. Why you? Don't come any closer. Luo Yuan looked perplexed. Zhao Yuan quickly intervened, laughing heartily. Please excuse my husband. He suffers from severe morning grumpiness. He tends to be this way right after waking up. So do not take offense. At that moment, Xiao Fan emerged from his previous state of detached wisdom. Once he regained normal thought processes and beheld the alluring figure of Zhao Yuan, an overwhelming wave of regret surged within him. How infuriating! He silently lamented. What was I thinking last night? To remain unmoved in the presence of such beauty, discussing profound philosophies instead. Truly a lamentable affair. My life has now acquired yet another regret. Then Luo Yuan inquired, well then, how much is the room fee? We need to check out. Zhao Yuer, upon hearing this, hastily waved her hands. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It is our honor to have such distinguished guests at our humble inn. We cannot possibly accept payment. Luo Yuan countered, but we occupied 3 rooms. It seems inappropriate not to compensate you. Zhao Yuer, fearing he might be attempting to swindle her, hurriedly tossed him a hefty storage bag from her own. A sweet smile plastered on her face. Ah, this is a small local specialty from our inn for you gentlemen to enjoy on your journey. Please travel safely and do visit us again. Luo Yuan found her rather peculiar, yet with a gift in hand, he graciously accepted, saying, very well then. Thus, the 3 brothers resumed their journey. After walking a short distance, Yi Cheng asked, elder brother, what exactly is the specialty from their inn? Luo Yuan opened the storage bag, and his eyes lit up. Wow, it's all spirit stones. Quite a substantial amount. The 3 of them huddled together, equally puzzled. Could it be that there was a wild spirit stone mine beneath that inn? While they were pondering over the specialty, Xiao Fan spoke up, elder brother, are we not progressing too slowly towards the illusory sky spirit realm? Luo Yuan slapped his thigh. You make a very valid point. He then retrieved 3 pairs of shoes from his own storage bag. These are my latest invention, the Luo Adventure Shoes. Once worn, you can stride with incredible swiftness. Yi Cheng, haunted by the psychological shadow cast by the previous adventure with Luo, cautiously inquired, senior brother, could this also be solar-powered? Luo Yuan replied, not at all. It is powered by spiritual energy. Quite stable. With that assurance, both Xiao Fan and Yi Cheng felt at ease. Since it was merely a conventional spiritual artifact, they assumed there would be no issues. They promptly donned the uniquely designed shoes. As soon as they slipped them on, a tremendous rebound surged beneath their feet, propelling them effortlessly several meters into the air. They began to bounce forward exuberantly. Remarkably, the shoes possessed extraordinary springiness. With just a slight infusion of spiritual energy, one could leap great distances. Coupled with the acceleration array activated by spiritual energy, they felt as if they were flying. As Xiao Fan leaped, he contemplated, if I could obtain the design blueprint for this contraption and mass-produce it, it could yield considerable profit. Eventually, feeling fatigue from the incessant bouncing, Xiao Fan intended to pause and rest, only to be horrified to discover that his feet were entirely unresponsive, and he could not halt his forward momentum. In a state of panic, he called out to Luo Yuan, senior brother, why can't I stop? Luo Yuan, bouncing effortlessly, explained, oh, that's my anti-laziness design. You want to stop until your internal spiritual energy is depleted. Moreover, even if your spiritual energy runs out. Yi Cheng, sensing the impending crisis, pressed on, what happens if the energy is exhausted? Fear not. The shoes will unleash a final burst of impact through the explosive array in the soles, propelling you further towards your destination. En explosion. Then, with a grin, Xiao Fan asked Luo Yuan, based on my understanding of you, once these shoes are on, one cannot remove them, can one? Luo Yuan gasped in surprise. How did you know? You truly are a genius. Indeed, to prevent any safety hazards from the shoes slipping off during high-speed jumps, I implemented an adaptive binding restriction. Once worn, they automatically bind, merging the wearer and the shoes into one. Safety first. Xiao Fan, devoid of any emotion, muttered, I am truly foolish. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng could no longer afford to indulge in sarcasm. He was in a state of panic. His cultivation is the weakest, and his spiritual energy will deplete first, which means he will be the first to experience the explosion. No, he must save himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yes, he could enlarge himself. If his size became sufficiently vast, he could break free from those accursed shoes. Thus, amidst the frenetic bouncing, he steadied his form and began vigorously rubbing his head. Ah, indeed, with his reckless friction, his body began to visibly expand. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. He resembled a black-red balloon being inflated. With the surge in size and power, he leapt even higher and farther. However, to his utter dismay, he glanced down only to find that the vividly colored adventure shoes had inexplicably expanded as if imbued with a life of their own. growing larger in tandem with his feet. At that moment, the shoes were as colossal as two small boats, yet they remained firmly ensnared upon his feet. He had intended to exploit this peculiar phenomenon to burst the shoes apart, but his efforts culminated in failure. Goodness! Such an enormous pair of shoes must harbor an explosive array of formidable power that had undoubtedly intensified with their size. Should they detonate, would it not spell disaster? Yet, the increase in size also augmented the propulsion they provided, allowing each of his leaps to resemble the trajectory of a projectile launched from a catapult, propelling him further than before. With a whoosh, he swiftly transformed into a mere speck, vanishing from the sight of Luo Yuan and the others. Then, under the terrified gaze of Xiao Fan, he witnessed a tremendous roar echo from the distant horizon, followed by the emergence of a mushroom cloud of black smoke. From within that ominous haze, a figure burst forth, soaring skyward as if expelled by a volcanic eruption, tracing a graceful parabolic arc through the air, accompanied by a desperate and furious cry. "Ay, damn it!" And then he vanished from sight, lost to the ether. Xiao Fan was left speechless, his heart racing with trepidation. Before long, Xiao Fan sensed that his own reservoir of spiritual energy was nearing depletion. He understood that his moment of launch had arrived. He regarded Luo Yuan, who still bounced about with ease, with an expression as tranquil as still water. He spoke slowly, "Senior brother." Then, he raised a perfectly executed middle finger at Luo Yuan. With a thunderous boom, amidst a dazzling display of spiritual light, he too was propelled into the air. Observing his two junior brothers successfully launch, Luo Yuan scratched his head in contemplation. He sensed the abundant spiritual energy coursing within him and realized he must forcefully channel it into the shoes, hastening its consumption to release it. Otherwise, should his energy naturally deplete, it might be some time before he could ascend, and he would lose track of those two. Then, with a resounding roar, he too ascended into the air with satisfaction. Near the chaotic site of their descent, Luo Yuan had just clambered out of a crater he had created, brushing off the dirt from his body, when he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. It was Xiao Fan. He rushed towards Luo Yuan from an unknown direction, breathless and panicked, exclaiming, "No, senior brother, something's gone awry." "Junior brother, he has been captured by a group of slave masters." Luo Yuan. Chapter 64. Hey, what's up, bro? Not long ago, amidst a tremendous explosion, Xiao Fan shot into the sky like a cannonball launched from a catapult. As he tumbled through the air, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. The sensation of weightlessness and the howling wind miraculously calmed his heart, which had been tormented repeatedly by Luo Yuan. Why do I keep trusting that madman, even after suffering his consequences? He questioned himself internally. As he soared to the highest point, gazing down at the earth below, resembling a chessboard, he sincerely lamented, "How foolish I am." He accepted his own folly, and his heart found clarity. Then, he looked into the distance, utilizing the extraordinary eyesight of a Qi refinement stage cultivator, and suddenly noticed some movement in a nearby valley. A figure seemed to be bound and taken away by a group of people. Instinctively, he scoffed. What's wrong with that person? He is so sunburned. Wait a moment. Xiao Fan rubbed his eyes and scrutinized closely. That dark figure bound. "I senti that my junior brother Yi Chung?" He hurriedly called out to Blood Elder in his mind. "Master, look over there. Is that Yi Chung?" Blood Elder's consciousness followed Xiao Fan's gaze, and he replied, "Calm down, let me see. It's all right. That person just looks very much like Yi Chung." Xiao Fan sighed in relief. "Oh, that's good." However, Blood Elder continued, "But in reality, it is indeed Yi Chung." Xiao Fan responded slowly. "What?" With his vast experience, Blood Elder observed, "Judging by the attire and demeanor of those captors, it seems that they belong to the slave transport team." Xiao Fan asked, "What is the slave transport team?" Blood Elder irritably replied, "Is this really the time to discuss that?" Xiao Fan exclaimed in shock, "How can it not be important? He is my companion." He thought to himself, although Yi Chung is a cunning individual, after months of shared tribulations under Luo Yuan, a bond had formed. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Blood Elder said, "But, Master, there are no buts. We share a connection. Is there anything more pressing than this?" "But," The most important thing for you right now should be to consider how to land safely. Xiao Fan realized, oh right, I'm still in the air. Moreover, he was descending an ever-increasing speed. As he looked at the rapidly approaching ground, all composure transformed into primal fear, and he cried out, "Ah!" with a thunderous crash. He created a massive human-shaped crater upon impact. After he clumsily sprang up from the cave, spitting out dirt with a series of poo, 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 he felt a lingering dread, yet his mind was still occupied with the scene he had just witnessed. He hurriedly questioned his master, the Blood Elder, in his heart. "Master, what exactly is this slave transport team? Why are they so audacious?" The Blood Elder sighed from within the ring and began his explanation. "Ah, my disciple, there is much you do not know. This slave transport team is a nefarious force, and many sects are complicit in their actions. They engage in unspeakable activities, particularly skilled in the triangle pants trade." Xiao Fan exclaimed, "Triangle pants trade?" The Blood Elder confirmed, "Indeed, it is quite literal. They capture individuals like Yi Cheng, those Kunlun slaves, or solitary mortals and low-level cultivators, stripping them bare except for a pair of triangle pants. They then bind them with specially crafted restraints and transport them to hidden black mines, demonic strongholds, or the lairs of certain perverse beings, where they are forced into labor or servitude. Should these slaves refuse to comply, their masters will mercilessly whip them with lashes soaked in pepper and salt water. Once these Kunlun slaves are captured, they face a hellish existence devoid of light." The Blood Elder spoke with fervor, as if he had witnessed such horrors firsthand. Xiao Fan was taken aback, gasping in shock. Such cruelty? He recalled Yi Cheng's face, though dark, was still relatively handsome, and the thought of him being stripped and whipped in nothing but triangle pants filled him with rage. How despicable! Suddenly, a critical realization struck him. He currently possessed no spiritual energy. The explosion he had just experienced had completely drained his power, absorbed by Luo's adventurous shoes. What was he to do? He felt as powerless as a mere mortal. How could he rescue anyone? Just then, amidst his frantic thoughts, he heard a resounding boom not far ahead. He looked up to see Luo Yuan soaring through the air, his face alight with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan dashed towards Luo Yuan, calling out, "No. This is bad. Brother, something has happened. Junior brother, he has been captured by a group of slave masters." Luo Yuan replied. Xiao Fan reached him, breathless and disheveled, exclaiming, "It's urgent. Brother, junior brother Yi Cheng. He has been taken by those slave masters involved in the triangle pants trade." After Xiao Fan's frantic and incoherent recounting, Luo Yuan grasped the situation. He stroked his chin and said, "Oh, so he's been captured. Should we not go rescue him?" Xiao Fan affirmed, "Of course. We must save him. He is our junior brother." Meanwhile, Yi Cheng, amidst violent jolts, regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered his limbs were bound with rough ropes inscribed with restrictive runes, and before him lay an abyss of darkness, utterly devoid of light. He felt a constant swaying beneath him, as if he were inside a moving freight truck. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, pondering what might have transpired, a voice, articulate yet tinged with an unusual accent, pierced through the darkness. "What's up, bro?" Turning his head, he was taken aback by the unexpected sight of a pair of gleaming white teeth suddenly appearing in the abyss surrounding him. Initially startled, Yi Cheng quickly deduced his predicament, having once been the Dark Sky Demon Lord in a previous life. He realized he had been captured and was being treated as a Kunlun slave. He attempted to channel the spiritual energy within him, only to be struck by the astonishing revelation that the accursed Lolo adventure shoes had drained his energy long ago. Furthermore, the rope binding him was a spirit-binding lock specifically designed to restrain cultivators, rendering him utterly powerless. Could it be that he, the illustrious Demon Lord, was destined to be sold into some dark mine as a laborer? He let out a desperate wail at the thought of such a grim future. How could this be? How could this happen to him? Yet, as he pondered further, his emotions stabilized, and he even managed to smile. What am I worrying about? My senior brother will surely come to rescue me. He hoped they weren't too anxious at that moment. Senior brother, Xiao, I will hold on. Please don't be too sorrowful. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Yuan lay sprawled on a lounge chair, munching on watermelon with audible crunches, while pursuing the trail left by the slave traders. They happened upon a watermelon field and spotted a roadside stall selling large, round watermelons. Xiao Fan spat out a few seeds, his impatience evident as he asked Luo Yuan, "Senior brother, this is already the third melon. Shouldn't we go save our junior brother?" "But this watermelon is incredibly sweet." Xiao Fan took another bite, savoring the taste. Indeed, it was quite sweet. He turned to the vendor, saying, "Sir, please slice open another one. Pick a ripe one." Then he reclined back, leisurely enjoying his treat. However, as he spat out the seeds once more, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the distant watermelon field, where several dark-skinned Kunlun slaves, sluggish in their movements, were being mercilessly whipped by a slave master wielding a long whip, eliciting cries of agony. The sight jolted Xiao Fan to reality. The watermelon in his hand suddenly lost its sweetness. He thought of Yi Cheng, his junior brother, who, despite his pretentiousness, was still a comrade and might be enduring similar cruelty. He abruptly dropped the watermelon and rushed over to shake Luo Yuan's lounge chair. Senior brother, if we don't hurry to rescue our junior brother, he might be beaten to death." Luo Yuan, disoriented from the shaking, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's fine, he won't die, he's all right." Xiao Fan, puzzled, inquired, "How do you know that, senior brother?" Luo Yuan wore an expression that suggested he had seen through everything and remarked, "I have already calculated it for him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although Luo Yuan was often unreliable, he possessed an array of mysterious and unheard-of tricks, making it entirely plausible for him to dabble in the art of divination. Thus, Xiao Fan reclined comfortably once more and resumed his enjoyment of watermelon. Driven by curiosity, as he spat out seeds, he inquired of Luo Yuan, "Senior brother, what treasure did you use for your calculations? Was it an ancient tortoise shell, or perhaps tarot cards from the western regions?" Luo Yuan replied, "Do you not know?" Xiao Fan responded, "What do I know?" With a sigh, Luo Yuan lamented, "Ah, you truly show no concern for your newly arrived junior brother." This only deepened Xiao Fan's confusion. Luo Yuan then pointed to his palm and matter-of-factly stated, "Did you not notice that Yi Cheng has a long lifeline?" Instinctively, Xiao Fan processed this information. "Oh, so that's it." Indeed, Yi Cheng's lifeline is quite lengthy, hence his words faltered midway, suddenly interrupted by a realization. "Wait, lifeline!" Xiao Fan sprang up from the lounge chair as if struck by lightning. "Senior brother, we must find junior brother quickly. We can no longer indulge in this." He raged inwardly. How could I have trusted such a dubious notion regarding lifelines? He is truly foolish indeed. Tears of regret welled up in Xiao Fan's heart as he lamented. He genuinely believed Luo Yuan possessed extraordinary divination skills. Chapter 65. I Shall Never Yield. Yi Cheng was forcibly dragged out of the jostling cargo truck, the glaring sunlight causing him to squint. He soon realized he was in a bustling port, with a mingling sense of fish and the salty sea breeze filled the air. Before him, a group of dark-skinned Kunlun slaves were being herded together by a thick rope, destined for a massive ship. Witnessing this humiliating scene, the pride of the demon lord surged within him. He bellowed, "Enough! I am a direct disciple of the Qingshan Sect Sectmaster. You blind fools are exceedingly audacious. Release me at once, or my master will ensure you meet a gruesome end." His thunderous proclamation momentarily stunned the surrounding slave traders. Then, with a swift motion, a middle-aged man with a fearsome countenance and a scarred face approached. He tilted his head and kicked a nearby Kunlun slave like a ball, growling, "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Despite the blow, the Kunlun slave held his head high, his gaze defiant, and shouted, "Listen carefully. I am a direct disciple of the Sword Sect's master." Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng could not contain his laughter, erupting with mirth. "Ha ha ha! You, a disciple of the Sword Sect? How could you possibly claim such title? Stop dreaming." No sooner had he spoken, a searing whip cracked against his back, leaving a bloody mark. The middle-aged man retracted his whip, gazing at Yi Cheng with a look of disdain, retorting, "And how could you be a direct disciple of the Qingshan Sect? You are but a slave yourself, looking down upon your fellow slaves? Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned by the lash and rendered speechless by the remark. Indeed, why would anyone believe him? At that moment, his heart simmered with rage. He vowed that once his senior brother came to rescue him, he would turn these blind fools into blood elixirs and make them pay dearly. Yet, he consoled himself inwardly. I can endure this. I am the Black Sky Demon Lord. What is a trifling pain to me? I shall persevere until the day my brother arrives. Brother, Xiao, do not worry about me. This minor physical torment is nothing. Take your time and be safe, he thought resolutely, even beginning to worry for his distant brothers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Yuan and Xiao Fan were leisurely squatting by the roadside, one of them cradling half a watermelon and scooping it out with a spoon, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle before them. Although Xiao Fan had initially felt a sense of urgency, their curiosity was piqued when they noticed a commotion ahead, prompting them to investigate while also retrieving the watermelon from their storage ring. In front of them, a group of seemingly unruly bandits had blocked the path, confronting a gracefully poised and stunningly beautiful woman. This woman, with her alluring curves, stood out prominently against the backdrop of the rugged terrain. Then the notorious bandit leader commenced with a classic cackle. My dear lady, in this desolate wilderness, encountering us is indeed your misfortune. Your fate is sealed. Yet, the woman exhibited no fear whatsoever. Rather, she retorted with a disdainful scoff, proclaiming, You wretched scoundrels, your villainy knows no bounds. Subsequently, with unwavering resolve, she asserted, You must be drawn to my beauty and figure, envisioning a scenario where you would seize me, strip me of my garments, and a horde of you would encircle me, groping at will. Even if I were to resist with all my might, you would overpower me with brute force, binding me up, forcing me to beg for mercy and submit to your whims. Am I correct? As she spoke, her fervor intensified. Let me make this clear to you. Hehe. She recalled the sinister scenes she had perused in novels, her heart fluttering with excitement. Yet her words remained steadfast. I, Shangwan Xiuxiu, shall never yield. Upon hearing her vividly detailed proclamation of impending doom, the bandits were taken aback. The leader staggered back a step, pointing at Shangwan Xiuxiu, stammering, Mississippi, you are far too audacious. So wicked. We would never stoop to such